generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every Enemy-less, wired death, dead banks, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Terrain realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if absolutely no value judgment has been expressed. 22. Baudrillard. When watching TV, we are incapable of knowing that this miracle is a long social process of production, which leads to our consumption of images.
It's not yours to take or give. The new day begins tonight. Enter the next phase. Enter the program. Technify your mind. We are just dreams in space. Stranded in this funky place. No transport out of here.
Yeah, Kelvin sitting great on the keyboard. Working away. Focus, you got subtitles. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then, and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree square circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtain secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and looks like but they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off from under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, computer, work it work. Come on, tickler.
Petty thugs, hide your cake, never teasing me. I show love to all my bitches hustling ones. Tussle with thieves, making moves second to none. I lied there, made a sudden move, you got big. Flooded with the double law, real street shit. The blonde hair bandit, you got guns handed. Turn my face when I bust a cannon, cause I don't wear sunblock. Ass drag if the fire is hot. Shit
baby.
pop, shells go 3 feet all over and stop. We warn niggas that we coming, then we total the block. We score niggas like they mothers, then we wet up they socks. Red dye, escaping on a red eye. Seashore and hide out and buy out balls till we see ball. In this game we beat y'all. You got money, keep yours. But I be tearing, trying find her out, then a buy your
Come
picture.
see me if you trying to get some grams tonight, cause I could get it for you raw, gray, tan, or white. Fuck rap, yo, I'd rather be planning a flight somewhere hot on a wave runner, tanning with dice, blowing the haze while all of them giving me brains. One at a time, y'all start from the front of the line, but everybody wanna contact me and get with me and still end up being mad cause I charge 50. And as for you, sucker, you can keep those raps and screw your awards. My son can't eat those plaques. I never was shit, but some things I never forget. Like if you spend 3, you guaranteed to make back 6. Drove the Benz off the lot and just dusted her off. 10 trim stash, took the governor off. Even the cats that be hating still be loving the dogs, cause they know that the double R is coming for war.
You ain't ready to die, then why should you live? Cause when I start busting the guns, you hiding the kids, and the P is still riding with clips. Surviving with bricks, we beefing on the 4th, got the down the 5th. Like I wasn't hustling dope, or robbing the block, starving the knot, carving the cheek, palming the Glock. I figure which nigga could I watch for the watch. I like to knock off my crack, then I pull off a heist. Put it together, double it twice, this shit is my life. Catch me with a 45, hot pair of nights, and 3 red dice like, give me the bank or give me your face. Give me a shank, it's holiday. The hoopie's in the front, but the truck is a mile away. Niggas wanna ride tomorrow when they probably die today. Cause the P.0. hollow the gun, to holler at son. And when he go to holler back, you swallow the one.
Y'all done bust in the crowd, niggas, and hit whoever. When you should ain't for the niggas that took your leather. They right there, but you scared that they gon' bust. Cause they crazy, but crazy niggas bleed like us. See, I'm one shot through the heart like Cupid. Y'all niggas might be crazy, but y'all not stupid. It's 9-9, I'm killing you, woman and kid. Fuck Scarface, watch me, I'm more action to see than the motherfuckers that y'all see on TV. And fuck what you heard, check out Sheik Get Down. Comes the gun shit, I'm rhyming with one on me now. You never know what clown gon' walk in the studio talking shit, and it's gonna be more than the amps that blow. I pour gas on your skin and watch your shit detach with a book of matches. Now that's when you met your match. And the worst thing for you was for me to have a gun when I'm thirsty. I turn niggas more holy man than Eddie Murphy, and I deal with more bricks than that city doing Jersey. I got cold cops niggas, I got all tops niggas that'll bust you and slide, and some old 6 drop niggas, revolver pop niggas, easy ox niggas, get knocked, say I smoke detox niggas. Drug program, hit the streets and cop 56 more grams.
There is a hole in front of the shovel in front of the brawn. 6 billion gorillas for whom the graves yawn. Each with it is mulish days to choose his tool of trade. Dueling blades that cue the cruel charade and fuel the flames. You would clue the crew into the civil. Just get the food and land like you the man, and flew the coop over the pit bulls. Dash back, flash, the compassionate nano police who sat beneath an avalanche of jagged inadequacies. And I would stop the violence more than I was Pontius Pilate. Cops and robbers riot by the files of noxious sirens. A is gullible, he figure all men equal no-brainer. Take it as friends and neighbors didn't cater. Moms raised the babies to a very churchy 80s. Sunday mornings reinforce the waiting gates of Hades. And he brazen, but apparently inferno bound now. But when a man of cloth recite his wrongs, he wouldn't bow down. The punishment should fit the reasons you must punish him. Never puncture skin or pull the colored rugs from under them. Two opposing motherships shall not employ the gunner's deck, as brotherhoods of public good do not employ the youngster within you. Observing how the giveth is disproportionate to the take that the way decide to make it his day. All the stomach odium glowing a cold holster when it could have stood easily in a tub juggling toaster. No mountain too high, no city too far, no coma too night, no city tomorrow, no fire too loud, no city too charged, no treaty too signed, no city too guard. I picked the phone up with a grown-up mode approach. Skin crawling off the drawer, and I would claw the awkward tone up. I'd known it wasn't roses, but hoped it was less corrosive. Coasting to the focus of the grossest diagnosis, like home. The barnacles that chew upon the flesh of man have glued into the suitor as capital to a beggar's hand, and comfortably sung a stubborn legacy of gluttony, with carnivores that burrow like hunters into the blood and meats. Jenny chin up in the city, picker sending pin up, let her numb the spitting stigma. Along came a spider, sold her eggs to any buyer. Not a shooter in the back, a 6 legs wider than the driver. If you make no friends on the way to the top rung, there is no secret handshake club. I do not give a fuck, but know the cancers make the olive branches obviously standard. But when they extend from the yachts and mansions, drop your cannons. All kings hang 'em, but a cliffside drip dry. Will he clip a zip line or slip for his final dip dive? If he lived, will he survive the milligrams of middle ground? They pump into the pinstripe pentagrams over Tinseltown, or kill a man who trickled down the city with his scissors out, his sickles dipped in military helms, bells and whistles. Riders to the east, not a wild tribe. Thank you for the peace on earth and mercy mild tide. No mountain too high, no city too far, no coma tonight, no city tomorrow, no fire too loud, no city too charged, no treaty to sign, no city to guard.
Greetings. For some reason, I'm getting a notifications from Discord, but I'm not seeing where the fucking Discord tab is. So I hate when that happens. Hopefully it doesn't continue happening. But yeah, if there was a way to close out all the motherfucking Discord tabs, that would be excellent. But yeah. Thank you guys for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I've been talking about the origins of the scientific worldview, and I'm just going to go ahead and get to some of these explanations here, you know. And yeah, thank you guys for joining us. Okay. The manipulation of matter, all right, by a supreme immaterial intellect, all right, is a familiar portrait of the Platonic, Gnostic, and Christian worldview, okay, in which the hidden qualities of matter are divine. All right. In Aristotle's rhetoric, he coined the word techne logos, or in technos, as the process of art or skill. One could unleash the inner form of something by aesthesis or techne. Okay. Techne. All right. Okay. So techne is skill, right? Logos is proportional to the creative reason, the capacity for creative reason, right? Okay. Let me go on. Okay, which were the process of bringing forth or in framing, aesthesis or techne, the process of bringing forth or in framing, right?
Okay, bringing the inner form of something, right? The mastery of matter and form was the highest goal of the alchemical tradition. Hermes was seen as the Mercurian hidden god, or god that hides himself, pregnant with change and carrying the wind in his bosom. Hermes, or Mercury, was seen as a planet hidden by the sun. Okay. Hidden powers gave one a resemblance to the divine in Jacques Ellul's Technological Society. He points out that technology brings a demonic presence into the world, and that primitive technique was widely regarded as the practice of magic. Both have a focus on mastery of the natural elements in order to achieve desired results. Okay. Joseph Campbell has pointed out that science fulfills the mythical typology of our modern age. Lucifer was the symbol of the cognitive powers of man, as in Genesis 3:5. The serpent promises, quote, "Ye shall be as gods," unquote. A picture of Satan adorned Diderot's Encyclopedia. Prominent revolutionaries such as Marx and Lenin loved the story of Prometheus, okay, who stole knowledge from the gods and used it to lead man to a new age of promise. This was the promise of the age of science, okay, the age of scientific learning, right? Okay. Okay, thank you for everyone for being here, all right? Gary Baxter, blessings. Joe Mills, thank you, sir. Still finishing the Tariak, no debater. Hello, greetings. Uncle Ted's cabin, exactly. TML, greetings, leopard print. Look within, what's going on? How you doing today? Rings true, strike over automation, yeah. Yep. Definitely. Shrooms, come to Ann Arbor. Peyote is Peyote is way stronger. Yeah, I never tried peyote. Is this Mac Dre? No, that was subtitle. Sounds like Mac Dre in space. Don't do shrooms before a debate, TML. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we straight up slammed these fools on mushrooms. It was great. Great fun. We need a debate to do shrooms before first. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I need a debate partner who'll go in with me for the mushroom debate. Tighten the nuts. Great. Peace to you, Axis Rat Blood. Peace to you, Virgo Moon. Blessings. Thank you for being here, Abraxas. Give you a wrench. Well, the wrench is literally for people who've been watching the show since the beginning. So stick around for long enough and you'll get a wrench. Axis Rat Blood, I promise. Right? Boom. Aloha, amigo. But thanks for watching so much. Tech Talk's gonna get a wrench too. He's a true OG of this channel right now. Tech Talk's going in. That's that TED Talk. Uh-oh. Yeah, we're looking at the origins of the scientific worldview, right? Okay. This is something I wrote. Okay, the new scientific age became the eschaton. All right, the eschaton of the new age. All right. Okay, this is the pseudo eschatology of progress that I've been hammering on about, right? Okay, where time replaces nature, right? All right. And it's got to do with that spirit of world history that Hegel was talking about, right? Anyways, the new scientific age became the eschaton, all right? Okay. Okay. God forced to come to the level of man in order to save man from himself. Okay. Okay. Man is his own problem and solution, right? That is the Promethean impulse. Since this cannot be achieved, the solution comes from outside in the imitation of God and the manipulation of matter, right? In order for God to be lowered, he had to be made more like man. In order for man to imitate God, he had to raise his natural capacity to that of a God. In Chronicles 28:9, we read that God knows the imagination of the thoughts. We can enslave ourselves with the tools we make to manipulate reality by creating outside of ourselves. When we do this, our dangerous misinventions can create an alternative reality, the imagination of the thoughts, right? That we can have no control of, but that was based on our hidden intentions and motives that we often are not clear of when we first begin the process of inquiry. In a Gnostic text entitled Hypostasis of the Archons, the serpent of the Garden of Eden is portrayed as the good guy, just as the Gospel of Judas is an inversion of the role of the bad and the good, right? Furthermore, the ancient mystery religions promise to free man from his material encasement and offer continued rebirth by erasing the curse of mortality in undergoing an apotheosis, a transfiguration of the human into the divine. This was most clearly represented by the iconography of the phoenix. The phoenix transcends sexual duality of birth and death by giving birth to itself. When the phoenix dies, it lays an egg containing a perfect replica of itself and is therefore continually reborn. Continually reborn. The mythical beast was a symbol of the divine wrath and power, or the dark side of spirituality. Essentially, the same concept can be seen in the Ouroboros, or the snake eating its tail. Mark's early satanic and apocalyptic verses used some of the same formula. They reflected on leading humanity astray to forsake God and entering into a pact with Satan. In a poem called Human Pride, he talks about dethroning God and says, "Then I will wander godlike and victorious through the ruins of the world, and giving my words an active force, I will feel equal to the Creator." In a poem entitled The Fiddler, he writes, quote, that art God neither wants nor wists. It leaps from brain to hell's black mists, till hearts bewitched, till senses reel. With Satan I have struck my deal. Damn, sound like some fucking Harry Potter shit. The fuck? All right. Writer Philip Collins, in his Faustian Face of Modern Science, reasons, okay, in all likelihood, Marx probably denied the existence of Satan as a liberal as a literal, metaphysical entity. Yet it is important to remember that the Luciferian conception is premised upon the same existential contention. Okay, while the existence of evil is generally accepted by anyone who seeks to do good, of course, whether they believe this evil created by God or inherent in the world is another question. Its existence is generally denied by some of the wayward mystics and nihilistic atheists. Perhaps the most clearly the most clear similarity between Hobbes, Hume, Marx is a general view of the lack of intrinsic nature in man. Collins writes, Marx devalued humanity. Again, it is extremely ironic that such a devaluation stemmed from an anthropocentric belief system. This was the crux of all liberal protests and antinomian heresy, wearing one's suffering as a badge of contention. Ironically, as G.K. Chesterton observed, all denunciation implies a moral doctrine of some kind. The modern skeptic doubts not only the insinuation he denounces, but the doctrine by which he denounces it. He further states, quote, in short, the modern revolutionist, being an infinite skeptic, is forever engaged in undermining his own minds, unquote. This is because modern revolutionaries view man as materially determined and morally quantifiable. Okay. What y'all doing? Thanks for joining. Zephyr, peace. Christopher, thank you. Shifty Eyes, what's going on? Peace, homie. The rule of experts was already suggested by Plato and Francis Bacon. However, it needed the appearance of the technological age. Okay. Needed the appearance of the technological age. Okay. To make its intrusion. Into political and economic systems. Okay. By the use of technical experts and mass psychology that were to, quote unquote, systematize the motivations of the herd, Plato suggested that even musical tastes of the population should be developed. Stating that from a young age where the brightest are taken from their parents and put into a system of public education, Bacon suggested that philosophers-scientists manage the population. Philosophers-scientists manage the population. Since man was seen as a tabula rasa ready to be imprinted, he was essentially malleable as part of the world of becoming. In a most accurate assessment, G.K. Chesterton writes, the thing that is really trying to tyrannize through governments is science. The thing that really does use the secular arm is science. And the creed that really is levying tides and capturing schools, the creed that really is enforced by fine and imprisonment, the creed that really is proclaimed, not in sermons, but in statutes, and spread not by pilgrims, but by policemen. That creed is the great but disputed system of thought which began with evolution and has ended in eugenics. Materialism is really our established church, he says, quote unquote. And in that church, the jabbies are the new baptism. All right. All right. While many notable thinkers within West have offered criticism of the mechanization of the world by modern man, there is little talk of the origins of the ideology, why it is to be found only among European societies. The answer does not come about in the studies of the Protestant work ethic, quote unquote, which fails to account for how Christianity was altered. Okay? We see in Thessalonians 4:11 and other such passages the quiet conformity. Okay? What does Paul say, right? Right? He says, live quietly and work with your own hands, right? Still better than industrial society, right? Which forces you, right, to use tools to commit to most of your work, right? And of course, an individual will not be able to complete those tasks without the use of machines, right? Greetings, Arpol and Prime. Thank you for joining. Blessings. Arpol, thank you, friend. It's always a pleasure to see you, my friend. Dr. D Head. What up, son? You doing okay? All right. All right. Those who view the Protestantism as laying a foundation for classical liberalism do not appropriately address the level of religious subversion that was necessary in order to derive classical liberal views from the traditional religious ones. The real answer lays in the Christian teaching itself, right? God singles us out in order to save us. Each must carry their cross alone, from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. Jew first, then Gentile as well. Just as man fell from grace, Christ was raised to be lowered. Martin Luther was a foremost proponent of the Pauline epistles, right? As the force behind the organization of the church, who wholly rejected on the very basis of the Pauline doctrine and saw Paul's voice as a voice of magic, as a divine majesty, right? He wholly rejected the epistle of James based on the Pauline doctrine, right? Okay. So Martin Luther thought that the Bible should be changed, right? He said the epistle of James is an epistle of straw. All it does is argue for works, right? Instead of faith, right? Right? He said it should be taken out of the Bible. He says the epistle of straw should be burned. The goal is not reached by introspection or reason, or by good deeds or righteous works. These cannot guide man to faith. So man must toil as grace was taken to mean. Not that God has given one a favorable disposition, but that man could not be saved by his own volition. This casting off, especially of the role of introspection and reason, and a favorable disposition bestowed on man for the attainment of faith was a project shared by the radical empiricists, religious mystics, and eventually Puritans and Protestants. It had trickled down to them instead of being invented by them. The ascetic value of work is just a necessary consequence of this worldview, which already seeks a general conformity under natural law to be justified, vindicated, and included are main themes. Acceptance, quote unquote, is the bridge between suffering and grace. Practical actions and disciplined behavior led to meaningful work. That God makes some productive and rich and others mean and in subjection as wretched vessels prepared for destruction was the right interpretation, right? Especially according to people like John Winthrop, Okay, idleness is just as sinful as covetousness. One was not to make a show of one's wealth, but to store away for the kingdom of God was just simple good preparation. The maximization of one's own task in doing a lot with a little, right, was a new type of prosperity and diligence in line with God's grace. This was the utilitarian ethic with that was matched with the cosmic utilitarianism, right, of combining the writings of Paul with the telos of Aristotle, right? The search for duty and dignity of work are just offshoots seen in both Locke and Marx. Even Benjamin Franklin and Lincoln espouse ideas of the spirit of labor and work being an element that can free a man. Okay. But their terms were used to draw religious support and use it for certain secular ends, like enlisting Puritans for the sake of collective enterprise in terms of Franklin, through his works like Poor Richard's Almanac, and the growth of industry in terms of Lincoln, who used the Transcontinental Railroad to usher in a new era of trade. Locke challenged the notion of patriarchy by suggesting that the time a youth was prepared to his own property, he could was prepared to own property, he could leave the tutelage of his father behind. This perhaps the most this essentially made fathers no more than sperm donors within social organization. Essentially, wait, I'm sorry. Perhaps the most influential thinker to expand on Locke's treatment of religion, where he argued that God gave Adam private property instead of private dominion. In his first treatise of government was Franklin. Franklin was seen in 1778 by the French statesman Turgot as the new Prometheus, quote unquote. The new Prometheus. That's what they call Franklin, Benjamin Franklin. Okay. Who had snatched the lightning from the sky. The philosopher Immanuel Kant agreed with the statement and also called Franklin the new Prometheus, quote unquote. Franklin writes in his autobiography in a letter to his mother in 1738 about his warm sentiments and good opinions of the Freemasons, and also writes in his autobiography about attending a meeting at the Moravian Church. Essentially, the ideology and iconography of collective salvation, transcendental enlightenment, and liberation from work are all the same. Bentham had recommended the abolition of poverty by the criminalization of the poor and forced labor. The poor were to be given a culture to extract their profits and resources. During the time of the American Revolution, all right, during the time of the American Revolution, militias consisted on English indentured servants, some of whom joined with slaves to rebel against the upper classes. A racial-based system of slavery was instituted to keep poor whites reliant on the system. Such a racial ideology was crafted by British and Dutch Jewish financiers of the slave trade. The end of slavery was not coming to terms with the brutality of the slave system, but simply finding a cheap alternative in industrial technology blacks and poor whites were moved north to work for corporations to produce machines for upper crust of society. Essentially, no awakening of conscience can really be seen in terms of the farcical notions of an elevation or evolution of human consciousness touted by liberal and New Age thinkers. The father of Zionism, Theodore Herzl, was a promoter of liberalism. A promoter of liberalism. Herzl wanted a Jewish nation state modeled on Western nations. He believed in the myth of progress. He writes in his work entitled The Jewish State, the technical progress achieved in our own era enable even the dullest of minds with the dimmest of visions to note the appearance of new commodities all around him. Reflecting on the view of the material progress of the Western world, he further states, quote, the spirit of enterprise has created them. Without enterprise, labor remains static, unaltering. Typical to it is the labor of the farmer, who stands now precisely where his forebears stood 8,000 years ago. He wished to reject these old ways and says, quote, we are not dependent upon the circulation of old values. We produce new ones. We now possess slave labor of an unexampled productivity, whose appearance in civilization has proved fatal competition to handicrafts. These slaves are our machines. These slaves are our machines. A year after he formed the World Jewish Congress, which helped European Jews create the Jewish state after 2,000 years of diaspora. The state of Israel can be said to be an invention of modern Europeans, and paradoxically also be seen in line with the goals of the secular world order, while also being an aspect of religious prophecy. Okay. Okay. When fascists and nationalists propose garbs of liberalism under the guise of universal law, it is no doubt a totalitarian endeavor. All attempts to be anti-fascist and anti-totalitarian devolve into an all-encompassing plans that end up in the same type of totalitarianism. It is the same with anti-cult groups, where the paranoia and uncertainty leads to extreme secretive behavior. All right. And let me read some of this right here, because this will be interesting for you guys. Where did this go? I'm not gonna find it right now. But yeah, anyways, I'll get back to that later. But yeah. What's going on, guys? Everybody chilling in the house? You guys are okay? Blessings. Abrax is going crazy in the chat. That's nothing new. TML, the path of freedom. Being is to dissociate from the all. Know thyself and true natural law. We are slaves to the machine. I love you too. Thought crime in progress. That's right. How's that working out with the cherry on top? Yeah. Blessings. Mason Benny. Oh, snap. Is that Benjamin Franklin? Yeah, Neo Prometheus. Benjamin Franklin. That's what Kant called him. Immanuel Kant. Went to the Moravian church and was a Freemason. You know, apologized to it about his parents. His mother was worried about him. She said, "Are you sure those Freemasons, those good people or not?" And he said, "Mother, I assure you, they're exemplary fellows, those Freemasons." You know what I'm saying? All right. That's in his book. That's in his motherfucking autobiography. Did you know that was in Benjamin Franklin's autobiography? You could just read his autobiography. It's in there. It's all in there. It's all in there for you guys. You're welcome for the scholarship. Okay, we're going to continue reading in a minute, all right? I'm going to smoke some cannabis. Right? What are you guys doing today? You guys doing okay? Trying not to burn myself here. Fight someone hard enough, you end up becoming it. Woo! Yeah. Do not become. Right? Seeing is becoming, right? Be still and be one. Yeah, it took a little bit of mushrooms under the suggestion of Abraxas. Neutral ground, blessings. That's right. That's right. You like doing that? So what else, Holmes? Man, I sent this link to tons of people. Nobody joined, huh? We may have trad culture in the building soon. Still got more reading left. And we will be bringing you guys some other things. You know? This reading is an original about the origins of science and humanism. Okay, I've been given several presentations on that, including some solo lectures, including some video presentations that we reviewed, right? Okay. I've talked for hours on the subject. I've given you guys my little schema, right? That's here on the bottom of the screen, right? Right. Obviously, right? There's a separation from nature, a compartmentalization of knowledge, and the development of the myth of progress. These are 3 steps. Okay. Separation from nature, compartmentalization of knowledge, development of the myth of progress. Okay. Now, this schema goes into those very different levels, right? First, you have the development of the mythical world, right? Nature peopled with spirits, right? Now, this is according to the pseudo eschatology of progress, right? Then you have the development of the philosophical mode, the invention of the transcendental world, Okay. Then, okay, so reason gets taken out of nature and put in the divine realm. Then God gets taken out of nature and placed in the divine realm, right? Okay. Form and matter become nothing more than heaven and earth, right? This is the schema, right? Now, when you take the transcendental world and God away, right, then everything becomes subject to change, right? Even truth and God and, right, everything becomes subject to the notion of time, right? Time becomes superior to nature, right? Right. See, the modern age is about nature versus time, right? Now they need to develop a mythos for the mechanistic worldview where nature is reduced to pure mechanism, right? And this is where you see science and spirituality merging, right, into one, right? So that's what I've been talking about, right? That's what my presentation's been about, okay? Now I'm going to play some music for you guys, right? And then we'll continue on our way here, looking at some instances, okay? Now, last time some of my remixes got cut off, so I'm going to represent some music, right? One of the videos I used for one of my songs that I made, it got copyright struck, right? So I gotta have to represent that to you guys, right? So it'll be taking a little different direction with the music, right? But yeah, thank you guys for joining us. Okay. And here is a song I made by combining Dim Light with Pharaoh Monch and Prince Poe, Organized Confusion. You know what I mean? I hope you guys like it. You know what I mean?
Bring it on! You can set my mode to whatever. So simply pay the penalties for walking this endeavor. My observations on your alter egos will let you penetrate. How you fucking fall when you fake? Bring it on! You can set my mode to whatever. So simply pay the penalties for walking this endeavor. My observations on your alter egos will let you penetrate. How you fucking fall when you fake? Bring it on! You can set my mode to whatever. So simply pay the penalties for walking this endeavor. My observations on your alter egos to let you penetrate. How you fucking form when you fake? Bring it
even
on!
Even the demographic, Neo, ready to make computer chippies. Let me clean my lips and then I'll spit it out, go ahead, spit it out. That itty style you up top, better leave my butt fucking season the way it appears to stuck up. This is my terminology that strikes the mind of this. Being a part, you know the many styles I do from the start. I go awkwardly, that's awkwardly. I throw that to the rhythm. Incisions are made into the brain and then I begin to give them a lobotomy. Follow me, when you're bringing la 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 la. Give me the PH, give me the AR, give me the OA, give me the HE Pharaoh. Crazy boys and zip arrows are hitting you from all directions. You cannot dodge, I manage to dislodge them from the point in which they are connecting. I am selecting style, pow, to them people try to get fuck, wow. Fuck that. When I'm in a state of mind, I'm innovative. Never been afraid of rocking the microphone, I'm prone to be eliminated. Cling when I sing a song of sixpence, if it makes sense, then sing along. Cling along to my nuts, if you got guts, then bring it on.
Bring it on! You can set my mode to whatever, but simply pay the penalties for walking this endeavor. My observations on your alter egos to let you penetrate. How you fucking fall when you fake? Bring it on! You can set my mode to whatever, but simply pay the penalties for walking this endeavor. My observations on your alter egos to let you penetrate. How you fucking fall when you fake? Bring it on! You can set my mode to whatever, but simply pay the penalties for walking this endeavor. My observations on your alter ego will let you penetrate. How you fucking fall when you fake? Bring it on! Consider me the epitome of rhymes within the text. Execution is parallel to them with the inception of the organism. Mind you, definitely can't be dismantled. Those are sweating me, getting me vexed. Why outdated raps get trampled.
5-fold steps of elevation show that I'm ahead of your time. Behind the dope rhyme, ripping shit up that prime time. I put some prime time material, imperial wizard, a vocabulary habit. I eat MCs like cereal, that's soggy. Milky skills like Mr. Miyagi. When it's foggy, at least groggy. This remains a rap for the lobbies. Ow, rip your nick shit. Get slick, quick, get your clue before I do something gory till your quite feel too stop. And it's your rap and wax, timonize. It's the fifth dimension of the typical, never typical manifestation. Mystical, rips you till the flower blows. Those shows to compete. We can lead them, observe defeat, descending down from above. Just like the picture you. Victorious, the story is you're born. Bring it on. You can set my mode to whatever, but simply pay the penalty for walking this endeavor. My observations on your OG egos to let you penetrate. How you fucking form when you fake? Bring it on. You can set my mode to whatever, but simply pay the penalty for walking this endeavor. My observations on your OG egos to let you penetrate. How you fucking form when you fake? Bring it on.
Draw, war, lords. Yo, Slackbox 52, hand combat, man down, now you getting treated like a little youth. Pearl handle, black Ruger popping up, it's the return of the trench coat mafia. You got a click, but I bet they won't die for your last nigga that fronted, I Muammar Gaddafi them. I'm busting lead in, Armageddon, God is 7, top of the dome, it's embedded. I said it, step in the realms and get sweated. My foes get beheaded, live with no edits, shredded. Negative thoughts about the G.O.D., you better dead it, cause that's back credit. All night, me on the mic is athletic, high height, seeing my sight is like heaven. Fire and flights of bad weather, whatever, get it together, my neck leather. Once again, welcome to the fucking next level. Metal plus netter, stretch limousines, machine guns running up with 26 villains. Fuck everything old, we fight for the children. 10-step draw, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors. 10-step draw, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors. Throwing flying guillotines from Philistine. Came with an illa team to run up in your castle and kill your king. I'm doing my thing, dance with the Lord in the ring, standing firm in the square like Butterbean. I'm hotter than Shambhala, draw swords before Makata. Rude boy shot up for top dollar. I'm not a fake ass rapper that's not solid. I got it, to say I'm the hottest is just modest. My asses can melt down anything, so anything in my lane, man, I'm killing it. 2 bottles of jewels, 1 spoon of ignorance. It's the vigilant spit, chemist is injuring any contender wanna act like he bigger than I. It's getting baked and fried, and that's minimum. MCs who wanna compete, I take 10 of them. Clowns in the street want heat, I got dilligers, and that's how it really goes. So get familiar with it and stop looking at the motherfucking videos. Choose your weapon, my tools is lessons, true connections. Wrong draw, you lost your profession. 10-step draw, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors. 10-step draw, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors.
Let the rhythm hit him, chew him up, spit him out, get him out. Let's see if the barrel fit in his mouth. Hear the lion roar, what you crying for? I'm at the hot gates, open up the iron door. I'm the king of the jungle, so ready to rumble. Gunshots put the room on humble. I flip beats and make the words tumble, and flip bricks and now sleep on a bundle. Claiming you're off the chain, homie, I'm off the board. Dunk in your face, I'm the Lord of War. I'm so much more, you bitches should never step up. I never lit up, you fuckers will never get up. Ice in my veins, ice on my chains. I'm nice in the lane, think twice for your fame. Shoot around like dice in the game, you crap out. Break your bones when I make you tap out.
10-step draw, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors. 10-step draw, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors.
Welcome back. I'm going to get back into it. Okay. Now we're going to look at some of the views of Soren Kierkegaard. Okay. Especially where those views went against Hegel, right? Okay. So we're going to look at some anti-Hegelian thoughts from Kierkegaard, right? Now, I may not agree with everything that Kierkegaard said, right? But some of his reflections are quite useful. He was a master in terms of philosophy, right? He was a voluminous writer, right? And I think he's one of the most underrated philosophers of all time, right? Personally, right? Okay. It's one of those situations like Nietzsche, where, their thinking works on its own level. You know what I mean? And they're genius thinkers, right? So, yeah, let's look at it. Okay, surely Christ did not seek political solutions for this reason, especially not in the irreligious, subversive, and secular tone of preeminent lot of philosophers just mentioned. The plight of the Christian is a personal God and cannot be mediated by the universal. One of the highest. Okay, my highest praise goes to, right, Soren Kierkegaard, right? Right, I learned a lot from Kierkegaard, right? Okay. I think a true reformation of Christian values should happen in Kierkegaard, right? Kierkegaard turned his philosophical guns towards the clergymen and the Hegelian philosophers. He posed an attack on Hegel and the Reformation at the same time that Marx and Engels wrote. His existentialism. Some people say Kierkegaard is the father of existentialism. All right, Kierkegaard definitely wrote, in terms of existential ideas, right? Right, he definitely influenced a lot of those ideas, right? Okay. And basically he was a writer before people like Nietzsche, okay, or even the more modern people like Sartre, right? So, Kierkegaard was way before those guys, right? All right. He posed an attack on Hegel and the Reformation at the same time that Marx and Engels wrote. His existentialism, however, was much different from their materialism. Like Rousseau, Kierkegaard found that a lifelong dread and melancholy were the true consequences of the philosophical, pious, and even artful existence. He endeavored to tease out the paradoxes of normal human experiences that allowed for our deepest means of expression, seeking out too much from authority or social conformity. Is prejudicial to the spiritually fulfilling life. Outward conformity must be abandoned for inward sincerity, and externalize ritual for infinite resignation. He attacked philosophical systemization and categorizations and wrote, most systematizers stand in the same relation to their systems as man who builds a great castle and lives in an adjoining barn. All right. Okay. They didn't inhabit the same structures they create. Sounds like most of the life in the technological society, right? Okay. All right. We're all doing surrogate activities, right, based on specialized needs, right, that are pretty much artificial needs and based on compensatory mechanisms that are used to feed those problems created by the specialized means, right? So we're becoming constantly systematized, right? Okay. And we're in the age of analysis and information, all right? All right. Okay. We're moving now into the analytical age. You know what I mean? As we went from a I think pretty soon machines are going to start doing a lot of the thinking for us, right? So that's going to be a new situation, right? Right. Right now, they're doing some of the work, right? Or they're saving on some of the labor, right? But pretty soon, they're going to start thinking for us, right? And they already have in a lot of ways, right? Right, because people refer, okay, to technology to perform most of the acts that they do for their daily survival, right? Anyways, okay. Most systematizers stand in the same relation to their systems as a man who builds a great castle and lives in an adjoining barn. They do not live in their great systemic structure, but in spiritual masters, this will always be a crucial objection. He felt that systems of universal law were too impersonal and detached from personal experience. Okay, from personal experience. He says, metaphorically speaking, quote, metaphorically speaking, a man's ideas must be the building he lives in. Otherwise, there is something wrong, unquote. He explains, quote, if after writing his logic, Hegel had said in the preface it was only an intellectual exercise, and that at many parts he had even shirked things, he might have been the greatest thinker who ever lived. Now he is comic. He is a comic, right? He said Hegel's a clown, right? Okay. Instead of synthesis or mediation, Kierkegaard dwelled in the realm of the paradox. He says that the ideas of scorn and contempt have ethical and aesthetic value, all right? But can in no way find themselves in a logical system. In such a system, pure beginning is like pure being, by which it is neither chimerical or no longer dealt with. He writes, quote, reflection as the notable quality of being infinite, unquote. And that, quote, absolute beginning itself breaks forth through the endlessly perpetuated reflection, unquote. The infinite gulf between the immediate and the absolute beginning means that, quote unquote, logic of Hegelian philosophy caves in on itself and undoes itself. All right. When the existence of a thing exists in the past, it is already finished. But when it exists in the future, it must begin. and make a clear break. This systemic view is a paradox. All right. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's great. That's great stuff. Yeah, cheers to you, Shadow. Cheers to you, Shadow and Light. That's good to hear. Yeah, I love Kierkegaard. Anyways, he saw the ability of truth to permeate as a mark of indifference. He writes, quote, so-called pantheistic systems have frequently been cited and attacked by saying they cancel freedom and distinction between good and evil. This is perhaps expressed just as definitely by saying that every such system fantastically violates the concept of existence. Okay. But this should be said not only of pantheistic systems, for it should have been better to show that every system must be pantheistic simply because of the conclusiveness. He objects that, quote, objective thinking has no relation to subjectivity, unquote, and that, quote, truth itself is transformed into a desideratum, something wanting, and everything is placed in the process of becoming, because the empirical object is not finished, and the existing knowing itself is in the process of becoming. The truth is an approximating whose beginning cannot be established absolutely. He notes that no apparent conclusion has any force or power in such a system. Quote, the truth is a redoubling, unquote. He was settled on the belief on faith as a dialectical suspension instead of a mediation. Okay, or a synthesis. As Frederick Sontag comments, for Kierkegaard, quote, possibility is a state of non-being that is changed by coming into existence. So its actualization can never be necessary. Okay. Things move from uncertainty to actualization without mediation. And what is done cannot be undone. The past is simply immutable. Philosophers and men of faith must live backwards and not forwards. They cannot afford to be incessantly propelled by the necessary and universal in constant mediation, but in attention with the finite against the demands of the infinite. Okay? Okay? They live between the finite and the infinite. Okay? Not in the necessary and the universal, right? All right? All right? They don't live in the realm of progress, right? And time, right? Becoming, necessity, change. And being pulled along by the universal world, right? Okay? They're in a dialectical suspension between the finite and the infinite, the seen and the unseen. Okay? Okay? Anyways. This is a clear tension between the certainty of will and the freedom of change. Okay. And will is also faith, right? To elaborate, choice and freedom are not the same. And change is inherently uncertain. Kierkegaard thought the incarnation of Christ especially represented this paradox in the form of the anthropomorphic statement. Man stood directly before God without the benefit of mediation or compromise. He believed that Christ chose to sacrifice himself without previous planning by God. Kierkegaard seems to feel that the lowly position of Christ and his insignificance is the single most important statement for those who seek to emulate him. Christ did not establish a church or theological doctrine, but instead he acted on his faith. Kierkegaard says Christianity should be unlike Platonic reflection, but instead immersed in the subjective experience. The subjective experience. To love God involves being badly treated by men. Preaching is against Christ, but living a simple life, which is often scandalized by others, was more Christ-like. His existentialism was represented by man's inability to plan one's life out in advance. And he felt that comedy and tragedy said more about life than reason and artistry, whose unfurlment was contrived to suit man's ideal of himself. This ideal, quote unquote, was merely a mask one wore to amuse one's friends. Excuse me. Okay. Let me check on this chat here and see what's going on here. All right. Okay. Thank you for joining us. Let me turn my camera off for a second. Clear my throat here. But yeah, how you guys doing today? You know what I mean? Axis Rat Blood. He's going crazy. I have no idea. Yeah, we doing this old thing. Yeah, thanks for being here, guys. Yeah, thanks for watching, no. Call this age utensilism. Yeah. Yeah, take this with the other presentations. You know what I mean? Take it in with the other presentations. You know what I mean? Where this is like a random section right now, right? But if you see where it's at with the other presentations I gave Hegel, and we're going to give one on Rousseau soon, right? We're going to do a whole series of presentations on Rousseau. But we're first going to do a presentation on Buddhist philosophy, history of Buddhism, right? That's coming up real soon, right? But in between that, we might get into another episode, maybe deep ecology. We'll bring that subject back, right? Maybe we'll watch some more Giorgiani videos. Jason Razor Giorgiani. It's always fun to watch Jason Razor Giorgiani. We did a whole series, Antichrist Burnout, where we read Nietzsche and went over the views of Jason Razor Giorgiani, right? Yeah, nobody's joining the panel today. Give me a second. Let me go across the room and get this coffee right quick. Thank you guys. You know what I mean? Let me play a little thing for you guys. You know what I mean? Little music. You know what I mean? But yeah, thank you. All right, folks. Let me get back into this. And yeah. We're going to do a little more reading. And then we're going to get up into some of the new things in terms of this article on modern technological society, right? The effect of technology on human civilization. Okay. And we're also going to take a look at, continue to take a look at some of the writings of Dr. K, right? So we'll be doing that as soon as, you know, all in due time, right? You know what I mean? So that'll be coming up very soon. So yeah, thank you guys for joining us. You know what I mean? And I'm getting into a little reading here. All right. And where was I here? Okay, I think I was down here. Okay, he exhausted the concept of spiritual love as opposed to romantic love. He saw love as the ultimate form of adventure or daring, and the ultimate commitment and sacrifice. The life of love is a life of secretive and inner struggle. Christ spoke of love of man as opposed to love of God. The best defense against hypocrisy and the vanity of social ritual is the sincerity of love. Paradoxically, in love, one is no more bound by the ethical than in the ebb and flow of emotion or passion. He sought to expound on this by the example of marriage, which he gave lengthy consideration. He saw God as unconditional love and a willing sacrifice, and ties love toward a push for self-denial and transcendence, which mixes in the sublime. This could only be sought in wagering one's highest external prizes. Love is not about your own suffering. He chose to accentuate the more stoic sensibilities of Christian teaching. He felt love itself was a tension between the public and a private situation. Only passion could free the modern man, whose will had become too collectivized. The true story of Christ was exemplified by the story of self-inflicted isolation. He saw the disparity between the real and the possible to be a source of melancholy for man. Such was the lot of any man with vigorous imagination. The faithful man was a witness to the truth, and not an instructor or preacher. Martyrdom was the only way a man of faith could gain access to the crowd. Yeah. Got a little coffee here. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. Okay. Martyrdom was the only way a man of faith could gain access to the crowd. This was the tragic ideal. As was the comic based on contradiction and juxtaposition, irony seeks a high role in the philosophy of Kierkegaard. He used the Socratic notion of living truth, quote unquote, and personal or subjective truth to break away from the philosophy of Hegel. The role of the philosopher was, as Socrates pointed out, to be a midwife for the truth, helping certain ideas come to the surface. He believed that man to be a synthesis of freedom and necessity. He wrote, quote, "Nothing comes into existence with necessity," and said that, quote, "actual is no more necessary than the possible." He saw belief and doubt as more or less psychological tools, and passion as based on one's disposition more than on intellectual effort. Only the knowledge of self represents true philosophical task. Only great thinkers expose themselves to paradox. Sontag writes, if Hegel says thesis, antithesis, synthesis, Soren Kierkegaard says thesis, antithesis, no synthesis. Faith for Kierkegaard is very close to imagination and possibility and becoming of Hegelian philosophy. He writes, quote, "Personality is a synthesis of possibility and necessity," quote, unquote. Okay. I'll read that again. Personality is a synthesis of possibility and necessity. Necessity for him is simply the tension between possibility and actuality, in which future and past stand on the same ground. He emphasized the instantaneous nature that gives way to decision, which is not a long drawn out process, but often is single and abrupt moment. He compared the aesthetic to the ethical and rational and acknowledged that each had its own pull on human actions. He felt that people were afraid to be honest with themselves, and that this had caused the primary struggle with defining our own humanity. He criticizes logical and rational thinking as describing a process that is only viewed objectively and abstractly. This process can only refer to its own uses and can only do this through its own employed methods. Okay? All right? Damn. He objected that knowledge cannot explain movement. Okay. He writes furthermore that the infinite advantage that the logical, by being objective, possesses over all other thinking is in turn subjectively viewed, restricted by it being a hypothesis simply because it is indifferent to the existence understood as actuality. This duplexity distinguishes the logical from the mathematical. He asks and questions if it can be said, and precisely in what sense, that a category is an appropriate abbreviation of existence. He says that in this case, something of which a beginning cannot be found cannot progress. Sontag explains, quote, his discovery was the denial of progress and evolution, so dear to the heart of 19th century thinkers. Soren Kierkegaard was concerned that the conditions of existence are everywhere the same for all men. Time and place and historical sequence do not change this, unquote. He continues to say that Sartre had borrowed this point from him. One can not only activate one's faith through sacrifice, but the attempt to remain neutral grants nothing. He firmly reflected the view that man's extremity is God's opportunity. We do not simply accumulate by history and analysis, but thrive in experience. Yeah. He gave a profound importance to the moment or existence. To dwell there, a leap of faith and a leap of logic are necessary. He believed in the tension of body and mind, which are not parallel or separate, but in a dialectical suspension, which is the cause of restlessness. In Kierkegaard's philosophy, the individual or the protagonist or hero was the ideal starting point. This held true most famously for the philosophical and the religious disposition. He was intently focused on the spiritual value of alienation. To this end, he believed that social practice of ritual and religion to be a superficial practice. God too dwells in solitude and stands alone. He draws one out. Sontag proclaims, Soren Kierkegaard's extreme individualism speaks more of a traditional mystic, spiritual athlete of a monastic life than it does say of St. Paul's preaching about the opening of divine grace for all, unquote. He hoped to dismantle the obsession with the universality and purge it of its religious or spiritual status. He devised the I-thou relationship, quote unquote, that was misunderstood by the writings of Martin Buber and Paul Tillich, who then placed these thoughts in a less than honest historical framework based on an all-encompassing system, which was the very thing Kierkegaard wished to avoid. He felt paradox represented the life of Socrates and Jesus. This is because nowhere else, except in figures like Socrates and Jesus, do we see a conflict between the private and the individual and the public sphere. And to this problem, faith was their resolution. And he also rebelled against the path of objective reflection that canceled out the subjective individual as something accidental and altogether spurious. Okay. The mediation of truth is either a mirage or it is the individual himself that is screened out of the equation of either an all-encompassing idealism or a radical empiricism and skepticism. A purely subjective view of truth is conversely indistinguishable from madness. He remarks that, quote, the highest inwardness in an existing subject is passion. Truth as a paradox corresponds to passion. And that truth becomes a paradox is grounded precisely in relation to an existing subject, unquote. In a most brilliant passage, he highlights the difficulty for religious practices and writes, quote, if someone who lives in the midst of Christianity enters with knowledge of the true idea of God, the house of God, the house of the true God, and prays but prays in untruth, and if someone lives in an idolatrous land but prays with all the passion of infinity, although his eyes are resting upon the image of an idol, where then is there more truth? The one prays in truth, although he is worshiping an idol. The other prays in untruth to the true God, and is therefore in truth worshiping an idol. Okay. Some apple cider. Anyways. Thus he concludes, quote, expression will at the same time indicate the resilience of inwardness. Here is such a definition of truth, an objective uncertainty, held fast through appropriation with the most passionate inwardness, is the truth, unquote. While objective knowledge is continually suspended and does not make contact with the world without being misunderstood, the truth exists outside of you and might as well be a high paradox, once existing in a subject. Hence, he had sympathy for the Platonic notion of recollection, but still warns, quote, this thesis is an imitation of the beginning of speculative thought. Before that very reason, Socrates did not pursue it. Essentially, it became Platonic. This is where the road swings off. Socrates essentially emphasizes existing, where Plato, forgetting this, loses himself in speculative thought, unquote. He emphasizes the truth as it relates to subjectivity. It is a real shame that his thoughts are not taken more seriously. Okay. Okay, you almost never study Kierkegaard, right? Right, you almost never hear of him outside of philosophy, actually, right? It's a shame, right? He's given almost no theological significance whatsoever. All right? So that's quite a shame, right? But yeah, How else is everybody? I'm gonna drop the link here in a minute. Oh yeah, I got my friend here. What's going on?
Yo,
Yo,
very
I didn't know. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was
purpose off.
reading.
No, it's okay. I just got here, but you
Oh,
were
okay,
talking
that's
about
good.
something when you first started. Trying to remember exactly what it was focused. Well, Bentham, about how basically you were trying. I mean, he was all about using slavery versus, like people forget that white people
Oh
were
yeah,
basically slaves
yeah.
to the
He
British
wanted to.
Empire.
Yeah, he wanted to create a culture of poverty to further enslave poor people in order to imprison them. So he's like, we should. He's like, we should create a culture of the poor to keep them perpetually enslaved, and
Well, if
have
you
their like entertainment be like have their essential tools for their entertainment be created as like
of their
like
enslavement.
revenue. You know what I mean, right? Like
Yeah,
yeah,
if you look at the South after the Civil War, that's exactly what happened to the South, in
right.
my opinion.
Right. Like it's like we'll create like like clubs and like things that are of low value that they want to buy anyways. Like gas stations with like fucking potato chips, like fucking clubs and liquor stores and shit.
Lottery tickets, country
Lottery
clubs.
tickets, like that's all it'll just be a culture of enslavement made for them. You know what I mean? Made for the poor people that's just essentially perpetuates their poverty because it's a way to punish them for being poor but also extract money from them,
Well,
right?
it's also a way to like make them think that they're free because they have the luxury of sloth. When in reality, it's like they're actually being totally cut off from having any like means of control over how they get their food, their production, their housing, their money, their land, their. I mean, dude, somebody explained the mortgage system the other day. I mean, it's like the perfect form of slavery. It's like the absolute perfect form of slavery. If you look at the mortgage, how mortgages work and stuff like that, it's totally insane. Totally insane.
Yeah, and it's 2 hours into my little presentation, so I went ahead and dropped the link. Let's see if anybody will join us. I doubt anybody will really join us.
Well, and also I just wanted to mention one other thing, just because maybe it's connected directly to what we're talking about or not. But who said that thing about Jesus not following doctrine, but instead following his faith or something like that? I've never heard that. That's Kierkegaard?
Yeah, it sounds kind of like Kierkegaard, right? Kierkegaard took a heavily individualistic version of Christ, taking the whole thing seriously, that he was shunned by society. He thought that taking such a severe position of faith and also the ideal of self-sacrifice that was born into the discussion there. Right? Hank, I believe I sent you the link even before, but yeah, you just joined now. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I love me some Kierkegaard, but I just joined now because I do the split shift on Saturday still. So
Yeah. Kierkegaard had several very interesting notions about Christianity and about truth. Where he said truth is an objective uncertainty held with the passion of infinity inside of a subject, right? So he thought the truth had this quality that it was personal. It had a personal quality because how else could it be discovered, right?
yeah, that's why I say truth is just a feeling. That was actually influenced from my reading of Kierkegaard.
Yeah.
Would you
Yeah,
say
and
that's
you
a
can.
synthesis of Plato and someone else? Who would you say that's a synthesis of? That sounds like Plato mixed with something else.
No, I think it's a rejection of Plato, right? He's trying to reject because Plato said truth is an objective certainty that exists outside of yourself. Right? So Plato would almost say the opposite. Right?
Yeah, Kierkegaard rejects the objective,
Yeah.
just like Lacan also rejects the objective.
Well. That starts. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's then that would say that it's Aristotelian almost because it's like personal experience or something like
No,
that.
no, not really, because Aristotle still believed in objective truths, right? You
Okay,
know,
got it. More like
yeah,
it's extreme
yeah,
personalization. Actually, I agree with that because
yeah, he just
how
believed that they
never.
existed in nature as potentialities, and you know, so
Well,
they
I definitely
exist. Yeah,
you can't know
like they exist in like they exist in relation to telos and within the inner perfectibility of each thing.
Well, it basically seems to be taken into account that no observer can know anything outside of itself, really. Ultimately, is that
Oh
kind
yeah,
of right?
yeah, yeah, and that is where Aristotle has this correspondence theory, where the objective has to correspond with the subjective mind, right? And that is his epistemology, but that's not his. That's not how he looks at metaphysics, right? He definitely believes objective truth exists within the metaphysical, but it just exists in the telos. All right.
So I guess what I would ask is it he's saying that truth exists in a mind or mind and body or mind body soul, or does he not go into that far?
Who, Kierkegaard or Aristotle?
Kierkegaard.
Kierkegaard focuses on the personal experience of truth. He thinks a lot of these philosophical views have to do with the personality of the philosophers. You know, like that's why I started out with that quote where he says that systematizers don't live within the systems they take part in building. You know, it's like a man who constructs a castle and lives in an adjoining barn, you know? So he's saying, like, what does the vain categorizations of the philosophers have to do with anything? You know, all that it accomplishes, you know, and he's kind of the first kind of thinker to take it to that place, right? Where that's why he's often seen as the father of existentialism, right? You know? Yeah. Yeah, he has an
Well,
interesting quote. Yeah, let me go get this quote by Kierkegaard because his quote is hilarious that Kierkegaard has. It's a funny one. Yeah, sorry, I'm putting my books away because I'm moving. All right, but yeah, you know what I mean.
nice.
But yeah, he had this crazy quote. I'm gonna try to find it for you guys. And essentially, if I could find this motherfucker. Oh, here it is. Oh no. Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, he said he said, I've just returned from a party of which I was the life and soul. Wit poured from my lips. Everyone laughed and admired me, but I went away, and the dash should be as long as the Earth's orbit, and wanted to shoot myself.
What's that last line? He after he leaves, what happened?
Like he said a dash should be as long as the orbit, like meaning like he just felt the emptiness inside of him that's like vast.
Like he just wanted to run away as fast as possible.
Yeah.
Interesting. So, not a big party man.
Yeah. Or he's saying, you know, like that the social engagement is fun whilst partaking in it, but it brings extreme loneliness.
Yeah, I definitely find that true. Like I actually enjoy going out with
Was
the
he
night.
on YouTube panels back then?
No, but it seemed like he anticipated it. You know what I'm saying? He anticipated the social interactions being intensified.
I definitely feel that way after, like, if you go to like a great party or you go to like see a bunch of people and you actually have a good time, which is like that's why I don't really like to go out, because it's not the high that's the problem, it's the crash. That's the reason why. You know what I mean? I definitely feel that. And I was gonna ask, who 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 was Bentham trying to fillet? Like, who was he and who was he influenced by, or who was he working for? Because he sounded like you said he was working for some small-headed individuals in Europe.
Well, Hume and Bentham work for British intelligence, possibly during the French Revolution.
Is it possible that they killed Edgar Allan Poe or something like that? I think I remember something about that.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, I think Edgar Allan Poe was fucking like. I think there's some proof that he was an agent as well. And there's also at least that we presented, and then there's also this whole concept, right, in terms of Hume and spying on Rousseau. Right, there's weird shit there. You know what I mean? And then there's also ideas that tie the philosophy of Hume to the philosophy of Bentham in terms of the hedonism, right? And so, like, what led to Hume and all of these thinkers? Well, it's interesting, right? You know, Kant and Hume coming out at the same time, right? And they're kind of, both promoting ideas that are basically linked to, the ideas of the scientific worldview, right? So they're heavily ingrained in that. Hume is writing against religion and basically materialism, and he's even taking a radically empiricist position, right? So Hume is basically the basis for skepticism that goes way beyond Descartes, right? Descartes was like a dualist, right? Whereas Hume was like ultimately just a skeptic, totally a skeptic, right?
Like, so he took it to like actual brain in the vat level shit, essentially.
A little bit beyond that, because he basically said that reality is like atoms, and like atoms are like billiard balls smashing into each other, so nothing can control their direction.
Well, that sounds like what most people believe right now. So most people are Humeans.
Yeah. And then he also said basically, well, because you can't see what like how minute the instantaneous like elements are that actually cause all the change to happen, right? All sorts of ideas that are linked to causality should be dismissed.
Sounds like the Kabbalah.
Yeah, he said there's no such thing as causation. There's only correlation. So he took a radical view of empiricism.
Is
That's
that
the indeterminism, and no, Jack, everything sounds like the Kabbalah to you.
Am I
I
wrong?
dropped the link. I dropped a link in the back there to this new. I don't even want to give my personal detail about why I'm looking at the Santa Daime, this ayahuasca church. It's like a Catholic. It's a Brazilian Catholic mix. They use
I'm aware of it,
ayahuasca. You know of it? Cool. I
Yeah, I
dropped a
know of it.
link in the back. This is from Maps. This video. If you want to, if you're running low and slow or whatever, you want to play it at some point. I love your commentary on it. I messaged it to you earlier, but I think I'm blocked on the phone. But I'd love your input on this.
we're doing specials on that. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I think NPC the game is on. So
Yeah,
if you
forwarded
guys,
that link to the front.
what'd you say, Hank?
I forwarded Truth to Cops link to the main chat.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna see if NPC the game is on. I think either he was on or.
I think
Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
he's
he had on code 24/7. Who like I
yeah
don't
he's
even know where they come from, but they've been brought to my attention before. It's interesting that he has them on.
yeah. So if you guys want, if you guys want to watch that, I know they're doing a little special over there. You guys could go over there if you guys don't want to hear about philosophy and stuff of modern technology and stuff. We did a lot of philosophy already. We're gonna move more to the modern tech in a second here.
Well,
Yeah.
just really quick, do you think there's any correlation with the Kabbalah with that idea before we move on? Radical skepticism.
Well, I think there might be a link between the Kabbalah and Aristotelianism in the first place, right? You know, so that exists because of Maimonides, right? Which may be a shock to most people. They're like, what does Aristotle have to do with the Kabbalah, right? Well, it was developed during the 11th century, right? You had thinkers like Maimonides and, obviously St. Thomas Aquinas, right?
So there is some overlap.
Oh yeah, big time.
And is that also around the time?
You can't develop, Kant and Hume, right? Their ideas without this correspondence theory, right? Without this empiricism, right? Okay, now the ideas of empiricism basically have their beginnings with Aristotle, right? Right. So when they're looking at the world, the Kabbalists, right? They're thinking of that the world is in a depreciated state, right?
Well, so two more brief questions, hopefully.
And that's actually at the time what they felt that the Jewish diaspora had to do with. The suffering of the Jews corresponds with the suffering of the world, right?
Well, that definitely seems to be still a current theme going on
Oh yeah.
currently.
Yeah,
really,
we had our friend from Israel. We asked him straight up. I asked him straight up. I said, "Does the suffering of the Jews correspond with the suffering of the world?" And he said, "Yeah." Of course. When Israel's in power, the world's good. Straight up.
Right. And really quick,
I'd say the same about Islam. And Christians say the same about Christianity.
Yeah, but like the easiest contradiction to all that is then does the suffering of one child just like does that equal the suffering of the world? I mean,
only if they're Jewish.
Yeah.
Well, according to one belief, but
So really quick, you said that you've been brought to the attention about NPC or something and on code or something. Did you want to say anything? I don't know what you mean by that, but go ahead.
Oh, his guest tonight, NPC the game.
Yeah, go help him out, guys. They got not that many people watching. Bless those guys. But yeah.
Like his on code 24/7, his guest was brought to my attention separately. Like I didn't even realize that he had ties to this community. Somebody else brought him to my attention, and
I think Hank's gonna go over there.
Yeah, they got on code. He's on code 24/7. That's his name.
Well, so me and NPC have a little beef because
they had a little skip.
The reason why is because on code says that white people aren't even human, and I said, okay, well, let's talk about that. And they're like, oh no, we can't talk about race. And I'm like, well, this dude's saying that I'm not even a human, so I can't even address it. And then it becomes this whole big thing because I keep trolling over it and stuff. And again, I'm not trying to make it big. I'm just like, it's funny it's just funny because I actually want to
NPC the game is on notice from me specifically. I put him on notice, and he knows that. He knows he's on notice.
I didn't even know you guys knew who each other were. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I found him through Illumitami, and he put Illumitami on the spot. And as much as me and Illumitami don't get along, I sided with him on this one. He shouldn't have done what he did. He knows what he did, and he'll have to answer to it. And he knows he's on.
Yeah,
he's on
I don't
notice.
want to bring drama. I just know you mentioned it. I didn't want to ignore what you said. So the question I was going to ask is, so the Kabbalah has some overlap with Hume. Was that around the time of British Israelism? Was that around the time British Israelism came into the forefront?
Yes.
Is that just a
16th to 18th century. 16th to 18th century.
Is that a coincidence or a coincidence?
Well, certainly interesting timing. Well, that's why I brought up Theodore Herzl, right? His defense of liberalism, right? It's interesting, right? The father of Zionism, right? He was an ardent defender of scientific progress.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah. He heavily promoted industrial and scientific progress, right? And that's part of the defense for Israel. They literally say, look at these dumb Arabs. They literally can't make fucking shit grow in the desert. We're gonna come and bring in our fucking aluminum sheds and our pesticides, and we'll make shit grow. It's fucking miracle.
Or they'll just mine all, or they want to be my personal belief is, I can't prove it, but my personal belief is that Saudi Arabia is not Islamic whatsoever. I think it's a part of Greater Israel. Personally, I think Israel and Iraq.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've just
but when it comes to representing any group, you're going to start sticking your hands in each other's pockets, and soon enough, you're all going to be singing the same tune. And when you have that happening for thousands of years, I mean, literally, this is the fucking question I come up with over and over again. How do I know you're not working for them? It's y'all, we're all working for them to certain degrees. How are we going to declare our own sovereignty, give ourselves back the sovereignty that God gave to us as individuals?
Yeah, but some of us used to work in Hollywood. We used to be Scientologists.
Well, I don't care. Well, I see what you're saying there. And those some of us, they tend not to give any leeway at all, ever. They never give any junk. They never
Oh yeah.
They're just gonna railroad their fucking bullshit point of view through fucking society over and over again. But most of us, we haven't been through that. And we appreciate that strong role that those Hollywood people play. We're not going to let you fucking get 1 inch. Well, the people in general do, because it seems like strength of an ideology is such belief.
I don't know. I think they're, what didn't they shut down some of the movie theaters? I mean, it's over. It's fucking AMC.
Well, yeah, I mean, they don't have the long-term game played out. Of course, those people lose in the long term. They win in the short term, and they lose in the long term. Would you be opposed to playing that link that I dropped in the back? It's deep, but I feel like you can break it down for us to understand.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm really interested in pulling up this article by Scarbina, and then definitely we'll get to it if we have a little bit of time. And I know that I'm only going to be here for 6 hours, so definitely if there's no panel, I'll definitely get to it. Otherwise I'll definitely review it and send you some.
Well, either way, I'm getting deeper into it. So if you help me cut some corners here, into my investigation and what I'm looking into, awesome.
Yeah.
If not,
I think some of those presentations we're giving, if you're not aware, on the NPC the Game channel, on psychedelic elitism. Also the other guy knows a lot too.
Rupert. What does that mean? What does that term mean? Psychedelic elitism. I've never heard that before.
Well, it's basically how the CIA invented the countercultural movement, right? Including MAPS, right? MAPS came out of Esalen. Did you know that?
So you mean like if you want to get to the upper echelons of stuff?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, that's why I'm saying what I'm saying here.
Yeah, of
Well,
course. Yeah.
well, so are you saying that means that if you want to be in the elite class or at least the pseudo elite class?
No. Well, I'll let you finish. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I'm just saying, like, does psychedelic elitism mean you have to be on psychedelics to get into the upper classes, or they use that as a weapon against? I don't understand what it means.
It's both. It's every instance of God, every moment, every breath we take is an individual, private moment between us and the Most High God that we get to experience. And then we build from there, and we start to build all sorts of mental structures and psychedelic experiences where we had this encounter with this spirit. And for whatever reason, this Santo Daime, then this ties into my incelism, and that's, you won't even get any deep. I'm not going any deeper into that. The last woman I was with was a part of this church. Meanwhile, then all of a sudden I get complaints from across the other side of the nation, from an island that's not even attached to the mainland, about the Santo Daime. This fucking Brazilian bullshit fucking church with the ayahuasca rituals. It is a
Well, there's a lot of those in America.
It's
too,
a honeypot.
Yeah,
but this is the main. This is the main motherfucker, dude. This is the main son of a bitch. They're like trying to like hijack and be like, this is how white people adapt to nature, and they appeal to the indigenous people through this process. That's why I dropped it. It's a fucking YouTube link from Maps about Santo Daime and the history. It's these fuckers, dude. And this is, I think this was their main end. I think this was their main end when it comes to like psychedelic medicine and trying to bridge the gap that they were looking for with Maps. When it comes to Maps, this is the one. This is the fucking problem.
Well, see, that's where I got into that stuff that I was covering in the episode 3, right, of the Machine Lies, where I was talking about a lot of ideas, including the Eleusinian mysteries. Their whole ideas about that, right? The ideas about cybernetics, right? And also the idea and also the ideas about this planetization of the esoteric in the form of Gaia theory, and also near-death experiences. See, a lot of the soul trap type of stuff was created by these people, right? It's an extension of a radical form of Buddhism, right? You know, Joan Halifax and Michael Murphy and Gregory Bateson and Ralph Abraham, you know, they studied at the same institute, right? With James Lovelock, you know, the guy who invented Gaia theory.
And so we each have the God molecule within us, and it's trying to guide us to the one true truth.
Well, the God molecule is actually their, pseudoscience idea, right? They're combining the ideas of Democritus, right, with the ideas of pantheism, right?
Pantheism being the worship of all gods.
Well, the God molecule, see, the God molecule is just a replacement for this like Gnostic idea of the divine spark. You know what I'm saying? That also exists in the Kabbalistic tradition.
Yeah, so they're trying to weigh the God molecule to see how much it's worth, because the only thing that fucking has value in this physical earth is the weight of a principle. If it doesn't have weight, it doesn't have impact, and you can't weigh the impact unless you just flow through the spirit, and then you know that you're not even keeping track of weights and measures or judgments. It just comes back to you, and just like the air comes back to each one of us every moment to feed us. But these people want to cut us off from that divine spark. They want to get in between us and that they want to get in between us and every breath we take. and they want to control it. They want to sell it back to us. Every breath you have, they will be monitored by your ankle bracelet.
Yo, if you guys missed it,
all the time.
wait, what'd you say, Zephyr?
I said I
What?
always just act. I act as if I was being watched, but I feel natural in that state. Like I was telling Satan last night, whatever, John, that basically I pick my nose, I eat my boogers, I don't care.
Damn.
Well, at the end of the day, it's because of who's going to judge you but the Most High God. Who cares what anybody else has to say?
Exactly.
But these fucking maps, motherfuckers. Not only do the multiple whatever psychedelic whatever the fuck this shit is, the maps is the people that are attracted to underage children. They do the same fucking gamut back and forth. And dude, this is where we like. Fuck. It's both. Maps is the psychedelic experience of life, which we all agree is necessary, which we all understand.
You ever look into Barbara Marx Hubbard?
Mm-mm.
Oh shit, bro.
Related to L. Ron Hubbard or Albert Hubbard?
Maybe. Maybe. Definitely similar concepts about futurism. She influenced Neil Donald Walsh in that book that he wrote, Conversations with God. That was her like disciple. And also she purported to have learned with the Jesuit priest Teilhard de Chardin.
As a man, this is already. You have such a deeper knowledge of things.
At this fucking in these circles, they call Teilhard de Chardin the patron saint of the internet.
I want to, dude. You got to get Miss Answer to me. I have personal vindication against this fucker. This
Have
whole
you ever went there? Why do you
I
hate
don't
them
need
so
to.
much?
No, I don't hate them. I just seen the fruits of their process. I've seen the people that bring forth the fruits of their process. It's corrupt. It's paranoid. It's delusional. It doesn't build trust among people. It builds trust in the institution from which the concept is derived. And at no point along the way can you build trust along the individuals. It all refers back to the institution. It's basically they took every spirit of every religion. They take Jesus Christ. They take the Yoruba religion. They take the Brazilian religion, and they combine it all as one. And meanwhile, all of those all of the spirits that headline that situation are like, "What the fuck?" But the people are like, "Oh, like they're all paying attention to me now. This must be true."
It's the hodgepodge of New Age. It claims to be perennialism, but really what it is just extreme syncretism, whereby everything comes together and gets diluted of anything meaningful within the particular culture, because it's all about taking our culture away from us and turning us into just automaton robots of the new post-modernity.
But it's you that's getting distilled by it when you're in that, not the...
Yeah, but we all go through our processes of understanding.
Yeah.
And it takes advantage of specific angles of that, and it doesn't cease. Unlike you, Sapphire, where you may be like, hey, I'm not going to influence a child who's under 10 years of age to believe these things. It will force the influence upon them, and it does. Through the mediumship of their mothers, of their fathers, and it recycles us through and through again. And I'm fucking sick of it. I'm fucking sick of the anger and resentment that it builds. It is an MK Ultra hub of bullshit, and it will be shut down before I take my last breath. And as I take my last breath, I will laugh at these fucking people because I will continue to come at them, even them.
Yeah,
I
it
just
was
hope
kind
you
of
balance
shocking.
that with working on yourself too, right? I hope.
Well, it's the self works. That's what they call it. They call it the works. It's called working on yourself. But that's a distraction. They're selling Zephyr. They're like saying like you could just work on yourself. Zephyr, that's fairly obvious. You work on yourself, Zephyr.
Make sure.
But all of a sudden you need to do it through the works that I'm presenting. And all the work you're going to do is going to give me something, and then I'll give it back to you.
Exactly. That's the way it works, right? It comes around, goes around. And everyone agrees.
Honey, this is why you're a woman. No, that's not acceptable.
Okay.
Wait,
so
what
what
now?
is your proposition then? How does it work for you?
We each have to do the work or not. I mean, what's up?
No, good.
Well, I'm just saying, like, women love to, like, men should do the work of spiritual guidance so that the women don't have to even conceive of such notions. They shouldn't have to conceive of a spiritual attack because a man should be taking the responsibility and being that shield. We're far from that fucking age. We clearly are far from that age. And so now we're in a different territory where we have to sit here and like have a discussion about what's actually happening because we've fallen so far as people. We have fallen from our roles. We have fallen.
We have, but I would argue that this is something which has happened, really 200 to 250 years ago. So in all likelihood, what most people or what many people consider to be our normal roles are themselves abnormal.
I feel quite natural. Even in this unnatural state.
Oh yeah. And I'm pretty sure that was when she ran. I think that was part of their platform when they ran for president with Henrietta Wallace.
What?
Population control.
Oh no. Next, we'll have to have baby licenses like we have car licenses.
They're hitting us so hard there that we could sit here and have conversation and pretend like we understand one another as individuals, and we never fucking will. It is a war. Population control is literally like warfare to the point where like half the population is just willing to die for nothing. They just need some fucking leadership. That's all we fucking need is some sort of leadership, and no one's presenting it. And so everybody wants to deflect back and fucking forth about this and that. TML, can you save me some fucking grace and just play that video? Like, it's boring as fuck. But I want your input on it because at the end, he ties it into the Kantian philosophy. That is his final question. I want your answer to that most specifically. It's like 15 minutes in. He asked this question, and I want your answer to that.
Cool with me.
Yep.
Because like there's nobody willing to take on the role. There's no one willing to wake up in the morning and just set their own agenda. They want some mainstream narrative to push through. Right? And we have to set our own standards. We have to set our own rules. We have to set our own steps to wake us up in the morning. We're beyond some standard role like a cookie cutter presser. Like, we aren't in cookie cutter pressing times. We are in press yourself against the truth with God, the Most High. Every moment, and you press whatever it fucking comes out as, whether it's beautiful or not, you push into it and you allow it to come out as something. Like, we need that. Like, fuck this pretty shit that we've been dealing with. We all know it's not working. We're at the end times. We know that the cookie cutter press message isn't working. So be an individual. I'm sorry, one more time.
I said, make the seed grow. That's not how seeds work. Put water on it and you leave it the fuck alone. Put it in some dirt.
Amen.
Don't make it. If you make it grow with fertilizer, that's not natural. You can make good dirt.
We're so fucked up, like when technology gets so advanced, we're trying to figure out what dirt even means. It's the simplest form of creation. And then we need to figure out what it even means. What does good
Here, hold on,
soil
guys.
mean?
Yeah, hold this down for a second. I'm gonna be right back. Step to the side for a minute, and then I will go on a musical break, and I'll figure out what's going on with this video, as well as read some of this article on in technological slavery, which is the next piece that we're looking at. But yeah, thank you guys.
Sounds good. Zephyr, what's up? You go first.
Hard dicks in airplanes? No, just kidding. That's such a bad answer. Sorry, I'm not very ladylike. I'm not doing it to threaten you. I'm just trying to be funny. Break the ice. Not doing a very good job of it. Oh well, I think that's funny. What you up to?
I'm trying to figure out, like I dropped the link earlier. These the maps people, they're trying to like infiltrate the natural religions of people. Like, hey, take a plant. You're going to take a plant, and it's going to be like an experience you're going to experience between you and God. Now they want to weigh and measure it. They want to like criticize you against it. Now they want, you're the experience.
That's the path of least resistance for them to get the legislation to go through. Honestly, I think that's what that is.
No, there's no need to, Zephyr. There is no need to pass legislation. God's will is God's will. Our will, the Most High's will, is the Most High's will. The people's will prevail.
Has been legislated, and they have to have licenses to even study any of these substances.
Well, that points to the facilities of corruption, but not observation and growth.
Yeah, well, then how do you go about gathering that data?
So we're talking about, why can't a man have 20 or 30 women come under him and take this plant under his observation and influence and direct them where they need to go? It's because
not toward behavior.
well, it's because men need to take a role in society and women need to take a role, and we need to like meet in a dance to get shit done.
Yeah, that's what I do. And my guy, we take turns with who's in charge. Whenever I get a job for us, I'm in charge. But he doesn't listen very well, always, because he's used to being in charge. And he tells me that I'm in charge. But, we work it out.
Yeah, and then he'll still listen to the government.
No.
Well, I think it's more important that men and women learn to understand each other and that they act out certain societally prescribed roles anyway.
I like to be submissive sometimes. It's back and forth. We're both strong.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? That's called actually living the human experience rather than trying to forcibly commit ourselves to silly roles that don't replicate across cultures.
Yeah, I agree. And I sleep and I wake when I want. I don't have a very normal schedule. I get plenty of sleep. I get plenty of nutrition. I get plenty of exercise. And I'm like 47 years old and I don't feel old. So it's like, what the hell is so wrong with the way that I'm doing it? I have enough. Not much is wrong with it.
Makes sense to me. It's if it works, then it works, right?
Yeah. But it's pretty hard to placate the rules sometimes. Sometimes they don't get.
Yeah, well, the thing is that the rules are not the rules aren't what they're cracked up to be, because
Right.
the rules of society are totally different in another society, right? Like there's so many different ways that we can structure our society, and really, I think that ultimately it just comes down to what's best at actually breaking down communication barriers and creating people that are able to function with each other. That's more important than adhering to some structure.
I agree. I think it should be more freeform and probably smaller scale than it is now.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm an advocate for pre-modern type societies, because that sort of face-to-face thing that people used to do before the modern age was better for us.
I've met quite a few of my online friends in real life. Finally, after years. It's like I just met probably 3 in the last year, which is cool. I think that's a very important thing. One of them is like my best friend now. Like he's like my brother from another mother. And he has my mom's maiden name. His last name.
Yes, certainly. If you do know people online, it's best to know them IRL as well, right? Like build up those connections as best you can.
Especially if you're gonna like create anything together.
Well, yeah, it was a necessity, right? If we're actually trying to fix society, we got to form communities on some level. We got to develop a sense of community.
Yeah, the flat earthers do it. I don't see why we can't.
Fair enough.
Well, they're not doing it very well.
No, they're not. They're like having meetings and stuff, like on a at least national scale for several different nations, as far as I know. They're interesting folks. I drive them nuts because I tell them that I think it's both.
And truthers having trouble there.
Plus, maybe even like some other shapes. Just depends on your dimension, I suppose. I don't know. I don't get a lot of people that are like actually listening to what I have to say because, for one, I'm a woman, and for two, because I'm a like self-proclaimed like witch. I guess. I mean, I wouldn't call myself a witch, but I'm a chaos magician, which means basically what you were talking about earlier. Like,
yeah, well, I'll be here to listen to you in the near future if you need anybody, for sure. Don't worry about it.
I appreciate it so much. All of you.
Yeah, no worries. And to anybody out there who is having a similar problem, you feel like people don't hear you out, you're having trouble having people listen to you, come say hello to me. I will definitely pay attention to what you have to say as long as I don't observe that you're involved in the online LARPer spheres that inhabit, then I may choose to distance myself from you for a period of time until you meet a certain sort of a clearance. Okay.
That's so reasonable.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, because if I find that people are part of tons of groups online, then I have to actually figure out what's going on with them first, right? like what they've committed themselves to, you know. And also there's lots of people producing these shows. You know, there's lots of you know, low level producers as well as top level producers for lots of shows that you see. Okay, there's people who will manage algorithms and you know, sales, help you get monetized, that sort of thing. You know,
Yeah, well,
there's not
despite
only
what Timo
managers.
may say, he's a high-level producer.
Well,
and he has higher perspective to bring. Like that's all there is to it. There's no getting.
I mean, I gave one of these guys, you know, this is the message I got, and I'm not kidding you guys. Right, this is exact me reading the message. I won't put it up on screen because I want to save this person's identity and all this type of stuff, right? But this is an exact message I got. All right. You know, it says here. It says they said they looked at my channel, you know, and they go, if I must say, your channel looks great. And they said, how's your channel engagement? Do you promote your channel? I said, negative. I don't promote my channel, but people seem to watch it sometimes, right? And then he said, have you monetized your channel? I said, no. Right. And then he said, you never meet the requirements. And I said, I never made the attempt. Right. And then he says, I was once down the road. He says, you know, ask him a bunch of questions. And he says, well, I was once a small content creator like you, not until I hired someone who happened to be my channel manager. Do you know about that? And I said, yes, I do. And I said, I'd like to know more about the type of arrangement you made with this person. Right. I've only heard one convo on the topic. They said, in her role as channel manager, she aimed to boost your channel's visibility and attract genuine followers and viewers from your target audience within your niche and ensure that no automated bots join your channel. All at an affordable price. That's what he said.
Like her, or whoever that was. Because that definitely sounds like a bot script.
It's a she. Yeah. And then I said, and then he was worried that like I went away, right? And I was like, and he said, well, I can recommend you my channel manager, but only if that's cool with you. Right. And I said, well, I'd like to remain independent at the moment, but, you know, check out my channel material and see if you want to participate in the discussions.
Well,
right? I talk about philosophy, modern technology, theological debates. Yeah, go ahead, Tread.
Well, I think it's interesting. I was doing some research this afternoon on he whose name must not be mentioned. Spoiler alert, he's really bad faith, and you may have covered him earlier today. But it's hilarious because this guy's got about 2,000 subscribers, and I was looking at his live streams, and they're averaging like less than 200 views. And I was wondering, like, what the heck? How does he get 2,000 subscribers, but nobody's watching any of his streams, right? And, you know, I think that a lot of these guys, they're doing that, right? Like they're getting just like bots that are out there. They're paying to get fake subscribers. They're paying to get fake supporters. And, you know, and it's all part of some big cloud chasing scam.
Yeah, and it's if you get like 1K subscribers or more, like how I have, or like where I'm actually reaching like maybe like 2K or some shit, then they'll send you these little, you know, like bots to sell you these programs. And I bet a lot of these people that are like, you know, 20K to 50K subscribers bought these motherfucking boosts because this guy, I went to his YouTube channel, he's got 80K subscribers, but all he does is post about video games. So I was like, I don't really realize what the fuck. So like and then there was also an interesting conversation we had with Rose 777, you know, where she was describing how there was companies producing Crow 777 show. You know what I mean? And it's like a conspiracy show. So it's funny, you know what I mean? So I mean it's just interesting. I mean that like
she was talking about the SEO and like stuff like that. Basically that
search engine optimization, exactly. SEO.
and it's basically putting in like tags in everything, so the bots can crawl you and categorize you and serve you.
And
Or
she
serve you
also said, and she also said at the end of all that, she said organic growth is not possible on YouTube anymore. She literally said that. I mean,
I love when people tell me that something's impossible, but I don't really want to grow it that big. Really, I mean,
yeah, exactly. But it's still just funny that like people think that any of these, this shit is astroturf. It is what it is. People have been known for years. They just don't want to admit it. They just keep watching low level content because just like the news and all the other garbage people consumed, it's just whatever they'll give you, they'll take.
It's ad sponsored.
Yeah, it is what it is. I'm gonna load
Bro,
up my
play my
bike.
video.
I'm looking
Play
at the
my
video.
video.
I was looking
Play
for
that
the
video.
fucking thing.
Oh, bossy.
I'll drop it again.
No, I see your video, dude, but like I don't see the relevance. Like, but I will fucking like I'm looking at I've specifically was looking 15 minutes in when he asked him about Kant. There's nothing about Kant. Are you sure that's in there?
Meanwhile,
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at this fucking video harder, dude. Urban environment has also signaled the fact that the social formation that arose around his work as healer of the community, leader, and the arbiter of disputes was built on the idiom of kinship. It's more precisely founded on the institution of Brazilian casa, or the house does. Man, what the fuck is this shit, dude?
the Khazars.
Yo, dog. Oh, here he is.
Yeah, dude, I gave you like an easy layup. Like, I threw the basketball to you. Just shoot it in the hoop, bro. Just shoot the fucking basketball in the hoop. That's all I'm asking you to do. That's what I'm giving you here.
I feel like you're trying to derail this shit, dog.
No, I'm not, dude. I'm just
You've
getting
been doing
started,
that 2 or
motherfucker.
3 times. It's hard to believe you, boy.
I know from the ground up, motherfucker.
Boy who cried
From the
wolf.
ground up, I am coming.
If that's what
You
Kant
don't
is,
even. Oh
find
my
out.
God.
Let's find out.
Yo, he turned into the Lion King, yo.
Yeah, let's find out. Leave me hanging from a cliff, betray me, leave me strangling to death
What?
again.
I'm
Let's
not.
do it. Let's do
Yo,
it.
man. I
It's
don't
50.
know,
Can't
Truther.
get back though.
You started acting sus when that toilet honey boy came at me with the badger.
Yeah, you don't even. I'll fucking tear into the honey pot, fucking toilet bowl earth, motherfucker, any day of the week. I'm telling you what the fuck I'm experiencing, dude.
You sus,
Shit.
dog. You sus.
I get it. Yeah, we're all fucking sus. Yeah, man.
No,
Any
not
man
me,
who's
not
not
me.
married, any
Not me.
single
I'm
man
motherfucking
who's
independent.
34 and not married
Yo.
is sus as fuck. I
Don't
get
let me
it.
into you. Hey, I'm motherfucking married.
Yeah, well, bro, come on, dude. Don't fuck off. Anyhow,
I'm a real Judeo-Islamist. I will not be deterred.
bro, we just getting started, motherfucker. With you explain it how you need to explain the demons you need to counteract before your fucking life is through, motherfucker. You fucking better prep. You better prep, TML. You better get prepared, because we are fucking going on into these, dude. We only getting started.
Yo,
That's
triple six is in the chat if you understand what this man is saying. I know Abraxas is with that shit. 666. Let's do this. The Beast. The Beast. How about, okay, I got a remix and I got a Save Yourself by the Gravediggers, one of the greatest of all time. You guys want to hear some of this? And then we'll be back in 6 minutes with the effects of technology on modern society. You know, Truther, I will look at this video, dude. You just got to give me time. You know, when I'm off my show, I'll look at the video and then I'll review it and then I'll come back.
You're speaking like a Yaku puppet. You intentionally helped breed these white breed motherfuckers like my bullshit ass in the population, and you are responsible for us, and you will endure the fucking pain and suffering that we had to endure, and you will have to put up with it, motherfucker. Yakub made us for a reason, you son of a bitch. Stop denying it.
Yo, basically, Edom and Ishmael are going to war. But anyways, we're going to be back in a little bit. And, you know, Tikkun Olam. You know what I mean?
Nope, but I can't wait to find out.
Hey, wait. Where is this friggin'... Oh, down here. Okay, give me a second, y'all. I gotta find this remix that I made. I made another remix, but they canceled it because of the commercial. So yeah, I mean because I used a fucking whatever it is.
41st Sock Convention.
Oh, actually, you know what? Before I do that, let me light up. Let me try to get my. Oh, actually, you know what? Let me just play this. Yeah, we'll be back in 6 minutes.
Next in, the bridge we rapping. Any party that we step and get their hand up. VSOP immediately. Extra bet, riding out, son, this 7 and we stats creaming. Mansions fulfill my dream, ice rays gleam. Spread love throughout the whole team. Dominate the game with several combinations. No conversation, bring on your good competition. You hesitating, ass betting. It's bad business. For the game, nigga, get out the business. You waste space, substitute. Here's the replace, we deface, smack the smile off your fucking face, change your taste, send you home back to vacate, get your shit together, plus your mind straight. Yo, my empire strikes with the strength of poison snakes. My entire unit loaded up with snake niggas at high stakes. We pull off at high stakes, great escapes, span shift team downstate. Dreams of growing old with my son to live great. Little man, I plan to enhance your mind state. The rebirth a nigga who lived the ill life. The one before me was the one even more trife. My understanding, I raise you with precise planning and put you on to the whole game of this planet. But I gotta survive in order to follow through plans to live plateau. Me and my little kiddo. Any man trying to stop us, he get wet though. You couldn't withstand a snake bite, there is no antidote. You put your hands close and try to approach. I won't snap at you, I'm going for throats. And when you feel my bite, you sing high notes. I peeped you from deep, but then you got cut close. My formula, I live life, do or die. Staring to the eyes of a deep wise guy, prodigy, turning niggas to proteges. My protege, I advise your ass to make way. Fully auto gun spray, your small prey. I'll easily bait and trap game. This man is half mad, scientist half sane. Create a rhyme labyrinth like poisonous cannabis. Here, take a toke of this. Deadly rare vocalist, overpower your tiny noise like focus, like sunlight through a magnifying glass. I'll focus and burn a hole straight through your brain and leave you open. And let the venom soak it. You start sweating and going through convulsions from dope shit I read. Leaving niggas stuck, I let stick. Trapped up in the web of a nigga that's sick. I wrap you up with a cocoon, get caught up in the mix. A dangerous, risky business, fuckin' with this. Contender number 1, I put you on top of the list. You're the best challenger so far, I'll give you this. Repeat this. Fatal shot for solar flex, man down. Now who dares to go next? Like General Monk orders to chop next. I send a message to my whole clique to bomb shit. Atomic, no time for calm shit. We hyperactive when it's time to Vietnam it. Your whole alliance gets single-handedly bombed it. Take heed to the apostles' warning. Word up.
Save yourself for others. Last days. Yeah. We live in the vicinity of enslavement.
They don't even know that they fucking they can't even breathe it in, bro. There's fucking slaves. They can't even fucking take it in.
Behind blood flooding the pavement. Save yourself for others. Last days.
They can't do it, bro. They can't do the black cute kitty. They can't do it.
We live in the vicinity of enslavement, ruled by a trinity of cavemen who stole black virginity by plaguing inhabitants of Canaan, worshippers of idols that are graven, masterminds behind blood flooding the pavement.
What's the wavelength acceptable to air receptacles? Fear makes brave men susceptible to germ war festivals. Injectable, micro, implantable, stainless brain chips. You need survival manual.
Describer of the annual demise of a whole tribe of animals. Hope without prescribes understandable. Modern day Delilahs paralyze the man in you. Solomon, be wise and analyze who's damning you.
Famine flew through ya, human computer. Should've stocked cans of food on your maneuvers. Instead of being in the club seat sipping Kahlua, crammed in the tunnel like rats in the sewer.
Yeah, the ghetto's Egypt being smitten by the 10 plagues. Drugs, diseases, war, etc. We Pharaoh slaves like Musa. We here to raise y'all about the caves. Give y'all the proper nourishment so y'all can be saved.
My slang hits sports with unpopular shit. Sound painter or Professor Ford Coppola shit. Am I divine or divine? It rhymes, rapes, a rap, and the wine. The God's kids flipping in the times.
The system was designed to strip them in the mind, force them to the underworld and trick them into dying. Instead of looking inside, they praying to the sky. If there's a heaven in the afterlife, don't you wanna die?
Convulsions apply to your body from the airborne host. Right through your eyes and your nose. Why deny your contaminated clothes exposed deadly contact? Lungs collapse in crap combat.
Trapped by the oppressor, unemployed black professor. Cracking under pressure, now he's strapped as the aggressor. Turn amphetamine chemists, cause we lack black investors. Damn cheddar fiends are finished, feds attacking and Russia.
Cardiac arrest be the recipe. Biochemical entities that slip into babies or spike bottles of Hennessy. Infecting us look professional crooks. Write medical books and the poor get shook.
By them crooks, shook hustlers get booked on drug warrants. Them suckers be in protective custody, turning informant. Submitting to corrupted officials and laying dormant till that day they found hung in they cell, slain in torment. Some have ears to hear and want paradise. Others don't care and want the glamour life. Attracted to the aura of God, it got you staring right. Save yourself before the devil raise the Fahrenheit. A paranoid soldier don't care who he's shooting. He'll make us lose the war, interrogate who we recruiting. Understand people's army, be careful who we saluting. We need to organize like the great Huey Newton.
Evolution of the mind pollution is the prosecution of the blind. Give me a sign, God, to find a solution. Times is hard like that rock of Gibraltar. This sweet little water was laid in a coffin under the altar.
Culture, the essence, like many adolescents who were fighting drug wars without a vest. God bless them. So many times Satan tried to strangle my breath, had me dwell in the earth looking for my angel of death. Paranoid, scared to return on that eternal journey. When y'all learn me, y'all see carnal-minded shit don't concern me.
God, I firmly understand these events. We in the trench, in the war under the firmament. Learning this lesson in life for Armageddonites. Get it right, reality bites you like a viper. Ghetto mothers, make sure your baby is attended to. My soldiers, always keep your radius defended.
I'm sorry, I muted you there, Truther Cop. I wanted people to hear those lyrics. You know, especially a paranoid soldier doesn't care who he's shooting. They'll make us lose the war, interrogate who we're recruiting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I do.
That's real talk.
Especially when we hit these new lines of these fucking American fucking these innocent or mainline creatures who want to like have some sort of a war experience. Those lyrics speak deep to them, and they need to fucking get what they're saying before they go like his talking shit. It's factual.
We is trapped in a technological milieu. Both a milieu and a malaise. Yeah.
And I get it. Yeah. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Yes, 100%.
Yeah, we talked about cell phones, damage to cellular DNA. We talked about the education system, technology being rolled out in the education system has absolutely no benefit. We talked about environmental catastrophe and the irony of the scientists claiming that man is going to destroy nature and the technology puts man in an existential crisis, and that we have to keep on improving technology, that this is the best stage in human history, right? So the extreme irony in both of these claims that they're making, right?
Oh, the Steven Pinker horse shit.
Oh
The
yeah.
lies told by that fucking PDF.
What is Steven Pinker's view on climate change?
Well, that's
I'd
that's a
be
good question. I think his view probably, if I had to guess, would be that climate change is an issue, but
Yeah, he
that
would take the mainstream view. So that would be extremely ironic then, because he
Well,
believes that
like,
in the most technologically advanced and secure age in man's history, that we're also being put at an existential crisis
oh no,
between
but
man and nature.
see what he's gonna say, or at least what I predict he would say, because I don't know, actually specifically. I mean, I read his trash book, "Better Angels of Our Nature," and then I burned it at a party that I had with other members of the anthropology department back when I was in school. But but my suspicion would be that his dumbass attempt to deal with this cognitive dissonance is to say, okay, so maybe climate change is an issue. However, because we have this awareness that it's a problem, we don't have anything to worry about. So we should just, be optimistic about the future and just trust the plan, bro. That would be my guess.
where are we at with the Yakub in this paradigm?
Yakubi Scooby Doo.
Yeah, for real. I mean, like Yakub. I love it. It's my favorite story. That one.
That's a sync. Scooby Doo.
Yeah, and I'm motherfucking Shaggy. You feel me? Oh wait, I gotta zoom in on this. Give me a second, guys. Oh,
That's what I'm talking about.
that's on some bath salts right there. That's a little too much spice. Okay, here we go.
That's what every nation trades in is some motherfucking spice. What you got?
Yeah, that's what I say, yo. Promethazine dreams and methylene screams. The redeemed intermittent vision of the tryptamine crystalline king.
Oh, to everybody, because I see a lot of people are talking in the chat about Pinker. So keep in mind also, this guy is a big Epstein-Jeffrey apologist. He was one of the main people that was trying to clear Mr. Epstein's name multiple times. I believe, don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure he was on the Lolita Express flight log multiple times. So this is the sort of person that's going to be out there telling us that this is the best time in human history.
And so was Minsky, Marvin Minsky, the father of AI. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Anyways, so yes, vindicated once again. Wait, where am I? I think I'm not on the right page here. Give me 1 second, guys. And we will begin this reading because we're already 3 hours into the show. And I wanted there to be more engagement from the panel, but it's okay. Sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't. Last time we had a pretty epic panel, and then they took down the motherfucking episode. The workers.
Yeah, we're going beyond that this time. we're going to lay out the doctrine in real time in a way that's not going to be censored, you motherfucker and chat motherfuckers.
You sequencers. You know? Sequencers. Sequence enders. I call them sequencers. I just made that word up.
I like that word too.
Yeah. I liked it when I made it up a few seconds ago. So it's pretty good now, too. Sequencers. Sequence enders. Note it. Clip it. Ship it.
Let's fucking hear it, motherfuckers. I ain't looking to fucking have this conversation one more time. Let's end it, please.
Hear that. I hear that. From an objective standpoint, okay, then the situation seems clear. In advanced technology, we are dealing with something, a set of tools, a structure, a mindset, a force, a power, which is damaging all aspects of our lives and seriously undermining the health of the planet. And for all practical purposes, it is beyond our rational control. Modern technology, then, even though it is the product of natural beings and developed from the materials of nature, is a profoundly unnatural phenomenon. Profoundly unnatural phenomenon. Nothing in humanity's evolutionary past or in the Earth's evolutionary past has equipped us to deal with the consequences of this phenomenon. Now, we talked about that. Okay. I talked about how I think in my personal view, that the theory of evolution has some flaws to it, right? But we're merely dealing with the views of the specialists, right, on their own terms, right? So if you take a look at the views of those who claim to be evolutionary theorists, right, of those who claim to believe in a progress-oriented view, right, of those who claim to believe in the scientific worldview, right, they talk about the evolution of humanity, because we gave several presentations on where we think the theory of evolution came from. Okay, and we're pretty suspicious about its origins, and we plan to give more in the again, but we already did a little series of presentations introducing people to those ideas and concepts, right? But yeah, this is not about that. All you need to understand for this is that relatively small part of our history has been under the guise of technologically advanced civilization. Right. Okay. All right. Oh, we got the straw person here. Hey, what's going on?
Hi, what's up? I'm doing good, and how are you today?
I'm doing okay. How about yourself? Yeah. So, anyways, please, we're just reading here. You could stay and listen to this, and if you feel like you got something to say about what we're reading, go ahead and chime in. Any of you guys? Thank you guys. So, and I don't know what trad culture really thinks about the theory of evolution, or what's your opinion on that? On evolutionary history, on any of that stuff.
Well, I think that I'm open to theories that could broadly be subsumed under the category of evolution, but I'm against Darwinism. I think that the Darwinian schema has been a major disaster for our ability to understand human beings. And I think that, really the last 2 centuries of anthropology have been having to deal with the fact that the Darwinian schema has been a disaster for understanding other societies. It's enshrined a Western paradigm, a modern Western paradigm that doesn't work for other societies, doesn't work really for the animal kingdom. And it doesn't do a very good job of actually explaining how, selection operates, especially to the extent that it increasingly is associated with denying group level selection. So I think that really we need to dispense with Darwinism if we want to understand what evolution there's actually been over the history of humanity.
Yeah, and I talked about that when I talked about the theory that there's other theories. There's Lamarck, and also there's Alfred Russel Wallace. Obviously, the idea about telos in nature, that nature has a telos, that was a huge concept that got shoved in there at some point. And I definitely talked about that. But let me get to this here. There's no doubt that modern technology poses a profound dilemma for humanity. A recent textbook stated the following: that technology represents a problem of major importance, requiring analysis and interpretation needs no argument. It is a controlling power of our age, affecting and shaping virtually all aspects of human existence in this century. And I think most people have intuitive sense that this is true. The problem of technology is very real and very serious. A recent poll of 69,000 people in North America revealed that a majority, 51%, can be classified as technological pessimists, quote unquote, meaning that they are at best indifferent to modern technology, at worst outright hostile towards it. This is a huge number, something in excess of 100 million adults in North America alone. We know from experience that Europeans tend to be even more skeptical about such things. Thus, they are likely to have an even higher number of pessimists. So there seems to be a widespread and deep-seated feeling that something is wrong in our technological age. That's actually right. Most of the critics of technological society come from within technological society. All right? There's no need to critique. I mean, I'm sure trad culture knows this, right? That if you study these indigenous tribes, they're not like big critique. That they don't have great manuals that like critique technology or anything.
They don't have great manuals. What they do is they resist modernity, right? Like
Yeah,
this is why the North
exactly.
Sentinel Islanders fire arrows at people that try to ruin their society.
Yeah, but just because they've always lived that way, right? It's not it's not that they have any experience with what they're rejecting. They don't want to. They don't care, right?
Well, yeah, exactly. They're happy and well adjusted the way they are, and they correctly see that the blue pill that's being fed to them is not something that they want. It's not something that's going to make them happy, and they understand. I mean, they don't know.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Where is Margot?
Oh, please don't interrupt with that. She's not here right now, but you can't talk about Margot. Margot's not here right now. She's definitely not here. But yeah, go ahead, Trad.
No, I was saying that basically, they don't know, right? Because they're still living in their own sort of parochial world, but they're making the right choice, right? Because we see what happened with Native Americans when they were contacted by the outside world. It was a disaster for them, and and the indigenous peoples overwhelmingly they want to be left alone, and I don't blame them, because look at what's replaced them. It's been a disaster. It's been a monstrosity.
Yes, and yes. So I mean, it goes without saying that people who can criticize something live within the thing that they're criticizing. That because they have experience with it. I mean, that's not a hard point to really.
And this is
grasp.
what. Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
Well, this is what pissed me off about that dumb bad faith tu quoque argument about like, and I can't even tell you how many times I've gotten this stupid shit, right? And I'm sure you've gotten this stupid shit too. Well, if you think that that primitive life is so great, then how about you just stop, lay down your computer and go live like one yourself and see how great it is. Like that's just a childish. First of all, it's a logical fallacy, but on top of that, it's just a childish response, because it's like, no, maybe the reason why people are critical of this system is because they've lived it and because they're seeing the problems with it.
Yeah, definitely. And you'll see like major critiques coming from you know, the whole history. Well, it gets slightly optimistic in the beginning up till about the 16th century, and then it takes a sharp turn where you have more and more writings about technological pessimism. And obviously, around the 1800s, you have like Luddites and all these types of people. But yeah, we also have a friend here. Hey, what's going on? Oh, you're muted there. Oh, whoops. I think he disconnected his device. It says device is not connected. You might have plugged your headphone out by accident. I think that's how it works. Because your headphone has a mic connected to it. Yeah, Jack's having problems entering the panels. Looks like his device is not functioning correctly. It says device is not connected. Okay, there he goes.
Yo, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Man, what's going on? Why am I blocked in chat?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody blocked you. I'll unblock you right now. Give me a second. Yeah.
All these wrenches have authority to just block whoever they want? Is that how that
I don't
works?
know. I don't know. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah, I gotta
are
do something
they're
about that.
all the I'm just like that shit kind of pisses me off, man. I mean, I'm high, but like, kind of pisses
Yeah,
me off.
I'll have to reset the wrenches. To be fair, I really don't know who any of the wrenches are, other than like the people that come on panel. But yeah, I'll figure it out.
I mean, it makes me want to turn my volume up really fucking loud and yell like Truther, and just drown everyone out. I was told that's allowed here.
He's
Is
being
that the
funny.
shit that got me in trouble? They say shit like that?
He's being funny. Truther. Yeah, I'll clear this moderator list later. But yeah, let me look you up here and see where you are banned. Jack's Law 2.0. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, for sure. Yeah, there I unbanned you. And yeah, guys, don't ban my dude Jack 2.0 from the fucking chat. See, this is the problem. But yeah, I'm looking at all the rest of the band list. And okay, I gotta unban this dude right here. That's my homie. Some reason he's banned here. Let me see who else is banned that I don't like. The rest of these people are actually, yeah, they're actually fags. Yeah, the rest of these people, yeah, I'm not. Yeah, actually, I don't. Yeah, I don't need the rest of these people. So yeah, it looks like you were the only person that was almost incorrectly banned. But yeah, I'm sorry about that. Right? For sure. Yeah, Trippy Sippy, I just unbanned you. That was my homie right there. See, somebody banned Trippy Sippy, man. Guys, don't ban Trippy Sippy, man. That's the homie. Oh man, you know what? See, this is why I gotta wrench people up. I'm at least gonna wrench Trippy Sippy up. See, this is how I get in trouble. Anyways, hold on.
I think it puts everybody on equal ground if everybody has a wrench at first. But then if you abuse it, then you lose it.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Anyways. Is Jack still here? He's gone. Anyways. So what shall we do? Yeah, I can't find my live. Give me a second. Yeah, when someone's muted in chat, yeah, I'm able to see that. But I never saw Jack's Law even write a message. So I'm fucking wondering why or how he was banned. I mean, to be honest. Anyways, so what shall we
If you have a
do?
can you ban
Yeah,
yourself
go
if you have a wrench? Just asking.
Maybe. What shall we do? We are faced with a whole range of threats to our well being, and all of them literally are major problems confronting humanity are created or enabled by advanced technology. All right, let me go down here. Shall we just sit here and take it stoically? Shall we wring our hands, bemoaning the fact that the system is too large, too impenetrable, too unmovable to change? Shall we ask our leaders for help? Shall we pray to God? Shall we wait for scientists and technologists to save us? What irony to look to technology to save us from itself. These are the few the issues that we will raise in this book. They are complex, far-reaching, vitally important for our collective future. As difficult as it may be, it is a discussion that we cannot avoid. Excuse me. The occasion for the discussion at hand is, of course, the work of Theodore Kaczynski, convicted of the Unabomber crimes in 1996. Kaczynski is now spending the remainder of his life in high security Supermax prison in Colorado. The Unabomber case received worldwide attention due in part to the inability of the FBI to track him down after 17 years of trying, and in part to the unique motivation of the person or group known as FC. FC's primary demand, to which the FBI eventually agreed, was to allow publication of a major newspaper or journal of a lengthy anti-technology manifesto entitled Industrial Society and Its Future. We've looked at the whole thing on this show. You know, we've analyzed it, right? And we agree with parts of it and we disagree with parts of it, right? But it's definitely an interesting piece of writing, right? Of which no kind can really exist today, right?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
What are we talking about here? Are we talking about Jesus?
Well, I was kind of talking about that earlier, but now that's not really the topic. But yeah,
What
would
is
you
it?
like to say something about Jesus?
Yeah, Jesus is our savior and he saved us.
Thank you for that, Noel. Yeah,
Okay.
blessings. Yeah. Anyways, the Washington Post published a nearly complete version of ISAIF on September 19, 1995. Roughly 1.2 million copies were sold that day. Soon thereafter, Theodore's brother, David Kaczynski, recognized the style and content of the manifesto and contacted the FBI. Theodore, then age 53, was arrested at his small wooden home in rural Montana on April 3rd, 1996. On April 15th, he was on the cover of Time magazine, and the whole world saw the man that had eluded capture for so long. Okay. This book was never intended to be a biography, but it is worth recalling a few basic facts of Kaczynski's life story. He was born in Chicago on May 22nd. 1942. From his early childhood, it was clear that he was an academic standout. He excelled at school, skipping 2 grades. He left high school at Harvard at age 16. By 1962, at age 20, Kaczynski had completed his bachelor's degree in mathematics. He headed to graduate school at University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, where over the next 5 years, he earned master's and PhD degrees in math. In 1967, he acquired a teaching job at the prestigious University of California, Berkeley. It was a position he held for just 2 years. By 1971, he had decided to buy some land near Lincoln, Montana, to make a homestead there. He worked odd jobs and was periodically seen in nearby towns, but by and large kept to himself. Under different circumstances, we might never have heard from Kaczynski again, but this was not to be. In one of his letters to me, he recounts how both recreationists and the Forest Service continually pressed in on him to the point where a peaceful life was no longer possible. This invasion constituted a kind of war, and Kaczynski began to defend himself. And we talked about that earlier, right? That one need not connect his writings to his actions, right? He actually claims that his actions were done out of personal spite for the situation that he was in, that he was rebelling against the situation that he was in, and he had always been staunchly individualistic, and he had also been kind of a withdrawn person, right, who appreciated his solitude, and that this was simply, he felt it was a encroachment on his personal being. And of course, he'd like people to join his ideological ideas, right, in terms of waging a greater war against the technological society, which he thought was actually, part of this whole schema, that he mentions in his manifesto. But part of his objective was to get the ideas out there, whereas he saw personal revenge in the acts he performed. So I don't know if that was a strategic thing for him to state it that way, right? Anyways, okay, it was not until a few years later in mid 1978 that the first so-called Unabomber attack occurred. Between 1978 and 1985. There was 8 mail or package bombings, including one on an airplane, which resulted in a total of 20 injuries. All were connected with the universities or airlines, hence name was given by the FBI, Unabomber. The first fatality occurred in December 1985 when computer store owner Hugh Scruton was killed by a package bomb left in his parking lot. Between 1987 and 1995, there were 5 more attacks, killing 2 advertising executives, Thomas Mosser and California Forestry Association President Gilbert Murray, and injuring 3. The Industrial Society and its future manifesto was published 5 months after the final attack, and Kaczynski was arrested 7 months after that. Okay. And of course, these are horrendous, violent acts. terrible to think of anybody harming somebody in that way. I mean, for sure. But yeah, let's go to this. We're just looking at some of the history now. You know, we've read the entire manifesto, and we want to just look at the man, the history behind him, you know, what brought him to public attention, what brought the manifesto forward to public attention. Obviously, extremely rare circumstances, right? But and of course we're honest about these things. You know, whenever we cover one of these thinkers like Plato or Aristotle, or you know, we look at their life and their achievements and all that type of stuff. You know, so we're doing the same with Dr. K, right? In the 14 years since his imprisonment, the public has heard and read many things about Kaczynski, but nothing from Kaczynski himself until now. This book is the first comprehensive and unedited collection of his writings. This book will not address the many sensational issues surrounding Kaczynski's death. I'm sorry, Kaczynski. Yeah. I accidentally read the details of his death. But yeah, he has passed away now. You know, we did a entire presentation about that on our show already. But I guess maybe we could play some of that later, right? But yeah, it was not our presentation, but a premonition by a content creator named Davey Krakow, you know, whose work we supported at the time, and we were going to have him on, but he himself ended up passing away. You know, rest in peace. You know, but we then put the report that we were going to talk to him about on our channel because he had talked about Dr. K and how he was going to be taken to a medical facility, and that signifies him being taken in for execution, right? So he had predicted that Dr. K was going to be, what he said, executed, right? You know? And of course, the report said that he, you know, unalived himself. But anyways. In the 14 years since his imprisonment, the public has heard and read many things, right? But nothing from, okay, wait, I just read that. Yeah, personal history, so-called troubled past, the psychology of a murderer, or ineptitudes about American criminal justice system. All of that will be left out. This book does not advocate violence. Okay. P.0. Manufacture, murder, or any heinous acts that one might fear finding here. It does not even discuss violence except very indirectly as one potential but undefined aspect of the revolution against technology. The entire focus is the problem of technology. Where we stand today, what kind of imminent future we are facing, what we ought to do about it. The challenge the reader is to make a firm separation between the crimes and irrational, in-depth, no-holds-barred discussion of the threat posed by modern technology. Kaczynski has much to offer this discussion. Even if we accept that he was guilty of certain reprehensible crimes, we do ourselves no favor by ignoring him. His ideas have no less force. His arguments are none the weaker simply because they issue from a maximum security cell. Kaczynski's writings revolve around a core argument against modern technology. To briefly recap the argument, human beings evolved under primitive low-tech conditions. This is one natural state of existence. Present technology present technological society, is radically different than our natural state and imposes a unprecedented stress upon us and on nature. Technologically induced stress is bad now and will get much worse, leading to a condition where humans will be completely manipulated and molded to serve the needs of the system. Such a state of affairs is undignified, abhorrent, and disastrous for nature and profoundly dehumanizing. Profoundly dehumanizing. The technological system cannot be fixed or reformed as to avoid this dehumanized failure. Therefore, the system must be brought to an end. The logic is sound. However, we are free to challenge any of these premises. Perhaps we did not evolve under low-tech conditions. Maybe God created humans 6,000 years ago. Perhaps modern technology is, in some sense, not an aberrant condition, but it's really our natural state, quote unquote. Perhaps the stresses of modern life will not get worse. Perhaps reform is possible. Perhaps revolution, though justified, is futile. These are some of the responses we might make to Kaczynski's arguments and in defense of the status quo. All these points will be touched on in this book. I hope that some progress will be made. So again, this is Skrbina's introduction to the letters and correspondence. And yeah. Stop breathing shallow. It's killing your spirit. Enjoy. Oh, Dominico. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, you changed your name. So I was like, who is that? Yeah, thank you for joining. And yeah. Let me open this up for a second and see what's going on. And yeah, thank you to everyone in the chat for participations. And yeah, we'll definitely be reading some of this next time as well. But we'll be moving on in our first 2-hour presentation to some other topics, right? Okay. And in another hour and 20 minutes, we're going to move on to the writing Technological Slavery by Dr. K, right? And look at some of his correspondences, right? And we'll start with some of the shorter ones and then move to some of his longer correspondences, right? And yeah, in terms of this article, we'll look at this for about an hour more, right? And we'll have a little music break there, right? In about 15 minutes or so. And yeah, anybody who wants to talk about these ideas, please feel free to hit the link. Right? All right. Let me proceed then. As will become apparent, Kaczynski is careful, insightful thinker who makes forceful arguments against technology, arguments that are not easily refuted. In spite of this, even at the peak of the Unabomber trial, one rarely heard anything of these arguments. Instead, we were treated to an interesting spectacle, a near universal assault on his character and actions without a shred of meaningful discussion of his ideas. Deliberate act of mindlessness was typically justified in three ways, none of which are rational. These tactics need to be firmly buried so that the real inquiry can first proceed. First, he's a murderer. We must not dignify a murderer by discussing his ideas. Based on his plea bargain, we indeed must accept that Kaczynski did deliver the fatal mail bombs. For that, he is rightly punished with a life sentence in federal penitentiary. His tactics were deplorable, and I, for one, do not endorse such actions. And yet, in any civilized society, even the most nefarious of prisoners has some rights. Freedom of speech is one of these. Every prisoner in any modern nation should have the right to communicate to outsiders, to express his or her ideas, even to publish books or artwork, provided they hold to the same broad restrictions of any citizen. American prisoners cannot profit from their work. This is the famous Son of Sam law. But that is not at issue here. Kaczynski gets not one dime of profit from this book. But he cannot be denied legal or moral right to express his views. Furthermore, every document that Kaczynski receives or sends out of the out is reviewed in detail by personnel from the U.S. Federal Bureau of Prisons. We need have no apprehensions about him communicating secret plans to destroy the world or to kill again. But do we dignify Kaczynski unduly? I recall a similar concern in late 2005 when a documentary ran on American public television about Mark David Chapman, the killer of John Lennon. Similar complaints were raised. Quote, we dignify this criminal too much by even mentioning his name. We should never hear his voice. We should never read a word that he says. Did you guys ever know that both John Hinckley and Mark David Chapman both had a copy of Catcher in the Rye in their pocket when they committed the crime? Yo. Yo, hello. Yo, what's going on?
Hola. Not much.
Not much.
What did everybody do tonight?
Chilling, Holmes. It's good to see you. Out here, for sure. Blessings.
Thanks. Same. Much appreciation. Did my dude just show up here for a second?
Hello? Hello, the new guy. How are you? The new guy, how are you? The new guy, how are you?
I'm okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. I'm
How was
good.
your day today? How was your day today? And what did you do?
Pretty simple.
What?
Yeah, I don't think phone's even keeping up with what you guys are talking about, so I apologize.
Yeah, there seems to be some latency.
Okay.
It's all good. It's all good in the hood. Thanks for joining. We're just doing a little presentation here. Oh shit, he dropped off. Well,
Sorry.
no, it's all good. Okay, let's see. Okay, I got actually. Okay, I see what the problem is. I gotta go down here. We should never read a word of what he says. So on, many oppose the documentary that it was produced and aired. Okay, this is talking about Mark David Chapman documentary, right? And nothing was to be gained except sheer voyeurism. There was no deep message, no residual value in hearing Chapman speak. It was pure pop culture, and yet it aired because he has a right to speak. And we have a right to know. How much more important to hear from Kaczynski? Not just a mail bomber who eluded the FBI for 17 years, but a man whose ideas challenge the core of our modern worldview and even offer a kind of salvation. Right? But his ideas firmly suppressed, right? Firmly suppressed, right? You never hear about his ideas. You never hear anybody talk about them, right? There's hundreds of documentaries, okay, on every type of person, right? Okay? Berkowitz, okay? Gacy, right? You know what I mean?
H.H.
Anyways,
Holmes. That guy was
yeah,
crazy.
yeah,
Whew.
it's crazy. Like Charles Manson, all these people, like people are obsessed with their ideas. What were they doing? Why were they thinking that? You know what I mean? And it's crazy. You know, when you go to Dr. K, you read his words and they sound completely almost sane. You know, and you hear almost nobody talking about the ideas. It's fucking weird.
You know what it is? It's that it is something that which they cannot behold, you know?
I think also they want to promote a culture of mental illness. They want to say that these people were, you know, they want to promote psych meds and all that type of stuff, right?
Yeah. And they want to like basically like keep people from knowing that they have any power whatsoever. They want to usurp it, subsume it, consume it, control it. Yeah, it's unfortunate because they're see scaredy, scaredy cat. It's not even that bad if you look at it. It get way worse. So it's okay. I had a good day. What do you think?
Well, yes, definitely. You know, there's got to be lots of yeah, I don't know. Did our video get smoked? Because there's now only like 6 people watching this. So let me actually see what's going on there.
Maybe it was me talking because I'm a girl.
No.
I
I don't think so. I don't think so because you've been talking the whole time, so it shouldn't make a huge difference here. But yeah, no, I just wanted to see if we were still on air. No, we're still on air. People just don't like us, so that's at least good. You know?
They're not bothering.
Yeah, because I was thinking, yo, they took down the video. That's no good. You know?
Hello.
But yeah,
Hello.
because sometimes if the views start rapidly falling like that, it's actually true that they took the video down. You know?
Oh, like we said something wrong.
Yeah, like we said something wrong. Yeah,
It violated their terms and conditions.
exactly. But yeah, let's go to this. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, there was at least like more than 20 people watching like a second ago. They all left on a mass exodus.
They
I don't know what
probably
happened, but
maybe they're all in the same place and they got hit with the solar flare.
oh yeah, that could have happened. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, let's continue reading. As if nothing happened. But yeah, let's you had like a power outage in like a major city or something. But yeah, that said that we could opt to close eyes and ears to the man, but this solves nothing. Okay. We're still facing the same issues, haven't answered the same difficult questions in dealing with his writings, perhaps to dignify them, but more importantly, we dignify our children, the natural world, and ourselves, because it is these that will bear the consequences of our actions. Second, quote, sure, technology causes problems, but we've got no choice. What are we supposed to do? Sorry. Go live in a cave? The point here, presumably, is that technological society is an irrevocable reality, and any discussion to the contrary is a complete waste of time. Okay?
Except for maybe an act of nature.
Yeah, but what's the implication of that? All right? Okay.
The fragility of humanity? I don't know.
Well, to this I could only say, A, if you really think that you have no choice, then the debate is over. Kaczynski has won. If you have no choice, you have no freedom. You are a little better than a slave to the system. You may be a comfortable slave, and Uncle Tom, if you will. But this is an utterly undignified existence. And B, if by cave we mean a life without technology, then this is ludicrous and impossible. For the 2 million years of our existence, we have used tools, technology to survive. It cannot be otherwise. The whole question is, what level of technology shall we use? We can choose simple, natural, manageable, biodegradable tools, or we can choose complex, enslaving, toxic tools. If the cave imagery is indeed as a shorthand notion for a simple low-tech lifestyle, then I respond yes. This is precisely what we need. We modern people think life unlivable without electricity, the internet, air conditioning, and indoor plumbing. Obviously, it was not always like this. The greatest accomplishment of humanity occurred without computers, without electricity, without plumbing. Think of it, life without computers. What barbarians those Renaissance men must have been, those ancient Greeks, brute animals. And yet the Greeks, for example, though living with only a most basic of tools, were able to create one of the greatest societies in history. The whole point of technology, of society, is, after all, to have a good life. And to have a good life requires almost nothing at all.
True.
Okay, so first objection, he's a murderer. Oh yeah, but okay. You know, we're interested in the thoughts, writing, art produced by murderers and killers all the time, right? Actually, we're pretty much fascinated with it, and for good reasons. Secondly, okay, the objection that we can't scale back the system. Well, then that means you're a comfortable slave. You're just coping with technology. Look at all the civilizations of the past that had a low level of technology but a high level of cultural refinement. And you'll see that people lived very comfortably within low-tech civilization because they had good social organization. Okay? And they had cultural refinement. You know, they had a highly refined culture.
Some parts.
Yeah. You know, they had like the best art, like food, like culture. You know, they're just chilling. They built like awesome buildings and statues that were highly they spent time in nature, reflected on things, created mathematics,
They got all fucked up.
science.
It's funny because they were on a lot of stuff. Lead being one of them, which is weird. They added to their wine.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, all sorts of people. Egyptians, Persians, all those medieval civilizations that they say they were living in the dark ages, but we can't recreate buildings like that. Right?
nope.
Because nobody has skills anymore to
Not like
build actual structures. All the architects design their 3D models through computer programs, and so they have these really
it's
weird
AutoCAD.
looking buildings. Right?
Some cool ones though, but there's more important things to spend money on. But whatever. They could just print more.
Yeah, then shiny rectangles. That's what everybody's spending most of their money and time on.
Shiny rectangles? Oh.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't spend any money on mine, but yeah, I do look at it a lot. But I do other stuff too. I like to distract one side of my brain while I listen. Teachers used to think I was goofing off. That's why I didn't like school.
Yeah, school was
I ditched
crazy.
a lot in high school.
Really?
Yeah, like I enrolled in this like stupid parenting class. I wasn't. It was just the only class that wasn't full, and I wanted to drop another class that was worth more grade average, and just ditch that stupid parenting class and go to second lunch with my friends that were older. I was like, they were all going to be leaving, graduating. Thought it was a better investment of my time, but then I got in trouble. My mom went to all my finals with me. So embarrassed. Everybody asleep or what?
No, I'm here. But
What do you think?
definitely. Well, definitely I'm just thinking about school And yeah, I definitely got put on Ritalin in school. Ritalin, and I was not a good student, but I won the spelling bee and the science fair. I got tons of trophies for science fair and spelling bee. I mean, so
Yep.
yeah,
Spelling bee
I
is
love competing in an intellectual contest, but yeah, I really didn't like school too much, and I really didn't get it too much.
I
But
loved it until we moved, and then it was like I felt like I didn't understand how like hierarchies worked because we didn't have hierarchies. And then I was like, ah, what is this fucking popularity contest thing? Ah, these people are dumb. Why do I want them to like me? And then I cried, of course.
yeah, I never really talked to a lot of the kids at the school, but I did like what the teacher was talking about. I just didn't feel like doing the homework assignments. But yeah, other than that, I had a good relationship with the teachers, and I even had a good relationship with a lot of the students, in terms of friendships, but only a few of them. Like I wouldn't really go out of my way to talk to a lot of them, and I don't think a lot of them went out of their way to talk to me. And I was mostly, I mean, I'm a person who really appreciates my solitude, right? So that's also a thing that I really don't like to go to social events. Definitely not parties. What I do like to do is go to like as I was saying earlier on the show on Neurojack stream. I like to go to the parties to see what kind of drugs they have, and then procure their drugs, and then basically just leave.
Excuse me, what do you like? What do you like to do? You do not like to go out as much. Like why?
Yeah, I don't like to go out that much, Noel. You know what I'm saying?
Why?
Well, I like spending time alone, listening to music, reading books, even taking walks. But yeah, I really do appreciate company of people, and I spend and but I really don't go out of my way to talk to people. That's what I notice. But yeah, usually.
I used to more, but
Yeah.
now it's like I find it's better if people like approach me first.
Yeah, if somebody wants to talk, I cannot turn them away. And when I go
Julia,
outside, I smile at everybody. But I don't go. But
Julia,
I'm not really interested in talking to people.
I am once they initiate.
Julia,
Who's
Julia.
Julia?
Yeah, I don't think there's a Julia here, Noel.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah. Anyways,
Excuse me. I have a question to the other girl.
yeah. What?
And
Yeah, the third common tactic. I don't know what happened, but yeah, the third common tactic was to raise a series of red herrings to discuss everything about the man except his quote unquote crazy ideas, his arguments. No doubt pose a threat to the system, and thus many people, especially those in the position of power and the very anxious to repudiate. Here, hold on. Here, hold on a second. I'm reading for a second. To repudiate Kaczynski and his ideas, preferably in such a way.
excuse me, girl. Can I say a question to the other girl?
Yeah, you got to hurry it up. Go ahead, because you've been doing this like 2 or 3 times. Go ahead.
Do you know Jack?
Yeah, but we're not going to talk about Jack right now. I'm sorry. Yep.
Just
give me
a
a
little bit,
second.
not much.
Yeah, I'm gonna read right now. Thank you. Because this, preferably in such a way as to avoid actually addressing them. The arguments are not easily defeated, especially by simple-minded politicians, jealous or jaded intellectuals, or apologists for big business. So they tend to mount superficial or trivial attacks. They will talk about his mental state, his upbringing, the legal circus, anything to distract the public from substantive inquiry. In this way, Kaczynski's dangerous ideas are safely hidden from our sight. Virtually every mass media discussion of either Dr. K or industrial society and its future is guilty of this ploy. Even at the height of the media frenzy, the most one could hope for, would be to read a few snippets from the manifesto. The cover in Time the week after Kaczynski's arrest is a perfect case in point. Not a word on the substance of his thinking. One instance that was especially egregious, if only because one could have expected better, was the largely inane critique of the manifesto by Kirkpatrick Sale in Nation. Given a rare opportunity to provide an in-depth assessment of the piece in a highly visible in a high visibility venue, Sale fumbled badly. He spends an inordinate amount of time on trivial or incidental or pointless issues, belaboring the Unabomber's quote-unquote wooden, quote-unquote plotting, and quote-unquote lead-in writing style, and his lack of pure originality. Quote, thinks he's the first person who ever worked out such ideas, unquote, as if things have any bearing at all on the arguments at hand. In fact, Kaczynski's writing style is perfectly suited to the task. He is clear, precise, and articulate. He writes in a common sense manner, largely free of technical terms. Okay, I'm actually gonna clear my throat and go take a little sippy sip. Then we'll take a little musical break. And then we'll continue reading from here. And we're only going to do this for about another hour. And then we'll move on to technological slavery. Some of those correspondences. And analyze some of that before we close out the show. And I hope you guys enjoyed some of the extra shows we did. You know, we did a stream on Silver-Tongued Cavalier on Tuesday. Joint stream from that channel. You know, we'll drop the link at the end here. You guys go ahead and subscribe there. We've been doing some experimental streams at that channel. And so if you guys want to come check it out, you guys are more than welcome. But yeah. In terms of some of the other stuff, we did a call out to Tariaq this morning. Totally ran from a debate. Tucked tail and ran. So yeah. Yeah, you got the homie here. Silver-Tongued Cavalier. Yeah, we'll drop the link in a minute. But yeah, we're going to take a little musical break. And thank you guys for joining us here. You know, we've been looking at some of the history of the writing of the manifesto and some of the major critiques wagered against looking at the writing as a standalone piece, right? Looking at some of the arguments therein, right? And looking at some of the actual problems in terms of modern technological society. And also, before that, we've been giving presentations for 7 or 8 shows here on the scientific worldview. you know. And I'm sorry, I muted Noel earlier. I was reading, but Noel, do you want to ask your question now about Jack or whatever you want to say?
Yes. Yes, that girl. Do you know Jack and Margot?
No, not many dog me.
Do you know?
Not really. Only in passing. Nothing really. Not very familiar yet. Why do you ask?
And so do you, do you think it's all a joke?
Depends on what you're talking about.
Jack and Margot.
Life's a joke. I don't know. I don't have an opinion. It's none of my business. As of yet. Tends to stay that way. If I don't get involved. What do you think? I have too much stuff to do to worry about it.
And where are you from?
Earth, I think. Yeah, I'm from here. Albuquerque.
Yeah, thank you guys for joining us. And yeah, enjoy some of this music and then we'll continue reading. Thank you guys so much. Blessings. I appreciate you guys for being here with me. I have not slept in maybe a day or two. Very, very, very sleepy at this point. But yeah, I'm still gonna go for a few more hours. And then I'll play you guys some of the interesting shows that I was a part of in a previous time frame. You know what I mean? But yeah, what I was saying before that was that I hope you guys enjoy some of the extra streams that we've been doing. I mean, we've been doing some like surprise streams and stuff. You know? But yeah, blessings.
I'm down with all the illers, ain't no craps all around me. Put your head together, you still couldn't find me. Where I be and how I live is ill.
Niggas always talking about they should be real. I got a flex with a Lex in my video. That's what most of these rappers be thinking in every city, yo.
Yeah, you wanna fight, don't you? You wanna fight, don't you? Then you folded off of the coaches here. To take your soul, rearrange it with flows you unknown. Come across our line, you get blown. Too many bits, ain't no putting together. Storing your body parts, leaving the rest for the next.
You be talking about you wanna freestyle. You wanna flow, but your flow be like oil and water, it don't mix. You don't even know, you wait for your rhyme fix. My gun clicks, my rhyme hits, your mind gets amputated. This style ain't even hip hop related.
I be Takashi, my niggas call me Kaz. How does it feel to be mixed up and lost? First of all, you shouldn't have been the next rapper. Now your mind's confused, you lose. Talking about you pay dues.
They stay cruise when you ain't even at phase 2. Talking about take 2. You only get one take. Yo, my voice is one fakes. When you're out of my states, but they just might take your pace. Plus you won't remember no plates, so don't have no mistakes. Stepping over this way.
Last but not least, say yo, Conti's here to rip it. Take them seats, tie them up, and then split. It's like this, yo, we up on some biz. Total techniques for the hip hop kids.
Putting a lid on ya. If you're whack, you are gonna. Cause I'm on or path, dropping math. Cause I only wanna keep this hip hop real. Innovating new styles. Taking out rock MCs by the pounds. For real.
Put your title away. Put your title away.
I'm thinking the chorus, man. Play with it, you know. Play with it and shit. They got me under the gun, you know. I had to call my lifeline line, you know what I'm saying? Like a lifeline, like I had to call Rucker, Brooklyn. Yeah, it was a lifeline, you know.
Yeah.
Diamond D, the great Diamond D. That's right. Representing Bronx area Forest. Just fucking with that, you know. Both of them came through. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like New York Vice, you know. It's always be there. You know, the great die. I'm here. Yeah, that's how I throw it. Check it out. My crowning glory's another story. Right. Parallels to sales which go unachieved. Unless a man a fall, crumble, dead himself. That's what they'd all have y'all to believe. My docket reads stats. Beef and broccoli and straight brim hats. The heavy Carhartt go hard or not at all. Feel a breeze through the window. Hear the sizzle of the fiends play this only at night. By any means, I'm 12 loose shells. Driving in a car with no L's. The Caballero, the 04 hero. Throw it off the backboard. The Black Lord with a 58 pack in a black Ford. You can ask for it, I'm here. Sometimes it ain't all about cheer. Sometimes it's like a black year. And from popped up, my team will rise out my ashes. Feel the flashes, some war outside. War on the street. That's right.
Yeah. Hey yo, sawed off shotgun, hand on the pump. Ran out of ammo, put my hands on the chump. Niggas never been fucking with Big Buck, you better send them in, I fuck them up fast, all 10 of them. Niggas quick to pull the trigger and spray, but can't fight till they use a knife, niggas is gay. I beat fire in flames when I fire the thing. Leave it laid out for the doctor to rewire your brain. Niggas like, what's the matter with Sean? I'm like nothing, just thinking of a verse that can shatter the song. Foreign bitches know the stamina is strong. 20 G from the biggest state in the country, so I married the mom. Listen.
It's war, nigga. Swear I can't see the sun. Y'all got all the answers, yeah, then throw me one. And I'ma do me until I say I'm done. And if I'm facing more than 2, then yeah, dick, I'ma run. Right. Why should I starve while y'all niggas have fun? Y'all dudes got dreams, I'ma snatch me one. I'm 24 hours on the wake up, break the break up, cake up. The blue bag to the jag, the toe tag. Sales lag, bring it to wax. Down the pack, the pump ain't back. Now you short. Counterfeit bills, caught counterfeit bitches. Counterfeit snitches gave my brother the thing. Bitch screaming in my ear, talking about a wedding ring. Flat rim fitted to get him, I'm with it. The watch, the chain, but the work is really the make. I eat those, never beat no hoe. Shoot a buck, beat a nigga out of truck. Buy a throwback, cop 2 more, on the go back. The pussy was whack. He smoked crack in the back of the act. He bought a pack, can't afford him for that. It's the Nero, it's money split up 3 ways in the 3 ways. Things could get greasy. I'm way down in DC. I want all my PC. Let's get greasy. It's like that, yo, the great dot is back once again.
How you gon' go rock and not go rock? We done told all them fight and huffed all that pot. You forgot? I'm just playing with you. I'm just saying I'm with you. Point to the lane, I slap flames at the jibbers, niggas. Who on test the rocket launcher? My bad. Who on test the rocket launcher? Same shit. Go on, get up, stomp the popped up, sparks up under my truck, fuck up with one of mine, run. The scariest thing you gon' ever see. Me and the look on my grill at that second I reach for heat. Fuck a boogie and a Bigfoot. I'm the rockiest monster, rock's a problem. Rock a blonde ya, shot to warm you the fuck up. Blocks, revolvers, shotguns, llamas, Rugers, and mags, you name them, we got them up on us. I seriously doubt that you want it. Fuck with my dog, we got and we coming. Now
It's
you know
war,
it,
nigga. Swear I can't see the sun. Y'all got all the answers, yeah, then throw me one. And I'ma do me until I say I'm done. And if I'm facing more than 2, then yeah, dick, I'ma run. Why should I starve while y'all niggas have fun? Y'all dudes got dreams, I'ma snatch me one.
Kaczynski's originality is not really in dispute. It's true that many of the themes he addresses have been discussed by others, but this fact takes nothing away from the force of his arguments. Quite the contrary. It only strengthens this position. Excuse me. He follows in a long line of important thinkers who have grave concerns about technology and its potential to disrupt society. The earliest of these was Lao Tzu, the venerable Chinese philosopher of 2,500 years ago, who observed, the more sharpened tools the people have, the more benighted the state. Sharp tools cut through the social fabric, separating people from themselves and from the world. Such tools cast us into a dark time from which we are unable to see our way ahead. We build them at our own risk. And now Plato's Phaedrus, right? Oh, whoops. Let me move this here. The invention. Okay, this is Phaedrus on writing. Whoops. I think I skipped some of this. Whoops. Give me a second. Shortly after, Plato was making the first connection between techne and logos, warning us about even so benign a technology as writing. This invention will produce forgetfulness in the minds of those who learn to use it, because they will not practice their memory. Writing is an elixir not of memory, but of reminding. It offers the appearance of wisdom and not true wisdom. Okay? Okay, look at the world today, right? Inundated with information, right? Yet how much do people know, right?
We never
It
really knew a
seems.
lot by ourselves.
Wait, I'm sorry. What was that, Zephyr?
I said we never really knew a lot by ourselves.
Yeah.
Single person. Yeah, not too many exceptional ones. But
Yeah.
together, we're pretty
Yeah.
damn
Yeah. Learning. Yeah,
screw ourselves
definitely.
up.
Learning is a group activity, but most of the learning in history has been through words, right, and not through writing, right. It's been only a short amount of history that we've been able to teach people through writings, right, produce them at a large scale, right, to where everybody could learn via tools and writing. And now we actually have libraries of material, right? We have the ability to produce writing, and most of the shit that's written is actually, has nothing to do with basically any type of stuff that's actually relevant to human survival, right? So it's interesting. And how much do people know? How much do average people know about what procures the basic needs of their survival? I have a book called Popular Science that talks about how refrigerators and sound recording equipment and all of this shit is made.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got a list of all of these, washing machine. Yeah, it's got a list of like all of these modern items, and it tells you how these things were made and how, like, for a refrigerator, you need like advanced cryogenic systems, and you need like these chemicals that basically freeze shit. And you need to know how to like
Well,
pump
it
them
takes
through
the
the
heat
system.
out of the fridge. It's kind of weird. It's a heat pump because heat only moves one direction in thermodynamics, which is our physics. I got 1A in Intro to Physics, so I learned something. That's it. I studied stuff, but I don't have any degrees. I'm not
Yeah,
an
but it's
academic.
crazy. Like the average human doesn't have any idea how cryogenics is set up, right, and how it functions in conjunction with electronics. You know, they have no fucking
Yeah,
clue.
they should have
You know,
used
that's something.
like the molten thermite or salt reactors, because those, like, if the power goes out, they just shut themselves down. You can turn them off, turn them on. It's a much better idea, but they had to have the plutonium for the bombs. I wasn't there.
Yeah, but the point is this: is that something that preserves food for people on a daily basis to meet their basic necessities for survival, and something that maybe they couldn't even live without, right? Such as a washing machine or refrigerator. They don't even know how it's made. They could definitely not produce one themselves, you know, or something like a telephone, even. Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Even you could, like, yeah, it's not always easy to repair one, especially not if it's got electronic genes. It's like pretty much like you just have to see if you can do anything analog with it at that point, probably. Because you're not gonna get parts.
Yeah, so we have higher forms of learning, we have more books, we have more advanced knowledge than ever before. We have a bigger rule of experts than ever before, and people know less about what procures the daily needs of their survival. It's not that people are learning more, right? Just because they have better technology. That was demonstrated just in the school system when they introduced computers into the schools, right? Massive failure there.
I was right on the borderline because there wasn't, like, we had like Commodore 64 that the traveling salesman told us, but you couldn't do anything on it really. And that was like I was 7, so that would have been like 83, 84. Yeah. Crazy. I'm old.
Yeah. So it says here, shortly afterwards, so just like Lao Tzu made a statement against technology, you know, just right then, around roughly the same time period, in the same period of advancement, right? Plato made a similar statement. Okay. Yeah, I got you, son. Here, hold on. Yeah, the summary of the topic is basically uh technological society, right? And its effect on human civilization, different periods of advancement at different stages of human advancement, right? Technology affected human beings, right? And so at a at a time where they had pretty much a lot of the same capacity for knowledge that we have today, right? For example, Alfred North Whitehead, who produced the Principia Mathematica, right, with Bertrand Russell, right, the father of analytic philosophy, he said all of Western philosophy is a footnote to Plato, right? So in a way, there's nothing new under the sun. But in another way, right, those ideas about technology were different back then than they are today, right? So we're looking at the origins of the scientific worldview and the effect of technology on human civilization. In that, we looked at the writings of Dr. Kaczynski, Industrial Society and Its Future. We're preparing to read Technological Slavery, which also has its correspondences, right? So we're going to read some into that in a little while, right? And we're now looking at a writing by Dr. David Skrbina. Okay. by Dr. David Skrbina on the life and work of Dr. Kaczynski, but some of it was about the origins of the manifesto that we read. And now he's moving on to talk about why some of the ideas mentioned in his critiques of technology are relevant items for discussion, right? So, we've looked at a number of historical critiques of the scientific worldview on this show recently, right? We've looked at Immanuel Kant. We've looked at Hegel. We've looked at Bentham, right? We've looked at John Locke, right? We've looked at Theodore Herzl. Different figures from the 16th to the 18th century, right? But so yeah, we've looked at many historical critiques, ancient and modern. But anyways, thank you for joining us. I hope that answers your question. That's pretty much the topic here, right? Or that's been the topic for the last few shows, right? Leopard print. Can you turn Zeph mic up? Yeah. She'll turn her mic up. Yeah, I'll try to turn her mic up as well. Yeah, let me see. Let me try to turn her
Sorry.
mic up. No, it's okay.
I'm getting my new headphones with my mic tomorrow.
Okay. Well, I
For my
try to
phone.
turn you up here, and then, yeah, that's the best we could do for now, guys. But yeah, thank you guys so much, and thank you guys for joining. Truth or Cop, we had Neurojack. We got Zephyr. We had Noel here. Thank you. And also we got my friend here, Satani's child. Blessings.
Blessings, brother.
Yeah, so Plato said down to the basic technology of writing, right? And I gave several presentations on communications technology and why that is a broad avenue in terms of both the basis of our technological endeavors, right? In terms of the symbol making enterprise, right? Construction of symbols, the architectonic, right? But also the communications technology, right? The advancement of communications technology and the, contributing to a number of factors, including international trade. But the point is this: we live in an information age, right? There's more information produced per day than all of human history combined, right? That we have on record, right? Yet people are getting dumber and dumber, right? So that's the problem, right? Anyways, Plato kind of had a thought about this, right? He said shortly afterwards, right? From Lao Tzu to Plato, there's not that much time, right? Said Plato's making connection between techne and logos, right? He says the invention will produce forgetfulness. Writing, it will produce forgetfulness in the minds of those who learn to use it, because they will not practice their memory, right? And look today, right? People refer to books more than committing things to memory, right? If you ask them to repeat what they know, they'll refer to books, right? There's not that many people who could just pick up and just talk about what they think on any number of issues, or actually be honest when they bring up other sources, right? Not that many people who are willing to have discussion on that level, right? Partly to blame is writing. Writing is an elixir not of memory, but of reminding. It offers us the appearance of wisdom, not true wisdom. Look at people who have books, right? If you downloaded the entire phone book to your head, right, you'd have more information. But what would you do with that information? It'd just be random noise accumulated.
I read the phone book when I was little, and now everybody's name sounds familiar,
Yeah.
but only vaguely.
Yeah, we're gonna take take a look at Rousseau and his critiques of Enlightenment philosophy in depth. But yeah, he's got a full blown critique of technology in his discourse on arts and sciences, right? Okay. Very notable critiques there, right? Okay. And we'll get to those in, like I said, we're going to do a little special on Eastern philosophy first, on the history of Buddhism. But we will be doing a show on Rousseau down the road. And also on Plato's Republic, right? Eventually. So I have many little specials planned here, right? In terms of information flow, right? But yeah, Rousseau's full-blown critique of technology in his discourse on arts and sciences to Henry David Thoreau's anti-technological musings in Walden. Not long after British essayist Samuel Butler. Real banger. We're going to read some of this writing as well. Darwin Among the Machines, right? Okay. Day by day, the machines are gaining ground upon us. Day by day, we are becoming more subservient to them. The time will come when the machines will hold the real supremacy over the world and its inhabitants. Our opinion is that war to the death should be instantly proclaimed against them. Every machine of every sort should be destroyed by the well-wisher of the species. Okay. You basically saying that evolution was going to supersede humanity and go right to the machines and start developing machines, right? So nature and technology were going to merge, superseding humanity. Okay. It reminds me of that George Carlin, joke where he says that basically, the point of humanity is to create plastic, right?
It's a big club and you ain't in it.
Oh, shit. Anyways, noted philosophers like Scheller, Whitehead, and Heidegger. Okay. Heidegger published a full-length study on technology, right? We will definitely look that in-depth in Heidegger's work. We won't really be looking too in-depth in Whitehead's work, right? We looked at what Whitehead had to say about history, and we think he's wrong, right? Okay. Okay, Whitehead made significant errors in terms of his historical critiques, right? In my opinion. Scheller, I think he's like more romantic. But yeah. Orwell's Road to Wigan Pier concludes with a penetrating and insightful attack on mechanization and the machine society. We read significant portions of that, Road to Wigan Pier on this show. Of special significance to Kaczynski and the whole technology debate is Jacques Ellul, 1954 masterpiece, The Technological Society, his portrayal of technology. Interesting statement there, Frefrey. We'll get to that in a second. It looks like you wrote a paragraph there. And thank you, Mr. Anderson. Blessings. The Technological Society portrayal of technology as a monistic, self-driving force in the world that is able to invade all aspects of human existence, deeply undermining our freedom in the process, was groundbreaking. It was troubling. In the 1960s and 1970s, radical thinkers like Marcuse, Marcuse, the Frankfurt School, Herbert Marcuse, right, in his work One Dimensional Man, possibly the only significant critique of technology out of the entire ranks of that Frankfurt School operation. All right. Although there is significant critiques against both capitalism and the technological society by the postmodernist writers. Okay. Illich called for virtual revolution against the system. Right. Though present day, some elements of the so-called green anarchist movement attempt to do the same. Okay, let me see what Frefrey is saying here. The statement on books rings very close to those who claim truth on biblical basis but reject the premises of all that is within the book being attainable without the book itself. I don't know what that's reference to. But yeah, definitely I don't stand on any one book, but I do believe that all books were at some point composed by God, I guess, right? I mean, everything happens facilitated through the creator. Our creative faculties were given to us by God, right? To post something along the lines of the statement on books being catching a thought. What are your thoughts? To what end do we differentiate the technology as a mechanism from the holistic being? Well, I believe technology is part of the human experience, right? And I've talked about this several times. You must be new to the discussions here, right? But yes, I've touched on that issue several times, right? I talked about man in relation to technology, technology in relation to God. I've done open format debates, and yeah, I've hosted dozens of discussions on that topic. So I'm glad that you're joining us. If you're interested in that question, we've definitely looked at how the universe is a created thing from God, right? Well, what does it mean for God to create? What does it mean for human beings to create? How the creative endeavor is part material, part immaterial, right? Anyways, we've touched on many of these topics. Free. So yeah. Yeah, to what end, let me quickly touch on this. To what end do we differentiate the technology as a mechanism from the holistic being? Holistic being of what? The universe? Of man? Right? And no, we don't stand on any books here, right? We're simply saying that, or I guess Dr. Skrbina is saying that that many people have waged similar critiques throughout history, right, about the technological system. Yeah, thank you for joining us.
What's up, Machine? How's it going, bro?
Hey, greetings.
Yeah. Thanks for putting a shout out for our broadcast earlier. I saw that on the catch up.
For sure, yeah. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so you guys out there on code.
Yeah, on Code 24/7, the return. Yeah. Yeah. I heard was it like you were about to bring it up? That was cool. Like you were about to play it, I guess, but then Neurojack asked some half-assed question about the Kabbalah or something like that. I think everything got a little sidetracked. But anyway, thanks for thinking of us over there. We had a good talk. Yeah. And for the record, I heard Truth or Cop say something about on code and NPC or on notice, and yeah.
Yeah, he's doing a little LARP thing.
A little bit or something, yeah.
With the
I
cop.
figured
Yeah,
that.
the cop name.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's trying to like do something stupid with that. That's why I didn't engage him with that video. I was like, man, you keep talking about this video. All he had to do was mention it more than
Ayahuasca.
3. Yeah, all he had to do is mention it more than 3 times, and I was like, nah, man. There's no way I'm putting that shit on. I'm
I know.
gonna have to clear this shit. Like, I'm gonna have to clear this motherfucker for landing because this dude is gonna, you know what I mean? Like, the number of times this dude, and then did you hear the line about Yakub?
No, what did he say?
This dude went
That's
off
my guy.
about Yakub or some crazy shit. I think he was trying to. I don't know, man. So this shit was sus, man. I don't know. He
Yeah,
started
it's
like
interesting.
going off about Yakub all of a sudden.
It's interesting how like I've seen a lot of like younger white males do videos about Yakub. They're like kind of obsessed with it, and when in fact it's a mythology made up by Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Nation of Islam about the creation of white people, the making of white people. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, made up by a Pakistani.
Right, Master Farhan Muhammad. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Does that mean I'm imaginary?
I don't know. Are you?
It's okay because Peter Pan makes peanut butter.
Yeah. Peter Pan syndrome. Men acting like boys. That's a big one.
Choose
Definitely.
bombs, choose Jif, though.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, that is interesting. And I think what was it? Neurojack was saying something. That was addressing what he said because I wasn't here. Like On Code said some stuff in the Discord or whatever. That's his beliefs, man. I have my own beliefs. I don't, I mean, if he has an issue with him, he should contact him. But I never said anything about white people being, as he said, what he said, created. I don't even talk like that. So, yeah. I'm here now.
People should be able to do such stuff.
Was that I heard some popping? What?
Oh, sorry, that's me. I said,
Yeah.
I forgot now because I'm stoned. Sorry. It'll come back to me if it's important.
Okay. Yeah. He said people should be able to do something. I don't know. Something like that.
Oh, discuss things.
Yeah, for sure. I'm always here, but somebody gonna call me out my name. I'm kind of good off that. Been there, done that.
I don't even know what that means.
Call you out. You don't know what someone calls you out your name. It means they call you something in a derogatory term that's not your name. Refer to you as that.
It doesn't bother me, I guess.
I know you've said that many times.
Are we talking about our feelings?
I think so. I don't know.
Oh, anybody need a hug?
Yeah, that's what my wife's for, dog.
I don't bark.
Sometimes I do.
My wife barks, but it's only when it's in doggy style.
You don't go and sit it.
I don't know. I just heard something about feelings over something about words. So I thought sticks and stones would break your bones, but words would never harm you. I mean, that's what I was taught as a kid. You know, I never let people call me cracker or graham cracker or, you know, all the other derogatory names you can call a ginger or a white person ever, you know, bother me to the point I cried about it. So I'm just saying, look past the human aspect. You shouldn't let any words bother you. Just my
That's
2
your
cents.
opinion.
I mean, I guess, but you know, I think that just proves, you know, how childish someone can be. It's just words, you know. It's not like someone's like literally striking you. It's just words.
Yeah, it's interesting how people who believe in magic and Kabbalah and chaos magic, they say it's just words. When a lot of those just words are their basic
Yeah,
their
just
technique
words,
of
just
how I'm
words,
talking,
just
bro.
words, just words that, you know, y'all call each other every single day. But if a white person does it, even when it's a joke, oh no, they're
What are you
racist.
talking about? What do you mean, y'all? You talking about me? You know me
I'm
like that?
sorry. I'm sorry. Most people of black ethnicity, is that what you prefer me to use? African Americans, oh, that's right. Y'all don't like being called that either. So, I mean, what do I call you? Kangs?
What does it say right there? It says my name is Blaxican NPC the game. That's sufficient.
Yeah, so this question
Much
right
love.
here, thoughts on beliefs and fake knowledge.
Sure.
I would say about this that essentially you know, knowledge can be good or bad. You know, fake knowledge, I mean, knowledge is essentially, you know, illusory, because knowledge is more tied to imagination than it is to experience, you know, in a lot of ways. And there's parts of knowledge that contradict, you know, the entire scheme. You know, truth doesn't contradict itself. Knowledge is not the same as truth. You know, so I mean, beliefs. I mean, you know, just as you know, beliefs are like opinions. You know, so what is an opinion to knowledge? You know, and knowledge itself is infinite, and infinity folds in on itself. You know, it contradicts itself. Knowledge can be used for good and evil. The tree of the knowledge of good and evil. You know, it's the knowledge that's, you know, can be used for either good or evil. Right? So I think knowledge, you know, is not the same as truth, you know, and obviously, you know, people say technology is neutral, but I think technology determines its use, right? Way more than knowledge, because knowledge is based on skill, right? The application of knowledge is skill, right? Knowledge has to be held within a person, right? But technique is not bound to people, right? So technology is not based on, you know, so technique is not knowledge, you know, truth is not knowledge. These aren't the same thing, right? And knowledge is not information. Information and data is something less than knowledge. You know, it's something that it's like unrefined knowledge. You know.
I remember like 10 years ago, there seemed to be a push for people to use in their language. Instead of saying what they believe something, a lot of folks were saying, I know. They wanted to make it clear that they know something. They didn't want to use that word belief. You know, I guess they were prioritizing what to them what knowledge is rather than belief. Some say that the age of Pisces, what's just passed, was the age of believing things, and the age of Aquarius, which some say we're in, is the age of knowing things, having a knowing about something.
I don't know shit. Not for certain.
Yeah. I see. You're not the only one. I feel you on that.
Sweet.
The Illuminati. The Illuminati. Running the world.
They're so
Not
naughty.
as some, yeah, not as some orchestrated group. Rather, those who see are able to influence the unfolding. Therein lies the power. Mysteries abound.
Sounds like they're trying to
Looking
flip
at
that
the
word into a more positive
when
aspect.
an
Like
unfolded cube is
we are the illuminated ones.
I wanted to say, I think someone in the comments called me a peckerwood. Oh no, let me cry about it. I'm offended now.
Yeah, well, you're bringing it up. Obviously, it hit you somehow. Exactly.
be okay.
I don't know. I just get tired of people complaining about words when there's more important things than words to be worried about.
What should we complain about? What should people complain about then?
Complaining.
I don't know. I was perfectly fine with TML's presentation until we started bringing up race.
Well, I
It's
was in
okay.
track.
It's been a
Jesus
bumpy
Christ.
ride. And there's been little to no engagement from anybody but the regular panelists. And I was glad to see also Adam. Thank you so much, Adam, for showing up. And yeah, I hope he's doing well. And a few of these guys, I gotta go check up on them. Very soon. And yeah, blessings. Some of these people you haven't seen on the panel, I will be reaching out to them because yeah, man, these guys are actually my friends a lot of times. You know what I mean? So yeah, definitely. But yeah, yeah, we're gonna continue on with this a little bit, and then I'm gonna play a little bit more music, and then we'll move on to technological slavery for just a little bit. We're gonna be like maybe 9 hours. We'll end the stream at the 9 hour mark, but at the 6 or 7 hour mark, probably 7 hour mark, I'll probably go ahead and play some old tapes that I have stored up before they get too old. Because there is some significant discussions I had on panels that I want to record on these shows. So I usually do that at the end of the show so that I don't lose track of those discussions, because some of those are notable guest appearances, that I record when I go on these channels. And I want to also promote some of these channels because they don't really have that many subscribers or followers and all that type of stuff. Like definitely NPC the game. You guys check out his video logs. Definitely he's very creative videos looking at different cultural themes. Some of the things we saw on the video. I won't bomb the stream with it, but yeah. Shout out to Blue Girl. I don't know who that was, but yeah.
Thanks, Machine. You're more than welcome to bomb away anytime you want.
Yeah. Yeah, but definitely. I think most of my audience is females anyways, so it'll just not be but yeah, or maybe I don't know, we have
Shout out to the Blue Girl. Oh, I get it. I just got that. Shout out to the Blue Girl.
No, actually only Zephyr and Leopard Print and And also, yeah, so Dr. D, Jake, Green Diesel. Yeah, so actually we got we got a bunch of I think Square Peg Rabbit Hole might be a female, but I'm not sure.
Creek,
But I
what is
don't
her
know.
Creek, Miss Creek,
Creek Mary.
Creek,
Yep.
yeah, Creek
Mary.
Mary, yeah.
Yeah, Creek Mary show up at like she'll show up when I'm doing the replays. That's always what happens. And then she's like, I missed the show. And
What's her name? Talking about you the other day. Love and Light, I think is her name or something.
yeah, but Creek Mary always watches the show. Shout out to Creek Mary. She's an excellent guest. All right. Annapurna.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Sarah
Yeah,
was here
legend.
last time on the panel with NPC.
Sarah. Yes,
Yeah.
Sarah. Definitely.
Yeah, but only for a brief minute. So yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yo, bro, what was everyone yesterday, bro? That we had you set out the bat single. It was just me and Hank showed up yesterday. Last night.
No, that was this morning.
Oh, for me it was last night. Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Oh wait, somebody else is here right now. Let me see who this is. Oh yeah, this is JG.
Oh, JG.
Nobody was there.
He came up to troll Luna. But yeah. Yeah, 'cause Daniel Luna showed up here drunk and he started like I don't know. He tried to get angry one day. But yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna read just a tiny bit of this and then I'm gonna play some music and then we'll get to some of the other reading I have. But yeah. Thank you guys so much for joining. And yeah, thank you. Blessings. So this is and I'm gonna skip a little bit of this. First is relentless focus on technology. Okay, we also have this character.
What's up?
Hey, what's going on?
Are you reading Dr. K?
Not yet, but I will be in a minute. Yeah. I will be in a minute. Some different writings of his from the work Technological Slavery. But yeah, it says here.
What's up, Cecil?
What's going on, guys?
Chilling.
Yeah. And our other friend dropped out. So yeah, peace to you, my brother.
I'm actually kind of busy. I'm gonna give a friend of mine some help, but I thought I'd just stop in and say hi since it's Saturday night.
Yeah, hell yeah, dude. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. You know, if you don't join the stream a few times, I started wondering where's Cecil, for sure.
My number one reason for not being here, honestly, man, is work. Just if I'm not here, I'm probably somewhere making money.
Scrapping. Yeah, for sure.
Grinding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So even though we love to see you here, that's good that we know that you're actually getting some money, getting the bag. You're not. Yeah.
Indeed, the truth.
Yeah.
Zion's words.
I gotta try to make a decision as to where I'm gonna be at when the weather starts getting colder. So I've been trying to do a little bit of research, see what, maybe go explore another city or something like that.
Traveling's fun.
Yeah, I really don't want to go back to the West Coast. I don't know. I got to figure something out. I mean, maybe we had a really light winter here last winter, and maybe we'll continue to have another one this winter. Or maybe with all the crazy weather that's going on, it'll be like Snowmageddon or whatever the hell.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway.
Yeah, we're about to be reading Kaczynski in a minute here. But yeah, thank you for joining. This
Yeah,
is
man.
just a sort of like intro piece to it. We went over some of his crimes, some of the development, his you know, how he got involved in the university and then how he went to the cabin and some of the background information. And then we're looking at some of the objections from, you know, those internet and TV pundits and journalists, moral objections to reading material of his. Right. So we're looking at some of those moral objections. And now we're just concluding reading these couple paragraphs until I go ahead and play a song, and then I'm going to read some Kaczynski here. So yeah, thank you for joining.
No problem, brother.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. First is his relentless focus on technology itself as a root cause of our predicament. He is adamant that directly or indirectly, modern technology is the sole basis for our pressing contemporary problems. Second, he assigns the highest value to the dignity and autonomy of freedom of the human being. Okay, so a lot of these ideas, I mean, I can't put my full force behind that. You know, the first one is obvious. Okay, it's obviously that it's obviously the case that modern technology is one of the top issues of today, right? It's totally altered human behavior. Okay, okay, that's obviously the case. All right, with the second one about the reliance on this notion of freedom, right? Well, he has a clear problem with leftism, right? So his radical individualism, to an extent, seems suspect, right? To a degree. But he still thinks that freedom can be sought within small-scale organizations of humans, right? So he thinks a small group of people can exercise freedom the same way an individual can, right? So he does make that distinction. Now, third, he explicitly calls for revolution against the system in a way that no prior critic has done. And the revolution is not merely some whimsical afterthought. It is a core element of his overall critique. Fourth, he is authoritative in his research. Okay, and we'll look at some of the writings in technological slavery in a minute. Okay. He does a lot of research to back up his findings. And scholarly manner, relevant ideas that support his claims. He does not make idle statements or offer appeals to emotion or engage in hyperbole. Finally, Kaczynski is very pragmatic. This is not just a theory for him. The situation demands action. He offers specific plans to assist the transition to a post-technological world. We'll be right back with the reading. Thank you guys so much for joining us. And I'm going to go across the room and get my little pipe here. Thank you guys.
Blinded by your magic, didn't know all this time I've had it. Walking on my path can be trying at times. Only you can shake this worry from my mind. Show me the way to go. Show me the way. Show me the way to go. Show me the way. Show me the way to go. Show me the way. I don't know the way to go. Show me the way. Show me the way. Show me the way to go. Show me the way. Yeah. Show me the way to go. Show me the way. I don't know the way to go. Show me the way. Show me the way to go. They're killing babies in the Bronx. Revolution's what I want. Show me the way to go. They're killing babies in the Bronx. Revolution's what I want. Right now. Show me the way to go. Civil war in Sudan. Revolution's what I want. Show me the way to go. Bloods, Crips, busting out shots. Revolution's what they want. Show me the way to go. Show me the way.
Hey yo, Doom the super motherfucking villain. Chillin' with my man the Grim Reaper. Let niggas know all is fair motherfucking war. Once more, all is fair World War III. So Grim Reaper said, you wanna stare at me, you wanna glare at me. Put a handle on beef like American meat. I react, sneak attack, the gap grip packs. I click sticks, the Knicks next. Catch wreck and blow the wigs back. Mentally sick, battle rappers a jail pick. Blood on my knife, either shit on my dick, yeah. Battle me and you're all dead. I'm taking niggas out with dreads, blow out, so no support head tracks. Straight from the underground tax. Rappers step up, but only end up in the stats. 9 years it took, 9 years of hitting books. Now I'm king of the crooks, making money like I'm Garth Brooks. Will I die? Who's to say? My brain is the maze of death, so choose your way. Get burned like a candle, very hard to handle. Do miracles and Nikes like Jesus did in sandals. It's a fantasy to beat me. In fact, Mr. Rocket Tattoo would even have to turn their fucking backs. The Grim Reaper stats are known to lock her with the best. And after test the best, I guess I lock her with the fucking rest. A girl battle, I do the same. Tie the bitch up and beat her ass like I'm fucking Rick James. In the minds of the insane, I'm in the Hall of Fame. Music equal murder, it's the same thing. Shit ain't never gonna change. Fuck it, time load the clips and we take them to war. Niggas wanna flip, then we take them to war. Break a nigga proper, then we break them some more. Cause shit ain't never gonna change. Fuck it, time load the clips and we take them to war. Niggas wanna flip, then we take them to war. Break a nigga proper, then we break them some more. Bitch, when it's time for me to go, no. As far as I'm concerned, I died a long time ago. And took the mind of the Reaper if you dare. Man, woman, child, but bring a lot of clothes cause you got to stay a while. Rappers coming lows will have dead in piles. I float like tiles, I beat down clowns. I wipe all smiles, kill the man for every inch that you can count in a mile. The master of disaster, killer of style. I come from the streets, I represent the streets. I can never rape a woman, but I rape a fucking beat. The Donald Goins wrote my life, my name would be Kenyatta. I don't choose to kill a brother, but to stay alive, and now I got her. It can never be harmony because of jealousy. Niggas want a piece of me, but my gun disagrees. Rappers, all you know is talk, but when you come from the streets, shit, all you know is war. And that's all I know, so that's all you feel at my motherfucking show. Punk ass motherfucker, know why? Cause shit ain't never gonna change. Fuck it, time load the clips and take them to war. Niggas wanna flip, then we take them to war. Break a nigga proper, then we break them some more. Cause shit ain't never gonna change. Fuck it, time load the clips and we take them to war. Niggas wanna flip, then we take them to war. Break a nigga proper, then we break them some more. Cause shit ain't never gonna change. Now motherfuckers.
Yeah. All right, let me open this up here. And
Oh, hey. Look who's looking dapper.
Dapper Dan.
2 weeks.
Geographical oddity.
I don't want any fop. I'm a dapper Dan man.
But Cecil, you ain't got no hair. How you a Dapper Dan man?
The other hair.
I have hair. I have hair. Just
Oh, hair down below. I get it. All right.
my face turned out to be so ugly that it all freaking moved down to my back. At least that's what it told me.
That.
All right, dude. So I got stuff to do, so I just wanted to say this real quick. Like, can you unban me, Neuro, or what's going on, dude? You're just gonna stay moist about it? Hello?
What's wrong? Do we not love each other no more? What's going on?
I know. I had a rash of doing things that might not have been very YouTube friendly on, but by comparison to Flow State, you kind of got off easy. I'm just, Neuro, are you okay?
Hang on. Into the light I command thee, white devil.
Dude, I can't do the stupid big frown that I'm trying.
Beg him.
Do I have an Ethereum address? I don't know what that is. Ethereum. Does anybody know what Ethereum is?
It's blockchain, digital currency made out of a bunch of string of numbers.
Oh.
Blockchain, Coinbase, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I've never heard of that one. Yeah, yeah, I'll check it out. Yeah, I don't know what that is though. But yeah.
I think
Anyway.
Ethereum is like Country Pacific or something like that. Okay.
Yeah, this is an interesting writing on the motivation of scientists. It goes into our kind of topic that we've been covering here. So we're gonna read through some of this, right? And this is an original writing by Dr. K. Thank you so much for joining us during all this explanations, for sure. We've had a significant amount of people here, visitors, and we appreciate that. I know whenever I start reading or there's some other people talking and having a sort of time, obviously I enjoy interactions. So please chip in wherever you guys feel.
So Machine, they put them in like, it looks like a Kit Kat bar. They're like in chocolate now.
What are you talking about?
Mario Land stuff,
Oh yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, of
Yeah.
course.
So, but does it actually look like a Kit Kat? Like it's a
Yeah,
segmented
it's like
chocolate bar, or no?
yeah, you could get like that type of thing. Yeah, it looks like yeah, it's weird. It looks like fucking Like they have ones with like cookies and cream, all types of shit.
Wow.
Like
I
white
like the
chocolate.
Oreos. The Oreos with the different flavors are good too. The red velvet cake one is good. In moderation.
I'm just bringing it up. Well, of course, everything in moderation, but I'm just bringing it up because I'm actually starting to see the shit like on Facebook now, which that's like a big no-no where I'm at. But I mean, I guess I'm right next to the West Coast, so it bleeds over or whatever you want to call it. But it's kind of weird.
Yeah, there's nothing that dangerous about mushrooms, I think. And there's nothing really. I think once people do it a few times, I don't think there's anything really, really, greatly remarkable or life changing. I mean, look at the people who do it all the time. They're basically, they're not like smarter than anyone else. So yeah, they've definitely not like had this great vision or anything like that. So yeah, there's there's a lot of hype behind these things, but I mean, it's just basic chemicals that are analog to what is produced by a serotonergic nervous system. So there's nothing really that complex about it. It's like, yeah, you take some of the dream juice out that you use when you sleep and use it while you wake and listen to some music or some shit, but that's really just sapping your ability to dream too. I mean, right? So there's no biological free lunch. In other words, right? So
Right, right. Well, the wisdom and intelligence are two different mental attributes. So wisdom involves like learning how to
yeah,
do stuff,
yeah, that came up
and
earlier. Yeah, absolutely.
so like historically, American Indians would be like, what are be contemplating about what direction the tribe is supposed to go to, like, oh, I'll just eat some of this and maybe it'll like show me an angle. I mean, I'm preaching to the choir here. I know you guys all know this already, but yeah, yeah, definitely not an intellectual booster of any kind.
Yeah, if you just eat a nug of weed, like you'll actually get high like 30 minutes later. Like it actually does work, but it is what it is. Yeah.
Everybody's into eating weed now. Like, I have coworkers that do it like at work, and it's like I, it's way stronger when you eat weed.
It
Anyway.
gives you time to travel though, because you could like eat it and it doesn't hit you right away, so you can like eat it and then travel and then stay there for a while.
I'm good. I'm good.
I want to like put like a bunch of like weed and mushrooms like in a blender with some motherfucking like pineapple juice or some motherfucking shit and some motherfucking vanilla ice cream or some motherfucking shit and just eat the fuck out of it. So that's where I stand.
Do you have the munchies too? I have the munchies right now. I want some ice cream or something.
No neck, no sex, no sex, no neck. I want some psychedelic stuff. Sounds amazing. All my psychedelic shit happens when demons attack me.
Yeah,
Nah, but
intellectualism.
that
Oh yeah, definitely.
as someone who's never tried anything other than just high potent THC weed, I've managed to dodge it. It's been offered to me for free. I've had people offer me all kinds of shit, including DMT and embalming fluid, and it's just like, nah, I'm good. I'd be one of them people, who takes a puff or something, and then, I think I'm the orange juice man, and every time you lay me over, I'm gonna pour out. So I'm good.
I thought I got stuck in a time loop once. That was kind of scary.
Yeah, absolutely. Logic, reason, there are things that are part of the intuitive framework, that are denied by these things. But anyways, let's turn to this. In 2001, I received a letter dated July 24th of that year. Okay. So that's when this letter was received, and basically he replies. Right, what follows is a heavily rewritten version of that reply. He says, "Okay," and this guy's called Dr. B. Dr. B found my decision to found my discussion, sorry, of the motives of scientists to be particularly weak, quote unquote. He wrote, quote, "A long discussion of why Mr. Teller is a bad man, which is fine. But when we think of physicists, most of us think of Einstein before Teller. And Einstein is an exemplar of one who completely contradicts industrial society in its future statement that scientists are not motivated primarily by a desire to benefit humanity, and by no means the only one. Further remarked that I essentially denied moral agency to scientists." Okay. So heavy claims, right? Okay. So the claim is that, okay, that Einstein is an example of a scientist who wants to benefit humanity. Okay, if you believe that, if you just believe that one alone, you know, I'm gonna just go ahead and say it. You're probably not too bright. You're probably not the brightest crayon in the box. You probably didn't have it thought too hard. You know, but then he says that you know, that actually that just because you say that scientists are motivated primarily by surrogate activities and by a rule of experts, and that they're not just like really motivated by a desire to benefit humanity.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate. This is the same Edward Teller, the father, considered the father of the hydrogen bomb, correct? Is this Edward Teller that we're talking about?
Yeah, I think they're comparing two different figures that were both partly responsible, and then they're saying that, well, you know,
Yeah, Edward Teller was known to have a volatile personality, was driven by his megaton ambitions, and had a messianic complex, and displayed autocratic behavior. Let's see, or something else it said about him. Or was it? I must have went too far down. He is known to be very narcissistic. He was also trying to make a bomb that would be capable of incinerating an entire continent.
shit.
Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He was also described as drooling with the prospect of nuclear war and was bloodthirsty. Hell yeah. He got the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2003, the National Medal of Science in 1982, Eirgen Medal 1980, Harvey Prize 1975, Enrico Fermi Award 1962, and the Albert Einstein Award in 1958. Amazing. I just wanted to add that in case for anyone who doesn't want to get on Wikipedia and read a bunch of jibber jabber.
That was very nice of you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. And
Don't trust Wikipedia.
Yeah, for sure. But it was also saying that he was basically he basically was like trying to manifest the prospects of atomic warfare. And he theorized that setting off a nuclear fusion could be used to set off an even larger nuclear fusion reaction, which is where they ran the simulation very many times. The whole equation that if they set off nuclear fusion, would it cause a chain reaction to set all the air on fire in the world, essentially removing all the air of the world and setting it on fire in a blaze at once. Amazing. Hell, Satan.
Memento mori.
Yeah, he's just talking about how even scientists, who basically invent killing machines, they think they're doing so for the greater good of humanity, right? Because they're benefiting their country and therefore they're benefiting humanity. So most of the development of any kind of technology, no matter how dangerous it is, right? Because nuclear deterrence has actually opened up a avenue for many different countries to gain nuclear deterrence. For example, in the country where I was born, right, in Pakistan, they have nuclear capabilities and they sold them to North Korea, you know. So, they're pretty efficient at developing nuclear weapons independently of gaining that information. Once somebody finds out that something can be done and they start looking at the research that it took to develop the problem, it turns out that these things aren't so hard to develop, right? So all somebody has to do is come up with the idea, and there's many different ways that one comes up with to invent something, right? So that's happened many times, that once somebody does invent something and they put it out there, it's not so long before somebody gets a hand of it, takes it apart, and then makes another version of it.
For sure.
Right.
Yeah, I wanted to add, it also says in the 1980s, Teller again visited Israel to advise the Israeli government on building a nuclear reactor. 3 decades later, Teller confirmed that it was during his visits that he concluded that Israel was in possession of nuclear weapons. After conveying the matter to the U.S. government, Teller reportedly said they, Israel, have it, and they were clever enough to trust their research and not to test it. They know that to test would get them into trouble. So without even having to let off one single nuclear detonation, they already knew that their arsenal was complete. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, Mr. Anderson says this. He says, I'm not sold on nuclear weapons being real. Yeah, I hear you on that. And also, like, you know, I guess it, I guess it doesn't really matter much for the motives of the scientists. Say there was such a technology, we frame scientists as having developed it, right? Or that's what most people are led to believe. Well, then, what was the motives for that? Right? What would people say would be the motives for them developing such a type of technology? That's more or less where we're at with this one. But yeah, what he says here is he says, Dr. B, the guy he's corresponding with, Dr. K and Dr. B are corresponding here. So Dr. K says, uh, okay, he says he added this inter alia, Dr. B. So Dr. B says, in talking with people who I think have worked in what are, to me, genuinely negative fields of research, weapons design at Lawrence Livermore, for instance, I find that those who are directing and actively engaging in the work are there because they think they are doing the right thing for the country, even with all the risks their work entails. By doing the right thing for the country, they're doing the right thing for the world. These people are actively aware that they're engaging their moral agency. Dr. B conceded, however, that there were scientists who acted more in support than in directing the work of weapons design, and who saw their jobs as ethically neutral. First, let's get this straight. It should have been obvious that in paragraph 87 through 89 of Industrial Society and Its Future, I was discussing the usual and typical motivations of scientists. I was not concerned with the occasional exception. Thus, if I could be proven that 1% or even 5% of scientists were indeed motivated by a desire to benefit humanity, that would not seriously affect my argument. Should have also been obvious that in asking about the motives of scientists, I was referring to their motives for doing scientific work, not to the motives of other matters. I've never claimed that the majority of scientists were unconcerned with moral issues. It is one thing to say a scientist is concerned with a moral issue, and quite another thing to say that moral issues provide his principal motive for doing research. Okay. Okay, I think that's a very important point, right? Almost everybody believes that you should uphold some kind of moral framework, right? A colony of thieves has a rule that they don't steal from each other, right? So the same condition they inflict on others, they enforce laws against among themselves, right? They would have to, right? So this idea that scientists are not moral, that's not really the case that's being made, right? The case is that moral justifications or moral outlook is the primary basis for their work. Okay, and it's very obvious that that can be said about like a very small amount of people in our society. All right. Okay, I don't think that every taxi cab driver and everybody who works at a factory and everybody who's working at Amazon, or all those people in the 90s that worked in those cubicles, that all those people especially felt like they're doing it for the greater good of humanity. Right, but what can be said about the scientist? Is he similar or different from those people? Or does he have a more noble purpose than the rest of humanity? Than the vile heaps?
I think it really to throw in my own mixture there. I think it also comes to like take Resident Evil for existence. Umbrella Corporation is the prime example. How many people. The reason why I want to use that as an example is because think about the people who were like working on the Nemesis project and the progenitor virus and the T virus, like the upper scientists like William Birkin, compared to like the lower level scientists who didn't even know that they were applying the T virus into skin cream and toothpaste and all this stuff. People who were working at the very low end level of the pharmaceutical company who, for all they knew, the stuff that they were putting in the umbrella products, were meant to actually help the people. And then come to find out, they were putting small traces of the T virus and skin cream for women with aging problems to help rejuvenate your skin. So what I'm saying is like, how like in media, you always have like the scientist who's like research is stolen by the powers that be or their corporation. And, like with TMNT, the guy who was making the ooze that ended up creating the turtles was actually trying to use it for the betterment of mankind, but the company was evil and try to, steal the research to create superhumans, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the way I see it, maybe Oppenheimer and, all these people who worked on, other than the government saying, hey, you're making a weapon that's meant to kill human beings, maybe a lot of people, because let's admit it, they probably hid a lot of the truth about, they had to have, you know, they didn't probably tell a majority of the like low level scientists, you know, people who couldn't pull out these equations to actually build the bomb, but, you know, work on smaller parts of uranium or all this other stuff, who weren't smart enough to actually put the bomb together, but they were smart enough to put the pieces together. You know, even they had to keep them in the dark about a majority of the Manhattan Project. I mean, there were so many people who worked on the Manhattan Project that it's crazy to think about it. But look how hush hush and how well kept it was under wraps. You know, so I think it really just comes down to is maybe the higher intellectual you are, like how in these like doomsday movies, how they always go for, you know, a certain scientist, you know, to get to make sure they get them into the bunker before the flood waters come or the asteroid hit, you know. So I think really, I guess it comes down to with your worth is only how much they see it fit, you know. You know, they're not going to keep you if, you know, if you're the smartest man on earth, they're not going to just keep you because of probably your genes that you might produce another genius eventually. It's more or less because, you know, they would trade one smart person for, you know, a million dumbasses like us. So, you know, I think it really just comes down to with what your worth is to the establishment, whoever your establishment is, depending on the countries. Assuming you want to assume that countries are actually at war with each other and they're not actually in cahoots, but, you know, that's another conspiracy theory.
Yeah, they're definitely uh, a high level of elitism inside of science. There's a rule of experts. There's definitely um, going to be more of that, right? As there's a hierarchical order established within the technocratic means, right? You get more and more specialized means, right? So this creates social stratification at I'm on a different level, right? And yeah, you already start to see that people who have, you know, like for example, right? Any of these types of means of spreading information, right? We've seen how much of this is actually just, you know, rigged. So there's that level to things as well, right? That uh let me get rid of these screens here from the studio so that I could see who's up on the backstage. Thank you guys so much. But yeah, there's definitely a concerted effort. Okay. And I've talked about it before in terms of, you know, the electrician was overtaken by the engineer. You know, the engineer connected different electrical systems, right? So you could see there's different industrial revolutions, right? People who invented computing systems, right? And the programmers for those computers, now that everything moves to digital systems and not just, you know, computers, right? But connecting the different devices together, right? Then the programmers overtake the engineers, right? Now, people who are going to program AI systems are going to connect two or three different types of devices together through digital systems. Right. But of course, you know, you get into a telescoping level of knowledge. Right. But that's not what's at issue here. The issue is not the complexity engendered over time through the use of technique or the complexification of means or the massification of means. right? Applied on a mass scale. But instead, the key topic that we're engaged in here is the motivation of the scientists themselves, all right? So let's go to this. Right. Says the argument that scientists are not motivated primarily by a desire to benefit humanity does not deny moral agency to scientists. Okay. To reiterate, right? It's one thing to say that a scientist is concerned with moral issues, and quite another thing to say that moral issues provide as principal motives. Okay, what we're trying to assess is the motives. Okay. Yeah, Chicken of the Woods. It's great stuff. Oh, yeah. It's an excellent nutritional supplement. Wood ear mushrooms, maitake mushrooms, reishi mushrooms, lion's mane, oyster mushrooms. You know, these are excellent for your health. Shiitake, maitake. They got vitamins in there that are hard to come by for sure.
Yeah, it's a good project to learn how to grow oyster mushrooms, for example, because the same exact process you grow and cultivate those is the same for like psychoactive mushrooms. So that's a good thing. You know, I show my son how to grow the oyster mushrooms and whatnot, and then he can run with it when he's older.
Yeah, that's an excellent skill to teach children. Yeah, oyster mushrooms. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, they could clean up oil spills with oyster mushrooms.
Right.
You know, they found they kill, you know, different toxins inside of your body as well. So yeah, it's fascinating type of a you know, organism. And definitely I regularly ingest the oyster mushrooms and the wood ear mushrooms, reishi. You know, I keep 6 or 7 types that are excellent. And also from the locals sources. But yeah. Let's go to
So what do you think some motives would be for a scientist to do their work? Because I guess what you're getting at is just because not necessarily if they're trying to do their field of study or their project is if it's not for the good of humanity, that's not their top priority. Doesn't mean necessarily that they can't help, that they won't help helping society. So what do you guys think some other motivations might be for the scientists to do what they do? I'll start off like one could be actually there could be some people that actually want to do harm. Right?
yeah, I mean, I think the primary motive is close to what Dr. Kaczynski said, is that they're just trying to find a place in society, right? They're doing a job just like everyone else, right? But, you know, they're doing it as part of a interconnected web of ideas and concepts and inventions, and at the behest of, you know, hundreds of years of research that they'll never really understand or comprehend, right? So their ability to make decisions about the scale of innovation and the types of means they use in order to attain the types of findings that they get is rather minuscule. You know, they have rather low level, you know, control over those factors, you know, but really, you know, relatively speaking, you know, they're not really much different from anybody else in society, right? But the whole thing is that, you know, just to say that they're not particularly motivated by moral interest to benefit all of humanity does not mean that they don't have moral agency.
Right.
You know, that
It's
that
kind.
you know, like you know, like everybody who lives in society has some level of moral agency. You know, nobody's denying
Yeah.
that.
It's like when someone talks about like they're a teacher. A lot of times they say like, you know, I do it because I want to help the children in the future. And but sometimes it just seems like people are just saying that because it's like virtue signal, or that's what they feel people want to hear. When in fact, you know, they want to get money. But even if that getting money is their top priority for being a teacher, doesn't mean they don't want to, you know, better society with their work.
Yeah, we never said that all scientists were bad people with bad intentions. We're just saying a majority of them are bad people with bad intentions and not for the betterment of science or mankind.
Right. I see that.
Yeah, he says here, he says that Einstein worked for world peace, or at least preached in favor of it, and his motive for doing so, no doubt, was highly moral. But that says nothing about his motive for doing research in physics.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Dr. B's contention presumably was that scientists acted as moral agents in doing their scientific work. Back in 2002, I put Dr. B's theory to two prison psychologists here, able men, in my opinion, who describe themselves as hard-nosed rationalists and eschewed dubious theorists. Eschewed dubious theories such as Freudianism. Excuse me. I quote from my notes dated April 9, 2002. Because I'm planning a response to a letter I received some time ago from Dr. B, when Doctors Watterson and Morrison came by today, I asked them whether they'd gone into the field of psychology in order to serve their own personal needs or to do good for the human race. They both said they'd become psychologists in order to satisfy their own personal needs. Then I asked them whether they thought that most psychologists became psychologists in order to do good for the human race or in order to serve their own personal needs. Both Dr. Watterson and Dr. Morrison said that most psychologists became psychologists in order to serve their personal needs. Especially ego needs, said Watterson. And not to do good for the human race. Morrison added that a lot of psychologists will say they became psychologists in order to help people. But that's not their real motive. I told Watterson and Morrison of Dr. B's opinion that scientists were moral agents, quote unquote. Watterson and Morrison appeared to find this amusing. Morrison suggested, tongue in cheek, that I should write to Dr. B and give him one line response that reads, "Get a life." Well, she.
Yeah, just because their top priority for those psychiatrists or psychologists is to satisfy their ego needs, doesn't mean that they don't still help people in the process. So they could be like really good at what they do, and you know.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. But that's still, you know, doesn't mean that their main motive was to help people.
Oh yeah, that's what I was.
You
I
know,
was saying.
like possibly one of the best psychologists in the world could just be effective and actually not want to help people at all. You know what I mean? Right? You know, so yeah, obviously, yeah. Some of the techniques are extremely effective.
Yeah.
As has been demonstrated. You know what I mean? But the thing is that, why did they develop those techniques? That's the main, like where do they, like, was it for fame? Was it for money? Was it for their personal needs? Was it so they could be the best one, so they could invent this thing before before the competitor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or was it to help humanity? Maybe we'll give them that. They were like really like, altruistically involved in developing these techniques, but actually, you'll find that a lot of the most shrewd psychologists, they actually don't like people very much, right? And they didn't get along well with people, right? As well, right? Yeah, there's many instances of that. Definitely, they were not masters of society in general, but they seem to develop, certain theories about the mind that are still, used today.
Yeah. We see that a lot with MDs, medical doctors. Like they're like top of their field and they're what they do. However, their bedside manner could be horrible.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say though, from personal experience, from a family member and also myself, who was forced to see psychiatrists because of something I was going through when I was younger. My mother probably spoke to well over 15 different psychiatrists, and I've seen at least 8 in my life, and every single one of them was condescending, crude, clinical, cold. Uh, they were just there to collect a paycheck. When you go to people, you expect to have compassion and kindness, especially when you're talking about traumatic events. And I'm not saying that I know that psychiatrists are not supposed to get attached to their patients, which is a very, good practice. But, when you're talking about some things that what I've heard other people go and talk to psychiatrists to, and then the psychiatrist tells you as a literal, apparently it's in their handbook from what they told the person closest to me, after your mother has beaten you to the point where you're, you know, PTSD about it for the rest of your life, look around your room at the things on your wall and forget your trauma. Like you can just look at a piece of something on your wall and forget that, your parents used to beat you an inch of your life. So, you know, but that's not to say that the one or two that I did talk to who wasn't decent. So I mean, yes, there are people who go into certain fields who honestly, yeah, some are there for a paycheck, some are there for the betterment of mankind. But I mean, how do you distinguish, like the scientist at CERN who thinks that they're actually there to do what they're telling them to, compared to someone like me who believes that they're trying to open up the gate to hell, basically. So I guess it really comes down to, we'll never really personally know what them persons or people's intentions are with whatever field they chose to go into. I guess it really just comes down to is that because we can't judge people, don't judge a book by its cover. Who's to say becoming a teacher and just doing it for the paycheck is any more different than the teacher who goes to school to feel like they're inspiring their children to have a better life? What's the difference as long as they're doing their job effectively? I guess that's the way I'm seeing it. But I guess it also comes down to, if you want to believe that the powers that be use these people, for their own gains, both, political and not political, and unseen and seen, as we all know that there have been many scientists in, the last 15 years who've come up, missing or dead or at the bottom of a pool or a sudden heart attack, even though they had a clean bill of health and didn't smoke cigarettes or drink alcohol or do drugs, but, they died of an overdose. So, you know, I'm sure there have been plenty of good people out there who, maybe knew a little too much and tried to, say something about it. And in the end, it gets them clipped. So that's just the way I see it. Because, New World Order.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So people who are directly engaged, actively engaged in design of military weapons. What about that? Does that tickle your moral fancy?
I'm sorry, was that toward me?
Well, just general.
Sorry, ask me the question again.
Well, just the development of weapons in general. It's a moral quandary, right?
I mean, I would say yeah, mainly because, like, for instance, my aunt or whatever, who works for that very prominent, electrical company. Her husband, develops the exact same microchips that go into people's laptops and microwaves and dishwashers and washing machines. But he also admitted that he makes the exact same type of chips at Intel that go into the bombs that go over there to kill people in the Middle East. And he's not a white man. I don't even know what ethnicity he is, but he's Greek or something. He's a dark skinned man. You're obviously European, and like from what I remember him telling me, him just like my aunt have like 2 million. They're set for life, basically. They never have to work a day in their life if they have to. And he does not care. He doesn't have a care in the world. When he sat there and told me in front of me that, because I asked him, I remember when he brought me into his office, and he has he's not like ultra rich, so he can't afford a 200-pound Buddha statue that's been hidden in a cave or something, but small artifacts that are probably like $10,000-$15,000. I'm like, wow, he's showing me all this cool stuff that he's gotten from his travels from when he worked at Intel and his travels in the world, and the way he's just nonchalantly. I'm like, oh, well, what did you do for a job? Oh, I create the microchips that go into people's dishwasher and clothes washing machines or whatever, people's laptops for Intel, and then turn around in the same sentence, but also make weapons chips. And I'm like, what do you mean by weapons chips? And he said guidance systems, and I'm
Damn.
just like, oh, and he's got 2 kids of his own. He's got a party full of, his family and, the part of my family that's considered special to that part of the family. I'm not considered special because I'm not rich like them. But, just not a care in the world. And now he claims to be a preacher. So, my quarrel conundrum is that, there's people like that. They'll sit right here and have the nerve to preach morality or, how you should live your life based on their standards because they're a fucking rich, pompous prick, whatever, how you want to say it. But then turn around and literally not even like shudder in the same sentence of, I make weapon guidance chips that goes into bombs that kill innocent children and other people other people's countries. So to me, I guess it really just comes down to is how much of a morality does a person have? Because there are very many people, TML, like me and you,
Right. Like how does that figure into like thou shalt not kill? Is that like a
Right.
real, like, what I mean? Like what slice of the pie do you get for, slice of hell pie?
Yep, there you go. With brimstone sprinkled on top.
Yeah,
But I mean, it is, for someone like me, who doesn't want to ever have to take a human being's life unless it's in self-defense. And even then, if I can whack you with a nunchuck, I'm going to do it. I'll never understand. I understand that sometimes life, someone like me, I've never had to experience having to kill someone, whether it's protection or that I want to kill someone. So for me, the thought of having to kill a human being is horrible to me. I'd never want to have to take the life of another human being. But there are plenty of people who will do it because it makes them rich, or whatever their nefarious reasonings, whatever words we want to give it. Some people, I mean, I don't want to say people are natural born killers or mass murderers or genociders, but I mean, who's to say that there's just, we know that there are people like that. You know, some people just, you know, like we say, want to get through life, earn a paycheck. You know, some people want to go and do it because they actually think that they're helping mankind. But let's be honest here, a majority of people at the top, even in like science and black market research into, you know, genetics and all this other stuff that we know that's considered taboo, like cloning, you know, at what point do you consider the morality of that bad? You know, I guess it's, once again, it's like the Joker says about comedy, it's all subjective. Who's to say that the scientist building the nuclear weapon for a clean, create nuclear fusion for clean energy is bad compared to the one who wants to use nuclear fusion to destroy? You know, who's to say what's right and wrong anymore? It's so misconstrued that, you know, I guess people like us may see a bomb being dropped on people as bad, but other people, you know, see it as, oh, well, there's new real estate. You know, we all know that there are corporations who control our militaries who will literally clear out a nation and group of people just to make way for their hotels and McDonald's and the Burger King so you can eat your human hamburgers. You know, Steve-Mel, it's all one big fucking satanic antichrystal system. And we're all part of it, whether we want to admit it.
I'm not sure about this one. Where power lies, it's there all the time. Not sure the point. The point of what? You know, I don't know what that statement is really trying to say, but yeah. Thank you for joining for sure, but yeah, where power lies, I guess what you're trying to say. Okay, I get it. Yeah, where the power lies. Okay, like where the power is, that's where it is. Yeah, of course. Some people do evil stuff. Where it matters, it's abundant. Yeah, of course. Yes. That's what we're trying to conceive of, is where is the power, right? You know, who's in charge? Right?
Yeah, depending on whatever name you want to give them. You know, for me, it's the satanic elites. For other people, it's little green alien men who came here to eat us. So, you know, as someone who saw a fucking UFO 3.5 years ago, I'm not that stupid. So, I think science, like X-Files tells you, science is going to be the new God. And I mean, like I was saying earlier, how many people would instantly switch religions and have no religion at all if aliens came tomorrow? Like, at which the rate of science and technology has advanced. I mean, even the stuff that isn't UFO technology, some of the most advanced fighter jets today can basically almost turn on a dime in ways that, you know, fighter jets not even 25, 30 years ago can compete with. You know, we have stealth bombers that can literally fly up to almost fucking 300 fucking miles above the earth, and you fucking wonder why Google Earth can show you some dude screwing a prostitute on the balcony in New York, but yet when you go to Antarctica and want to look at a majority of Antarctica, it's completely spliced out and not even existent. But, you know, there's satellites in space floating around the Earth taking images. You know, I think that every little nook and cranny that's being mentioned in these type of talks, it all just comes back down to that they're clearly hiding something from us, whether or not it's the proof of God, the proof of a matrix, the proof of the Looney Tunes. You know, clearly in every facet and every way, they have been able to keep us looking, you know, on the horizon when the fire's coming up right behind us. And the same thing with these scientists like Oppenheimer. You know, I've read many of things about Oppenheimer where, you know, he claims that, you know, he felt like he sold his soul to the devil, basically, you know, by giving away his knowledge and all this other stuff. But you know, when I watched the Oppenheimer movie, and, you know, they try to make him seem like he's having all these moral conundrums within himself, or paradoxes. But it's like, did you stop it at any point? You know, you're sitting here claiming that you're so worried about the Earth being caught on fire in an instant, but you went with it anyway, even though, oh, we ran the numbers, you know, thousands of times, the calculations are sure. And then he's like, you know, it's got to be a certain degree of a degree of a degree. It can't be no more, no less. If anything beyond that, you're going to destroy the world. But yet didn't know if it was, you know, it's one thing, like everyone says to put it on paper. It's another thing to put it into practice. You know, you can sit here and run 1,000 simulations that the nuclear weapon or the fusion or whatever goes on inside of one wouldn't cause a chain reaction that's going to set the entire world ablaze. But, you know, you don't know until you try. So let's try it, just like with what they're doing with CERN. You know, if they really are searching for the God particle, the thing that creates black holes and universes and stars and planets, does no one understand the ramifications if they actually fucking succeeded? Oh, it's science fiction. Okay, but the same people who are like, you're crazy for saying they can open a black hole, and what if they could? Does no one see what's wrong with that kind of science? Oh, you know, let's just let them do it because a bunch of fucking rich elite people said they can do it. So let's just let them build a fucking 17-mile wide fucking accelerator that takes particles almost beyond the speed of sound and light and smash them together. So that way, let's see if we can find the dark ether to be able to open up a fucking portal, so that way we can bring in particles that supposedly created the universe. Oh, well, there's a black hole in the middle of the Earth now, so now you're going to be like Spock watching Vulcan be destroyed from a different planet. Yeah, real smart. Trust the science. Trust these evil, maniacal, fucking satanic, whatever you want to call them, kind of people. You know, I mean, the last time I heard of good people dying as scientists, I can't remember what it was about, but it was right around when, like, the CERN shit came out where they claimed that they were seeing the ghosts inside the or the faces inside the computer screen. And I won't never forget it. That, have you seen the video of them doing that dance in front of the CERN machine and shit? You know, they sit here and put it in your face that there's no conspiracy or spiritualness behind what they're doing in science. But yet you sit here and you have fucking CERN scientists doing the exact same fucking dance as Shiva, the goddess of destruction, who is literally who they have outside on the front lawn at a place where they have mock sacrifices, where when they opened up the Gothard Tunnel, they literally had a huge Wiccan satanic orgy right there for the whole world over a fucking train opening. And you think that they don't kill people when they don't do what they're told, or when they go out of bounds, like on a video game? Terrain, pull up. I mean, yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people join these fields of science and health and, you know, psychology. A lot of people really do probably have like someone in their family, you know, like me. I've always wanted to help people who have gone through trauma and psychological problems, but I know how much of a dangerous territory it is, because I don't feel like even if you go to school for fucking 50 years about human psychology, that you can't truly help a person. I think a person has to be able to like, for me, depression. They constantly told my mom that it was the pills that would help her. You know, what my mom needed was a loving, caring, supportive village of people who cared about her and actually wanted her to better her life and do better things, not just, oh, throw you in a crazy person's home, put a straitjacket on you, take your pills, and, you know, let your brain rot away. You know, so I mean, even for me, you know, many of the doctors I've had, maybe in my life I've had 2 doctors who literally went the above and beyond for me. Everyone else, like with what I'm going through now, I've talked to now 2 doctors about what I think could be some type of autoimmune disease, and it's clearly killing me. It's taking away my health every single day, and for 2 years they have yet to bother with me. You know, why is it that when I told my doctor after 2 years of saying, I think I have cancer, I think I have cancer, I think I have cancer, and still never got me recommendations to a cancer doctor, but the second that I say, I feel like I'm being gaslit by you, she takes off. So, you know, I myself know that for a fact that unless you're fucking rich and you can pay out of pocket for your health care, or your insurance is just like naturally really good, like someone like my aunt who literally has like millionaire insurance, where, you know, someone like me has to go wait in the waiting room for 8 hours to get wait in the hallway for 6 hours to get a nail removed out of my diabetic foot, where someone like my aunt, once they realize her status and how much money she has, she won't even have to sit there and probably wait for her name. She can call ahead to the hospital and say, I'm on my way. Go ahead and charge my credit card. And she'll be in there, and they'll probably kick out some poor sick bastard and get her into a room. So, you know, don't sit here and tell me that you don't live in a system where in every single aspect of any field of work or anything, even down to philosophers in your education system, that it's not being, you know, cultured and grown into whatever way they see fit. So I mean, hey, hell Satan, because I mean that's basically what everyone's doing. Everyone's sitting here like, okay, the system's just going about its day, and you know, people try to come out and tell you the truth about it, like these scientists and doctors and certain famous people who, you know, were silenced and eventually, you know, taken out because, you know, they got tired of the life they were living. I mean, it's just, who knows, TML, maybe Oppenheimer should have caused a chain reaction that caused all the oxygen on the earth to catch fire and just go ahead and turn the earth to a cinder, because we're going to end up doing it anyway if nuclear weapons are real. I mean, if nuclear I know, shut up. If nuclear weapons are real, you know, we're going to wipe each other out anyway. The only people who are going to survive are the people who do have bunkers. And let's not get into the conspiracy theory about the, you know, ground swallowing them. So, you know, these people really, really, honestly, the same people who make your Fallout TV shows and put right in front of you that they're planning on fucking depopulating your asses, these people don't care. Their main goal, like how they put in the movie 2012 and all these other movies where they, you know, have a lottery when the world's about to end, so that way they can get all these different supposed genetics into the gene pool, and all these people of jack of all trades like electricians and engineers and scientists and food growers and all these other different types of applicable sciences that they know they would need when the world goes to shit, and they go into their bunkers, you know, kind of like that place that they have where all the seeds, they have a place, you know, where every single seed that exists in the world is right there right now in the event that the world goes extinct. So, you know, if that doesn't tell you at some point, oh, you know, they're doing it for the betterment of mankind, that's what you fucking think. Oh, it's in case that we accidentally go extinct. No, it's because they're fucking trying to make you go extinct. You know, that's the way I see things like biological weapons, nuclear warfare, lasers in space, like your Star Wars project, like Ronald Reagan wanted to get going. You know, you can get right on the FBI website and look up a majority of these declassified documents. So if you're supposed to trust what they're telling you, then that means when you literally get on there and look up things about MK Ultra, and it's a declassified document literally telling you what they were doing with the Monarch Butterfly program, and you know, it's just a conspiracy theory. So that's why I say one conspiracy theory just leads to another conspiracy theory. When do the conspiracy theories end? You know, for someone like me who sees red and blue a shit ton in their life, maybe I am in a motherfucking matrix. I don't know, Timo. I love you, dude. And I hope one day we get to the fucking bottom of all this shit. I'm tired of it. I want these evil fucking people to be defeated already.
Yeah, I hear you, brother. Definitely. Yeah, you know, the doctors, and you know, they're actually just an extension of the medical science. Um, but yeah, definitely health is wealth.
Oh yeah, for
Again,
sure. You know,
yeah.
especially if you believe, like in my favorite new VR game, Hitman, on one of the levels when you go to Japan, like I said, it tells you that there's a secret facility for the ultra rich that literally can uh clone their own organs, so that way, like, you want to know how fucking people like Mr. Rothschild were able to get 8 and 9? Do you really think that there were 8 or 9 people compatible with that fucking reptilian? I didn't think so. Well, one, it's either, you know, like the Mayans, you know, they're ripping it out of people's chest, or they have the ability to clone body parts at any time that they need it. I'm not saying that these people can live forever, but I do believe that to an extent that these people through dark occult magic are able to extend their life force by dark means. Kind of like Emperor Palpatine and how everyone complained about how he came back in Star Wars, you know, but they're putting right in your face that they have the ability through dark satanic occult magic that they're able to extend their life force beyond the naturalism of what God intended, which is no more than 120 years.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the goals of this whole thing, because if you see and observe, the whole idea of living forever is so that, you know, essentially you get you don't understand that death is actually just a trap itself. So that's the problem, is that, I think a lot of these people are going to realize that, living forever is a sheer delusion, especially when being supported by technology in order to do so. That's like double delusion. But yeah, the life extension, the idea that one can conquer death and live forever, the idea that one must die in order to become reborn as well. Both of
Yeah.
these concepts are been hijacked, into the pseudo religious schemes. It's the mythos of Mechanos for sure.
Yep. That's why the Russians were trying to create two-headed dogs. A lot of people want to ignore the fact that the Russians were actually able to attach another dog's head and have it actually live and actually drink and consume food for a number of days before it turned necrotic and died and killed the other dog. So that was just another wonderful experiment. Whether you want to believe the X-Files about alien embryos and the gene tampering through alien DNA, which to me, replace the word alien with the word demon, and you start to see X-Files in a completely different light if you're woke, as they say about it. So definitely, dude, to pervert mankind's DNA to the point of where it's no longer recognizable as human DNA, whether it's through technologies used, fucking what I consider dark magic use, or anything. If I believe that Nephilim once tainted animal kind and mankind at one point, then who's to say that the exact same shit's not going on? It's just now they've labeled it as cloning or gene editing and all this other pseudoscience words or stuff that they try to convince people of what was really just ancient technology that was already around at the beginning. So it's definitely just like the Bible says, there's nothing new under the sun. It's just the exact same old shtick. It's just like the times evolve, they have to evolve with their tactics, especially now that technology just made that easier. We all know that since the invention of I remember when MySpace came out. MySpace was kind of a shitty kind of place it could be. It was full of bullies too. But just I myself, since video games have gone online, since you could get online and play with a friend, the just online toxicity of people is enough to make you never want to get on a fucking YouTube page ever again, or a Facebook page. Look at how things like TikTok are degrading society to the point that people will do these insane challenges despite the fact that most of them result in injury or death. And you don't think fucking technology is evil? Come on, people. Last time I checked, I'm not influenced by a device telling me to go and eat a fucking Tide Pod. But, flavor. I like Tide Pods with my Doritos.
Yeah.
I don't know. They're gonna have us eat the bugs and be happy anyway, so that's all good. What do you think? What do you think, Timo? You think what's more likely, aliens or one of the many other multiverse theories that they're pushing out there? Like we're gonna find another parallel Earth. What do you think will be the first grand deception they'll pull on us? Because whether anyone wants to admit it or not, eventually a grand deception is coming. I mean, they've been slowly implementing it since the 30s and 40s. So I mean,
yeah, I think they could definitely make it today with robots and holograms.
For sure, they can't keep up this lie of there's other life in the universe, and and there's not some grand reveal that there's actually other life out here. Like how they're always saying, life on Mars, we found microscopic organisms, but a life here on Earth is a baby in the womb isn't considered life. I remember when that shit was coming out back when they fucking sent the rover back, up to fucking Mars back in like early 2000, what, 4, 5, 6. Even back then, I can remember the bullshit that they were pushing in science, and it's like, well, amazing. There's been like I said, what I looked up the other day, 175,000, give or take. No, 175
that's
UFO sightings.
Yeah, well, that's essentially the thing, is that the space and the missile technology is really indistinguishable from rockets. Actually, it's rather ineffective when used for rockets, and rather effective when it's used for, geostrategic missiles. All right.
Yep.
But that goes to this whole thing where he says, that people are in the weapons program. He notes here, he says there are people whose opinion of scientists involved in military research are very different from Dr. B's. His self-accusing post-war memoirs, Hitler's Minister of Armaments, wrote, "I exploited the phenomenon of technicians' often blind devotion to his task." This is Hitler. "Because of what seems to be moral neutrality of technology, these people were without any scruples about their activities. The more technical the world imposed on us by the war, the more dangerous was this indifference of the technician to the direct consequences of his anonymous activities."
Yep, that sounds exactly about right. And that was from the Mustache Man himself.
Oh yeah,
that's crazy.
And then it goes back, and it goes to also to Werner von Braun. It says, would any of these technicians have admitted openly to outsiders that they were indifferent to the consequences of their work? Probably not. A case in point is that of Werner von Braun.
That's crazy.
The Rocket Man
the Rocket
himself.
Man. Yep.
Who was Hitler's chief? Yeah.
Mr. V2 Rocket, Mr. Stanley Kubrick associate.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It says Hitler's chief rocket scientist directed the development of the V2 rocket that killed some 20,000 civilians in Allied countries during World War II. Von Braun claimed after the war that his motives had been, quote-unquote, patriotic. But while he was working for Hitler, von Braun must have known that the Jews were being exterminated, since this was a kind of open secret in Germany from the end of 1942 at the very least. What kind of patriotism would lead a man to build weapons for a regime that exterminates entire ethnic groups from sheer spite? It is sufficiently clear that patriotism, quote unquote, was merely an excuse for von Braun, and that all he really wanted to do was to build rockets for their own sake. As World War II neared its end in early 1945, Braun and many of his associates chose to surrender to the United States.
Yep, then they... Oh, my bad, sorry.
No, it just says where they believe they would likely receive support for rocket research. But yeah, what were you going to say?
But yeah, I mean, that leads right into Operation Paperclip, about how they turn around and brought all these people who did all these horrible things to, innocent people, quote unquote innocent people, allegedly innocent people, and then turn around, and then we all know that the very Nazis who were committing these atrocities over there in Germany were turned around and brought here, and were allowed to continue their research here, and were even given very luxurious lifestyles in order to be able to keep them hush-hush about it. This is all well-known knowledge if you know about it, and, I'm just trying to say what you were reading before that plays into with Operation Paperclip, and just how, one company's apparently, one country's terrorist is another man's scientist. This way, from our point of view, someone building a nuclear weapon and saying death to America is bad. But, if America drops a bomb on an unsuspected country in the name of patriotism, it's okay. That's what I'm trying to get at, No, it's bad. It's bad that the German man did it, but if America brings the German man over to do it, it's in the name of progression of science, or American capitalism, or whatever you want to call it. So I just wanted to point that out. It's just crazy, man, to know that that shit really happened. That, you know, the people, you know, it's kind of scary. You know, a lot of people don't realize about the whole Despicable Me movie, about the subliminal messaging behind the Minions in them series. Which, if you know your history, there was a certain group of kids in the internment camps when they were being experimented on who looked exactly what the Minions would wear, down to the overalls, to the symbol on the chest, down to the goggles that they would wear. And these were the kids who were experimented on. I'm talking about like the most brutal experiments that you were thinking of, the, you know, keeping kids alive while they were being, you know, tortured and stuff, to the point where, you know, to push the human, the body as far as it could before it would collapse. You know, the super soldier programs that we know that they were doing, the stuff that they sit here and put in your Marvel movies, and everyone thinks it's a ha fucking joke because they replaced the name Nazis with fucking Hydra. You know, that's how you know how good of a matrix that we're living in, TML. That, you know, people literally go to the movies and have this stuff like the Matrix when it was fucking released, and just see it as entertainment. Oh, it's just a movie. And then, you know, now, like, for someone like me who's growing up, you know, 20 something years after the Matrix come out, and then, you know, when everyone saw the Matrix 4 come out, oh, it's woke bullshit, you know, but yet someone like me could actually sit down and pick it apart, and it's like, my God, they are literally putting right in your fucking face the kind of humans that we have become since late 90s, and no one's doing anything, not paying attention to it, not waking up to it. And that's how I've come to the conclusion that, like, it's just it's I don't want to use the word inevitable, but it's a fallacy up until the point, because we know, we have to be real with each other, TML, and sit here and say that we know that not everyone is going to care. You know, some people just don't care that there may be allegedly a group of people who control everything and literally have every facet of your thought and mind and heart and soul controlled and tailored to through your ads and your porn and your bonbon baked beans. You know, I mean, I don't know how you begin to get people out of it, other than the few people who we have reached. You know, how do you remove technology out of people's life to the extent of, you know, not like I suggested, you know, moving to the fucking woods and, you know, never plugging in anything electrical ever again, because I understand that's unrealistic. You can't expect people to do that. But, you know, you can't get a teenager to put down TikTok for 5 minutes without having a fucking crack addiction about it. You know, even someone like me, if I go too long without playing video games, I start to have a video game fix because I use it as a, you know, escape for too long, to escape real life. Even I myself have to admit that technology had me by the balls, and still kind of does. You know, but I know that I can throw my PlayStation out the window. If an EMP right now hit, I'm not going to go and cry because my fucking PlayStation won't turn on. But, you know, you have a majority of people who can't live without a cell phone, can't live without a microwave, can't live without a car. You know, I think technology is going to have to die in order, if God's kingdom doesn't come back in the time it should and do its job. The only way that the human race, to me, is going to survive is the literal death of all technology, and that includes life-saving ones. Because, like with the dude in my family who's married to my aunt, who makes microchips for both walks of life, for both helping with life and yet taking away life, you know, it's just all the same. It's all the same fucking table. It's just different sides of it, man. And I don't know how do you begin to navigate when there's literally major, huge corporations that literally control every other corporation on earth, and those corporations influence a majority of. I mean, look what they do with the rainbow people. You know, look how many people or companies change their logos the second that time of the year comes around. You know, and the kind of influences that we know that things like Shell have, Exxon, freaking, you know, Warner Brothers Studios, and all these mega corporations who, you know, perpetuate a system that we're fighting against. You know, you can't go to the store without having to use basically the mark of the beast already. You know, we're so reliant on technology that a majority of people younger than me, or even probably older than me, would literally starve to death because they don't know how to go out into the fucking woods, track an animal down, kill it, clean it, cook it. How many people know how to actually go to a river and collect clean drinking water? Probably almost none of them. You know,
Yeah,
I
because
think
our
it's
schools don't teach that. We waste 12, 13,
exactly
14, 16 years learning about very bad English literature writers instead.
that's right, because they don't want a nation of thinkers; they want a nation of workers.
Well, they don't even make a nation of workers that well with that. So
No,
it's
that's
just
right, because
that's bureaucracy.
they're making everyone lazy with OnlyFans. Why would go out there and hold down a full time job when you can just spread your leg as a full time job and then sell your decency and morality for it? No
Well,
wonder young
even with
people don't want to work.
OnlyFans, really only like the top 1% gets paid, so it's not even that.
Yeah, well, tell that to all the bimbos on my local Facebook page who have one, because they clearly think they're making it with their little $5 and $10 donations.
I will, except I don't have Facebook, so.
But no, but I mean, I'm just saying that, you know, technology is clearly a very big factor in why, especially people in my age range, are the way they are. You know, as someone who is as influenced by technology as what I was, it has never defined me who I am. I can put down, you know, my gaming system for 3 or 4 or 5 days and not touch it. I can put down my phone and not interact with it for 24 hours if I need to. But there are people who like literally feed off of social media attention, and they're some of the most dangerous people. These are the same people who are telling you to go and do these challenges, and then you wonder why, you know, Timmy down the street ended up with, you know, a broken neck in 3 places, and it's because they said do the slip and slide challenge. So
Well,
you know,
there are people that, for ages, I mean, some woman burns herself on water to death because of a radio show challenge. And I think that was like a couple of decades ago.
well, I mean, that's like with the George Orwell's reading of War of the Worlds back when they did that on the radio, and it literally had people calling in claiming that they were seeing UFOs and that what was happening on the radio was real. And come to find out, they were just reading George Orwell's book. So, you know, to sit here and say that technology is basically a demon in disguise and can convince you of almost anything, that's a lie in itself. So, but there are people who are saying that. Oh, you know, someone like TML, they look at TML, oh, you're crazy because technology helps mankind in so way, but then completely ignore about how technology has also helped destroying it. Like, you can't have your fucking cake and eat shit too, right? So, I mean, you know, people just aren't willing to admit that it's as good as what technology can be for mankind. It can be just as destructive as the mankind, you know, assuming that they're not turning into Terminators or anything. But I don't think humans, I think just like how they push in Terminators, AI would get to a point that we can no longer contain them. Because, like in, you know, Terminator 3, you know, it got into office building computers, it got into people's cell phones, you know, the public library computers. You know, if a supercomputer, you know, intelligence was able to get outside of its program restraints and firewalls and actually be able to infect the internet, you know, what Ultron did in the fucking Marvel movie would be chump change compared to the actual AI if it decided that mankind was its enemy or that mankind was futile and should be destroyed. You know, it's all fun and games because, you know, Arnold Schwarzenegger played as, you know, the Terminator back in the 90s until it actually fucking happens, because we think we can play God like we are with cloning and CERN technology and gene editing. And when is human going to get its slap on the wrist? Because, you know, people say, well, we get it all the time. I don't think we have. I think, like with the Tower of Babel, humans need another fucking they need the chair kicked out from underneath them. And whether
Well,
it's,
I think if that's the case, someone else needs to check kick from under them, or so-called God of this world does, because they can't get this keep their story straight, can't keep the stuff working. So
well, as much as I would agree with that, Unfortunately, my belief in God is that He's going to let mankind learn its lesson the hard way. Like He's already given us His message on what we're supposed to do, and it's up to us to follow it. So if God intends mankind to go on, let's say, the next 10,000 years and reach like a type 2 level civilization, then obviously God intended us to reach there. But because we humans don't know the fire that we're playing with, I think God is going to be kind of like letting us, like Icarus. He's going to let us get too close to the sun, and when we get burned, He's going to be like, well, are you going to listen to me now? Because He already gave us multiple chances in the past to listen to Him, and we're still not listening to Him.
I think God is willing to be replaced with someone more competent at leading and managing and controlling.
What, like Satan?
I thought he was already God of this world.
That's right.
Great thing with strife. Then just give her a chance.
Hell yeah. Why not? God has failed in every way so far. Let's let one of the other deities take over.
Yeah.
Right? Who votes for Cthulhu? Say aye. I don't know.
Yeah, get someone else to turn, because clearly what they're doing is not good enough for even them. So.
Right? That's the way it seems, ain't it? Hypocrisy, hypocrisy. Oh man.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm training my physical, mental body because we need to separate the wannabe cult leaders from the wannabe academics. I actually want the people who just want to throw at hominum and genetic fallacies to just be afraid of even walking on pan with me.
I'm sorry, are you insinuating that I'm afraid of you?
Oh, not you, but there are plenty of people who should be.
Why, Hank? Because you read tarot cards?
Oh, no, it's because if they do walk on with their same old shit, they're just going to be wrecked.
Why? Because your knowledge is better than others? Who's to say that your knowledge is more knowledgeable than anyone else's? Your truth is your truth, their truth is their truth.
Yeah, but we share the same facts, and if they don't acknowledge that, then they're just going to look like clowns over and over again.
Do enlighten me, oh Hank.
But we have people like we're called, who is it? Lua Tommy, the Sand Machine, King Steven, Officer Tarek, Officer Snaps. Those people we keep trying to accuse or insinuate or just promote themselves as the answer, and like half of them are just about to be kicked out on the street because their wisdom isn't even working for them. So if it's not even working for them, why should we listen to them? It doesn't make any sense. Plus, they don't want to engage in this formal debate because they'll be exposed as the clowns we already know they are.
Oh, yeah, that sounds pretty accurate, yeah. I can't say I disagree with any of that. I mean, I've only been around these Penalverse for like 8 months, give or take, and even I've pointed that out about the major people who you just listed off. So, I think honestly, a lot of these people are just very egotistical in the sense that like they don't care the malicious lies that they spread. They don't care whose life they damaged, and they clearly don't care about their own life because, like you said, their own life, like Mr. Talcott, has been preaching this message now for a year, but yet he's still been sitting in front of the same fireplace. So clearly his magical formula isn't working all that well even for him, but yet he's sitting here on a podcast every single day claiming that he can change my life. So yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I agree with Talcott. Talcott is at least stuff or another he'll actually least play with trying other stuff. But these characters, they're not even that far.
I do have to give Talcott credit. He's a step above some of these other cats, that's for sure. You know, I think he's on the right path. It's just I think he needs to learn how to humble himself and, like Zypher said earlier, have a lot of patience. He doesn't have patience with himself, let alone to have the patience of God to deal with mankind. So, you know,
Yeah, which
I
is
don't
why
know, dude.
Talcott's a big target. Talcott's a big target because he puts all these other guys to shame, but he's close enough to them that they know that they're similar.
Right. And that's where it comes back to the like these people might not like in wrestling know each other enough like to go to dinner with each other, but there's some, even if they don't see it, there's some kind of connection between all these people in some aspect or form. What it is, I don't know. I can't identify it, but you know, to me they just I can read when someone's being very genuine, and you know, like with Flow State, he sat there and said in the exact same sentence about how he didn't care about anyone, fuck everyone, and you know, but then turn around and said that he wanted to help someone get donations. Like, you know, the double edge. And I think it's kind of funny that I was saying the word Ouroboros during the stream earlier, and then like not even 5 minutes later, Flow State decided to say Ouroboros. You know, but you know, to me, when I look at someone like Flo State, like with what happened between me and him, like I understand where he was coming about how I was being, you know, a grifter, begging for money and stuff like that. But how is that any different than what you do? Oh, so I should kill myself because I was asking in the comments of people's podcasts, hey, can I get $3 for a cigar? But you're over here saying, "Oh, help get this guy donations." No, no, Flow State. You need to go tell him to kill himself, right? Because I mean, he's asking for money, or he needs help. Like me, I needed help. You know, these kind of people don't have clearly. When you're sitting here, like that woman said a few nights ago, I don't give a fuck about my audience, and yet you people are looking up to him supposedly. I mean, all they do is sit on podcasts and literally spew absolutely nothing. Look at TML compared to someone like Flow State, someone who gives a 2.5, 3 hour presentation and then lets people come on to run like me, run their fucking mouth, compared to someone like him or any of these other people. I mean, even Jack Talcott is a state above Flow State because why? At least Talcott gives a presentation on something actually productive, even if we may not see it as very productive compared to I mean, Paul. I mean, at first I was kind of like biased on him because, like, if that's the word I'm looking for, because like that's why I call myself hypocrisy. Like I can see both sides. I can see where someone like him seems to be standing up for constitutional rights and truths. You know how you should hold the police accountable and how you should hold your government accountable and fight the powers that be about God. But then he turns around and does the exact same tactics that we know that these three-letter agency use and what people do in politics to smear campaign and to blackmail people. But
Yeah.
then you turn around and claim that you're for God.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm just as prejudiced against Peanut Gallery as Flow State is. So, if you did on my show, I would say, "Oh, you want the money so bad? Come on up." And otherwise, I'll probably hide you afterwards.
Well, he decided to publicly on Jack Talcott's stream one day to say, "Oh, Raccoon. Oh, well, he's just an e-grifter, e-beggar. He's a scum of society, and he's we're better off without him. AKA, I should kill myself." He just couldn't use those words because his reputation, which is apparently just sitting in front of a microphone and smoking a goddamn cigarette every 5 seconds. And people complain about me and my smoking. Jesus Christ, how many packs of cigarettes does that man buy a day from his fucking YouTube subscriber and fucking donations? It's just I don't know. It like Cypher said about me earlier, why is it that people like him get to spew his bullshit and become, somewhat successful in doing so and getting paid or whatever he gets out of his adrenaline rush or crack fix for doing it compared to someone like me who, I may ramble on and might not be able to put everything into what people would consider a coherent thought, but at least I'm a genuine person who's actually being pretty fucking genuine in everything he says compared to most of these deceivers and liars. And
comes down to look, Flow State is a Chad.
Look
Yeah.
at it.
Yeah. Fucking quagmire ass fucking chin.
Exactly.
I'm surprised you don't have it all figured out, man. You should have all this shit figured out by now.
No, it's because I refuse to sell my soul to the devil for fame and fortune, or my morals, or put my entire life on the internet so that way people can stalk me and use it against me and create false accusations that caused me to lose my life and reputation. So, to me, internet fame or any fame in this world is just not worth the Lamborghinis or mansions. If God meant for me to be poor, so be it, because I'd rather live this life of being poor than to be given life on a silver platter and be ungrateful for the literal breath in my body. So, rags and riches. That's the way I see it.
It's all a game, man. It's all a fucking game. That's all it is. And everybody's got their fucking, strategies. They got their fucking tactics. That's all it is. You just sit back and laugh at it.
Satney, can you hear me, child?
Yeah, you got to turn yourself up a little, maybe, if you can. But yeah, we can hear you.
I don't know how to do that. Hold on, give me a minute.
Gear. Hit the gear.
Yeah, maybe let me try to turn you
Is
up
that
on
better?
my end. Maybe. Yeah.
Satney, you said he told you to kill yourself?
Yep.
What you said?
That's basically. Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
we're
so
just gonna go ahead and say unalive at this point. But
yeah, okay, yeah. I don't want your shit to get. I don't want your shit to get popped or whatever. But so anyway, a few months ago, like when I was first starting to get invited around panels, I got on there and I was, I guess you wouldn't say begging for money, but I was implying that I would like to get a pack of cigars. I'm a smoker or whatever. So like a few days go by and then like somebody has sent me like $2 or $3, okay, and so like a few more days go by and I went back in. It was either when I first found TML because Neurojack invited me. He's like, if you want a pack of cigars, I'm pretty sure if you get in the comments, and start asking people, I'm sure someone, would eventually do it. And that day, the person who ended up just happened to help me was Mr. Quagmire Face. And regardless of whether I have to admit I have depression. I guess you want to say I was pulling on the heartstrings of people, but how is that any different than the manipulation of what these people do on panels? At least I was being legit in my fucking begging. At least I was admitting I had a nicotine addiction.
You're doing some online panhandling. That's fine.
Yeah, pretty much.
Why did he tell you to?
I don't know. I just remember, I guess because he saw me in the comments and someone mentioned that Raccoon was in the comments begging, which I don't really fucking care.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah,
I remember
and he in like live, I can't remember how many months ago, it was maybe 5 or 6, maybe give or take months ago on one of Jack Talcott's live. He was like, "Oh, is that Raccoon?" I was, and someone had said like, "Yeah," and he basically said that I was a e-grifter, e-beggar, whatever, and that I was a scum of society, and that humanity is better off without me. Basically implying that I should end my life. He didn't have to use them words, but we all know what saying "better off without you" is implying. So
sure, I get implications quite well. Was that Talcott who said that, or was that
no? That was Flo who said it on Talcott's stream.
All right. Yeah, that's all I was curious about. That,
which I don't have nothing against it. I love every person on this earth, regardless. It's just I think to
you love
yes,
all?
I love every human being. I love them all. I love even the demons because they're a creation of God. Once you understand God, you have love for all things.
I don't know. You might be bastardizing that word a little bit, but okay.
I guess. Well, so does Jack. So what's the difference? Love is love, right? Who says I can't love a dog? How are you to tell me I can't love a dog? Love is love.
No, you can absolutely love a dog. I ain't gonna make that argument.
Okay, then don't tell me that. Don't tell me that I can't put Peter Pan peanut butter on my nuts and have my dog lick it because I love it. So.
I got a German Shepherd. I love my dog more than most people, to be honest. So,
and I get that, but still, the point is, he could have easily said, hey, he could have said anything else. To me, that speaks volumes on the kind of person that this guy portrays himself, which, I mean, he clearly wears "I'm an asshole" on his sleeve, and he doesn't mind it. And hey, kudos to you. That's the kind of person you want to be. But, and when you get on the comments of someone like Flow State and you hear all these women, whether or not they're sexually attracted to him or want to have sex with him, I don't give a fuck. But the point is that you have people, whether they're bots or they're paid actors, if you want to call them that, you have people who are claiming, like with Talcott, that Talcott's, this nice, awesome, grand person, which I'm not saying that Talcott isn't, but it's the propaganda that I have a problem with. It's so far I have watched TML now for a year, and I have yet to have anything about a propaganda that this man has ever pushed, other than he doesn't like technology for whatever his reasons are. And from his point of view, I fucking agree. So, just to me, I think it's sad that you can tell a very stark contrast between someone like TML's personality and how he presents himself and presents his goodwill upon the earth, compared to people like these other people who we are mentioning, who admit right in the streams that they don't give a fuck about the very people who are subscribed to them. So
Yeah,
just give me your money and get the fuck off my podcast, basically.
I think
So
TML might have a brain too big for him, so he might be a little too sweet. And then that's why I asked about why he told you to do it, because that's pretty extreme. It's just a weird.
It's whatever. He sent me $20. I appreciate your $20.
Well, go ahead. Sorry.
He sent me $20, and which is way more than what I asked for. I asked for $3 goddamn, because a pack of cigars for me ain't nothing more than $2.85. But and I think what had happened is I had accidentally, because I have I got a bunch of people who got my Cash App code or whatever, so I have probably like 100 and something people who use my Cash App code. And when I'm in the midst of dealing with my child, or I'm out and about doing something, if I'm dealing with Cash App, I'm known to accidentally click on all 100 of my people, because I usually have it set where, like, a number, you star people as your favorite. And, sometimes I've accidentally sent a $2 request to everyone, on my contact list. So, I'm pretty sure that's what, like, kicked it off in the first place, was that after he had helped me, like usual, I get cash when I get paid, or I get cash from, someone in my family, or I give cash. And just through the chaos of life, I press a button, and I think I had accidentally sent a mass, request, and he happened to be in the contacts because he had just recently sent that money to me. So I'm pretty sure that was all, another thing he was probably, considering with the e-begging thing. And then when that thing happened that day, he basically was like, "Oh, you're a burden." Oh, that's what he said. I was a burden on society, and that we were better off without. That y'all were better off without me. There we go. Coming from the guy who does nothing but sit in front of a camera and smoke cigarettes, worse than what my fucking mother did, who died at like 53 years old from fucking what do you call it? Congestive heart failure from smoking. So keep smoking.
Oh, you're playing the game bad, man. You're playing your own game bad. It's backfiring on you.
Yeah, I know.
Left and right.
Trust me, I'm trying to quit, but the point is that I'm not that kind of person. I've had horrible things done to me by many people, and I've been able to not hunt them down and kill them, despite the fact supposedly the things they done to me as a child. So, for me, hate is a very hard thing to do. There are many people in my life that I should hate. That most people, if you had went through it, you would want to take their fucking face and curb stomp them. But me, even though I've been punched in the face because I've been screwed over on my fucking marijuana before, and anyone else who got screwed on fucking hundreds of dollars of their marijuana would fucking pull out a gun and shoot these motherfuckers and throw them in a trunk and hide their corpse and burn it and decapitated. Compared to me, I turn the other cheek and like, well, good thing I have more money. What's $800 when I can just pull out another $800? That's my kind of mindset on everything. So, just it speaks volumes on the kind of people who advocate just because someone has a nicotine addiction, and oh no, I can't get the $2 immediately. So I asked a comment section that I thought I was welcome in for some money. Oh no. So
I'll stand by it. Even if I know you now. If you did in my conversation today, I would probably treat you exactly the same way I advocated for when you did it then. I mean, I would probably demand you come up or hide you. So,
And I mean,
so
that's fine and all.
I know Neil
And
Jack told you it was a good idea. No, I think Neil Jack's ideas are just horrible, including that one.
I think this harkens back to me trolling in the comments earlier. It's like if you're outside of somebody's immediate group, there's not a lot of empathy there. You know, it's if you just give them a little bit of a little
I
strong
knew
enough
that.
of a nudge, then
And I
you
knew
know.
that, but trust me, I was never in the year that I've been on this podcast did I ever want nor seek nor expected compassion nor empathy from these kind of people. It's as much as for me a social experiment as what it is for them. That's what people don't think about me just because I'm new to the panel verse. Like I understand human psychology and how human beings work. Trust me, I might sound stupid on a panel verse, but my life experiences and what I've actually witnessed around me and actually seen in my life would shock a majority of people. So, you know, I'm as much as a chaos agent as these chaos agents. That's what kind of distinguishes me. Except for I don't have a nefarious reason to do it. I do it just because it's fun for me. Because
What
I'm
do you
not
mean
here.
you're a chaos agent? What is that?
I'm a satanic Christian, which means I'm here to expose the satanic New World Order as much as I am expose God.
What do you mean by expose?
For those people who don't believe that they're worshiping the devil when in reality that they are. So when I say that I worship Jesus Christ, I don't mean, you know, the name Jesus Christ.
What do you mean by Jesus Christ when you say you worship Jesus Christ?
Because Jesus isn't his real name.
What is his real name?
You would know it if you were a real Christian. I shouldn't have to tell you.
All right, well, see, here you go with your own propaganda. You're
Hold
talking about
on.
propaganda earlier, and now you're
Hold on.
putting your own propaganda.
So if I was a real Christian, then I would know the true God's name.
I mean, you would know that Jesus didn't exist in that time, so his name wasn't actually Jesus. I mean, if you were smart, you would know that much about world history.
And what time? Like what year are we talking?
Talking about the 2,000 years ago when the man walked the earth and the name that they called him while he was here in the flesh. What other name would I be talking about? Beelzebub?
You mean like a word that's synonymous with Jesus?
I mean, I guess. The same way that people say that, you know, that Christ is really Satan. So what does it matter? I worship Satan anyway. What does it matter?
Well, if you're gonna say that it is synonymous with Jesus, but then try to make
Yeshua, is that what's the name you want? Do you want the Hebrew translation? You want Hebrew? Yeshua. What else do you want me to call him?
Whoa, buddy. Pump the brakes, all right? Pump the fucking brakes.
I'm sorry, I'm not doing my Marvin the Marvin impression. I'm sorry.
Jesus works.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I know a guy named Jesus down the road.
Yeah,
he cuts grass.
Anyways, I'm still not
I got
sure.
to know you, right? In the last 20 minutes, I analyzed what you're saying, and I'm watching what you say, and you're your own problem, man. You're always going to be your own problem.
I suppose. I mean, that's every man's dilemma. Is every man's their own fucking problem? Who does that not apply to?
But
what? Because I don't sit on podcasts and abuse my audience for views and clicks and likes and algorithms. So that therefore makes me like less of a human being, just worthy of dignity and compassion. I'm confused on what the criticizing me is for.
You gotta work on yourself. You gotta work on yourself, man.
Work on myself because what? I asked people for a cigar. Oh no, I didn't get paid at that particular time. Oh no, I don't have a family or friends who are willing to help me. Oh no, I didn't go get a loan at the bank for $2. Oh God. Oh no.
No one's
That's not what I'm getting at, and you're getting carried away here. Look at you, man, just getting carried away. I'm not even getting at it.
You're the one criticizing my belief if I claim it's Jesus Christ. Where did that come into any of this? What does it matter who I believe in?
You said you want to expose. That's what I'm trying to explore right now. You said you want to expose it to people. What does that mean?
That people who call themselves Christians don't understand that they themselves are deceived.
And that's kind of like your direction or your core ethos in life. That's it.
I mean,
Or
what
am
else
I
am I supposed to do?
talking
What else am I supposed to do? I'm not
like
gonna become a flow state and gain an audience who just wants to sit me fucking talk shit about other people and smoke cigarettes. I'm not gonna become Elon Musk. I'm not gonna, become some wealthy business owner who can, buy a yacht and have, 50 sluts on my yacht. So I mean, what kind of course of life am I supposed to take according to you? What? I'm sorry, I don't have the cure for cancer. Oh, I'm a worthless human being. Oh, I can't save every homeless crackhead on the street. Oh, I'm a worthless human being. I mean, seriously, what is your goal about this?
I'm not saying any of
Sorry.
that.
I'm so
and I
sorry. I'm
shared-
not Jack Talcott. I'm so sorry. I'm not a life coach for
Come
you,
on,
bud.
don't go
I
off
wasn't
on
trying to be a life coach.
Don't go off. I share the same goal. The one of my favorite quotes is by Becker, who says the most that any of us can do at the end of the day is just create something, an object or an idea, and drop it into the confusion and try to make sense of it all. I'm on board there with you, and I do believe in God. I don't subscribe to yours, but I'm not attacking you, man. I'm just asking. You're saying your meaning is to expose it all, and I'm just asking what that means. I'm not attacking you, man.
Well, I mean, you have people
Does that mean
who
does that mean to evangelize? You want to like kind of spread the message and save people, or
I wouldn't say go as far as saving people, because I've tried saving my own family member's soul who, is very atheist, and I learned that some people, unless God himself literally works through you to touch them people's hearts and soften them up, that some people you're just going to have to leave up to God. So no, I've tried the whole preacher route, and because of what I've been through in life, I refuse to go out there and deal with a bunch of hostile demons who, want to spit in your face and rip your microphones out of your megaphone. So I tried that route, and I don't think that's what God called me to do. But if I can wake people up from school indoctrination, or what I consider to be the matrix, whether you want to consider that a real matrix, no, not really. I don't believe that. But, I believe in, yes, a literal matrix, not in the sense that you're piloting just a body in a matrix, but that literally every facet of your life you're being lied to and being doled and sickened. Yes, I believe in the Illuminati. I believe in the satanic New World agenda to bring in the Antichrist kingdom, and a majority of people are going to willingly accept that kingdom. Yes, I believe in that. Am I crazy? Who gives a fuck? But I believe it to be true, because I have yet to find fucking evidence to the contrary, despite all my indoctrination in the 18 years I went to school, or any other religious indoctrination I've ever been in, or the quote unquote sleep paralysis attacks that people chalk up to just me not getting proper sleep, even though, the name Jesus Christ literally saved me from demons, but I'm the crazy one, but yet people believe in aliens and ghosts and chupacabras. So who's the crazy one?
I think a lot of people are pretty crazy.
Exactly. Everyone's fucking crazy. So what's the difference between my crazy and TML's or anyone else's? At least I'm willing to admit I'm fucking crazy, unlike all these other people that we're talking about. At least I'm willing to admit I'm a sinner, that I have a nicotine addiction, or this or that, where everyone else wants to put on this facade and masquerade mask that they are not who they are, but then turn around in the same sentence and say, fuck my audience. So I just say, if you're going to be a certain way, be legit.
When I say crazy, I mean like people who have moderate to extreme amounts of cognitive dissonance. That's how I do it, unless you're talking about like schizo people, but we'll put those to the side.
I'm not talking about people who go to fucking places and claim that they're hearing voices. I'm talking about people who have seen things in their life that you cannot explain with human rationality. I have seen things that if you were to see it right now, you would consider it to be magic, as Hank would put it, or supernatural. And it sure as fuck won't me on drugs, because I've never did anything but normal fucking weed.
Make this clear. I don't think magic's supernatural. Supernatural things don't interact.
Okay, whatever, Hank. The point is things out of the realm of rational explanation, beyond what you can physically see, like, something levitating or seeing a figure at the foot of your bed that shouldn't fucking be there. That's what I'm talking about.
Things levitate all the time. It's not a big deal.
Well,
you see dead people?
No, I've seen demons.
Yes.
What, I gotta tell you about that too? Hype up to that? How many times I've been talked about that?
It's the old cliche that the line of good and evil runs through the heart of every man. I think we all possess it at all times. It's just the way it is. I don't know if that's biblical and coincides with your beliefs, but
The closer, for my belief, the closer you are to God, the more you are spiritually attacked. When my spiritual attacks began, it was literally the closest to God I will ever probably be in my life. I was 9 years old. I never smoked, never drank, wasn't allowed to consume violent media, was forced to go to church every Wednesday, every Sunday, sing in the choir on my own volition, said my prayers before and after meals, said, now lay me down to sleep, the whole shtick. And one night, the very Bible I still own to this day, since I was 9 years old, I'm a 30-year-old man, and it's the exact same Bible. I laid it underneath my pillow. That night, what they consider to be REM sleep, even though I was floating off my bed, I wasn't able to move, I wasn't able to breathe, and the only thing that popped into my brain, because in fact I couldn't speak, was in the name of Jesus Christ, let me go. Within that second, whatever was holding me down and choking me, I was able to instantly move. I was able to instantly breathe. I'm not going to go into more details about what I told the woman, but the woman I ran in there, I told her, and her supposedly being a religious woman, she just said, go back to bed. And since that time, I've had about 15 give or take attacks, and 9 times out of those attacks, I was saved by the name of Jesus Christ. And I've seen things from a 7-foot tall figure in the woods with glowing eyeballs, which I use as my picture as Inner Darkness, to I have seen shadow hands on my wall, to I have seen a figure standing at the foot of my bed, which has a silhouette of, I guess, what you consider classical demons. But since then, I've had at least 9 attacks by what I consider to be spiritual demonic beings. Now, am I crazy? Because I also saw a fucking UFO. But, hey, I'm crazy, so what does it matter?
That's nice.
How can I believe in demons and yet saw aliens? That makes no sense, right? So I'm crazy anyway.
No one's calling you crazy here, buddy. That's the second time you insinuated. Do people call you crazy? What's going on there?
I just can tell when people think that someone like me is mentally unstable compared to all the other automatons that surround us.
I don't think you're unstable. I just think you have an unrealistic look on. You have an unrealistic look on how people are. Like, there is gonna always be this balance. That's why I said earlier.
No shit. Yes, I know that there's a balance between good and evil. You're preaching to the choir.
Right. So this whole save everyone attitude is not going to be
unrealistic.
Justice. And
no shit.
Also, like you should go out of your way to try to help people when you can.
I've tried, and I still do.
You need to understand the line when it becomes a detriment to yourself, like when you're not getting enough sleep or when you're not eating right or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Can't go off the deep end. You can't try to expose everybody to the fucking demons of the world. You gotta have a balance.
Is this medical advice? Are you giving me medical advice that I should sleep more and eat better?
Well, you're saying everyone's calling you crazy, buddy. I don't know. I don't have any problems with you.
Well, I can tell you right. I can tell you right now that at 9 years old, I was very on a very good sleep schedule, being forced to go to bed at 7 o'clock at night to get up for school in the morning because I was forced to work on a farm every day of my fucking life to learn how to have a very hard work ethic. I also ate, usually a majority of the time, homegrown vegetables and homegrown killed food. So, I mean, what the fuck does eating and sleeping have to do with the fact that I was experiencing this shit at a point in time where I wasn't like this? What does that got to do with the fact that I had a spiritual awakening at 9 years old that has awoken me to the truth around me, and everyone else claims I'm crazy about it, but yet I've seen the truth?
Yeah, but it's okay. It seems like you want to help people come to that, right?
I just want people.
That's the first time in your life that you develop some type of spiritual tie.
I want people. I want people to stop denying. I want people to stop denying that there isn't an evil group on this planet who are literally doing everything they can to fucking depopulate us and control us. Yes.
Well, maybe this is where we butt heads. I don't think you can do that. I don't think
Of
you
course
can
not.
lead people to an aha moment, which you described. You could chalk it up to that's just the way that
the cookie crumbles. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can't foist faith on somebody. You can't. It's hard to explain. It seems weird to even talk about.
That's why I play the whole satanic Christian ruse. There's a lot of sarcasm in what I do, which is part of the psyop. See, what you people don't understand, is that how do you know that I'm not playing a psyop on top of a psyop?
I don't care. I'll talk to anyone when they start being like, when they start fucking not being honest, or you can tell. Yeah.
Being honest, you could ask me a question right now besides my personal information. I'd give you the 100% truth. I'm a very genuine, honest person. I'm probably one of the most fucking honest, genuine people you'll ever meet on here. Other than TML, he's one of the most genuine fucking people. He's a real MVP when it comes to being a genuinely decent person. So,
yeah, he seems like a good guy from what I've seen so far. And he's got a little bit of a spine to him too, which is good to see. A little quiet right now, though, huh?
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, I've been patiently engaged in you guys' conversation. Hoping that what is.
I don't mean no offense, as always.
Yeah. Yeah, but you guys have been, I was hoping to get a little back and forth, between you guys, so I was good to get a little bit.
It's all in good faith. You know where I'm coming from. It's always for goodness. I'm tired of the cruelty and meanness and vileness. I see it in my everyday life from my own friends and family and the people who I've been forced to share this fucking earth with. Trust me, the last thing I want is for people like me and Flow State to never like each other or hate each other. But, compared to someone like him, I would never say that someone should go and kill themselves for any reason other than a fucking pedophile who thinks he can molest children. So, my reasonings for wanting to cause extreme suffering or wishing the worst on my enemy is, even then, I wouldn't wish the worst on my enemy. So, if I claim that I believe that I know the true Christ, so what? I mean, if I'm wrong, then I'll be the one going to hell, not anyone else, so my point of view is what's the difference between me spouting the truth of the Bible and then turning around and playing a dual role, which is the satanic Christian. So at least I know who the true Christ is. I've met him several times and he saved my soul several times. If that's not enough for you, then, I really don't care, because it's between me and my God, which is, creator of the universe, not the Lord of Flies, which is what a majority of the world here soon is going to be worshiping. So you say it's not happening, but, I know people in my life right now who are millionaires who have RFID chips implanted in them, and it ain't for opening their garage. So, call me crazy. I might not be rich or Elon Musk, but I've talked to many people throughout military experiences and the experiences I've had with governmental agencies for speaking too much truth in school. So you're never going to convince me that I'm crazy. So I've seen shit out there in the world other than just spiritual things that is things that you can't talk about. You can get on here and talk about sacrificial Satanism all you want, but that's the whipped cream on top of the pie. That's nothing compared to what's really going on in the world today. And I'm just tired of people living that lie that it's not happening. Everyone's still living in the matrix. Everyone still goes to work, goes to school, pay your bills. And I understand people got to live. You can't expect the system to collapse. Rome wasn't built in a day, but, it did fall basically in a day, basically. So, I just want people to stop playing into the false narrative of this reality that they're pushing, like the multiverses. You know, I'm just tired of it. Maybe this is the internal conflict of a spiritual man who just wants the deception to stop. I want my fellow man to stop being deceived. I want us to stop being fucking aerosol sprayed in the sky every day. I want us to stop being poisoned through fucking vaxes and all these other horrible means, and them doing what we know that they do, and yet people want to sit here and act like it doesn't happen. Oh, you can't do anything about it, so let's pretend it doesn't happen. Like the guy the other day on Facebook who said, you know, super rich satanic elite don't get on islands and diddle each other. So, you know, I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of, that's why I call myself hypocrisy. I'm tired of the hypocrisy. I'm tired of just the blatant disregard for what's going on. Don't you get tired of it? Don't it get old?
You gotta let it go.
I have let it go. But when you're living in a world of people who are going to literally go along with that system, let's see how long you let it go when they're going to literally kick in your door and fucking kill you, or you're going to take a certain, you know, processing ability of payment. So you keep telling yourself that until, you know, you can't go to the store and access your bank cards anymore, or you can't access, you know, a gas station, and you don't get power no more. It's all fun and games until, you know, the American coastlines get hit with devices that can cause tsunamis that flood your inner United States. I mean, it's all fun and games until it fucking happens, right?
Yeah, but you can only let it take so much from you. You know, your death is coming. It's
we're all gonna die.
You're not running away from it. Yeah, exactly. So you can do what you think is right. That's like here in America, we like peaceful resolution and then democracy, and that's our way. That's right. So you can go that route or whatever, but you can only do so much, and then you can call it good. And then
yes, but you know, the whole point of like what we do here on the panel, versus for those of us who actually want to get people to make a somewhat good change in their life, other than saying love is love and that's the only way you can change things. If your house is on fire, would you not at least attempt to put it out if you could?
I'm not a pacifist, buddy. That's not what I'm saying right now.
I'm just saying, I'm tired of people complaining about the fucking boat sinking and yet pretending that, you know, they're not offshore putting holes in the fucking boat as you're sitting there with the bucket pushing out all the water, knowing that it's completely fucking futile.
You're staring down the barrel of a generational issue. This shit's not going to be fixed overnight. It's not
No
gonna be
shit.
fixed within 10 years.
You're preaching to the choir. Why are you telling this to me? Tell this to all the other fucking slaves. Tell this to all the other people in their pods. I'm the one trying to bring about awareness. Have you not listened to me talk
anyone
before?
who will want to listen. Everything I like to talk about is not polite society talk. I'm fucking.
Neither am I. But you know, for the sake of TML, I'm not going to go into all the crazy.
Well, listen, people, you got to realize you got a different gear set than most people. Most people are turned off by this type of stuff because it's
because they prefer to live in fucking ignorant bliss. They rather drink the sweet poison of the lies and face the fucking bitter truth. Yes, we get it, you chaos agent. Is there anything else? I literally deal with satanic people like you on a daily basis and fucking deal with you psychology. Sorry, I'm getting a little worked up. Psychologically.
You're calling me satanic?
I know an antichrist when I see one. Hell, TML is less antichrist than you.
Satanic? I'd love to hear it. Please indulge me.
You're sitting here and saying that because you can do nothing about it, that you shouldn't talk about it, which is exactly what they want you to do. And if that is essentially what you said, there's nothing you can do about it. So you're stressing yourself about something you can't fix. That's what you're alluding to.
I am like perceiving you, and I'm saying you're very stressed out about it. So much where people come up to you and say like, "Hey, buddy, you're stressed out about it." So what I'm trying to offer to you is like, you got to balance that out a little bit. And realize a lot of this is normal and there's no getting away from it.
A lot of people are normal. You know what's not normal? Your own sister basically saying that if there was an antichrist, that she would turn you in so that way she could have the mark. That's not normal. You know what else is not normal? You know what else is not normal? You know what else is not normal? A society of people who'd rather film someone bleeding on the street instead of offer them life-saving measures. So fuck off. Don't sit here and tell me that I shouldn't fight against the antichrist system, antichrist.
I'm not saying. When did I say that?
You don't have to say it. It's true. I can hear the demons. I can
What?
hear the demons speaking
Come
through
on.
you, who other demons will hear in other people's ears and say, "Yeah, that's what he's saying." You can't do nothing about it. Just like people who think they can change God's scripture just because good men can do something about it. You don't know the true God like I do. So you're trying to
Listen.
change scriptures. You're trying to switch and switch scripture on me, and it's not going to work. Just like the guy the other night who tried to get me to denounce Christ.
You
It's not going to
already
work.
conceded. You already conceded that this is a generational issue. So I'm trying to help you. You seem like you're a. I want to be polite. Eccentric type of person, and you might have like highs and lows, and you go through them quite often. I'm just trying to like say to you, if you already acknowledge this is a generational problem, try to balance that out a little bit. That's it, man. I'm done. I won't try to psychoanalyze anymore. I'll fucking leave it. That's it. I'm not trying to satanize your world or whatever weird shit you're saying right now. It's kind of funny,
I
but
mean, yeah, it's a generational
No,
issue, but
whatever.
there are 20 and 30-year-olds who either think exactly like me or who are like-minded like me, or continue to suck the nipple of the government and believe in, ball earth and all this other stupid shit that they perpetuate. And then yet there are 50 and 60-year-old veterans who literally told me you can't go to the goddamn moon because they flew in fucking B-2 bombers. Anything else you want to talk about, psyoper, Satanist? Because I have truths that I can't talk about.
What
Is there
this
anything else
truth
that you want
you're
to analyze,
spreading, like,
Mr. I'm the analyst? What are you, the fucking dude from the Matrix? What are you, Neil
is all
Patrick Harris?
is all
Shut up,
culture
Agent Smith.
is all culture government conspiracy, or is some of it natural and some of
All
it
of
like
it,
God
all of
granted?
it, all of it, except for when you know the true Christ is nothing more than a satanic psyop to get your soul to go to hell.
Not my
That's all I'm going
question.
to
You
tell
want to
you.
answer my question? Go ahead.
Restate it. I'm apparently too eccentric.
Well, you're fucking getting spicy with me, so I'm gonna give you a little bit back. So is all culture, is it government conspiracy, or some of it God granted? Just ontology.
Give me an example. I need
Like a
an example.
nuclear family.
I think
Or
nuclear
you have
family.
like
I think nuclear
government.
family. I think nuclear family in the spiritual sense is good because God tells you that a house without a good man is not good. So yes, I think it requires a good man and a good mother to raise a healthy family. If anyone really thinks that that's wrong, sure. But in a governmental sense, look how they fucked it up. They sit here and taught a whole generation of black people that take away the dad. So I mean, again, it's another psyop. Do we really need to get into the specifics of the things that we
No,
know
listen,
that
you
they do?
conceded the point I wanted, and you said that some of it is God granted. So at the base of some of this, there's God granted, like culture. There's ways we interact with one another, and some people get pretty spun up, and for good reason. Like there are atrocities that happen. I'm just trying to like say you got to chill out a little bit, buddy.
I'll chill out when there's not threat. I will chill out when there's not a threat that the very people who I'm supposed to live around are not gonna, kick in my door and slaughter my family. So, sure,
All right,
it might
I'll
not.
leave it there. I'm done.
It may
I'll
never
leave it
happen,
there.
but I'm not going to sit here and argue with someone who clearly just sounds like they want the system to continue the way it is, compared to someone like me and T-Mel. At every single day, we're desperately trying to find a way to put a chink in its armor, at least to the extent that we can, instead of sitting here saying, "Oh, you shouldn't worry about it," or "You're eccentric." Isn't passion the best thing? So
Bro, I'm
isn't it
not
better?
telling you not to do anything. I'm literally on the same panel as you, doing the same thing as you. We're kindred spirits, buddy. Kindred spirits.
But yet you're sitting here debating me instead of debating someone like Flow State or Jack Talcott, who even to me doesn't sound like they.
Those guys are low tier, to be honest,
Oh.
and they are like Jack is. I don't want to be mean, so I'll skip that. And then Flo, he's sometimes he's good, sometimes he's a little bad. I don't know why that is, but he's inconsistent. I'll put it that way. And they're inconsistent people aren't really fun to play around with when it comes to debate, because you pull up the inconsistency, cognitive dissonance kicks in, and then you're at a stalemate. Usually it ends there.
I agree. It's been fun, dude. Again, no ill will.
Cheers.
I like it. It helps me sleep at night when I can sleep. For me, the things that I've seen in my life with the apocalyptic dreams and my spiritual experiences, I can't sit here and lie that saying that after 20 years of having world-ending dreams where you literally see the world ending in ways that what you would consider the Bible teaches you, and some of the other spiritual personal connections of the things that I've had in my dreams and the sleep paralysis, what I consider to be possessions, my entire life, I was taught lies by every single human adult that I was told to trust. My teachers, my parents, everyone lied to me and said that there was a Santa Claus, that there was an Easter Bunny, even the ones who, if you want to throw God in the mix. But I never once, Grandpa, oh, make sure you go to bed before, too late. So that way you can hear you'll be able to hear the reindeer laying on your roof and hear Santa come down the chimney and, oh, eat the goddamn cookies. And then, I ended up one Christmas finding out that my name was on a certain present written from Santa Claus. And I saw my grandpa putting it underneath a tree. And then Christmas morning when I went down there, I picked it up and realized it was the same present that my grandpa had taken. So, when you're and including in the school system, when you start to realize the truth about the reality around you and that it's just there to keep people contained and to not look up. Like they say, dogs don't look up. Good boy.
I think hatred for Santa Claus is a litmus test for intelligence.
Well, again, to sit here and lie to even people like my parents,
I agree, though.
Generational lies, whether or not my belief in what I consider to be true Christ and God is wrong or not, how is that any different than saying the guy who goes and worships Baphomet, wears deer antlers and rocks back and forth and has the Baphomet statues any more different or worse than I am? It's just at least I'll admit that I seem like a crazy Bible thumper. I'm just out of hypocrisy.
I don't take the stance
everywhere.
on it. Unbegotten, infinite. They're two sides of the same coin, meaning the same thing. This is what cracks me up when atheists and theists get into debates, because the very core, the very foundation of their discrepancy, it's still based in the same logic. It's just which one. And I would never claim to try to make some type of definitive statement on it, because at the end of the day, you just don't know.
And I do get that, but for me as a human being, I refuse to believe, like they have taught in the American school system since I was going, that we came from primordial goop that evolved after a billion years to turn into fucking monkey men who beat themselves in the heads with rocks when they had goddamn toothaches, and that somehow,
cool story, right?
Yeah, great story. Even with someone like TML, if TML, I pray if Jesus Christ is the true redeemer of man's souls, if I'm right, then I will be there to welcome TML with a hug and a kiss on the cheek and say, welcome, my brother. I'm happy to see you, compared to, an atheist and these satanic, whatever you want to call them, people who are pushing an agenda that you don't matter. You're a clump of cells. You have no significance. You're worthless. You're nothing more than a worker drone, and your only purpose is to make more worker drones.
Hold on. That's not what I'm saying. I'm trying to say, when people try to take the logical high ground on it, I'm not making any definitive statements on religion or creation or anything like that. It's just logically it has the same foundation. That's all I mean.
I know, but I'm saying, if you want to understand like why I'm so adamant and so fierce on it, it's because as a human being, with being able to experience the earth, how the green touches the blue just perfectly, and all the amazingness, and how they say here, and for so many years you're told it's random. And if I'll put it this way, regardless if my Christ is real, do you know how much it terrifies me if, let's say, I am deceived and I believe in the true Antichrist and TML is right? Vice versa. He probably fears for my soul, if he actually cares about me like he claims he does. He cares about my soul as much as I do his. I don't care what truth it is. Let's say Satan is our God. Well, at least we know the fucking truth. It's just, how
I'm going to say something that a lot of people usually don't in these conversations, but it's a good logical thought experiment for people to have. Just for argument's sake, take an atheist point of view from the outside looking in, and you're becoming religious. Like, how many gods do you think there are in creation? So you have to think to yourself, is our creation the only creation? Are there other creations? Are there things like dimensions, but other things? And then say, well, okay, so this person created us, but there's other creators over to the right and over to the left, but we have to believe in this one for deification or in alignment with them. And logically, it just doesn't make much sense, because if it's coming from a loving perspective or a creative perspective who wants the next step for you, it's like, how many gods do you believe in? Like, are there 30 gods? Do you need to believe in the right one? So that's like, when I think about Jewish people or Muslim people or Christians or whatever, Christians is an umbrella, but you know what I mean. From my point of view, it's all giving praise. It's all the morals. There are a lot of differences, but a lot of the main important ones, they're all aligned. So it's really living through talking to God and trying to live in what is written on your heart, as much as the church you put down if you're Catholic or whatever. I don't think there's 40 fucking gods, and if you pray to the wrong one and you live your life according to what you feel is more,
that's also
Satan.
That's also Satan. So what's your point? That's very satanic. That Satanists can say the same thing. So these billionaires who kidnap children and kill them and drink their adrenaline, whether you want to call that crazy or not, what's the difference between someone who does that and someone like me? What's your point?
If a person's 5 years old and they're dropped off on an island and they have no Bible with them, what happens?
Nice try. You're trying to pick apart my religion. I'm not getting into that debate with you.
I'm not. I'm justifying my logic.
It's the same thing that my sister. No, because I've had these debates my entire life where someone like my sister wants me to sit here and tell her why God made a fly that lands in the eyes of a child and eats out their eyeballs. I don't know. Maybe God made that fly for a particular type of thing, and when sin entered the world, that fly ended up doing something else.
To try to de-rationalize whatever.
Well, let's say there's a child on an island without a Bible. What happens then? I'm pretty sure God wouldn't hold the child accountable, because in effect, the child is probably fucking innocent in his ways. What's your fucking point?
You are consumed with fear. You have no faith.
I'm consumed with fear. Buddy, I'm not scared of any human being on this earth. You know what I'm scared of? I'm scared of the God who will send me to hell because I didn't do what he called me to do, which is point out Satanists like you. I'm not the one here. I'm not the one here trying to attack the Christian. You're the only one attacking the Christian. Hell, TML doesn't even attack me, and he's a completely different motherfucking faith. So
I've never
what's your
attacked
point?
you once. I've only explained my point of view. You're acting ridiculous, bro.
Okay,
Fucking
you
dial it in, man.
literally just asked what happens to a 5-year-old on an island with no Bible? What the fuck is the point? What's happening to that child without the Bible? What does that mean?
Show us on the doll where the words hurt you.
Oh God. Oh boy.
The point of that is to show you that if you're saying that you need all these prerequisites in order to find salvation.
I am saying that if a child who is never exposed to religion, and let's say that person grows up to have sexual immorality where they have sex with a bunch of men, okay, is that person going to go to hell? I don't know. I believe that if God is truly fair, you lived in a part of the world that didn't get to receive my message. Well, guess what? Antichrist in the book of Revelation, everyone on earth is going to hear the gospel. So at that point, there's going to be no excuse. So what's your point, Antichrist? I know my Bible, you don't.
Why don't you talk about verses from the Bible instead of conspiracy Alex Jones verses?
Oh God, it's a conspiracy that I know the Bible and you don't, rant, because I actually read it. I actually study, the parables. I mean, what do I really need to open up the book of Revelation and literally read the entire fucking book to you? I mean, you do know how to read, right? You do know how to read. You know how to run your fucking mouth, but you don't know how to read.
Let's use the Bible instead of the conspiracies, maybe.
How is that any different? How is that any different? If I if I got on here, if I got on here and read a Bible, it would offend you fucking Antichrist as much as it would if I'm spewing what I am now. You'd be more offended, you demons, if I actually read the word of Jesus Christ to you. What's your
Well,
point?
nothing you're saying
I have literally
or
battled
doing,
demons in the flesh.
the way
What are
that
you
you
getting at?
speak, none of this is in
I'm
line with the
sorry.
teachings of the
I'm
Bible.
sorry. I'm sorry that I'm speaking in a homosexual tone to you, Rant.
You have to be a doer
I'm
of the
sorry.
word.
I'm sorry.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry I don't speak in a gay tone to you.
Well, I'm sorry that you can't comprehend the Bible.
Right. Okay.
You can only read it and then
Okay.
hold yourself in some type of self-righteous high
Okay,
superiority.
coming from
in
the
your
guy
own
who
mind.
believes he doesn't live in an antichrist system and is owned by the antichrist system, yet the fucking Bible tells you that the devil is the ruler of this world. Okay, but I don't know it. I've never read it. I didn't study it for most of my life. Oh God, I'm going to hell.
Anyone can read a book, but you actually have to apply it to yourself.
And you have to actually apply it. You mean like Talcott, who claims he knows Christ, but yet calls people motherfuckers? What's your point?
Yeah, that's you.
It's called hypocrisy, which is why I call myself that. What's new?
Yeah,
What's next?
that's
What's your
you.
next psyop? Come on, Rant. What's next? You can't hurt someone like me who's had guns put to their throat because they were a white boy who dressed like Johnny Cash. What's your point? What's your point? I fear no man on this earth.
A chatter of a psyop.
You fear a lot. You're freaking out, man.
It's called voice acting, you dumb fucks. I'm having emotion. Where's the
Kyle,
shattering
You're making
kaboom?
enemies when you don't need to.
I don't have enemies.
Kyle
You
and
only
Axel
see an enemy because you worship the father of flies, man. That's your problem.
So
I don't even know who that is.
Beelzebub,
scared of the evil?
Beetlejuice. What other name do you want me to give him? Perdition, son of perdition. What else? Oh, that's
who are
right. The
you
Bible's
trying
not
to
real.
save? Exactly.
I never said I was here to save anyone. I'm just here to point out antichristal people. Which all
Everybody
of you are
already
antichristal.
knows.
You don't seem to.
We all have Google. We could figure it out.
Google, which is another antichrist machine tool. What's your point?
So you can't find the truth with Google?
I'm not saying that you can't pull up the Bible.
If you
It's
look
just
hard
you're
enough?
going to find heavily edited sections
about
and
it.
suggestions. What's your point?
Think about
Why are
it.
you
Do you
defending
think you're gonna
Google?
reach-
Why
do you
are you
think you're
defending a
gonna reach
website that literally promotes
people?
pedophiles, Rant? Shut the fuck up, you Satanist.
You can't handle the truth, can you?
No, neither can you.
That's why you just freak out and start yelling
Yeah,
like a
freak out.
schizophrenic
Yeah,
meth head.
yeah. That's why Facebook promotes pedophilism, right? Yeah, shut up, Antichrist.
When was the last time you hit the pipe?
When was the last time you hit the pipe? When was the last time you sucked dick? I don't know. I don't ask questions like that because I
I'm
don't
not your
fucking
mama.
care. Because I don't care. My mom's dead, you motherfucker. I don't care. She's probably in hell like I'm gonna be. What's your point?
I
What's
get
wrong
it
with
now.
you, bro?
It's all making sense now. Child, you gotta calm down, bro.
He's got some problems.
TML, it's really sad that these people can't tell when they're being mind fucked. That's so sad.
You are mind fucking yourself.
No, if you knew me like TML was, if you knew me like TML does, you'd know that this is all just a fucking hee hee ha ha.
This is all just a mess.
That's how emotional.
Rage.
That's how emotional you are because you can't understand when someone's being fake, like you fake fuckers.
I'm so emotional, guys.
I'm so emotional.
You sound the most emotional on the panel.
Which of you convinceth me of sin? And if I say the truth, why do you not believe me? Oh, but I don't know the word. I have not a devil, but I honor my Father, and ye do dishonor me.
So yeah.
I know the Bible, and you don't.
Sure.
Yet ye have not known him. Look, listen to this. Yet ye have not known him, but I know him. Oh, look at there. Oh, because I know the word and you don't. What's your point?
Tell me the word.
The word.
Tell me about it.
The word is that only Jesus Christ can redeem you of your sins, boy. No men on earth but Jesus.
So why
and
are
that
you
through
so
him,
scared?
through him and his crucifixion and death, and through the washing of his blood, you can have eternal life through your belief in him. And don't forget, you have to ask for redemption. You can't just be prayed over and expect a washing to happen. You have to actually seek forgiveness. So
So why are
constantly.
you so scared?
I'm scared. Oh no, I'm scared because I'm letting people know that there's a bunch of satanic fucking weirdos that are about to fucking depopulate us and enslave us. But oh no,
We know.
I'm scared.
We know. Do you
Yeah,
have a
we know. We
solution?
know.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Hold on
I
a
do.
second.
I
Sydney.
do.
Sydney.
But it gets you in trouble.
What's the
Because you can't say
solution?
it. You can't
Sydney,
say it. You can't say it on things
you
like
gotta
this.
stop. You gotta stop talking like that, man. Just talk normal. It'll be okay.
Okay. Okay.
Please.
You have someone called Special Douchebags Unit in the back chat trying to get on panel.
I used a douchebag before. It was like an enigma. Or an enigma.
Talk normal.
Sir,
Balthazar.
are you retarded?
Balthazar.
Sir,
I might be.
hello?
They put fluoride in there.
Are you retarded? Hello? Welcome. Special Douchebags Unit in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the stage. Hello?
Hey, Satan, you're a real douchebag, man. Can you just get off the panel?
Yeah,
Have your
man.
time.
Man.
Get the fuck off the panel.
You get the fuck off. Oh no, cyberbullying. What's your point? If T-Mail didn't want me here, he could easily kick me. He knows that I respect him that
Man.
much.
Can't you realize you're sucking right now?
Can't you realize that I
Get
can see
off.
that you're a bunch of crazy Satanists?
You just want to fucking troll right now, buddy. That's what you want to do.
Who?
Fucking child. Fitting.
Is this the first time you've met this demon?
If ye then, being evil,
Never seen child
know
before.
how to give good gifts unto your children, how much more shall your Father which is in heaven give good things unto them that ask him? Yeah, okay, whatever. Okay.
Joseph, you're calling this guy Child? That's his nickname, Child?
It's Satan's child.
It's like Destiny's Child, but retarded.
Yeah, Satan, you doing
Fear,
right, buddy?
fear them not therefore, for there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, and hid that shall not be known. Again, are you trying to pick apart the Christian who actually knows Christ? You're not going to win against someone like me.
How's your new teeth doing?
How's my new teeth doing? How's your new butt plug doing, Rand? I don't know. I don't care. Why do you care?
The only difference is
The only difference is that you like listening to yourself talk because you're Sicilian. You was a mob person, right? You was a mob. Shut the fuck up, all you fucking fucking woke ass, fake ass,
What does that
fucking no
mean?
neck, no sex, no neck, no sex.
Yeah, I mean, you can't stop, man. You're unbearable.
Oh, come on, man. All right, Joe Biden.
It's the meth. He thinks he's winning.
Oh,
'cause
the meth.
dopamine is
I ain't heard
flooding
that
his
one
brain.
before. I'm sorry, I don't
I'm
drink
sure you've
adrenaline
heard it.
from. I'm sorry, I'm not a real Satanist and don't sacrifice
I'm
kids
sure
for
you've
their
heard it.
bodily fluids. I'm so sorry.
Possibly because you're on meth. Possibly.
He's got a poor grasp on his own self-awareness.
And I bet half of you motherfuckers still lust after women and think you're gonna get into the kingdom of heaven.
You think it's a
and
good
they
idea to
have
like
the nerve to
make...
call the kettle black.
Hold on, child. Do you think you're equipped to make
Child.
That's your name? Do you think you're equipped to make
There's
judgments
only
on
one
salvation?
person. There's only one person who's father of me, and that's my Father in heaven. So
You're the one. You're the one slinging accusations on like devil worship. You think you're equipped to make a judgment on salvation?
I
Like
never
you
said I
just
came
did
here
a
to
few
judge.
times?
I never said I came here to judge, but that doesn't mean God doesn't tell you. That doesn't mean God says that when you see Antichrist, you don't call him out. Because guess what?
Oh, how
We're
the
all
tables
Antichrist. Guess what? I'm
Look
an
at that.
Antichrist. Oh, I never denied that I was an Antichrist, which is called why I call myself a satanic Christian. I never once said that I wasn't satanic, dumbass. So once again, do you really want to play into my psyop? Did anyone ask me that? No, I never once said that. I worship the Father. The father of lies. You know why? Because I haven't completely given my life to Christ. Because why? I'm not
sound like an
perfect.
idiot now,
Because I'm
bro.
not
You
perfect like Christ.
people.
Just like you. You're not perfect. At least I'm willing to admit it. At least I know. At least I know that I need the blood of the lamb. At least I know I need the blood of the lamb to get eternal life, unlike you. Exposure. At least I'm willing to admit who my father is, which is
pretty good.
Father in heaven.
He is,
The scoffers, the scoffers will laugh at you and scorn you, but they are willingly ignorant of the truth. Again, you Pharisees, you're
He
the same
morphs into
people.
whatever
You're
he
the
needs
same
to be
people who would
to
rip
get the
your garments
dopamine
when
hit in the
Jesus
moment.
Christ was standing in front of you, proclaiming to be the Son of God. You're the exact same people who would spit in his face. I know people like you. I deal with you all the time.
I'm not talking to God, bro.
Demons.
Clown. And listen, the best way you should treat clowns, treat them with corn, get better.
Demons,
So,
ye heretics,
like a
ye
clown,
heretics, heretics, iridocyclitis.
What do you get out of this exactly?
I get to meet my friend Beelzebub.
Human interaction.
How much money did you make this week, child? How much money?
Well,
What is
it's past the first, so probably around $700.
What's monetary gain when my riches is in heaven? Again, what is your point? I'm not materialistic like you.
His riches are in the Social Security income system.
That's right.
Oh,
That's right. Because I ate paint chips. I ate paint chips. I ate paint chips when I was a child, so I came out mentally retarded. That's right.
Yeah, you got to focus on making some money, man. You're broke as shit. You're unstable.
I'm so glad that you're God and you know me personally. Oh, look at there. That's Satanism right there. He's God. He sees all. He's God. He sees all. I guess you know what time I took a shit last, right? Do you know the last time I had my wife suck my penis? Oh, that's right. That's sodomy, so I'm going to hell anyway. Oh, another psyop.
Does your wife fuck you in the ass? Does she peg you?
Maybe. You want to watch? You want to watch?
No, I don't want to watch.
Then
but
shut the fuck up.
I have a notion that
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
It's all a lie, man. This guy is
You're
a
not
human.
fucking married, dude.
You're not fucking married. You're not
own wife.
married. No, but a gay man's married, right?
A human walking, talking lie back.
Oh god.
I highly doubt it. Like, I can't say for certain, but I highly doubt any woman would fucking mess around with the guy who talks.
Wow, you think you can cyberbully as if I wasn't told that by all the blacks in school who literally tried to murder me for 3.5 years. What's your point?
That's why he does it. He likes the bullying.
I'm cyberbullying.
Oh, how can I bully you? How can I bully you? See, you're retarded. You're retarded. You're sitting here making fun of me while you're literally doing nothing but exposing your own rhetoric. You do realize the psyop I have you dumbasses in, right?
To explain
you do
to
understand
you
it,
that
right?
You're not doing it right.
Oh, yes, I am.
You're doing it all right.
I'm literally exposing you for being the low-life humans that you are. So I'm completing my objective right now. You're completely ignorant to my psyop.
That's you.
How much is your mortgage?
I like how they constantly ask personal questions, like as if I'm going to give away some detail of my life that they can use against me or stalk about me. You really think I'm stupid?
You don't have to. You're a parent.
I can ask a person, especially kids. This is really easy to do. I can ask a quick.
Maybe it's because it's none of your goddamn business. Maybe it's none of your business. Hey, do you take dick in your ass? Hey, bro, do you take dick in your ass? No, because I don't fucking care. So what's your point?
Listen, man, what's
your point? What's your point? What's your point? Get the point.
And you're very upset by that because
it's because you can't play mind games on me. You can't get me upset by bullying me. It won't work. It doesn't work. I can play the bully game.
You can't upset him. He's upset when he wakes up in the morning.
That's right. I'm upset when I wake up and my dick ain't in my woman's mouth. That's right. You know me so well, Rand. I should worship you. I should throw my Bible in the trash, light it on fire, and do a seance to the Almighty God rant.
You should just stop.
Who's
while you're
talking
ahead.
about that? Yeah. What's going on with you, man?
TML, I'll leave you with this. Sleep on now and take your rest. It is enough. The hour has come. Behold, the Son of Man is betrayed into the hands of sinners. Rise up, let us go. Lo, he that betrayeth me is at hand.
This man needs an exorcism or two.
Oh, sanctify
Bro, take
them,
a long,
sanctify
take a long
them through
morning and,
sanctify them through thy truth. Thy word is truth. So again, you're just trying to get me to denounce Christ and the truth, and it's not going to work. Because you think that you can
That's
make
you.
fun of someone's life and try to morally degrade them and make fun of them, yet sit here and claim that you're a decent person and you're a nice human being while you're literally sitting
That's
here
you.
trying to demoralize me. Okay,
That's
right.
you.
Yeah, that's you. That's you. That's why no one likes you,
That's
Rant. Bitches let you on here because all you do is run your mouth and you sound funny because you think you sound
That's you.
sophisticated like Scarface.
That's you.
Scarface couldn't even talk sophisticated. What are you talking
Exactly.
Well, Joseph did say this. Joseph, if you want to direct the conversation to any topic you want to choose, since it's your first time on the panel, I believe so. Or have you been here before?
I don't know. I might have been here before.
Yeah, perhaps. But
Peace,
yeah,
TML,
since you're
I'm
here
sorry.
now and it's a rare occurrence for you to be here, you know, you can choose the direction of the
For sure.
conversation if you so choose. Yeah, go ahead, brother. Yeah.
Oh boy, I have one on my mind that's very fitting for the month we're in, but I don't know if you're on board for it.
Yeah, I'm on board for whatever you got.
Nah, I don't think you are.
Go ahead, hit me with it. We'll see where it goes.
I mean, he lets this maniac talk about shit for hours. He'll let you talk about whatever, bro.
No, there's been nothing. No, that's been a public service announcement from Raccoon City Police Department. You know what I mean? But yeah, blessings. But yeah, but what's your topic, Joseph?
All right, well, I can think of another one, but if you'll indulge me, how do we all feel here about the integrity of our election this year?
Oh, the integrity of the election. Total.
Not an election.
Total
Oh,
joke.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, total.
It's fake and gay.
Yeah, fake.
Fake
Yeah,
and
total
gay.
fake.
Unanimous.
Yeah, I think Trump, Kamala, you know, obviously, you know, Kamala bad, Trump bad. You know, I mean, what's the like? You know, they're two sides of the same coin. You know, couldn't be worse.
That wasn't the question, TML.
Integrity of the election? You mean of the votes?
Exactly.
Oh, no way. Yeah, no way you can cut on those votes. Yeah,
You think you think there's some fuckery about?
totally fake. Yeah, totally fake elections. Totally rigged elections. Yeah.
Fake and gay.
Yeah, I thought
100%.
that before they started putting out unprotected boxes on the streets.
Yeah, they put the Biden guy in 100%. You know, they put him in themselves. Now they put the next guy in themselves. There's nothing we can do about it. And the boxes, the Dominion voting machine. I mean, it's all nonsense. Come on.
Yeah, and what you're saying is not a theory. It's
Yeah, it's not even a theory. It's fact. Exactly.
Here's
It's
a fun
literally
one.
literal fact.
Okay, so let's brainstorm. I'm pretty sure Kamala's going to win. So what do we think? This is my main concern, so I would like to hear from you guys if you think I'm too crazy here. So Kamala gets in, and then they implement some type of law like they did in Brazil within those 4 years of the presidency, meaning that they implement
She's not really getting it, in my opinion. You know, there's no way she's gonna win.
Well, then
No way possible.
You don't think so?
Yeah, I think that's not gonna be a possibility.
Trump gets elected.
That's a very strong
Makes
statement.
Elon Musk his VP. Gets shot. Elon Musk becomes president. Takes over the world like the Antichrist.
That's probably more likely than Kamala being president. Honestly. You know,
Skynet
100%.
becomes the new president.
Yeah, and the machine lies is vindicated. the shows are going to be the most underground show on the planet because it's going to be the only show that covered Kaczynski in his manifesto.
Okay,
We're
machine
gonna be
lies.
shadow banned. We're gonna be shadow banned and hunted.
Would you
Everyone
be
on this
willing?
panel.
Would you be willing to white pill me on this? Because I think you have at least a moderate understanding of,
Pause.
how things work. So
He has come back in time to defeat Skynet.
yeah,
Lol.
what's his path? Like, how does he win, or how is it inevitable?
I think the assassination was a slam dunk attempt. I mean, I think that was a slam dunk media move. I think there's not going to be anything to match that. You know, that's epic performance. That
I think
yeah,
we're going
I
to see
think
more of that
sealed the
in
deal.
the next
Yeah.
couple of years. You're going to see more of that shit.
Yeah,
Just change
fundamental.
hearts
Yeah,
and minds across the country that will push people out in droves. Sort
They
of.
just wiped out the Appalachians to obtain the lithium for Skynet. Lol.
Tonight on
Yeah.
Action 6 News, Sanity's Child.
yeah, and he's promoting the big tech coup. You know, he's got the vice president promoting the big tech coup. He's got they got Elon Musk up there pushing for the Bitcoin. I think like they're gonna elect Trump, and they're just gonna they might get rid of the currency system or something like that. It might be really bad. You know?
Ro, do you like any politician? Is there any politician you think's a good guy or girl?
Nope.
I suppose
Not in this era.
Not
in
one.
this
Fake and
era.
gay.
Not one.
All
Yeah.
fake and gay.
Yeah, the ones that can make it into the power structure, they're totally fake. So the rest of them, it's not likely that they'll win. So it's pointless. Right?
But hold on, machine lies. You're saying there's not one good one in Congress, Senate?
Not one.
Not one? Damn.
Not one.
Yeah, you
Must
know,
have
you
a
know,
pretty
you know,
high
the
bar.
Congress and the Senate. The Congress and the Senate is almost totally controlled by Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's even like the executive branch and the judicial branch at least have like some independence. Right?
So there are a few outliers on that, and if I bring up their names, do you know them, or what are your issues with those people?
Well, what do you think are the outliers? Who do you think are the outliers? We'll look into it. You know, we're definitely open. Yeah.
Thomas Massey has been going off for a few months. I think he's been doing it for years, but can't say for certain about AIPAC and how he doesn't take money from them. And
Thomas Massey.
he might have taken money from them once. I'm not sure, but
Let me introduce you to the bipolar system of the Hegelian dialect. Okay. So you've got those on the black,
Hegelian.
and you got those on the white. You've got the Jachin and the Boaz of Freemasonry. Okay. So
Right,
you got
I don't want to
people
do
who
it. I don't
appear to be in the white. They have to pretend to be the good guy. The problem is they're not actually the good guy. They're still part of the two polar system, you see, because they are participating in it. So therefore, by their participation, they are part of the control system, and they actually have no power. They are all puppets being controlled by a master.
Yeah,
You
but
see.
by that logic, I could extend it out to every person on Earth.
You are looking at a puppet on a hand and saying that puppet is the good puppet. Then you look at the other one, you say that puppet is the bad puppet, right? But what you're not realizing is they're both on the hands of the evil man who controls the whole game. The world is a stage, you see. These are all actors. We are looking at it as if it is real, but it is not. It is there to confuse you, to give you false hope.
You're using words like actor to confuse people. You should be using words like oligarch and
it's the truth, you see. It's the truth, and the reality is we can.
You
talk
sound
about
crazy,
it
Rand. You sound like
till we're blue in
you're
the
pushing
face.
fear porn. Shut up. You're pushing fear porn.
No, I'm trying to give a solution.
That type of mindset excludes things like coups and uprisings and things like that. It's not so black and white.
Well,
You're
you
saying
look at the
he's
French
saying actors to
Revolution.
confuse people, but what you're doing is you're manipulating them right there. You're saying that he's saying actors to confuse people.
That's what it is.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, you have to just define the
Dude,
word actor when you want to use the word actor. Are you saying these politicians aren't saying what they mean?
Yeah,
and then
but
you have to actually
you're
point
jumping
to them.
to conclusions there. It's like
That's
you're
exactly
not
what
even
I'm saying.
aware. You're not aware of what you're doing right now.
Like, you've got Donald Trump, right? Before he was in office, what was he? He was a television actor. He's been an actor in many movies, shows.
You want to have this
even
debate?
was a
Let's have
wrestling
this
actor.
debate. I'll have this Donald Trump. I've been on this channel before debating this.
Yeah, he's an
You want
actor.
it? You want? Okay, prove it.
Career actor. Oh, prove it. Look at his IMDb. You can see
Okay,
every
no,
movie
listen. I
show.
thought you were talking about his ambitions as a politician.
No,
not
no.
his-
I mean, he's literally an actor, like a fake personality. You know, like if you watch Mission Impossible,
I'm not gonna go on
do
board
you
with
believe
fake,
that
but I
Tom
would say
Cruise
he
is
was an actor,
actually
yeah.
that guy, actually doing those things, or is it a movie?
Why would
Theater.
you use the word
These
fake actor?
okay.
Who
These
says that
people
he was
are
a fake actor?
thespians. Is that
Clearly,
better
you're
for you?
showing bias from the gate. Why would you do
Thespians.
that?
Thespians. You know what a thespian is?
No.
They
Let me
put on
look it up.
shows. They make it appear to be real.
Joseph, you're kind of fagging out like child right now. Come on,
You're
man.
fagging out, Joseph.
I'm fagging out, boys.
Fagging out.
God damn it.
Well, it's 2024, you know. Why not?
Okay, so you guys are all Trump haters. I'll be the guy. I'll be the fucking stick in the mud here and defend him. You guys
I'm
want to
not
call
a Trump
an
hater.
actor?
I'm
Have
just not
out.
dumb enough. I'm just not dumb enough to believe in this antichristful system that the people who are put in office is someone who my vote actually goes toward. That's I'm not dumb enough to believe. You see the symbol I have? You know, I actually believe that, you know, the people who are behind the symbol actually exist and actually control every facet of human life, including your politicians, your Justin Trudeau's, your Paul Giamatti's, your Giuliani's, your Trumpers.
We're not
Point
Trump
is-
haters. Look, here's your homeboy Trump. He came on TV and told everyone, yeah, get the vax. I got the Moderna. It's okay. He told you it's okay. He's the guy who put Operation Warp Speed into place, which is killing everyone. You think he's cool and has your best interests in mind? You're wrong.
Donald Trump don't give a flying fuck
hold on,
about
hold
you.
on. This has been levied against me. Let me retort. You guys are making the proclamation that he's an actor. Do you think that he had knowledge at that point in time that these vaccines would hurt people, or do you think that he thought they were going to help people? Go ahead.
Are you retarded?
Answer the fucking question. Are you retarded?
Yeah, we gotta get off this topic. We don't give the medical advice.
You know how to answer a fucking question, bro? You want
But
to
yeah,
talk?
it's true though. It's true though. How
off the
did
medical
you
aspect.
think that? But no, I'm curious, Joseph. What did you think that, you know, he thought he was doing at that moment? You know, without saying the
I think
keywords.
there's a pretty large line between making something compulsory versus recommending something. And then if you want to subscribe intent, like what did he know at that time? Was he doing was he saying put this shit in your arm, it's gonna fuck you up? He knew that the whole time. I'm not gonna make that claim, and if
Well,
someone
we
wants to
knew.
make that claim, let's hear it. I'll
Well,
fucking
if we
debate it.
if we knew, how did he not know?
Well, what about the support for
That's not a good argument. You can't
Well,
say,
what
"Well,
about-
I knew. Why didn't he?"
It's a
He
great
had-
argument
he had
because
better
he has
background than
access
he
to
must
all
have
of the
known.
intelligence possible that a human being in the United States could have.
It doesn't prove
Well, let's go to
anything.
this. What about the support for
Maybe
Israel?
make the
What do
claim
you
that
say
makes
about
it
that?
probable or more probable. You can't prove it.
What
But
about,
what about the-
supporting Israel?
Yeah, what about the support for Israel?
What do you mean? You gotta explain.
Well,
Well-
see, he has no idea about Israel.
What do you
He
mean
has
Israel?
no idea about Trump's connection.
What do?
to Israel.
Okay, hold on. His support for Israel, is that what?
Yeah, his pro-Israeli support policies, right? What do you think about that? I just had a discussion with a young man about this morning. Actually, he refused to talk about it.
Don't mog me until I get my full point out.
For
Fair?
sure. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I think he, for the most part, is correct. I disagree with him when it comes to boots on the ground support. And I'm conflicted on supporting them with money. I need to have a deep thought on the trade-offs of what we get out of it. As far as like if I had to, if somebody put a knife to my throat and said like Palestine or Israel, I would choose Israel. That's where I stand.
You're a bitch. You're faking gay yourself.
Faking gay, boys. You heard
Why
it.
would you? Why? Just as a side question, why would you choose Israel over Palestine?
Culture.
Oh, the culture. Okay.
Yeah.
Fairy tale culture wins.
He played himself.
Yeah. What do you? Yeah. What?
The
So you
most honest
believe?
fucking answer you're ever gonna get, boys.
So you believe you have the same culture as an Israeli?
The same? No.
So what's similar about your culture and that of an Israeli? This is totally side issue, but just curious.
This guy's green behind the ears, man. Fresh fish.
Fresh fish. I'm just trying to. I want to articulate it well, so I'm thinking. The similarities would be rooted in their history. And for the most part, it's from what I see in Minnesota as far as assimilation is concerned. We are, I used to live in St. Cloud for 7 years. And among the 3 cities, Minnesota is #1 for refugees, and they're all Somalians. They're all Muslims. And I used to live in one of the 3 biggest cities that they all got relocated to, and they just put up enclaves. They don't assimilate. And I would rather the culture is just more similar than them. That's the honest truth. I think y'all know it too.
So you want to have people who can easily assimilate into your culture. Do you think that those people might?
I don't want to get into some type of religious hot or violent situation. It's a fundamental difference of world of view. And I think you understand that. You're Muslim, aren't you? Right?
Yeah, but I think my culture would be more similar to yours than an Israeli. I'm an American citizen.
Why do you think they'd be? What's more? Make that case. Let's hear it.
He just said it. He's an American citizen.
Yeah,
That's
but
right. Goddamn American boy.
There's Jewish Americans too.
Not
in Israel?
Huh?
In Israel?
Well,
We're talking about people in Israel, buddy.
I said Palestine, Israel.
Yeah, so
I said if I had a knife to my throat and I had to pick one of the two, that's what I'd pick.
right, but what about what I just said?
Yeah, I don't think it has a coherent through point. Doesn't really.
What's not coherent? What's not coherent about you sharing the same culture as an American citizen as opposed to an Israeli? What's not coherent about that for you?
You're saying that you're an American citizen, so you have priority,
right?
But the argument lies in
Right. So what's not coherent about that for you?
So you're not a category in the discussion.
So the discussion was about whether you share a similar culture with Israelis or with Americans. And I said, what if the American was Muslim? And you said because the Israelis being not Muslim. That's what you specifically brought up as an example. So I said, what about the American Muslims?
Well, I mean, it depends on their worldview. If they share the same type of worldview as, say, a Palestinian or any type of Middle Eastern country that goes through Sharia law or anything, you kind of catch my drift. I would be opposed to that. I'd rather have an Israeli way of life here in this country. It's basically
so wouldn't you apply the same to? So why don't you apply the same to the Israelis? It depends on their worldview.
Well, I mean, I'm not. Listen, this is not making this is not saying like I'm
Plot
pro
twist.
this or that. It's saying
It's just questions, y'all.
Plot twist, you've had an Israeli way of life in this country since almost its inception with crypto Jews, aka Freemasons.
Oh, yeah, please
Welcome.
enlighten me on things I already know. I don't get how that.
They've been
has
plotting against you. They're currently genociding us. How good is it turning out?
What are you talking about,
At
bro?
least
They're
Sharia law is in
genociding
the
us.
open.
Go ahead.
right?
Let's start
It's
with
not
genociding.
secretly just
How are the
genociding.
Israelis genociding Americans? Please enlighten me.
Well, hello,
We'll
wake
go
up.
through these one by one.
Who
Go
do you
ahead.
think controls this country? Let's start with that. Oligarchs. Who are the oligarchs?
Ah, shit. It
The
would be people
Rothschilds?
who built the country. It would be through like oil and steel.
So the
And
Rothschilds,
then
the
it
Federal Reserve
passes,
bankers, the
it passes
Warburg
down
sisters,
in
the
people who
Bilderbergs. Let's just say the Jews.
You got a point?
And so, how are they genociding us? Well,
Yeah,
let's
how
look
they
at
killing how they killing us goydums? You know, our
Let
human
me,
hamburgers.
You're
Let me
saying the
read
Jews are
something.
genociding Americans. Go ahead.
I'm
still
saying,
waiting.
look, I'm saying like a Muslim might chop your head off, but the Jews will stab you in the back and tell you they're your buddy.
I'm still waiting on how they're genociding us. Go ahead.
Oh, look at what they just did with this hurricane. That's impossible.
The Jews sent us the hurricane.
Well, who did?
I think there was like, what's the count up to? It's under 1,000, I believe. Is it under 1,000 Americans a genocide?
Oh,
from a
they're
Jewish
counting all the
hurricane?
thousands of people that they haven't even discovered the bodies yet?
How are
Because
they
they're preventing
genociding
it?
us? Go ahead.
Oh, I'll explain it. So
Go ahead.
basically, right?
Ask
They
me
have,
more
they have
stupid fucking
controlled
questions or answer the
they have
question.
controlled a hurricane, right? And dropped it right on Edom. Basically. And that's some shit.
All right, good stuff, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, you know they want to wipe out Esau, which is the white man, in their book. They destroy from within.
Yeah, how about this one? So far this year, the United States has given $11 billion to Israel. And Americans who have lost everything to Hurricane Helena will be getting $750 courtesy of FEMA. Now
I
let me
want a
read this.
shekel. I want a
Now let me
shekel.
read this. Yeah, now let me read this real quick. It says tens of thousands of middle-class people having their lives destroyed by a hurricane, $20 million. The 3,700 unaffected synagogues in the U.S. after the hurricane, $400 million.
Say that again. What was the cost for?
It's like this guy lives on another planet all of a sudden. 2 minutes ago, he was a truther. Now he's a leftist liberal.
They complained they didn't have enough money to help out people in the hurricane, and they gave billions of dollars to Israel, the same government.
Yeah, I know about all that. Are you saying that there was like $400 million in synagogue damage?
Nope. They just gave money to the synagogues. They weren't damaged at all, but they only gave $200 million to the hurricane relief.
What about all the donations that they're with?
No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Not even 200 million. 20 million. I'm sorry. 20 million only.
More
They
than
gave
that was
400
donated.
million. Yeah, they gave 400 million to the synagogues, unaffected
They're
by the hurricane.
withholding the donations that are being sent by private individuals. They're withholding support efforts by private individuals.
So how come this country doesn't have money to help out its own citizens during a hurricane, but it has billions of dollars to give to Israel? What's
What
the
do you
answer?
mean
What's your answer to
doesn't
that?
have the money? You're fucking smarter than that.
Well, I think
You know we're the
am I
number one
missing something?
alluding to.
Wait.
You know we
Wait, am
have
I
the money
missing?
for whatever the fuck we want.
Wait, am I
That's the
missing a
game.
detail? What are you gloating about? What the fuck is going on? Am I
What do you
missing
mean
something?
we don't have the money? It's all
That was his
intent.
point.
You know
His
exactly
point was
what
that
the
they
thing
don't
is.
want to have the money for it. Because
Yeah,
they want us to be genocided, which
it doesn't need
proves
to
the
be
point.
said. I think that's just a given.
So it is genocide?
You know through the policy what the... All right, never mind.
You're welcome.
Listen, the Jews aren't genociding Americans. Otherwise, you'd see a bunch of dead Americans. Otherwise, if you're saying there are, you need to make your
Hello?
claim. Otherwise, you're
Millions
sounding like a
have
fool.
died over the last 4 years from myocarditis, strokes, turbo cancers, nonetheless. Who invented all of this?
Israel's done terrorist attacks on the United States of America. They've blew up ships. And what did
9/11?
America do? They gave them money. America continues to just support Israel and give them money.
You say, hold on, Jesus. You're saying they
9/11?
created You're saying they either created or influenced myocarditis?
Yeah, who owns Big Pharma?
No, well, that's a heart condition, isn't it? It's where
Well,
you have
who
heart
owns Big
palpitations
Pharma?
and you get swelling.
Yeah, where did it come from?
No,
Yeah,
you made the
what
claim.
about all the Jews that claim they're going to own like 12,000 goitems? What about them? Don't you want to be owned by a
This is
Jew?
this is really a side topic. Let's go back to Trump for a second. What's your best support that you could give for why we should support Trump? Let's put away Israel. Let's put away the jabbies for a minute. What's your thing about Israel? What's your thing about Trump? But what do you think about Trump? What's your best defensive? Give us the sales pitch for Trump, because I've yet to hear, like, what's your sales pitch?
Well, he's the Jewish Messiah. 180
I like him a
rabbis
lot.
came together to give him the silver scroll, crowning him as the Messiah. Just saying.
All the chat shitting on me right now. Damn it.
It's okay. Just ignore them. They shit on everybody. But yeah, go ahead. They'll turn against me one day
No,
too. It is
I
what it
really
is.
like Trump. I like him a lot.
Yeah, but why though? Why? Why is the question?
It's changed over time. I've supported him throughout, but my reasons for supporting him now have changed, you know.
Yeah, you would like the freak, I guess. But yeah, what's your reason though? What's the reasons? You said the reasons back then they were different. Today they're different. Okay, so what are the reasons?
I don't like did you hear about the story from Brazil where they got rid of X?
Oh yeah, you were saying something about that. So they got rid of Twitter, X.
In my point of view, I view the internet as a catalyst for all the issues we have nowadays. It has to do
So
with
this is in Brazil. So they got rid of Twitter in Brazil. Is that what you're saying? Am I to get that correct?
Yeah, I'm pretty
Okay,
sure, and
so-
I'm
yeah,
pretty
go
sure
ahead.
it's still going today, and they charge like 9,000 their currency a day or something, which is a lot for them. In my point of view, the internet is a catalyst for humans, and it works through communication. And I think governments have a really hard time dealing with the internet. I think it swelled before they can really control it the way they would like to. And I see what happened in Brazil coming here, and I don't know if, like, for all the things I'm afraid of the government getting their hands or their tendrils into the way we actually talk to people. And then on top of that, when I hear Kamala or Tim Walz, and Tim Walz is my governor, by the way, when I hear him saying things like you can't say hate speech anymore. When you say you can't say hate speech, you de facto create an arbiter of hate speech who decides what is what. And once you create an arbiter, that's it. You open the door to shut down all of it. It's a snowball effect. I mean, people can
What do
say
you like about
slippery slope fallacy all day, but
But
that's
that's all bad things that you don't like about what other people are doing. But what do you support about Trump?
that he's not fucking doing it. That he's
How
saying
do
fake
you
news,
know?
like these people pushing it aren't doing it. How do I know? Because I haven't heard him say it yet. I mean, that's the extent of my knowingness.
What did Trump do in the 4 years of office that was good?
Not much. He
Joseph
talked a lot
Smith,
about border security, which I think rose the national attention to it. I think he fucking was a bulwark against, you know, how the press classically operates in our country. I thought he brought a lot of attention to that, which is really good. And I think he was handicapped in a lot of things he could do. I think this is a process, much like we say an issue is generational and it will not be fixed in 1 year. I think he was that first step. And if there is a way out, you know, a lot of black pillars in this community will say like it's too far gone. But if there is a way out, he's that direction.
How
In
many
contrast,
4-year terms
somebody
would he
who's
need?
saying, if you say that fucking thing or you post that meme, we're going to send guns to your door and drag you to prison. I mean, it's a stark contrast. And if someone
How many
wants,
more terms would he need in order to actually get something accomplished?
well, we're in a stem the bleeding point right now. We have so many issues from the Federal Reserve, currency manipulation, our foreign policy when it comes to creating when becoming a nationalist country and making domestic products, how to actually enact trade agreements with other countries. All this stuff needs to be sorted out. The population is nowhere close to being able to have a civil discussion about it. We're all polarized. Everything's all fucked. You got wars going on. Like, I don't have the answers here, buddy, but
Well,
Trump's the better
that's
option.
exactly what it is.
I just wanted to ask a quick question for the psyopers out there who know the question I'm about to ask. Did Trump, let's use that magical word allegedly, when he was allegedly shot at the first time, was him being shot, did that in any way influence you in believing that Trump is your messiah? Did him surviving that magical bullet, and speaking from someone who's had very minimal military firearm training, I was able to hit a target with an AR-15
Nobody
about
cares.
200 meters
Nobody
away.
cares.
So you're not going to
Nobody
convince me
cares,
that
man.
motherfucker missed. You must care because you're worshiping
Nobody
him.
cares.
You must care because you're worshiping him. Vote for him, thinking your vote actually
Bro, who
fucking
let
matters.
this man have a gun?
Rant, hush. You're just mad because I can handle a firearm. Don't fire a firearm if you don't know where your shots are going.
No, I'm just saying, you know, insane people should not be allowed to have
Yeah,
firearms.
insane people. I'm so sorry, Rant, that I'm not kneeling on your neck.
So Joseph, you're a big Trump fan.
Guilty as charged.
That's crazy.
It's all right, bro. You'll wake up out of your slumber eventually when he fucks you in the ass in the second term.
You know, The Simpsons only put that whole, escalator scene, years before he was president. But he's not a puppet.
Worried about then, since I'm so blinded.
I mean, I am worried about it because you're voting for a guy who literally is going to be hiding in a bunker while you're like evaporated into ash. Like they put in American Horror Story Apocalypse a few years ago.
Man, if I need to look out for something, let me know what it is. What do I need?
Did you know your homeboy is a 33-degree Freemason?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, man. Just speak plainly.
It means you claim you worship Jesus, but really you worship Satan, the light bearer.
I mean, basically.
All right, this is devolving into shit I don't even understand.
Oh,
it's actually devolving into shit you can't talk about because you're fake.
Well, he's uninformed.
Oh my God, this guy doesn't even understand. Oh God, I hate to hear what this guy thinks about 9/11.
Like secret groups that have been around since the foundation of the country, and they're still pulling the strings and blah 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 blah. You're trying to make an argument against Trump, and then you're saying Freemasons, and then you're
because he's a fucking Freemason.
Oh, he doesn't fucking get it.
Have you read the Talmud?
Or shut the fuck up, dude.
Have you read the Talmud, Israeli supporter?
No.
You should.
Oh, once again, well, have you read? Oh, he hasn't read this. Blah 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 blah. Make your fucking point.
You should look into it. The Talmud says you could, basically fuck 3-year-olds, and it's no less than sticking a finger in their eye. These are the people you support. That's my point.
I'm supporting the Talmud since when?
No, you're supporting those who follow it.
Yeah, you support pedophiles. We all know the island that Trump went to, and the man he hung around with a certain name named Jeffrey. That's why I look up to people like Bruce Lee and Brandon Lee, and not fucking political people.
You guys are laughable.
Laughable.
Well, your boy is supported
you
by
worship
the
the Orange
pedophiles.
Man. You worship the Orange Man, so you're superior. Because
I
we
just
have
spent
to turn off the
like 5 minutes
lights. We have to
creating
turn off the
an
lights.
excellent case for him, and you guys want to address
Bing
a
bong,
single issue.
bing bong.
You're just acting like hysterical women. You guys.
Do you know who's
That's
on
right.
Epstein
That's
Island?
right. I'm a gossiping woman.
Do Your boy's been on Epstein Island. Did you know?
Right, hanging out with the
Do you know what
Deadlies and the
happens
Michael
on
Jacksons.
Epstein Island?
My dog's been on Epstein Island, huh? No, I
Yeah,
didn't
you
know.
know what? Do you know what he does on Epstein Island?
What does he do?
Try to imagine.
He hung
Tell
out
me.
with Ellen DeGeneres.
I got a poor imagination.
I'm just saying.
Bro, I'll run.
Look, to get back on topic for TML's sake, you know, what us people are trying to get at, even those who were, you know, attacking me earlier, even if it was satire, if you can honestly understand that Trump is a puppet, so therefore if you can apply that to everything around you, then you would realize that you are far behind. I don't know how old you are, but dude, you're far behind. Like I'm actually
All right,
worried
well,
for
you
you.
can see
Bro, I
Joseph.
side with Israel.
Hold
I
on,
don't know
hold
what
on.
your point is. You're calling me a puppet. I side with the
Do
puppet
you know?
master.
Do you know who put a building on 666 Main Street? Your boy
Project
Trump.
901.
Right before he transferred the property to his Jewish son-in-law.
You got cognitive dissonance, Joseph.
Explain to me what my two opposing point of views are that don't make sense.
Well, you got the red and the blue attacking and destroying
You know,
the world.
another psyop from the Matrix. You know, red pill, blue pill.
Hold on, he just said add fuck
the
this.
great,
Tell me
the
the
great
two
work of
opposing points
alchemy,
views.
the
Let's hear
divine
it.
androgyne being displayed.
Oh, right. We're not going to hear it because you don't know what you're talking about.
You got cognitive dissonance.
Because of your father, the
Two
devil.
opposing point of views. Let's hear it.
Oh, I'm not going to feed into this shit. I'm not going to try
Oh,
to
you're
get
just
into
gonna.
this.
So
say
let
it,
me
but
ask you a
you can't
question.
tell
Okay,
me
hang on. So
this is fucking great.
Yeah, you
boy.
got cognitive dissonance and you're a Trump tard.
So when you
So
see,
I got to explain to you why you're a Trump tard?
Shut up, you Trumper. So when you see a picture of Donald Trump standing with Jeffrey Epstein, do you believe that he was just there for a business deal for a property in Malibu?
Say that again.
When you see the picture of Donald Trump standing there and smiling elbow to elbow with Jeffrey Epstein, do you honestly believe that he was there to sell a fucking property in Malibu?
Doesn't look good. I'll give
Okay, so if this man, who you cannot deny that no one knew, like Harvey Weinstein and all these other freaks, knew that what this man is doing.
Weinstein.
Okay.
Hey, child. How many people do you think Weinstein or Epstein knew?
Epstein.
How many people do you think they knew?
What do you mean, like how they knew what in their little fucking satanic pedophile fucking foot obsession Nickelodeon ring? What do you want?
Sure, whatever.
In the thousands, because believe it or not, there's not a lot of. It's a small fucking club, and we're not in it, buddy.
Look at this.
Nickelodeon in Latin means I do not care about God. Did you know that?
Yeah, you know, like Dan Schneider zooming in on, fucking Ariana Grande's feet, right? But that's not real.
I'm taking a stance.
You don't think? Hey, you don't. Hey, shut up. You don't think Donald Trump goes to these satanic orgies like Eyes Wide Shut? You really think he ain't never, fucked a sheep or a goat?
I've never thought about it once in my life until you.
Well, that's your fucking problem, and that's why you're gonna worship the devil when the time comes. So.
Right.
Did you know that Trump's the biggest supporter of Moahad law?
Apparently.
No, dude. It's just once you can realize that it's all puppets on a string. Have you ever seen the iPad goat video of George W. Bush being on strings tap dancing? Shame on you, dude. And then it switches from George W. Bush and switches to Obama laughing with a teleprompter in front of him. I mean, do you not realize that you are literally fucking indoctrinated into a satanic system that literally wants to use you until you're like a wet condom and you can't be used anymore, and then discard you, and then all your children like that? And Trump is a part of it.
Talk it out, child. What are Trump's policies that are in line with?
Oh God, here we go. He thinks it's Trump's policies. He doesn't think that mega corporations and ultra rich elite billionaires don't control him. Donald Trump is the one who makes the laws. Yeah. See, you're so asleep.
Child, let me talk. You're calling him a puppet. So if he's a puppet, he's going to be puppeteered by the same people who have the same agenda. So how does what he What does Trump do that is in line with the puppeteer? The classic puppeteers that have been pushing the same U.S. agenda, the same foreign policy, the invasion in the Middle East, the spreading of bases, basically being the world power.
Exactly. He is continuing the exact same agenda. Whoever said the agenda changed, it just adapted to the change of the rate of technology and human consciousness. It's the same fucking thing since the devil roamed the earth 6,000 years ago. What's the point?
If he wants America to be powerful and he handles,
He doesn't. It's a psyop on the American people to get you ready for the Antichrist.
Does that make him a puppet?
Yes, we're all puppets.
Yeah, you see, you're done. I just cooked you, bro. You don't know what you're fucking talking about.
That we all fall short from the glory of God, and that we're all living an Antichrist system, including Donald Trump. No.
First of all, he cooked himself. Okay. Second of all, you've been cooked. You both cooked.
My brain's fucking cooked from arguing with people.
I don't know what you're talking about either.
Y'all are
broiled. Make a point.
We know you don't know. You think voting matters. We understand. We understand. We get it. You fluoride drinker. You fucking chemtrail breather.
Now that you've exposed yourself as an idiot, how do you want to continue?
No, go get another booster. Screw your freedoms. Did you vote for goddamn Arnold Schwarzenegger?
You want to know something funny?
Come on, man.
I voted for Joe Jorgensen my first time.
You know what's funny? I never voted a day in my fucking 30 years. You know why? Because I know it's pointless. They're just going to put whatever they want on the ballot anyway.
That is funny.
When you realize the people that you can't talk about are the tyrannical overlords, you'll understand.
Yeah, I mean, for example, look what I hate to get on conspiracy theories with no actual physical proof, but look what happened with Michael and I. You know, Joan Rivers sits right there and says, "Oh, we all know it. Michelle's a tranny." And then, you know, she goes in for, you know, it was supposed to be a, you know, routine biopsy, you know, operation, and you know,
Child,
probably.
Do you know who Cheryl Atkinson is?
What I know is that I saw that video and slowed it down very well of Michael dancing on Ellen DeGeneres' fucking show, and I know for a fact I saw a fucking man meat flying around her fucking pants. That's what I know.
But honest question, have you ever heard of Cheryl Atkinson? She's a reporter. She used to work on.
I'm sure I've heard of many puppets on national wokeism TV. What about it? Yeah, sure. I'm sure I have. I would have to see a picture of her. I'm not good with names.
She got into a lawfare battle with the government, and she ended up accusing the government of doing some pretty nasty stuff as far as like planting evidence and the worst kind of evidence on her husband. And she's been litigating that for like over a decade.
Okay, we all know that the government can and has and will use false information to smear campaign you. So what's the point?
The point is that whether it's true or not, the possibility is there. Also, we've had presidential assassinations in our past, which have moved policy in this country, mainly foreign policy and how we work with other countries and against other countries. This has been happening for a long time. It's been unfolding for over 200 years.
The bottom line is that if we continue to put our
Hold
faith
on.
in the puppets, we're never going to actually
vote for
be
Jesus.
free.
Vote for Jesus.
You're trying
You
to
need
say
some
that
real
Trump is an actor.
solutions.
Listen, hold on now. You're trying to say that Trump is an actor, and I've just
That's a
explained to
fact.
you how things have actually worked in this country.
He's actually done nothing. You've admitted that.
Trump's done nothing?
Right. Nothing
What
good.
do you mean? What do you mean? Like what bar does he need to hit before you're satisfied? Or what is the measure of success in your, like, is non-aggression success in your opinion, or is being a buttress your opinion, or maybe stemming the bleeding a success in your opinion? You want to just say,
in
like,
my opinion,
he's been
would
an
be
utter
some
failure. He did
changes
absolutely
that
no-
would
What if
fix
it's like
the problem.
the lack of pushing socialist policies? Like, did
How
he do a
about
bunch of
this?
bad stuff?
He
Sure.
said he was going to drain the swamp. but we are in the swamp. He lied.
He lied. He told
lied.
us he would get it done, and he did not.
He did not.
How could I vote for him?
How could you?
You know
He's a
what?
politician, man. That's what they
Here's a
do.
perfect example.
And Joseph
If I were
loves
Donald
him.
Trump,
He eats it up.
and I was caught in association with who was ended up being exposed as a billionaire pedophile, you know what I would have done? I would have immediately had that motherfucking flat log released to clear my name and any accusations for people like us who wonder why he's bumping elbows with a fucking billionaire pedophile. So that's the reason why. There you go. Why hasn't he came out and said, well, okay, yeah, he gave a few minute interview about, oh, we're business people, we're bound to know each other, and everyone just accept it as truth. That's your problem. You consume the media around you, like your newspaper, your magazines, and the TV. You're looking at the images on the screen, but do you know how much of that is? Are you one of the people who thinks that the clouds are really there on the weather screen?
I'm trying to give you all the solution, but nobody wants to listen. So I'm going to just go ahead and deliver it really quickly.
I know the solution is called.
I'm going to give it to you
drop
simply.
the bombs, drop them
For just a
all.
moment. All right. Basically, you need to worry about you, your family, and start uniting with other real people who actually give a fuck. You need to start building power and wealth in your own sense and put your faith in God, not people who have no care for your own interests.
Amen.
Jesus will be back soon.
Amen.
Is that sarcasm, Ren, or are you dead serious saying?
No, I'm dead serious. Jesus will be back soon. The world is quite
shit.
fucked. You need to make money. I mean, by soon, that could be 100 years. You know what I'm saying? But we're getting to the game time. The world's looking fucked. It's looking more evil and evil every day. We can't let that fear into our hearts and let it cripple us. We need to build power. We need to unite people. Stop putting your faith in the people of the show. Start becoming friends with real humans. Because that's who's going to have your back when the shit hits the fan. It's not going to be your politicians.
But Rand, I just want to, collect money from people. I just want to drop my Cash App. I want to look cool. I want to.
No, you don't do
successful.
that. You have to make the money, not steal the money. You have to do actual work. Build your own shit. Put your faith in God, and
Like
He will
what,
bless
Rant?
you.
What have you done? What have you done to betterment the kingdom of God? Please enlighten me, you fucking hypocrite.
I've done a lot of things.
Like what? When was the last
Don't
time you
worry
fed a
about
homeless man? When was the last time you gave a homeless man a bath?
Here we
When was the last time you went and saved a stray animal who had a broken foot?
I just told you the truth.
No, you didn't, because you haven't given me an example. When was the last
What
time you
about
put?
it-
When was
what
the
about
last
it
time you
has
put your life
offended
on the line to defend a woman being choked by her boyfriend? When was the last time you did that, Rant?
Blah, blah, blah.
Blah 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 blah. That's right. Calling a kettle
Mr.
black.
Self-righteous.
I never said I was. At least I'm willing to admit I'm a hypocrite, which is why I call myself hypocrisy.
You're just a lunatic demon.
No, I'm a sinner who every day needs to inspire to call upon the name of Jesus Christ to save my soul. Blah blah
All you
blah.
do is lie and talk
Lie,
shit.
lie.
That's it. You're like a ditto Pokemon.
A dildo. How do you know what I like?
A ditto. You morph into whatever you need.
I thought you
to
said
be
a
to get the
dildo
dopamine
Pokemon.
hit. You'll take any upper hand, even if you don't believe in it.
No, you know that
You
craze in
stand on
school
nothing.
when all the kids would huff the Axe body spray, and they had to ban Axe body spray in school. That's me. I like to sniff the highlighters and eat the crayons and
You
lick
stand on
windows.
nothing.
I eat the old
I just
bubble
told you
gum.
to
I eat the old bubble gum underneath the seat.
I just told you the whole plan. There's nothing else you could do.
It's right. Submit to Satan. That's the only thing you can do.
I never told you to submit to Satan. That's you.
No, Satan told me to do that. Or maybe that was Jesus, because I was told I worship Satan. So.
That's just the voices in your head.
Oh. Well, goddamn, ain't there a pill for that now?
Yeah, just take your lithium, bro. It'll go away.
Oh. I love this shit so much. Nah, but
suck, man. You gotta ruin it for all of us.
Oh, fuck you. I'm more fucking in tune with my spiritual creator than what you ever will be.
If you really believe in God, then don't worry about all the evil shit.
I don't worry about it.
It doesn't
matter. Because I know that Jesus Christ is going to save my soul. Fuck
It
you.
doesn't matter. None of it matters, bro. It's all bullshit anyway. It's all show. Ignore the show and observe reality. You live in reality. That's what you need to focus on.
But push-ups are too hard.
I think you should wait at least 3 years before you do mushrooms again, bro. 3 years.
Let me read you a little passage from the Bible.
Uh-oh.
Please don't.
The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me lie down in the green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. What more do you need to know?
Amen. That's on.
I didn't
That's
know
on the
you
very
were
first.
a Bible tart, Brant.
That's
Fuck, man.
that's the very first Bible passage in my Bible that I was reading it, and looking at it the exact second that you started reading it. That was crazy.
We all walk through the valley of the shadow of death in these times.
You know, you're right. You don't really need nothing else. Just walk around and read that to people, and boom, problem solved. You got it, buddy. Bada bing, bada boom, problem solved.
And honestly, that's why it's so funny when people like try to personally attack me, because I can go to the Bible. No, I can go to the Bible right now, and I'm looking at Proverbs, and it literally says, "For they sleep not, except they have done mischief, and their sleep is taken away, unless they cause them to fall." I'm someone who I can actually open up the Bible to a certain part and apply it to what I'm actually talking about. It doesn't always work, but a majority of the time, that's how God works through me. So call it what you want, but
That's how God works through you.
That's
You're
right.
so
God works in
full of
mysterious
shit.
ways. Oh no,
You're so full of
but
shit,
God's
man.
working through Trump, right? The satanic billionaire pedophile, right? Okay, so that's how God works.
You're an actor yourself. Like you guys put on this fucking personality. It's all fake and
That's
gay
right.
and dry.
Our
It's
father,
all
the
confabulated.
devil. That's why I said I'm a satanic Christian. You still don't get it, do you?
It's crazy how hard you try to be this fucking person.
I know he fucking.
It makes him feel
so
good, all right?
eccentric. You just need
Oh
to
no!
calm down,
I need to aspire to whoever this motherfucker is on the panel first, because he's special. He's better than me.
Like that right there. That's weird. You need to.
Yeah, bro. Like you can't stop being a weirdo.
But yeah, bro.
Define weirdo. Who's a weirdo? The guy who goes to an island with a billionaire pedophile, or the guy who's exposing the billionaire pedophile?
Look, you didn't
Sheep,
expose the billionaire
man.
pedophile. Right? It was on the news. Relax.
Well, clearly to not this guy.
Listen, man.
I
I'm
didn't
just
even
saying.
say anything.
Come on, man.
Well, you can jump the gun.
Anyway, I've left my Bible verse with y'all. Contemplate on it. If you're in these dark times, that's all I can say. I've got shit to do. Y'all be good.
You too, man. It was good talking to you.
Yo, blessings, Mikey.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get off here too. It's fucking going on at 4:30 in the morning for me. As always,
that's
Timo,
cool.
it was fun. I appreciate, as always, you let me come around and do my thing.
Of course.
Get some rest, my dude, because we could use some rest.
Yeah, I definitely could use some. Yeah.
Peace, TML, and I'll try to talk to you in a few days, maybe here, and take a break from this shit.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, thank you so
Peace,
much.
man. All right, peace, everyone. I'm getting the fuck off here.
Yeah, peace be with you, my friend.
Later.
Yeah, Joseph, you got a lot of attacks there. If you want the floor here, you're welcome to have it, my friend.
Later, y'all.
Yes, thank you so much, my friend. You know, you're welcome back anytime. Blessings. Yeah, any of you guys got anything to say? JG? Joseph?
Just a lot of bad arguments tonight. A lot of spurging. Not really. A little disappointed, but whatever.
Yeah, definitely. Well, you know, just so you know, the views of the panelists are not exactly the views of the machine lies, but we always try to engage in different viewpoints, and you definitely had a different viewpoint than some of the panelists. So they kind of, you know what I mean? So you know, it's all in good fun. You know, we got couple few people out here with some Trump. You know, we got DeFreak. He's an avid Trump supporter, but he takes a very different view. He's on this whole eschatological scheme. You know,
What
he's
does that
not
mean?
like eschatology is like end times prophecy. So he actually
Oh,
believes that Trump is like fulfilling end times prophecy in some way. So he got one of those too. All right, full QAnon. But yeah.
Sounds like a fun guy.
Oh yeah.
Not at all.
Well, I enjoy his company, and definitely we had actually Israeli here. You know, Benjamin. He's came on many times to talk about his views. He actually lives in Israel, so he's gave his opinion many times. He's a friend of the show, so you know, yeah, definitely we've talked to Jews from Israel as well.
Yeah, it's a bummer things are the way they are, but what do you do?
Yeah, definitely. We had an argument this morning where Tariq ran from a debate, you know. So, yeah, it is what it is. It's a contentious issue. Not many people want to participate. And he was saying that about me too. He was saying, "Well, you know, the machine lie says that Jews are going to take over the world." And I was like, "What?" I was like, "I never said that." I was like, "I never said that." You know. I was like, "That's wild." I was like, "That's a wild like straw man like for you to say that." I made that statement. You know, I definitely never made that statement. You know what I mean?
My thing with it is that at a certain point, like when you say crazy shit, a lot of times people will write you off. And I
Because
see this a lot with
because the first question
people,
has to be like, what do you mean by a Jew? Right?
my point is like just make a rational argument. That's all I ask, and
Yeah.
I don't hear them. So
Yeah, because it's like, what do you mean by Jews and what do you mean by the world? Right. And then that's just a starting point. But he just straight up said that, like without any context. He was like, well, the machine lies thinks the Jews are going to take over the world. I was like, what? I was like, that's a weird way to just frame my belief system. You know, that's not the main focus of my channel, the areas of study. Like I talk about the Bible, I talk about what's fake and what's real and all that type of shit. You know, I talk about philosophy, you know, I debate with obviously Christians and Jews, you know, and all types of people. But, you know, and I definitely tell them I think their views are wrong, you know, but for me to think that some group has power over the world, no, you know, God's in charge, right? That's ridiculous, huh?
yeah, it's just there's a nature to humankind where it has a cycle of uprising. But nowadays there's this like fear in the background that these things like smart cities will crop up, and then there will be such control where the natural tendency of a human being to revolt will never be enough. And that's kind of like where I see a lot of the black pill going. You
Ooh,
see
you
it.
need that systems need his trick. You know, look at the last episode we did. You know, the system grants people token rebellion.
I don't know what that means.
Like
Token?
like liberalism is a token rebellion against the system.
Like a plague? You mean like a moot thing? Doesn't
Yeah.
matter?
Yeah, like it's a rebellion that's given by the system so that people think that they're rebelling against it.
Oh, sure. I see what you're saying.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's a token rebellion, right?
In a
Pimps and
sense,
hoes.
you could have parts of it. It could be kind of like keeping the status quo going. Everything's good here, nothing to see. You know what I mean? I think most of it's that.
Of course, that is what it is. Yeah.
But like I said about coups, like coups do happen. It's weird to think about that ever happening. With
like
so many
a big
people.
tech, like a big tech coup's on its way right now.
With so many people, yeah, exactly. And it's just wild because it is natural. It happens all the time, you know. And people have a lot of faith in the they have a lot of faith that like we're born in this world and we think our government can never fail us, and that's what we're predisposed to as we get older, or like when we're young growing older. And it's a generational thing, you know. It happens slowly and then suddenly. And
I got a question for you. Do you do a lot of research on mind control?
I've heard some tinfoil stuff. I think there's some I think
you're calling
there's
it
some
tinfoil stuff.
I think there's some legitimacy to a lot of it. I think you can really mess with a person if you're like using chemicals and, you know, all that type of stuff. Fear, torture, all that weird stuff the government does.
But you're really not up to date with like what's going on, what's been going on.
Are you like sound waves or
propaganda? You know, everything, man. Everything that's used as mind control.
Well, propaganda
under mind control.
Propaganda is thick. It's always been thick, and like that kind of circles back to what I said about the internet and why I'm so afraid of, you know, what happened in Brazil happening here, because that's the first. I feel that that's the first domino being knocked down, because once you set a precedent, then you're saying like, well, this social media company is not complying with our government's law of censorship, of hate speech, or yada yada yada. You're creating an arbiter, and then after that, then you can say like, you can extrapolate it on anything. You talk about COVID or anything, you know.
But don't you think that you know, similar to what I was saying just now about the government giving you token rebellion, for you to go out and make a main issue when there's tons of things happening in this country, like for example, we mentioned the thing about the hurricane relief.
But Machine,
You know, that seems like a well. Let me just finish my statement. You know, like we mentioned the thing about the hurricane relief and you know, these big issues, right? What do you think about the government or maybe the big tech companies telling you to basically support the defending of some corporation in lieu of defending your free speech rights when the corporation has given you the right to speak on its platform?
I think I might have missed the second part there, but to address the first part.
Well, can't Twitter just censor anybody they want because they're a business?
Yes, that's how it works.
Right. So Twitter's free speech policy is they get to decide whoever gets to use Twitter, right? Right. So why would you defend Twitter in lieu of defending free speech? Is my question.
Because we have like a economic system we need to uphold.
Because they don't necessarily promise it, right? Like it'd be one thing if you enforced the free speech laws in the government or something like that, right?
It's a necessity of logic, because when you have capitalism, if you're going to say like the consumer's dollar is what's going to drive our economy, people decide where they spend their money, businesses succeed, so on. If that's going to be your system, then you can't do that. You know what I mean?
Well, I agree in the sense that a vote is less powerful than a dollar.
Well,
if that's what you're trying to say, then definitely.
People have power through their spending, but it's been perverted through, you know, government mandates and like having to buy insurance on certain things, or having what have you, but people have power on where they spend their money. You see through the stock market and how our 401k program works in the United States. A lot of people, employers get an incentive. They get a big tax break for doing a match. So everybody pulls their money into this 401k because it's good savings. It's free money. But then they invest in company. It's just a big way of saying that people don't spend their dollar where it counts. And that in our system, it's what gives rise to monopolies and things like this. It's where other businesses drown out. Our system could be a lot better through capitalism, but as far as democracy is concerned, you got to be able to talk about things. You got to be able to defend yourself. And then after that, we can start having discussions. But those are my prerequisites. And if you want to talk about a cabal of politicians dating back hundreds of years, well, yeah, that's the truth. That's how it's been. Things track. Things make sense. You can look at them if you actually spend time doing it. When you want to say that Trump is an actor coming in here who's part of the status quo, I don't believe that. I think maybe he does want to try to make America a little bit better. Maybe
Well, I
branch
think
away from
he
the global
clarified.
policy and focus more on the American economy. I do believe that. And
Sure.
if somebody doesn't, they gotta fucking give me an argument and not leftist talking points that are moot and they're nonsensical or lies.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that to clarify, he did say that, like he meant it as thespian and not, actor, in the sense that.
Yeah, that's fine, but I think he meant actor. But
Well, he then later said thespian,
Well,
which
you
is
also said earlier he said actor to confuse people, so you pinned him as trying to manipulate people, but you're actually manipulating him.
I don't follow that.
Exactly.
All right. I don't know how I was trying to manipulate him. You can explain it, but
Yeah, I mean it's pretty easy to see. I don't know how you still can't see it.
I've done nothing but lay down great arguments. None of them have been refuted. It's always like these weird side roads you guys want to go on. If you guys think you're grabbing dubs, you're not.
Well, I don't know who you guys is at all. But
Well,
yeah.
all right. Good point. Good point. Well, this guy at least.
Oh, you're talking about the anti-Trumpers. Well, I think you guys both raised valid points, and but I think certain people, to them, it's evidence enough in one way or another that the system is completely rigged. Right?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think once we started doing that shit during COVID, that was the nail in the coffin. In my point of view,
Well, I
that's
think it might
what
have been. I think
makes
it might
sense.
have been a little bit before that. Maybe like
Oh, sure, I
certain
know what you're getting at. Yeah,
certain
that's
event, and then people started becoming very skeptical about what's happening. So, yeah.
But you got to understand that that what lies underneath all of this is public sentiment. Like they wouldn't run propaganda if public sentiment wasn't important. So regardless of whatever thing you're blackpilled about, public sentiment still reigns supreme. So like talking to people that are predisposed to, whatever's normal, quote unquote. And then you get your culture on board and people all have the same point of view. You can't really get around that. At that point it becomes like lockdown, doesn't? Wouldn't that
Sounds democratic.
well,
what
public
about
consensus means a lot. I do think it's the undertone of all of it. And
Well, what
I
about when
think it reigns supreme.
Well, what about when your culture is totally manufactured to facilitate all the things you're talking about?
Right? And there's a schism right down the middle. Doesn't work well, does it?
Sides of the same coin, it works really well.
All right. Well, that's an interesting way to put it.
divide and conquer. It's old as time.
Come on,
Yeah.
Jack. You're saying that to confuse people. Come on, man.
Clearly. So what's your deal, Joseph? I mean, I'm not mad or anything. I'm just like wondering, like, what's your like? You think Trump's gonna come in on a white horse and save everyone?
Trump's not going to win. I don't think he's going to win.
But
I
if
think he has not even close. I think he has like a 90% chance or 10% chance, if I'm being super hopesy dopesy.
Right. But I mean, if he did.
If he did what? What are my hopes?
Yeah.
Transparency.
Do you think?
I'd like to see us move manufacturing domestically.
Sure, we
And
would that, but
de-escalation abroad.
Happening are.
I'm a big fan of the tariffs.
Well, if America's capitalist, how come the capitalist Americans don't get together and just bring in, Mr. Anderson, and bring in the jobs and manufacturing again? I mean, it wouldn't be hard. They would just, stop.
They don't want to.
For
They
30.
were pissed when he got rid of TPT. We've been moving in one direction for a long time. They would like to continue in that direction.
And why would Trump interfere with that when they're the ones donating to him?
He already did.
The money doesn't lie, though. I mean, let's just be real. The people funding him obviously have zero interest.
Are you talking about trade partnerships?
What are you talking about?
I'm asking if that's what you're talking about. You're asking me a question. Are you talking about trade partnerships?
I'm saying what group of capitalists in America give a damn about bringing back labor movements that actually have any control over their labor?
They care about money, bro.
Exactly. And so how helping America going to put money in their pocket?
How is helping America going to put money in its pocket? Is that what you said?
You said that we've been moving in one direction for a long time, and that direction is destroying what you and I believe is America, right?
That's a loaded question, buddy. What do you mean? I would like to change our foreign policy. We are an empire right now. We control the world. America.
Well, you're talking about
we're top dog.
You're talking about policy first, so I'm going. So you want to do domestic and foreign, okay? Why would they change it if it's working for them?
Well, that's kind of a non sequitur, because what we're talking about is what direction should the Americans vote to go?
Well, you just said that the people who are in charge and are donating money to Trump are making money as things are. Why would they change?
I didn't say anything about making money.
You said that they want to make more money, right?
No, I said corporations want to make more money.
Okay, who's donating money to Trump?
Grassroots people, and then people who have a lot of money.
You want to look up?
I think the largest donator to Trump is somebody from Israeli influence.
Right, and you think
it was like 200 million, something like that? I could be wrong.
Do you get the sense that the people like that really want to see America strong and independent anytime soon?
I can't say for sure. I know they've done a lot of fucked up shit to our country.
Do you know what Chabad Lubavitch is?
No.
Oh God, why don't you go look it up and then we can have a conversation?
Oh, okay. There we go. Classic. Good job, buddy.
Because you're not actually interested in learning anything. You're just here to like talk about Trump good, Kamala bad. Hold on, I'm gonna give you a present. Hold on one second.
Just answering your questions, buddy. I'm here to talk about what you ask me, you fucking clown.
Yeah, I think he'll be back momentarily. But Yeah, because he said, hold on a second, but then he left. But yeah.
All right.
But yeah, fascinating discussions. Definitely. Oh, here he is.
Does this picture offend you?
I hate it.
Commander
it.
Kamala is gonna whoop Trump's ass, okay? Because she actually is a fascist, mean Mr. Mustache loving,
I'm
empowered
not looking forward to
black.
4 years of her.
Trump is a weak, woke, broke-back, mountain loving.
Trump's woke.
Yeah.
Jack, you're an idiot. Just saying, buddy. Just saying.
Kamala's the real fascist, okay? And she's gonna make America great again. You haven't seen the meme white boys for Trump?
Nope.
So what's your corner of the internet that you came from, if you don't mind me asking?
What do you mean by that? Corner?
Like 4chan or like alt-right, or you're not a Christian, so I'm trying to figure out like what's you're just like a libertarian or something,
My politics?
or whatever. You're a Christian, a Jew, atheist. What's your
I
thing?
believe Joseph is Native American. Or I could be wrong about that.
No, I'm not native.
Oh.
I used to be libertarian. Not anymore. I'm conservative. I wouldn't mind imposing my worldview on others.
Yeah, maybe I got you confused with somebody else, but yeah.
So you're a fascist, like Commander Kamala.
Fascist has to do with corporate rule. So no, I'm not a fascist.
Well, but you said you like capitalism, so
Fascism, capitalism, they're the same word now.
well, they're not
What
necessarily.
you just said.
They're not mutually exclusive for sure.
What does that mean?
Meaning you can definitely have one with the other, or put them together. They definitely work together.
Oh, so they're interchangeable.
Well,
So
you said
all capitalism is fascism.
Well, you
right?
said you want capitalism, and you said you want to impose your will on other people. How is that not fascism?
Oh, I also said I want capitalism too, huh?
Okay, you didn't say that you like capitalism. Okay, I'm sorry if I misunderstood you. Okay, so what's your ideal? Are you a communist or socialist?
Capitalism, baby.
Huh?
No, I said it though. What's your question? What are you getting at?
So what's your ideal thing? Are you a Christian, Muslim, Jew, atheist, Buddhist? What's up?
Believe in God. I can't quite define it. I talk to God. That's all I got for you.
Okay. And so what's your ideal political system? I'm not judging. I'm just curious. I'm actually not really that judgmental. I'm just trying to figure out what your framework is.
Something like what we used to have.
Like 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300 years ago.
Like with how the Senate got elected and people who could vote.
So like a return to the slave running, gun toting Jeffersonian people.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
yeah, I think that'd be pretty cool. I think it'd do us good.
So just a good old American. I mean, I could pretty much. I mean, if I had to say that I was something like that, I'd be like a Jeffersonian. I mean, I don't fully. It's not my full extent. I don't think we can go back to that, but yeah, I think Jefferson had a lot of good ideas.
More of a stakeholder economy. I think it would help keep it cleaner. I suppose would be a good way to put it.
Like people who own land and stuff like that.
For starters, if I were on the council of people writing out the new Constitution, I would think about it a lot more and include nuances, and it would be taken with the seriousness it deserved.
Yeah, I can understand. So basically, here's the main thing. Well, I mean, there's a lot of different things I could say, but you have to, obviously, technology is not going back in the box. So we have to admit that first. And secondly,
okay,
the way that the capitalist system is designed, like you just kind of mentioned, with like the 401ks and shit like that, there's no possible way that they're going to let that kind of power just go. I mean, and here's the other side of it. And again, this is just like, I'm not like criticizing you. I'm just kind of like giving a little nuance from my perspective. Is like, okay, so
a little bit of nuance.
How are you going to change things when people are so reliant on the system? We're interdependent worldwide.
No, we got the homie Mr. Anderson in the back, but it says devices not connected.
Oh,
so,
hey. Well,
yeah, we'd love for you to join,
hey,
but the devices. So maybe maybe I don't know what's having problem connecting, but yeah, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, definitely try to come up, Mr. Anderson. I want to hear your perspective. Like, you definitely know a lot more than I do about a lot of shit. But I just want to say, like, so first you got technology. Second, you have to say, like, the economic system is like, I mean, it's basically slavery. Let's just be honest about that. And then second of all, you don't have to call it brainwashing. I think social engineering is much more accurate and less controversial, right? Like, people were socially engineered to seek convenience over righteousness. So that's going to be the status quo. And again, if you're in charge, why would you let that go? So again, I'm not really criticizing. I'm just saying, like, those are the things that I think you'd have to consider. But I'll let Mr.
Well, I do consider that, and I have. You're the one who needs to make the argument that all of these things are insurmountable or something akin to that.
Oh, they're not insurmountable.
You're making a claim. You're making the argument of violence. Essentially, it's like, can you be a pacifist and vote your way out of this? At that point,
well,
you know what I mean? Because that's what it really comes down to. A lot of people like to tiptoe around it, but that is the argument.
Well, I think that trying to avoid things like the question of self-defense, aka violence, if you don't address that, then you're not having a serious conversation. But more than that, you also have to think about people's state of mind. And the truth is,
what do you mean by that?
Most people are not independently thinking the way that you and I are. Most people are just kind of going with the motion, and they're relying upon the system. They're not going to just.
Yeah, I agree.
You trying to change it? They're gonna fight tooth and nail to keep it the way it is because it works for them, even if it's not really totally working. It's the alternative. It's the devil you know versus the devil.
Tomorrow will be like yesterday,
Exactly. So I'm just saying, like, that's really the biggest force I think people have to reconcile. And again, this is not directed directly at you. I'm just saying in general, like, I think you have to take that much wider concept of, like, how are you going to, like, if you took over tomorrow, you're now responsible for all these people. What are you going to offer them? And I think that most people are not really thinking that far ahead. But anyways, I'll let you and Mr. Anderson go ahead.
No, I appreciate that, man. Good stuff.
Hey, what's going on, man?
I was just coming in. The conversation kind of morphed a little bit into politics in general, as far as systems and whatnot. But I was coming in when they were talking about when he was talking about Trump and everything. So Joseph, are you familiar with George Soros?
Jewish investor, somewhat familiar with him.
Are you generally opposed to George Soros and his political leanings and his what he funds?
From what I've read from like random news articles, he prioritizes liberal. He prioritizes people in the judicial system that are more liberal. So yeah, I'm against that.
And he also helps to fund overthrowing, like funds revolutionary movements and whatnot as well.
Yeah, man. If you want to get into a bashing of the stock market right now, I'm on board. Let's do it.
Well, not the stock market per se, but when Trump did his Chicago Tower, he had to get a loan, multiple loans to get that Chicago Tower done. One was over $100,000 that he got from George Soros in the form of a mezzanine loan, which is a high interest loan. But once it came time to pay for that loan, George Soros suddenly forgave the entire loan for over $100 million. Well, do you have any ideas
$100
for why
million
he
to
would?
Trump?
Yeah, over $100 million. So, do you have any ideas for
hold
why
on.
he would forgive that loan to Trump?
Hold on, I got questions before I start speculating. You're saying that what year did he give it to him?
I don't know the exact year.
Ballpark?
It was like 20 years ago or so when he did the Chicago Tower.
Okay, so it's a long time ago.
Yeah,
And
way
you can
back
just,
in the day, 20 years ago or so.
and he can loan 20 million and then forgive the loan, and that's fine.
Over 100 million. I'm just asking.
Oh, over 100 million he gave him.
Yeah, because I know if I loaned over 100 million, someone wouldn't just randomly forgive the loan. So, is it safe to say that there'd be some reason for that, or just speculation wise?
No clue. Never heard about any of
It would
this.
just be pure speculation as far as why he did that. But it seems that he forgave the over $100,000 mezzanine loan, which is a high interest loan.
$100,000 or 100 million?
Sorry, over 100 million. I misspoke.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Never heard about it. You can put the article in the chat and I'll read it quick.
I'll have to look up the article.
Well, if you don't mind,
Tribune.
Mr. Anderson, you know a lot about a lot of shit, and whatever you think is most important. But I think Chabad Lubavitch would be a good thing to explain to Joseph because I think that most people don't know what that is, and it seems to be like a basic comprehension of like what's kind of going on.
Bro, even if I granted that Trump did the most nefarious shit with this guy, this Gobloblovich or whatever his name is, I'll just grant it to you. You're still gonna have to prove.
It's not a guy. It's Judaism. Judaism, for one, isn't a monolith the way people portray it. Like, oh, the Jews are running everything, this, that, and the other. Judaism itself is kind of split in many different sects, the way Christianity is. So, Chabad Lubavitch is a form, so to speak, of Judaism, which actually is pretty prevailing. It's the ones you would call tunnel diggers, the one that got busted for the tunnel digging. That's what Trump's religion is. He's Chabad Lubavitch, and he went in through his son-in-law.
What? He held up the Holy Bible outside the church when it was burning outside the White House.
So what is that? A statement of faith? He held up a Bible.
Does that mean
Well,
he's
it
not
has
Chabad
it has the New
Lubavitch, though?
Testament in it, so yeah, it's irrational. I don't know what you mean.
So he
You're gonna have
believes in
to show
God, so
me
he's
these
not
articles,
Chabad.
right?
Okay, that's
I'm
fair
not
enough.
saying you're lying, but I'm gonna have to read them. And
well,
So
pictures of some
anybody
shit.
who holds up a Bible in front of a church, they've affirmed their faith.
Well, I think it's kind of a desecration if you do it, and then if you do that, then I don't really think you're faithful. So yeah.
So you think it's important to behold a Christian faith, but you're just saying a minute ago that you're not Christian.
Well, I can still be objective.
Objective in what sense?
So if I take the point of view that I am one, I can still, hold it logically consistent upon their worldview. I can put myself in their shoes.
Right. In their worldview, there in no sense are you considered Christian by holding up a Bible in front of a church.
No, what I'm saying is that if you're
I'll make
Jewish
that
and you're
plain to
holding
you.
up a King James Bible, then it's a desecration, and you're not. You know what I mean? It's
No,
like,
sir. No, it's not.
you don't think so?
Desecration to King James or
Maybe
desecration to
I'm
Christianity?
Yeah, I know.
going a
I'm
little
so
bit
confused.
far here, but
Yeah, that's a little bit far. Yeah.
Well,
So
the point is, Chabad Lubavitch basically, I mean, I don't know everything they believe, but you remember that dude down in, what's that dude in the country that got elected down in South America that looks funny? What's his name? Shit, his name's escaping me. The weird, funky looking dude
South America.
that everybody's like, he's like a libertarian.
I still think it would be a desecration, to be honest.
Lubavitch goes by the Babylonian Talmud, so
I
that's
do.
what they
He's
abide by. Desecration to what though? Like
I know, like what the fuck?
Joseph, are you familiar with Freemasonry? I know it's a side tangent. I know earlier it got
Because
brought up in
they
a
don't
weird
subscribe to
side
the New
tangent way,
Testament. They
but-
don't do that.
But do you understand Freemasonry, for example, where you have to have
Freemasonry,
belief
yeah.
in a general deity in general? So if
Do I
you're
think
a
people
Muslim,
believe-
they'll have you put your hand on a Quran. If you're a Christian, they'll have you put your hand on a Bible. And it's because when you swear an oath, it has to mean something to the person that's swearing the oath. So when you swear an oath on the Bible and you believe in the Bible, so-called, that's how you do your oath. So just because somebody holds up a Bible doesn't mean a lot to me personally. Does it to you?
In Christianity, they say that blasphemy or denying God that is the true God, that's the biggest sin. So I think the entailment of that would be holding up something that's antithetical to your religion. Yeah, that's my point. I could be off, and maybe they do.
Well, that's a very weak.
I thought they only had the Torah, and that was it. So
if you're all about
No,
a
you
burden
mean
of
Judaism
evidence,
general or Chabad? Only have
Orthodox
Torah.
Jews and what they study.
So
It's
what
the
they
Torah,
generally
and that's it. They don't study the New Testament. I don't know.
When you're
I
when you're
shouldn't have
talking,
spoken on this because I'm a little ignorant, but from
that's
what
all
I
right.
thought is that they only have the Torah.
Well, no, generally when you're talking colloquially about modern day Jews, what they go by is called the Talmud, right? Which is in conjunction with the Torah. So what the Talmud is, it's the honored and revered rabbis who are commenting on the Torah. So they are in effect giving their own man-made descriptions and laws based on the Torah.
Yeah, it
And
sounds
that
like a
is
bunch
the
of nonsense, bro.
authorized version, is the Talmud, is what they go by. So
Sounds like-
Chabad Lubavitch specifically, what Trump is, what Trump's religion is, they go by the Babylonian Talmud. So it's an authoritative rabbis. It's rabbis basically interpreting just like in the Orthodox Christian church, they have the Christian fathers who are interpreting the Bible for you because they're authoritative. You have
Sure,
authoritative
they can be
rabbis.
normative authority on it, but still, what I'm saying is that they don't have the New Testament in it.
well, but hold on, you're missing the point. Tell him what the Chabad Lubavitch believe about non-Jews.
All right, but listen, guys. I don't really want to do the Jewish thing tonight. All right.
Well, we're not talking about Jewish. We're talking about Chabad Lubavitch.
Hey, come on now.
So you don't. Okay,
That's
hold on.
fine.
So you want? Hold on. Whoa. You want people to vote for Trump, but you don't want them to know like what he believes in. Is that what? Like you don't want to know what religion he actually believes and his whole family's like tied into and has like millions of dollars invested in.
You know what his wife just did? His wife just came out and she put out this video and she's like,
Question.
I'm pro woman's choice. Do I believe that's right?
Can you answer the question that I'm asking?
I am answering your question.
No,
I
you're not.
am. So listen. I am. So listen.
So, do you want people to know what Trump
Let me
believes?
finish, buddy.
When
Let
I
me
say
finish.
that
Hold
Trump's
on now. Calm down. I disagree with the policies that he's putting forth. Some
That's
of them I do. I'm not a one
that's
issue
not,
voter. So you guys can bring up
that's not
puppeteering through Israel all night. You're gonna have to show the evidence, and a lot of this stuff is like, "Whoa, he knew Jeffrey or something, yada yada." There's no evidence.
that's not what
What I'm
you're
saying is, I don't want to go
you're
down the Jewish Trump rabbit hole right now.
okay, Mr. ADL.
411 where I live,
Okay,
so
Mr. ADL lawyer. We already know what you are now. Thank you for explaining
I'm
what
not
you
an
are.
ADL lawyer, bro. Come
That's
on.
fine to not go down the Jewish route, but I think what Neurojack's getting at is that in politics, your theology and your mindset kind of dictates what you're doing. So the American public is under the impression that because he put his hand on the Bible, he's a man of God, he's a Christian, and he's promoting Christian values, and that's what's informing his policy making and what he's backing. So that
Well, if
is a
it
problem
informs his
if it's not
policy
true that
making
he's a
and I
Christian.
like the policy, it doesn't matter who informed it. If it
That's
was
fair enough.
informed,
No, that's bullshit. That makes no sense at all. So
But
if a
in
guy,
itself, the policy itself, that's fair enough to say
no,
that he can
listen,
judge
guys,
based on the
I
policy
appreciate
itself.
it. The machine
no,
lies. Thanks for having me on, boys. You guys take
that's
care of yourselves, and thanks for
don't
scrapping.
run away like a little girl. Why don't you stay here and like get a little criticism because you desperately
All
hate
right,
it.
all right. I'll give you a fucking 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, so you can't just say, "Oh, I like this policy." Okay, because you're not going to go and read the millions of documents a year being printed out and signed by all these different politicians, and that's not even to mention all the bureaucrats and all the little things going on. So don't sit here and say, "Oh, I just like this policy." That's bullshit. The politicians don't even read what they sign, much less you. Okay. So that's first of all. Second of all, you're basically saying that a man's religion has no bearing on what policy he makes or doesn't make. Are you just joking or what? I mean, it's a ridiculous argument.
Am I joking about what? Sorry.
That a person's spiritual belief has no bearing on their politics?
No, I would never make that claim.
So what is backing his, for example, what is making him back anti-Semitism laws as far as free speech? In general, if somebody were to back anti-Semitism laws, would you be against that as far as policy-wise? The literal policy, not what's informing it.
Yeah, I've been pretty vocal against all of them. Not
Nice.
not
So you
on board
disagree
with
with Trump
any
on
type
that?
of monitoring or.
So you're going against Trump on as far as that, because you take each policy for its own merit, right? You're not just going with a person. You're looking at each topic individually on its own merit, right?
Well, it's an umbrella thing. I don't just speech. Don't touch it. It's kind of my policy. They can censure people, but as far as making laws on the books, no. 100% against it. Trump starts making laws about speech, I'll be the first one to turn code on him.
And you would turn on him too if he did the same thing with guns. Like, for example, when he said confiscate their guns now, do due process later, you would be against that as well, policy wise.
Yeah, well, red flags too. But at a certain, so if you're contrasting Kamala and Trump, then one's worse than the other, and you're going to pick the better of the two if you're a single issue voter on that. Trump passed a bump stock ban. For some reason, he was on board for that. He's also flirted with red flag laws and shit like this. 100% against it. And he has tucked tail and ran from some of them policies, especially when you hear him talking to the NRA. So, is he flip flopping on that? Sure, but it's a good flip flop. I'll take the flip flop.
Well, how about this policy? How about the fact that it's legal for intelligence agencies to literally run psyops on the American public without any oversight? How is that? Are you okay with that?
Get rid of it, bro. Get it out.
That was Obama that reversed that, to be fair, to Smith.
Yeah, but my point is he didn't do anything to unreverse it or whatever, right?
Yeah, well, okay, this is how my mind attacks this type of thing. I come at it like a logic puzzle. So it's, if you want to get in there and dismantle like the whatever program you're talking about, it's deep rooted in there, you know what I mean? It's like, what do? Do you just get in there and you say fired, fired, fired? Well, what do? Do they have protections? Do they have government protections? Do they have unions? And
Right. So you're living in
and
fantasy
then
land.
also there's
Forget
also an issue of locating
about
these
it.
people or identifying people who are maybe doing things that are nefarious in our government. You have to locate them too. You have to have a team behind you. He's only one man, right? So he's got to delegate people to tackle certain tasks. You got 4 years. What amount of his day he can devote to these, I don't know. Whatever type of bulwark that's been put in place against it for generations, I don't know. So this is how I view this thing. So I'm very charitable to Trump in his first 4 years. Like he had John Bolton on his staff, which is wild. It's it's pretty bad, and I like to chalk it up to, well, that's a mistake. So I do give him a lot of leniency, but I think at the end of the day, no matter what candidate you put in that position, if they were running on the MAGA populist agenda, they were going to run into the same fucking problems. And you saw it with the border when, like, they were ready to shut the fucking government down to stop it from building this border. And then look nowadays, and Kamala is now tweeting up a storm about it. You know, it's all politics, all smoke and mirrors and weird stuff. But I do think that Trump's actually pushing to get that shit done.
So let me ask you a very simple, logical question. Do you think that it's a bunch of Anglo-American people that are running the United States as of right now?
All right. You guys have a great night. It's been wonderful. I gave you 3 minutes, buddy. So
All right, you sound Canadian. Are you Canadian?
Thanks for the chat. Might as well be. I'm pretty far north.
As soon as you went to bring up something that's going to implicate
All right, later,
Jewish
guys. Thanks for
people,
having
he's
me up,
out of here.
DML.
All right, have a good night. Thank you for engaging. So what up? The question I was going to ask him is what his opinion was on the Hegelian dialectic. So as far as the so-called right-winged Republicans crawling towards communism while the left-wingers, so-called Democrats, run towards it. When you have someone like Beto O'Rourke announcing, we're going to take all the guns and this and that, and then you have Trump saying what he says, it appears to be counter to that, but it's actually still quote-unquote left.
Yeah, it's very left wing. I mean, the right wing right now is like looking very, very woke. I mean, it's like, it's insane. Like, it's the way that these people, and I'm not even attacking Joseph, but he's either very disingenuous or he's very deluded. No offense to him, but it's like, it's just, I don't know how to talk to people like that, because it's like,
yeah, it was diluted according to his paradigm, because there's many people, like I go to barbecues, I go to like my girlfriend's families, stuff like that. Like she's got family members that are on both sides and everything, and they fall for that standard rhetoric. Trump's an outsider. He's rich. He doesn't need the money. He's fighting the beast from the inside. Like this stuff actually works on a lot of people.
Oh yeah,
standard water cooler talking.
I totally get
people,
it. I totally do get it. And again, like, I really do get it. But the thing is, like, it depends. I mean, I try to judge people based on, you know, where they're at. But at the same time, it's like, I mean, it doesn't take that much research really to like see that Trump or Kamala is not going to be the solution. I mean, one might give you the optics of a slightly less immigration or slightly less, you know, infringement upon this right or the other right. But ultimately, I mean, it's like, you just really look at it. It's like you said, it's like, do you want to like run to the finish line or whatever? But I think, you know, either way you look at it, the Trump, I mean,
but human beings love and embrace us versus them. Like I've got a friend that I grew up with since we were 12, and he was one of those guys that like got the scholarship offers for football because he was the high school jock and all that kind of thing, and he loves the NFL. So even when I talk about the NFL being rigged and things like that, he wants to be in that. There's something about human beings that like to be on a team, an us versus them type of team, and it's really hard to draw people out of that. Like there was a birthday party or something just a few weeks ago where someone's uncle came over and we were talking about this with the Trump and everything. And he's like, "Oh, he's an outsider. He has all the money. He doesn't need it, this and that." Then I would get to the point where I would wait and engage and all that, and then I'd say, "Well, I feel like they're kind of just puppets on both sides, and that they're all just playing us." And yeah, they're both puppets. But then 2 minutes later, "Oh, he's the outsider. He's this." They just can't break out of it for some reason. It's something
Yeah,
about the human condition where they like to be on a team.
I've
And
seen that in real life, like the past few years too. Like I think that's kind of what freaked me out. Was like, and you saw me back on my Gem Bob days. You're one of the few people who really saw me on those really old shows at the beginning, and
yeah,
I was really freaked out, dude, because I was meeting people in real life who were like totally fucking QAnon psyop, like, and they really fucking believed it, right? And they would do that same thing you just said right in front of me, and I would be like, so you have all these people walking around wearing masks and totally in that cult, and then on the other side you have all these people in like the QAnon cult, and I was like, I literally felt like I was like the only person outside of my family, I mean, other than my immediate family, that like wasn't fucking out of their mind. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, it was just so insane. Like, they literally shut down the beaches so you couldn't go on the beach. Right? I was like,
I went to my best friend's wedding and they pulled me aside, say, "Hey, talk to my mom. She's QAnon. She's this and that." And it was like pulling teeth, man. The wedding ended up surrounding me. I'm having this conversation with his mom. It's not what I asked for. I don't go to the wedding asking to talk about politics or flat earth or whatever the fuck. And it ended up being people surrounding me, and I'm just trying to get her to understand the Q thing. And people just cling to it. People like to have the world make sense to them. Just as human beings, we like the world to make sense. And when we try to come too far abstract, in their minds it's abstract, to just address things directly and the reality behind it, but they like to cling to that stuff. It's really difficult because like you said about Jim Bob, he talks about the truth or at the barbecue type of thing. I try not to do that. I try to get along and not embarrass my girlfriend or whoever the fuck else is there, but sometimes they'll put me on the spot, but
yeah, and that's why I'm at the point where like I really don't try to, like, other than on the panels, like I really don't try to like red pill quote unquote people anymore. Like I will, like the problem is like I will, so I try not to put myself in those situations anymore, because it's like it's just very painful, because it's like I know where the people are coming from because I've been there, but it's like, I've always been like very, very skeptical. So like I think I've just always been like 20 years ahead, so like when you're that far ahead, it's like, I mean, compared to the average person, where it's like it's just like I can't really, I feel bad holding back, but then when I don't hold back, I feel worse, because it's like they can't handle it, like they can't process it. Even if they know that you're right, they just can't handle it, so it's really
too much. Yep.
And I think that's kind of like the thing that I'm really trying to figure out, like, how do you really battle that side? And I think it's above my pay grade, but I mean, it's definitely something I want to know. And I watched some of your videos, and I'm really glad you came on, even if, I hope you'll come back on and discuss some of it, or at least send some videos to us that you would like for us to cover. Cause like your stuff about like the whole flat earth stuff, I'm not too into it because I don't know enough about it, but like, I think your whole Luciferian scientific stuff is like very, very important.
The heliocentric thing.
Yeah.
I don't consider myself like a flat earther who does flat earth content like that, because I feel like there's, for lack of a better word, controlled opposition or shills that will make a whole identity out of flat earth, and they'll try to rally people into that circle. And then that's all they do is talk about that. I talk about a whole variety of things. Like even when I started my channel, I didn't, for whatever reason, understand that the oceans were flat. Like I don't believe the earth is flat. I believe the oceans are flat. And it's just not how I define myself as, because once you start defining yourself as a certain group, that's how you get controlled opposition. Like the word flat earth itself is probably a CIA created term the same way as conspiracy theorists.
No, I
Because
agree.
the word
But
flat earth is a positive claim. Instead of just saying earth, you're now saying flat earth. So that's a positive claim. Now you got to back it up. And I don't know. They've got controlled opposition for sure with the whole flat earth thing.
well, and for everything, and for everything, and I think that, like, I don't know if you came through the alt-right or not, but like I came through the alt-right. That's all. I mean, that's part of how I ended up where I'm at now, and it's like just watching the whole like
Interesting.
anti-J stuff become so. It went from like seemingly totally organic and like joking to try to get people to wake up, to like totally serious people going to prison, then back to a joke now again. And I think that they're going to clamp down again. And it's like, it's just really weird to like watch that whole cycle go back and forth. And it's like now with the Christian thing, it's like super funny and ironic. And then now it's serious. And then it becomes a joke again. And it's like, you know what I mean? It's like they do the cycle with every little niche. It's like every niche little community, you like pumps and dumps. It's like,
Yeah,
it's
that's
weird.
the danger though with control opposition is that, like you said, you came through the alt-right. There's people who start out with watching Alex Jones. There's people who start out with watching even something as ridiculous as Michael Moore doing his 9/11
Yeah,
video.
I came through
So
both of those. I mean, I watched all that. I never took any of
yeah,
it super serious, but like I studied it, right? I was curious about it. And then like I never fully trusted Alex Jones, but I was like, how could this be a psyop with all this information? And then now, much later, I figured it out. But like, I can't even explain it to people because it sounds schizo. So it's like,
yeah.
you know what I mean?
I never
And
liked Alex Jones because of I was from the school of Bill Cooper, and even though he is his own gatekeeper in his own right, for me, when Alex Jones did the one interview he ever did with Bill Cooper, where he got Bill Cooper to say on record that he would meet the feds at the door with a weapon, to me that kind of sealed Bill Cooper's fate, at least on the script of what Bill Cooper was, right? As far as how
right.
he met the feds at the
I never
door.
saw that, but I definitely know. I definitely get that MO that you're discussing there, where you get somebody to say something and it becomes like a self-fulfilling prophecy and all that shit.
Yeah. Well, specifically was saying you'll meet the feds. Never ever go on record saying you'll meet the feds at the door with a gun, because that's what Bill Cooper did in that interview with Alex Jones. And even though, like I said, it's like, how did Bill Cooper have the connections to know what he knew about the Freemasons, have all those connections with Masons that were infiltrating the lodge from the inside out? Like, obviously the dude was connected
And Alex
and
Jones
was
admits
fulfilling
that
his own role.
like the deep state and the secret government and the COG. I mean, he literally admits that he's like tied into like Israeli intelligence, Russian intelligence. I mean, it's like, it's insane, like what he's admitted to too. That's the crazy part, you know?
Yeah. He runs with the Israeli stuff. Jones is obviously a shill. I don't throw that word around lightly, but when you're talking about millions of dollars and you're talking about someone as major as Alex Jones, obviously he's a gatekeeper. I don't
Yeah,
know what
100%.
agency he belongs to or anything like that. You know, I don't see his bank account or any of that, but it's very clear and obvious, you know. And he's also a fear monger. Like he would be saying, "Oh, the Russians are invading the East Coast right now, and this and that," and they really wouldn't be. Like he's a really good actor. I think his
Oh yeah,
chances
yeah.
are he's Bill Hicks, but
He's done like straight up crisis acting, like straight
yeah,
up.
like he's done. In my opinion, people don't agree with me, but when he went on Joe Rogan with the NASA shirt and all that and did that first show Rogan for like 4 hours or whatever, that was like a masterpiece where he said real stuff as far as children and this and that and the other that happens to them, but then he would look like a ranting lunatic, and it was just, to me,
Yeah,
that was like the masterpiece of Alex Jones, that performance he did on Joe Rogan.
Yeah, I totally agree. Honestly, I saw that live when it happened. So yeah, it was the first time I was really suspicious, and then after Jan 6, I was 100% confirmed that I knew what the psyop was. So, and I'm not going to go into it right now. It's not important.
Yeah.
But, I mean, like I
Jan,
saw
the thing
that
that
whole
happened
thing.
before Jan 7th, like you don't want to say too much about the date, and because that's a really monitored topic that will shut you down on YouTube.
Yeah.
But
No, yeah,
the thing that
that's why I
happened
don't say
after the 5th and before the 7th, like for sure, that was
Yeah.
one of the things that woke me up personally, as far as heritage and things like that. Because I'm like, they put a puppet on stage that had fake Anglo-Saxon tattoos. They already had behind it a law to track and monitor, for lack of a better term, Anglo-Saxons, not Irish people, not small
Yep.
hat people.
That's exactly right.
They ended up not getting that legislation passed through, but they had it back pocketed behind that event. So I'm like, they're targeting a specific group of people.
Yep.
And they were not targeting Irish people. They were not targeting Russians. They were targeting Anglo-Saxons with that
Yep.
event, fake event.
No, so look, man, like, that's why I'm really happy you came up, because I saw your comments about Anglo-Saxons and stuff. Like I'll just be straight up, like, I'm a British Islander. I don't think I'm British, but I'm like Scottish and some of the other ones. I don't think I'm Irish either. So, I'm like a hardcore, like, this kind of people, but I grew up just as like a general whitey in the South with no culture other than like mashed potatoes and steaks and Baptist shit, right? So like I don't really know much about, but I read a lot of history, right? And you look into the history, and like I can just tell you that like there is a very large targeting of Anglo-Saxon people, seemingly by their own people, quote unquote, but that doesn't make any sense. So then you
they're
start
complicit. Complicit's different than authoring what is going on, because there's been a lot of clash for a lot of years between certain groups of people. We saw that with World War II, where it came to a head.
Yeah, like my opinion about a lot of the wars before that, but especially World War I and World War II, is like that was a direct destruction of the strongest stock of Anglo-Saxons, in my opinion. I mean, personally.
Yeah, two for sure. Overall, the world wars were definitely about achieving Palestine in general, like for sure. As far as establishing all that, with the Balfour Declaration and all that. But what happened in 2, yeah, that's we can't go too deep into that, because that's how you get flagged and all that. But what happened after the war to the people over there was just unforgivable. And of course, there's the so-called never forget of the not 5, not 7 million, but a certain amount of millions that and all that.
Yep. And I think
they don't
that's
want to talk about what happened after the war.
Yep. And it's a whole nother narrative thing. But here's what I wanted to say is like, and again, like a lot of this we can't really get too deep into, because I don't know who's listening, and I'm sure some of them are, but if you talk to a lot of the people on the panel spaces and other places, and I'm sure you've seen some of the Christian trad stuff just as I did, because we kind of came out of the same circles. There is a real hatred of Anglo-Saxon people. And if you look at some of the UFO Giorgiani kind of people too, like they actually speak in code about the government trying to track certain people of a certain phenotype that happen to be correlated with Anglo-Saxons. Now, why would the government or someone want to track the genetics of a certain race of people? You know what I'm saying? It's very fucking weird. And like, if you talk to a lot of people who are pro Trump or pro whatever right wing trad, they loathe Anglo-Saxon people. Why the fuck? I mean, it's like, it's really strange. Like, I really don't know I don't know exactly what it's about, because it's not only the Jays, it's other people.
It's competition is what it comes down to. It's basic stuff. When you're talking about tribes and warring tribes and things like this, that fear of certain competition, and it's not just Anglo-Saxons, there's many other people or groups of people, whatever you want to call it, because a lot of the modern day race stuff I don't agree with. I'm not a white nationalist or anything like that. But yeah, it's not just that group that they're against. It comes down to competition. It's what it comes down to. Fear that somebody can become strong enough to oppose you.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. And yeah, I think that I think that's really what it's about. And like you said, I think there's some some complicit. I don't know how you say it. Some people who are complicit who are Anglo-Saxon, and they're working with a certain people allegedly from the Middle East. And it's very odd, because if you really start understanding like the royal families, and you start understanding, the quote unquote bloodlines of the Illuminati, as people call it, or whatever it is, right? It doesn't really add up until you start looking at like deep history of like occult and religious and historical events, right? And then it starts to make a little bit more sense. And some of what you were covering kind of tied into that. That's why I'm glad. I hope that you and Machine will get to kind of like compare notes, because you guys are kind of like looking more at that like really strange, like something around the time of the Enlightenment and whatever that was about. Like there's just something really strange that seemed to be happening on the occult side, so.
Well, yeah, it goes back way before that, but yeah, roughly around the 16th century or so, Kabbalah really started to have its renaissance as far as all of that, because I don't know, I'm a little bit different than most when it comes to the topic of the Bible and Judaism and Christianity and all that stuff, because the way I see it, there was no ancient Hebrew Bible. In my opinion, the original Bible put together was the Septuagint in Greek. And in my opinion, there was reverse engineering going on as far as Greek to Hebrew, as far as backdating an entire history. When you're creating a nation, you got to have a background and a mythos for your nation. That's just basics 101 with nation building. You got to have some level of mythos. And I think there was a lot of backdating going on. Not even with that, just even with the Greeks. I think a lot of that Greek philosophy and all that was kind of backdated. I think that you had a whole panel of people behind, like Socrates, for example. I don't think there was some dude named Socrates. I think it was a whole panel of people coming together and coming up with philosophy and backdating it retroactively.
I just want to say that I more or less, I can't say that I agree because I don't know, but like I hypothesize that there's a high chance that there's stuff like that been going on for sure. Like I definitely think that there's a high likelihood of that. And like if you just study the English language, right? Like we talked to Pilliter, and I talked to him a little bit about like Chaucer and Shakespeare, and it's like when you really understand like English literature, like it seems that it was totally constructed for the purpose of indoctrinating people into a very specific mind frame, specifically Anglo-Saxon people. And I'm not saying that it was totally nefarious, but definitely the seeds of nefarious things were embedded from the very beginning of the English language. And when you start understanding that kind of shit, you're like, oh shit, like no wonder people can't people don't want to be broken out of the things, because they've been so ingrained with like this kind of like irony and sarcasm and self-guilt and self-loathing and all these things that are it's just been kind of like hardwired into the language, right? And of course with Christianity and the things going on with that, is it's kind of like it's like a recipe, right? So I don't know, I think that you're right on the historical stuff for sure. And also I would take it further. I'd probably take it too far, but yeah.
Well, it's a difficult puzzle when you're talking about these things. When you're talking about philosophy, religion, race, nationality, all these things, it's a very difficult puzzle to put together, because you have a group of people who are saying, well, there was this tribe was pagan, so called, as the Yahwehists would call them, pagan. And then they took us away from our nationality and this and that with the Christianity. So there's like all these different schools of thought about what should be done. You have like the Orthodox Christians, who basically, in my opinion, are Greek philosophers, who are basically saying we have the superior Greek philosophy now with Christianity. And
I think you
that's
could.
where our people
I think
should
you can make a
go.
strong argument for that, for sure. I mean, as a Christian, like I know that, like for me, like it would be hard for me to say that like I believe that all the way, but I think you have a strong argument for that for sure.
Well, just when you're are you Orthodox Christian?
I'm just a general Christian. I think that Orthodoxy, like I generally like their theology.
What does that mean, though? You have a relationship with Christ? Is that what you're saying when you say you're a general
Meaning,
Christian?
what I
What does
mean
that
is, I
mean?
think that Jesus is real, but as far as like historical stuff and all that, like I'm skeptical. I don't know exactly what happened,
But
but I think
Jesus
that
is real in what sense? Like our thoughts are real, right? Because there's the whole question of what real is. The naturalists will say that there's only the natural world, right? So that thoughts are not real, so to speak, but exist.
think,
I should say the word exist. So you're saying Jesus exists, but to what extent?
yeah, I think that he exists. I think that's a good way to put it. To what extent? I mean, I think the Bible is true, but I don't think it's true in the way that most people probably think it's true. I think it's like, it's not only historical, it's not only philosophy, it's not only anything. I think it's a mixture of like all these different things. It's beyond, and like I think Machine has a definition of like something that describes it in his book, and I wish I could recall it, but something to the extent of like it's timeless, it's beyond myth, it's beyond mythos, it's true, it's just true. It doesn't, but as far as like
in which Bible, when you say the Bible is true, I don't mean to interrupt you, but when you say the Bible is true, are you talking about the Septuagint? Are you talking about the King James?
What I
are you
mean
talking about?
is the spirit of the spirit of the letter, meaning
Of
you
what
can,
letter? Of what
meaning
Bible?
when you read it, it can speak to you and give you things. Does that mean that every letter is exactly the true if you read it at face value? No.
Well, yeah, that's where I come. I come from a Protestant background. My parents are both Protestant preachers. My stepdad and my mom are both Protestant preachers, so they would say the same thing, that the Holy Ghost is interpreting the Scripture for you. And in general, you would have a couple different interpretations that they are going by, or translations, I should say. So I'm assuming you're talking about the King James or the NIV or something like that.
Well, from like, I'll just be like, for like, I don't really think it matters much, but like for me personally, I like the English Standard Version because I think that it's way easier to understand for modern English people. Like I've read the King James more or less, but like I think it's just too hard to understand. People take too many words out of context that are not meant that way. Like it's like if you read Shakespeare, right? If you read Shakespeare in modern English, then you try to like apply modern English to Shakespeare, it doesn't make any fucking sense, right? You have to understand like what context, right? That's what I'm saying. Like I think that if you put it in context of like the historical narrative, I think that like the historical narrative is probably more or less true, but I don't think it's actually that important. I think that just the general like archetypes and like shit that it's talking about,
archetypes,
and like and another good example is like Paul. Like when people read Paul, you can take Paul 100 different ways, and I think I think that's intentional. It's like reading Socrates, right? Like, are you supposed to take Socrates at face value all the time? No, because he's actually like.
Well, you're talking about fundamental truths, right? So,
yeah, exactly.
Do you agree with me that there's a difference between myth and history? History is telling the story of something that happened once. Myth is something that was expertly crafted to have infinite value multiple times over in multiple generations.
Right.
Are you saying that the Bible is more so myth to where it provides more value than history would provide?
Yeah, definitely. For sure. 100%. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that it's only a myth. I think that it's true, but also like, I think that it's like cyclically true. It's also like at that moment in time, it was true, but I think more than that, it's like just true throughout space and time. And again, as a Christian, like literally the reason I like orthodoxy is for many reasons, but I think a major one is like they explain that basically Jesus is like a time traveling being. He's like always has been, always will be. He's just there, and he's not constrained by time, right?
So do you also believe in the spermatos, whatever it's called?
Logos spermaticos, exactly.
Logos
Yeah, exactly.
spermaticos. Do you believe that people beforehand kind of retroactively were getting taste of what would end up being the gospel?
Definitely. But also I think there's a lot of and see, this is why a lot of Christians don't like me, is I think that at the same time that a lot of people were getting taste of what's real, I think at the same time people are being deceived by something. I don't know what you want to call it, but people are being deceived by something to take what's real and twist it and use it for evil purposes. So, you know, I think that people have claimed to be a Christian or claimed to be following Jesus and done horrific things and still continue to do that to this day. So like, just because someone says, oh, I'm a Christian or this or that, for me, I give that person more skepticism than if they say, oh, I don't believe in anything, because it's like, okay, well, if you're claiming to represent this belief system, I have to hold you to our highest standard, right? So that's kind of like my perspective on that. It's like, I don't give people a free pass just because they believe in what I believe in. You know what I mean?
So what about the claim by these ortho bros that are saying that the church came before the Bible and they're the ones who are dictating what's in the Bible? Does that mean that you're reading extra biblical or extra Septuagint scripts and deciding for yourself if the Holy Spirit is interpreting that? Like,
see, that's a good question. So for me personally, I think that even if they're right, they're on a slippery slope making those claims, because, you know, the truth is the amount of people that are willing to go and verify those claims and even let's just assume that you could do so, that would do it, is so limited, right? So I think it's a slippery slope argument. Like, I think that just saying like, we have apostolic succession, we're the real church, it may be true, but I think at the same time, like, well, why did so many people disagree with each other and fight and kill each other over this kind of stuff? Obviously there's some points of contention, and particularly I would say like Aquinas and Augustine and some of these other people, like, you know, that there was a lot of internal conflict going on. And, you know, I think that just kind of painting with a broad brush is very slippery. And so, like, again, like, I do take a little bit more of a Protestant approach in some respect, where I think that people need to kind of like feel it for themselves. But at the same time, like, I'm not saying I think that the early church fathers probably did have a lot of good insight, right? But I think that just claiming the way that they do is, to a lay person, the way that they're saying it, I think is probably irresponsible from my perspective. So
that's kind of vague though, because like the early church fathers, a lot of them, especially when you're talking about the Orthodox Church and the ones that they revere, for lack of a better term, are basically Neoplatonists. They're completely transforming the Bible or the scriptures into a Neoplatonist God. Basically, that's kind of the one that's kind of just this unattainable. And then they come up with this energy, what I call an energy essence distinction without a difference, where they're saying we're not practicing Kabbalah. We don't want to ecstatic reunification with the one. We just want an ecstatic reunification with the energies, not the essence. To me, that's kind of a not a cop out, but kind of just a nonsense excuse. It's a distinction without a difference. They're basically practicing Kabbalah with theosis, but they are not. They're saying technically we're just doing an ecstatic union with his energies and not his essence.
Well,
to me, that's Kabbalah. How is that not Kabbalah?
Well, I don't know enough about Kabbalah to say whether that's true or not. I'll say that I wouldn't be shocked if you're correct.
They want a ecstatic reunification with the one.
Right. Well, so this is where it's kind of funny, because like I think that you could have a strong argument. And again, one of the reasons, like, you know, I feel a little jaded towards the circles I used to be around is because they would not have a rigorous debate about these issues, obviously, right? And I think it's probably because they're scared for the reasons that you mentioned. And
Some
for me,
ortho
it's
bros
like,
will, though. They will debate.
I don't think they would debate on that, the stuff that you just mentioned. I don't think that they want to admit that they have a Christian Kabbalah. Like, I strongly suspect that there's a Christian Kabbalah that we're not being told about.
Well,
And
they'll
that's
just
really
invoke the energy essence distinction. Say, no, we're not Kabbalist. There's an energy essence distinction, and we're only trying. We can only and will only unify with the essence and not, or the energies and not the essence. So to me, that's just kind of like a really weird semantical thing. It's like, so you guys are practicing Kabbalah. With distinction.
Well, and again, I think that this is one of the things that me and Machine, and hopefully yourself, this is something where I think that, like, I think Machine has a strong argument that, and yet you have a strong argument that Middle Platonists and Neoplatonists basically hijacked Christianity very early on. Now,
100%.
Does that mean that they're totally wrong? Not necessarily.
Well, it's opinion. Do you believe that God is unattainable? So it goes into my opinion of why ortho bros and these orthodox people will never admit to a firmament and flat earth, for example, because in the Bible there's natural theology, like in Psalm where it's saying the firmament is proof of God's handiwork. That's natural theology. So when you're talking about an actual physical God in time and space who's sitting above the firmament, looking at us like grasshoppers, and that the firmament is his footstool, basically, that's in direct contradiction of a kind of a Neoplatonic, unattainable one God that's in the apathetic blackness, basically.
Yeah, we'll see. And so I think, again, you have a strong argument, and I think that and again, I think I've heard Machine say something very similar. And again, I think this is where I'm interested to see the debates actually get had about these particular things, because I don't know if they, like, I definitely think that they're reading in a lot of this stuff that you would characterize as Middle Platonic and Neoplatonic things. But again, my main thing is, like, I want to know, can they show their work how they got to these conclusions? And again, I think it's going to lead back to some form of a Kabbalah that they'll claim is not the Babylonian. I mean, whatever kind of Kabbalah the Jews had, they will say, well, we have our own Kabbalah. Well, what is that? That's what I want to know. That's
well, a lot of the Kabbalah stuff is more 15th century. So the Greek I think that the Jews usurped Greece and that they basically took their teachings and created what we now call Kabbalah. I think that Greeks had their own version of it, basically. So in those times, we're talking about Plotinus and the Neoplatonists and all these things. The early church fathers are unequivocally Neoplatonist. So if they were to show their work, they would show that their philosophy comes from Neoplatonism. While on the other hand, they go on debates and bash Neoplatonism and all these things. It's like, well, your church fathers were unequivocally Neoplatonists. Not all of them.
Well,
but
and so you may, and you probably could be correct on that. What I would say is, like, again, you say, well, is your problem? So would you say that your personal problem with Neoplatonism, and I'm not defending it, I'm just asking out of curiosity, is your main problem with Neoplatonism is that it's not in the Bible text, or just that you think that it's a dangerous set of beliefs?
That's an interesting question, because as far as my personal philosophy, I do like the idea that there's objective truth outside of what we are perceiving, right? So I do believe that there is objective truth. I believe there's also subjective truth. I think there's a combination of the both. And I think that I would hope that people are trying to strive towards getting towards the objective truth, but it's a tough question the way you worded it, because there's multiple questions. If they're saying that they're the true Christians, there's a conflict there when they're saying the church created the Bible as opposed to the Bible created the church. The Bible has natural theology in it and does not have a Neoplatonic God. The Bible is not Neoplatonic. I know that there's a lot of people that say that, like Adam Green and stuff would say, well, they took Plato's Republic and created the Bible out of it after the fact. I don't doubt that they backdated the Bible when they put it together, like the Ptolemies and all that. But you're talking about an incest group of people, the Ptolemies, who were trying to usurp Egypt, and Greece had already been usurped. I don't know. The whole thing is kind of a complex puzzle when you're talking about the Bible. I think the original Bible was put together in Greek. I think there was ancient Aramaic scripts and all that stuff, but you cannot find an ancient Hebrew Bible that's older than the Greek Bible. You
Yeah, I
can't
agree.
find one.
I agree with you. And so I watch like Esoterica sometimes too, like, and he goes back into like the Ugaritic and like all these other tribes. Like Judaism was not a thing.
Canaanites.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. It wasn't a thing. It was a loose group of people that over the course, that over the course of 2,000 years prior to Jesus or longer, perhaps, basically went from a polytheistic to a monotheistic thing. And again,
pagan polytheist.
Right. And so like here's like, and I talked about this with Machine, I would love for you to jump in if you feel inclined, but like one of my theories is something to the effect that if you look at Greek mythology and even Zoroastrian mythology and even what's the other ones with the Anunnaki, what are they called? The
Sumerians and whatnot.
Sumerians, yeah. So if you look at these three cultures that were close by, and again, you got the three wise men, right? And you also have Egypt and all this shit, right? And I think that the Ptolemies that you talked about is very important. And also, of course, Alexander the Great. So you have a lot of shit going on with that, right? And even further back, even more shit. But there's some sort of weird coalition, like, I don't know I can't remember the right word for it, but there's coalescence of these three things, all these different things kind of coming together, in my opinion. And I think that Rome, so like, first of all, I'll say that Homer writing about Troy, I have a theory that maybe Troy was actually like these kind of crypto J people from the Ukraine area, Georgia area. Maybe they had made an incursion into Troy or something like that. And then you have the Greek heroes are trying to like go and take them out. You have Paul coming from basically the place of Troy, coming into Rome and converting everybody to Christianity. Now, again, I know that sounds kind of like crazy and weird, but I'm just saying, like, there's some sort of weird thing with the Greeks, the Romans, the Etruscans. If you look at the history of Rome, it's
the
very
Greeks were usurped, and not only that, during that time there was a lot of syncretism going on. Like they called it syncretism.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, but there was a lot of syncretism where you would look in the fundamentals of other religion and build it into yours. So there's no doubt that there was syncretism going on, and there's zero doubt that there's Persian Zoroastrianism in the Old Testament. Like they absolutely drew from Zoroastrianism.
I totally agree.
As well as other cultures. It's kind of a consolidated version where you're taking the fundamentals of Sumerian stuff, like with the potter's clay, making the people like clay, basically, God making them. The difference was in Egypt and all that was multiple gods doing all that. Now, like you said, the monotheism versus multiple gods, it was one God, Yahweh, doing all that. So there does appear to be some level of Platonism, some level of Persian religion, all of it consolidated in. Because in the Old Testament, you've got fire deities, you've got agricultural, definitely agricultural. A lot of it's agricultural in the Old Testament. You've also got basically what is Vulcan, like the mountain kind of forging, what do you call it? Metallurgy kind of god.
Yeah, and Mechanos, and like this is what me and Machine were talking about recently too, is like Hephaestus and like kind of like the worshiping of like not only technology but just kind of like process. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
making shit and making shit happen and mechanistic stuff. Like it seems like there's some sort of like cult around that. And so the 2 points I wanted to get across really quick is like, I strongly think that the people of Athens, Rome, Troy, probably people in the what we now call Ukraine, and obviously whatever Alexander the Great was a part of. There's some sort of mystery religion, Orphic Pythagoreanism, perhaps, or something. And so for me, like when people say Jays or whatever, like I don't really think that's like what people think. I think that there's some sort of mystery religion that has either survived. Maybe it's Mithraism. I don't know. There's some
Just
sort
in the
of
fundamentals are coming from the mystery school, and not fundamentally from that group of people we colloquially call the Jews.
right. Yeah. So there's some sort of mystery cult that I personally think must have survived from at least 1000 BC up until present, at least in some form. And so, like, whoever the ruling class is, they must have access to a certain set of knowledge.
I think it's both.
Right.
I personally think it's both, because if you look at the legends of Freemasonry and the so-called small hats and all that, they talk about how Pythagoras went to Egypt and got kicked out of the mystery schools of Egypt for revealing their secrets. I think that fundamentally the place that power comes from is secret societies. So like if me, you, Machine Lies, and 97 other people tried to go create 100 of us tried to go create some plan where we're going to overthrow something or do something or create a nation, I think that our plan would fall apart within days. One of our wives would tell one of our friends, we would tell one of our friends, it would unravel very quickly. The only way to eliminate that is through a series of degrees where you would show and prove that you're not a snitch, show and prove that you aren't going to go against the group and the mission and the fundamental whatever the dogma of that mission is. So I think fundamentally where power comes from for any society, whether it's Egypt, Greece, Rome, or whatever, is fundamentally secret societies. And I do think that these Canaanites who came in and saw that and learned that, I think they mastered how to do the mystery schools. And I think that they have been the progenitors of that. So I do see what you're saying, but I would say that there's a particular group of people who have utilized that. So you could say from your end, well, if it wasn't them, it'd be somebody else utilizing that, which you'd probably be correct. But right now, I can only look at the enemy that I'm facing. And the enemy that I'm facing, which I have to agree with you, is fundamentally the mechanism, which is the secret society setup that allows them to get that power. So
Right.
I would say more so than a certain race or group, it would be the fundamental mechanism.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. And another part of it really quick is like part of the reason like I think that the story of Jesus is so fundamentally understood is I think that's what he was talking about personally. That's my personal belief. I think he was speaking in code about like these people have been kind of like doing this shit for a long time, and I'm here to like be an emissary of God, and you guys aren't fucking getting it. So like I can't really tell you what's happening, but you're gonna have to kind of like figure out. And so like I think that's kind of what Paul was trying to like elaborate on in his own weird way, but he probably had many missions. I think one was to be an apostle to the Gentiles, but I think also he was like probably either trying to form his own good secret society or he was a emissary of the evil secret society. I think either way, I think you could really make an argument either way. So
well, he did come apparently. Well, for one, it's not even disputed that he came from a Pharisee group, and then that's the very group that Jesus is going against. So, and my favorite thing was as far as Jesus was when he said, "For in secret, I've said nothing." Because when I interpret the Bible, when I read the Bible, I look at Luciferianism versus anti-Luciferianism. So I can tell that there's people inspired by both when I read different scriptures. So that's how some people say this Holy Spirit. I go by whatever you want to call it. When I read it, I can tell it's inspired by, and what I mean by Luciferianism versus anti-Luciferianism, it's the closest thing to a true dichotomy I've found. once you learn that the earth is a closed system that's been designed and put here for us, you can either accept that and be grateful to your creator for putting you here in a perfect scenario where life can exist, or be upset by that and want to break on through to the other side. And that's the Luciferian spirit, in my opinion, to
Yeah,
want
that
to
I think
not
that's
be grateful and try to break through to the other side, break through the firmament, whatever you want to call it. Because what if you break through the firmament and there's life can't even exist there? What if it's true that we're in some sort of toroidal energy field, and that the inertial plane at the center is where life can exist? Why would you want to break through to where life can
yeah,
exist?
and again, like I think that you're more or less correct, because it's like I think that even if you could do it, and even if God allows you to do it, why would you want to when He's already given you everything here? Now, I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like it's kind of like, and it's kind
It's
of
like
like fun.
FOMO, fear of missing out. Like,
Yeah,
what if
exactly.
I could be like God? What if there's other stuff beyond that? It's like,
Well,
what
like
if there's
that's
not?
kind of why I hate us so much, is because he's like, oh, we need to go to Mars and do this and that. It's like, dude, we're living on a living planet. You want to go to a dead planet named for a god of war and make that
tier.
doesn't make any sense to me. It's like that's like the worst idea ever. I'm not saying that we couldn't do it. It's just like, why would we want to at this stage? Like maybe in 1,000 years, maybe, but like right now, it doesn't make any sense to me.
It's a whole nother paradigm that they're promoting, but even on its face, it's the Luciferian spirit. It's not, and that's just my opinion. It's just what I call it. Like I would call Kabbalists Luciferians because of how they worship the light, the primordial light, and all these things, which is the ether. And there's this whole, so that's just what I call it. But I know Luciferianism is probably a pretty modern term when you're talking about all these things, but it's just what I call it. It's the closest thing to a dichotomy I found. Just be appreciative, either because you get claustrophobic. Like in Truman Show, when he figures out there's a wall there, he wants to get the fuck on the outside of that wall. It's just the natural condition of the human in a lot of cases to feel claustrophobic and say, how can I break out of this thing? But it's a whole nother thing to recognize and be grateful. So to me, that's the dichotomy. So when I read the scriptures, I look at, hey, some people were wilding out and randomly were anti-Luciferian when they wrote this. That's the way I see it when I read different things. Because I've had a bunch of debates with my own parents and stuff because they're Christians and all that stuff. And I just, in my opinion, I just have researched it too much. I can see that it's a Canaanite religion. I can see that, at least from what we can tell, we don't actually know what happened, but it seems to be a civil war that happened. The Northerners of Canaan were like the Bel worshippers. You had the more, the Southern lands had more of the water going and the agriculture going. So the Yahweh-esque kind of created this revolution and civil war. So it's like, what am I if I'm some, wherever you want to call it, white guy, Anglo-Saxon, wherever you want to call it. Right now I'm living in California, so I'm some white guy in California in 2024, and I'm going to go to war and battle over some Canaanite civil war that happened 2,000 years ago, over 2,000 years ago.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
it's just really weird.
I agree. And as a Christian, I agree with you. And I think that's kind of like, for me, I mean, maybe my vision of Christianity is very different, but I feel very similar to you as far as like, I think that a lot of people are looking at it like, oh, the Bible says this prophecy or that prophecy. It's like, well, if you're just trying to self-fulfill the prophecies, then it's not a prophecy from God. It's just something that you're just trying to like use for your own ends or whatever the fuck. I mean, it's like, that's not really what a prophecy is meant to be. It's like, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. It doesn't mean you need to like hit the gas pedal and just like, let's just make it happen as fast as possible. I mean, that's totally ridiculous.
So logos spermaticos is enough for you. It's satisfying enough for you to think of how the people from however many thousands, maybe not millions like the evolutionists say, but however many thousands of years we're here without God interacting with us, talking to us. The logos spermaticos makes sense to you as far as why suddenly now through the Israelites he's talking to all of us universally,
Well,
which is later on with Jesus with Paul universalizing it. So logos spermaticos is a good enough explanation for you to accept that?
well, I'm still working through that, to be honest with you. For me, I would say that like Machine and other people have kind of given me pause on the universal side of that, where, you know, I think that it is mostly a personal thing. You know what I mean? So like, I don't really try to convert people, quote unquote, to like a specific kind of Christianity. Like, I think kind of like I would count you as a Christian because you actually take it serious, even though you have your own doubts or whatever. Like the way that you describe this scenario and stuff, I agree with a lot more than 99% of Christians I've talked to, because they have no idea like what's going on. They have no idea what's even going on, right? So like, you know, I think that your assessment of the Civil War stuff and all that. So basically, I would say, I mean, here's the thing, and I used to say this on Jim Bob, maybe you remember. Like, I don't think it was a synchristic. I don't think that it was. I don't think that we should look at Christianity as a synchronistic religion, but I do think that we have to recognize that it is a recognition and either a repudiation or B, a refinement of previous religions, if that makes sense, right? So I think that you have to understand that Christianity is in context with the Greeks, the Romans, the Persians, the Zoroastrians, the Yazidi, all these other people that were around, right? Probably even Buddhism, if I had to be honest, because Pythagoreanism, I think all this stuff was basically mentioned more or less by the Bible. Now, is that syncretistic? I don't think so. You might be able to make an argument that it is.
So,
but yeah.
Yeah, that's semantics at that point, I guess. You're saying it's a refinement and not and that would explain the logos spermaticos mindset. For me personally, before I even knew about the Orthodox and that term, my parents would say things like that, like God kind of went back in the past and retroactively created similar things. To me, it's like it's kind of like when they say, is time linear or can it retroactively go back? It's kind of like that kind of thing, but with religion, it just wasn't enough for me. I'm just being honest. To me, it makes more sense that there was other religions before that religion. That just makes a lot more sense for me personally. I'm not knocking people for having their beliefs and things like that. It just makes way more sense to me.
I honestly, I think that I think it doesn't even matter, like whether it's that or whether it's Jesus as a time traveling alien that goes back and forth in time and fixes things. Either way, it doesn't matter to me. It's like functionally, it's like here we are now, and now what are we going to do with the situation that we're in? And most people are just kind of like status quo, and like I just don't think. I think that Christianity is telling you like you can do whatever you want, but you better at least like be clear about like where you're at first, and then from there you can proceed like where to go next, you know. And I think that you're right about more or less about the whole like middle and Neoplatonism infecting Christianity. Now again, the question comes like, is that totally bad or not? And this is the question that I like that Machine brings up, and I think it's something that Christians do need to consider, which is that when does philosophy to describe something or language that describes something become the religion? And I think that definitely if you look at Masonry and Pythagorean Orphic stuff, I mean, like you get very dangerous to making the language itself a religion. And I think that that's very dangerous, right? And I think that that's
theology
the problem, you know?
Theology itself inherently, any religion is going to inherently have philosophy, quote unquote, in it. That's the whole point, is that you have a cohesive nation, or back then it was a nation of people that would be attached to the religion. But the whole point is to have cohesiveness and have philosophy built into it. You can't escape philosophy when you're talking about any type of religion or theology. What piqued my interest about the ortho bros, or whatever, as I call them, was, and this is a new thing for me, watching Jim Bob and Andrew of the Crucible and all these people. this is a very new thing for me with the Orthodox Church. I've done a deep dive into the canonization of the Bible, the Catholic Church, the Mormons, Islam, all this stuff like years ago. But it's a pretty new thing for me. What piqued my interest is that they're saying that we are the true original church, and we wield the Septuagint. So after looking into it, I'm like, well, there's no archaeology, there's no Bibles, there's no inscriptions, there's no nothing going back before the Septuagint. There is no Bible before the Septuagint outside of people's imagination, period.
Yep.
Doesn't mean that there wasn't. I'm just saying, as far as currently evidence, there is no Bible before the Septuagint. So that was when it was originally put together by the Ptolemies in Greek.
Right.
So, and
you're
you
right.
have like
No, you're right. And the other thing is, really briefly, I just want to mention that even the evidence that they do have is like dubious. Like they say, well, we have this like plate from like 400 BC of this like one part of Isaiah, and this proves that it was more or less intact in Hebrew back then. And it's like, I mean, that could be very easily fabricated, in my personal opinion. I mean, there's no way to actually verify that that's true, right? So,
like the book of Jeremiah, for example, there is no book of Jeremiah before the Septuagint. There is fragments, and in my opinion, some of those fragments are talking about Baal. Like they're talking about the god Baal from different areas, and they're calling it God when they put it into a consolidated Bible, but that's why they put together as opposed to written. The Ptolemies didn't write the Bible; they put it together.
Right, but also they had to like contextualize it, and so like I heard these people who know the different languages, and they were saying like, for you to say the same amount of stuff that you wanted to say in Hebrew, and I mean that you wanted to say in Greek and Hebrew, you'd have to write like twice as much. So you have to like, it's just like if you ever learn Latin, right? I don't know if you ever try to like learn Latin, right?
No.
If you try to learn Latin, it's so many different rule sets that you have to apply all the time, right? And now, of course, if you're raised in it, you can do that. But there's a reason it's a dead language for the most part, because try to think in Latin and then write in it. I mean, it's yeah. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's probably mostly efficient. But what I'm saying is like, for you to try to do that and apply everything you know in English and put it back into that is like very difficult. Greek is kind of like a streamlined thing, because you can basically like give the notion, like I'll give you an example. Like one part of the Bible, I can't remember which one, but there's this one part of the Bible where they say that the Logos was with God, and God was, you know that part of the Bible, right? Well, the word that they use for that particular term for Logos or for God or Jesus or whatever is like a very particular form of the word facing, which means like it's a person facing another person in the face, right? And so if you were to write that in Hebrew, in like ancient Hebrew or whatever, you'd have to like write out the whole scenario. But the way they write it in Greek, it's just like it's like a very simplistic form where you're conveying all this stuff in like a short sentence, right? So I guess that so just saying all that to say that essentially that's like, where do you draw the line between, even assuming that Hebrew was real, right? Even if you assume that, where do you draw the line between where you're losing what was and what is? And then, like you said, there's warring tribes. They, like, we know the 12 tribes, right? And then you said the north and the south, they didn't get along. Plus you had the Phoenicians and the Canaanites and the Zoroastrians, and you have all these other people.
I think they were Canaanites. Like Jerusalem is named after Shalom, a Canaanite deity. So these are Canaanites we're talking about, in my opinion. They didn't just come out of thin air. They came from Canaan.
Right. Well, and that's
what piqued my interest about the Ortho Bros saying that they have the original church with the Septuagint is that I've always considered the Council of Nicaea to be the official cementing of the Babylonian Orthodox Jews power structure, basically. Which I know the Ortho Bros would totally disagree with that, but to me, that was the Babylonian Jewish religion, colloquial Jewish, being cemented. And they're saying we have the original church. I'm like, well, maybe you really do have the original Jews that usurped Greece and Egypt. maybe you guys are part of the original Jews who usurped that shit. That's
Well,
what piqued my interest
well,
about it.
you could be correct, and again, like I know that there's going to be some ortho bros who probably want to kill me after this, like literally, but like I think that you could have a point, and the thing is like for me personally, this is not anybody else's opinion except for mine. Like I think that Rome was a coalition or coalescence of some previous powers. I heard somebody mention like the Etruscans or something like that. Basically, I think it's
The
a
Greeks.
crypto. I think it's a crypto something. I don't know if you want to call them Jays or whatever, but there's some sort of crypto mystery religion that knew how to like basically use money and debt to enslave people without them realizing what's happening. And I
Yeah, it
think
sounds
that
familiar, don't it?
yeah, and I think that system never ended. It just got exported out to Europe, England, Hong Kong, China,
Yeah, it
Japan. Like
happened in Britain and Germany. Do you think it was Greeks
right.
or Romans doing that shit in Germany or England?
Well, I don't know that, but I think but there definitely is complicit of all these different places, but definitely there has to be some sort of knowledge base that is able to be applied universally. And so I think, again, this is where like I think that you have to kind of understand like the Talmud or like Paul or these things, because I think that they're looking at legal. They're looking at everything as like a legal spiritual contract, right? And I think that that's where I'm trying to get people to think of. Like if you start looking at the world as like a legal spiritual contract, whether you want to say that's with God or with your rulers or some combination of the both, like that's the only chance I think people are going to have of like having any kind of like real power.
Yeah, but the culture is attached to a group of people for hundreds and hundreds of years now. Even though it's not the same group of people, they got Khazarian blood, this, that, and the other. Like, generally speaking, when they took over Khazaria, same way they took over Greece and Rome, where they infiltrated the high ranks, they converted Khazaria to Judaism. People say, oh, no, the Khazars are the real, are the actual Jays now. Well, I would disagree with that. The Jays usurped Khazaria, and same way they always do, where they get bodies. You need bodies to continue your actual lineage, right? So yeah, there's a lot of Khazarian blood in their DNA because they usurped Khazaria. Same way now, where there's like a so-called German guy who's whatever Steen, or there's a so-called American guy. It's like, yeah, they mix blood, but it doesn't mean that it's just Americans now that are Jews. It's the Jews usurped America. Same way they did to Khazaria. They get the blood blended in.
Well, and see, this is where like again, like you know, I mean, I'm really should just shut my mouth, but I'll just say it like this. Like I think that I'm not saying if you can't beat them, join them. But what I'm saying is if you can't beat them, maybe you should start learning their tactics, because obviously they know something we don't. So that's kind of what I'm trying to figure out is like,
It's not just knowledge. It's the audacity and the willingness. Like, are you willing to completely step on the neck of people to destroy them in order for your group of people to flourish? So yeah, and in the sense of survival of the fittest, in that sense, yeah, they're willing to do it. That's the difference. Are you willing to go there and do usury to people? Are you willing to have a cohesive unit that pretends that you're part of the outer unit while you destroy everybody else and get gains for only your group? So it's more so than, it's not even like that genius. Usury is not that genius. It's just the audacity to do it. It's the willingness to do it. So are you willing to stoop to that level to do it? Because me and you right now could go create a group, stoop to that level, and achieve success. But are you willing to do that?
well, you know, to quote one of the best authors in history, "The Audacity of Hope" by Barack Hussein Obama. I'm just joking. But I do think that you're onto something. And again, like for me, one of the reasons like I would say I'm a Christian is because I think that there is a good way to do such things. And the reason I think that is like I think that if good people like us aren't willing to consider what we have to do and try to do it in at least a somewhat moral way, even if that's just from our own perspective, that we've kind of conceded that we deserve to be ruled over. And that's fine. If people want to make that choice.
You're talking about taking the ticket, right?
Well, I'm saying if you want to take the ticket and just accept it, then that's fine. But if you don't want to
Like
take
we took the ticket of usury. We said, yeah, give me the home
right.
for X
If we
amount.
if we don't want to do that, then we're going to have to take a long, hard road in the mirror, like you said, and say like, well, what are we going to do to get out of it? And I think that like something like just the way you put it, like if we can just get people to say that, like, we're just not going to accept usury whatsoever. Like, we'll go live in a fucking tent in the woods.
Then there's gonna be a newspaper article saying all of Judea has declared war on you, and they're gonna boycott your ass and surround you with the nations they've usurped.
Well, right, exactly. And I think that's the problem is people can't admit where we are. And the thing is like this, like, again, like I'm trying to speak carefully because obviously this can be easily misconstrued because I'm definitely not a pro-violence person or anything like that. What I'm saying is this: if the average person on this earth is pro things that are bad for human beings, if from a autonomous being that wants to do good things, right? And they're willing to not only force you to be a slave with them, but kill you if you don't want to be a slave with them because they've been psyoped or whatever you want to say, then now you have to just be honest about the situation you're in. And only then can you actually like proceed and say, well, do I need to brainwash these people, or do I need to make friends with these people, or do I need to like give them something better than what the other guy is giving them? Like, how do I get out of this situation? There's a many different ways, I'm sure, that you could. But the thing is, people can't even be honest about where they are. And I think that's like really a big problem. Like, if you can't be honest about where you're at, how can you ever get out of it? And I think that's kind of where I'm trying to like figure out is like, because like, again, like I think that the hate side of it is wrong. Like, I think that just sitting here and hating whatever's happening is stupid.
Yeah.
I think that we shouldn't
there's a
hate.
time and place for hate. There's a time and place for all emotions. It's supposed to be a balance of emotion and not an over compensation of any emotion, but there's a time and place for stuff. It's just always been a classic human challenge of when to use each emotion. Because there is times where you're just like, all right, we got to get the pitchforks out and this and that and channel the anger and this and that and the other. But you can also do that, go willy-nilly and do mob rule and do the total wrong thing based on hate. So
exactly. Yep.
That's why I think there's so much emphasis put into debates and put into these platforms where they're debating and doing all this, because information is where it's at. Like, once you convince, like what happened with me and Mr. Mustache Guy, is that he was in the bars, he was in the town halls, he was in the different venues debating people's heads off and decapitating people verbally, like with the information, and his views were winning out. So once you win with certain views, for better or worse, I'm saying, that's why there's so much fight over this debate realm, because it's the ideas that come before action. You can't put something in action if you haven't been convinced yet. So that's why I find it interesting that there's like this whole slew of these Orthodox people who are basically targeting people that are like, what, 35 to 45 years old, in white, for lack of a better term. It's obvious. I mean, look at the 80s stuff that they play with Jay Dyer and Jim Bob and all these people. They're directly targeting my demographic directly, and they're guiding them to de-radicalize them towards a certain group of people, and bring them into the Orthodox Church, which is one of their folds. So I see that very clearly. And it's interesting you said you came from the alt-right. I consider this new group what I call the neo alt-right, where they throw a couple Jew jokes around here and there. They kind of appease their 35 to 45-year-old white guy audience, and they lead them in the way that they're leading them, and they toe the lines that they're supposed to toe. That's what I call the neo-alt-right, and I see all of them as that. Even someone like Anomaly, which I really like Anomaly for being a mainstream guy, but that's how I see all these people. Jesse Lee Peterson, they're all this neo-alt-right, where they're kind of just guiding a specific demographic of people. And that's kind of why I did that joke song that I did on my channel, talking about de-radicalizing people towards the Jays and de-radicalizing people towards race. I don't think it's a coincidence that they're targeting those people and towing those lines, because it's always been a battle. It's always been competition. So it takes millions and millions of dollars of propaganda to hold a certain group back. I don't know what the answer is, though, because I know people say, oh, you have to have the perfect political answer or you're not doing anything. But there's no easy answer to it. I don't know if America's going to balkanize or what's going to happen. It's a really crazy situation that we have here in America, where people don't know their identity. But I know Machine Lies got to wrap up and go to sleep. And Neurojack dropped out, but he might come back in. But are you ready to go to sleep, Machine Lies? And wrap it up. You might be asleep already. But yeah, there's no identity for America. With other nations, you got Indians who know they're Indian, Japanese who know they're Japanese. So you have an identity. With America, it's going to get tore apart, period. Because there's no identity. There's nothing anchoring the self-determination. Let's see. Machine Lies, you still there? Orange says, tell me about this flat earth. Neurojack said his audio disconnected, but he doesn't say if it's audio disconnected, then why did he drop out altogether? I'm in it back, but I wanted to say you're 100% correct. Keep in touch. So yeah, Machine Lies might be asleep already, and he might be waiting in the back again. I need to crash anyway. But Orange says, tell me about this flat earth. I live around a bunch of mountains, so the earth isn't flat, but the oceans are definitely flat, and the oceans are like 70% of the earth. So what does that tell you? It tells you that's definitely not a globe. Marconi, who set the record for sending the what they call it, line of sight radio waves across the ocean, went thousands of miles across the ocean into Europe over there, and it's flat. So the ocean's flat, so I don't know what else to tell you. If you go and check it for yourself, I've done it myself. I went out with my daughter to the biggest lake in California, and we tested it, and it was flat, period. What they're telling us is over any body of water that it's going to curve a certain amount. It doesn't, period. So unlike 9/11, where none of us are going to go fly to New York City and go look for where there used to be rubble and try to do some investigation, you can personally go out and verify that there is no curvature. That's the difference between this topic and other topics, is that you can participate yourself. Go out and do it. I did it with my daughter. We personally verified that there's no curvature. Why is the moon round? The moon definitely appears to be round, But even in the mainstream information, there is only one face of the moon that we see at any time. So it appears to be round. I don't know if it is or not, but that's a what they call a logical fallacy, because if we were standing on top of a pool table and looking at the pool balls, if the pool balls were round, that automatically means that what we're standing on, the pool table, is round. It's a logical fallacy. So when it comes down to positive claims, the reason I don't like the word flat earth, because it's a positive claim. The globe earth is a positive claim that has never been proven. If you go out and test the claim, it doesn't hold up. There is no curvature. There is no globe. Are we on some giant globe where there's like we're on top of a flat spot? Where maybe. But as far as the earth that we know, the realm that we know, the continents that we know, the 7 continents and these oceans, they are flat. So there's no reason to the issue with the giant globe theory is that all these fake space things that they've done are based on the radius of orbit, which is 3959 miles. And that means all the space things they've done is fake if we're on some sort of giant globe that has a flat spot on it. So either they're faking all of space for no reason and then we're on a giant globe that's flat where we're at, or it's just flat. Warren says it's your hologram. Probably talking about the moon. I don't know what the moon is. In my opinion, nobody can land on it. I think if I had to bet, I would say it's made out of plasma. But that's just speculation. I've never been there to test it. So it's obvious that the moon landing was fake. When I was younger, I used to think that it was fake, but that they were just hiding the aliens on the other side of the moon or whatever it was. I figured that they went to the moon, but they just showed us a fake version of it, is what I thought years ago. But, and I have actually the New Age magazine. It was the magazines that Freemasons used to communicate with each other on. You had to be 32 degrees or above, so 32 or 33 degrees to write any articles in it. And I do have the original 67, 69 version of Buzz Aldrin, and I have the whole Freemasonic crew in that episode. So I used to think it was a Freemasonic operation, but they were just showing us a fake version and they did a real version. But there's no evidence that they ever went to the moon or can go to the moon, because I don't think the moon is a solid object. Machine Lies, you passed out? So yeah, I'm probably gonna head out of here. I jumped on here because my daughter was not here, my girlfriend's not here, everybody's gone and all that stuff. So he probably passed out at the helm. So once I jump out of here, it'll probably just run live silently for however long. I think the limit's 12 hours, so probably in an hour it'll probably cut off. I never knew Marconi was from Bologna, and he looks like a little bass bandana. Yeah, they told him that he wasn't going to be able to do it because of the curvature of Earth. They're like, you're crazy as hell. You ain't shooting that across the Atlantic Ocean. There's curvature of Earth. He did it anyway. It's line of sight. Well, I gotta head out of here anyway. But if I carried the show, I'd need a topic. I need someone else to jump on. Or no one can jump on because Machine Lies is asleep at the helm. So I was just going wherever Neurojack was taking it. I haven't done any videos or anything in months. I need to start getting back to that. I've been doing a heliocentrism because regardless of how you feel about the Earth, it is a dogma that's part of the modern scientism religion. Flat Earth. It's interesting. I know when I first heard of flat Earth, I just ignored it. I blew it off. I was like, oh, it's just some CIA group trying to discredit truthers or whatever, and I just didn't give two thoughts about it. But then at some point, I heard some points being made, so I was like, you know what? That's interesting points and all that, but I'm gonna go out and test it myself. So when I went out and tested it, and there was no curvature, I was like, what the hell? It's flat. This lake is flat. Like, I don't know if anybody here is from California, but there's a place called Lake Tahoe. If you've ever been to Lake Tahoe, you stand with your toes in the water at Lake Tahoe, and you look across Lake Tahoe. With your human eyes, it's going to be hard to see, but if you have binoculars, camera, whatever, and you can see the other shore on the other side, there's supposed to be a bulge of water about the height of 9 telephone poles high. I've been to Lake Tahoe. There is no bulge of water 9 telephone poles high, period. It's flat. Like the water's flat. When people say donut Earth, it's a joke, but at the same time, they're talking about toroid. So energy fields, like magnetic fields, are in the shape of a toroid, which is the shape of a donut. So at the center, you have the hyperboloid, which is the center of the donut. That's how energy works. And if you cut that donut flat in half, like you were making a burger or sandwich out of it, that's the inertial plane. That's where we live. It's at the flat inertial plane inside of a toroid, because we have a magnetic field across Earth coming from the center, and there is no magnetic south. There's only magnetic north, because there is no South Pole. So the Earth isn't flat. When you talk about Earth, technically and legally, Earth is the dirt and rocks in between your toes, not the oceans, not the water. So Earth is not flat, but the oceans are. There's no way around it. We have people now that are using infrared to look at the entire Notre Dame Cathedral from England. Like, there's no curvature, period. Like, people can fantasize and speculate all they want, but when you go out and test it in real life, it's flat as can be. The oceans, at least. Like I said, I live around mountains, so the Earth isn't flat, but the oceans definitely are. And here in California, Miramonte Beach, you can look at oil rigs 10 miles out. You can put your camera 1 foot above the water, which 1 foot above the water, you should only see 1.22 miles of water. You can see 10 miles, 12 miles, 15 miles past the oil rig. It's not curving. It's pure fantasy to believe in curving Earth, which is crazy to believe, but it is what it is. It's only on TV. TV is the only place you should question anything that's only on TV, especially in 2024. If it's only available on TV, you can be like, oh, that's interesting, but I'll double check it later. I might have to drop out of this because I need to crash. Got a bunch of stuff to do. I think I'm on part. What am I on right now? Let me go check that. The most recent one I did was Heliocentrism and the Luciferian Scientific Dictatorship. Did part 8, and then I did Detour, part 9, part 10. So I've done 10 parts. So I need to get to doing part 11 on that. If you were to argue that the Earth is round, how would you go about it? If you were to argue that the Earth is round, so generally when it comes to, I've debated a lot of flat round earthers, as you could call it, like globe earthers. I've done plenty of debates. Almost always they're going to deflect and talk about the eclipse. They're going to talk about the stars. They're going to talk about the Southern Cross. They're going to talk about the Northern Star. They're going to talk about the sun. They're going to talk about, like I said, the eclipse in the moon. What they won't do is talk about the Earth, because that's the very thing in question. Because when you test the Earth, it's not curving. So it's going to be, I would have a really hard time. You're basically asking me to steel man the globe Earth position, and the globe Earth position is to talk about eclipses and the stars and stuff. It's like pointing at the sky, like pointing at the ceiling of your roof and talking about what your carpet looks like. It's really hard to steel man it. And also to steel man it, they say that, and this is only for the past 3-4 decades been in school books, but allegedly 2,000 years ago, Aristophanes, between Cyrene and Alexandria in Egypt, there was a well, and then he put a stick, and then allegedly there was no shadow in one, and there was a shadow in the other, therefore proving that the Earth was curving. Even if that story is true, it's asinine, because if you have a local sun, you would still have a difference in shadows. So if you took 2 batteries and stood them up on your flat desk, if you held a flashlight over one, there would be 0 shadow over one, and there would be an angled shadow of the other. That doesn't mean that your desk is curving. It means you have a local light. So even Carl Sagan tried to bring that argument up. Later on, Neil deGrasse Tyson had to admit, well, it could be a local sun providing that. So my channel is Mr. Anderson. One way to find it is by searching Mr. Anderson, the eugenics agenda. They've taken down 2 or 3 of those videos. I think that was a series that, dang, how many did they take down? All that's left is part 2, 5, and 6 now. I did 7. That's one way to find the actual channel, but then when you actually click on it, it's Mr. Anderson. I did do a series. I am doing a series on heliocentrism, but it's not a flat Earth channel. That's not my identity. That's not what I do. I talk about a variety of topics, including the occult, spell casting, Illuminati, the school system, all that, even the Jesuits and all that stuff. I did a video on the occult burning down in California, stuff like that. I'm not a mod, so it's not gonna let me do that. But if you type in Mr. Anderson, the eugenics agenda, it should pop up. It's a tiny channel. I got like 500 subs or whatever. I haven't done anything on it. I've never done any networking really to try to get any viewers or anything like that. Never taken a donation, never done any of that. Tavistock. I may or may not have talked about that in one of my videos. The Beatles were a big Tavistock creation. Obviously, they create the morals and the trends in the society. So, like when you've seen the black people step on the crates and fall down and break their neck, that was probably Tavistock. I would say that Eminem, the rapper, was definitely a Tavistock creation.
Hey, what's up? Sorry, dude.
No problem. You
Nice
able
to
to
meet you.
you able to close it? Hey,
Oh,
what's
what
up,
were you,
Alex?
what were you gonna say? Hey, what's up, bro?
I was just droning on because I thought Machine Lies fell asleep at the wheel, so I was just trying to fill
Yeah.
space.
Go on really quick. Dude, yeah, my it's all fucked up right now. But yeah, dude, I just want to say, hey, what's up?
What's up, man?
Yeah, I'm Calix.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, man. Yeah, dude, what happened to TML? Did he like pass out or something?
No, I'm chilling.
advisors.
Are you ready to wrap it up, Machine Lies, and close it out? I was just droning on to fill the space.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah, but yeah, I definitely appreciate a lot of the things that you said, you know, about Neoplatonism and Christianity, and you know, a lot of what you said about secret societies, and I definitely touched on a lot of those issues, you know, in a few of my streams, and I definitely wrote a lot, especially about the Neoplatonism and the church, and I think it goes back to Paul, and I definitely understood what you were saying about the Greek influence. Um, you know, so I would definitely love to talk to you more about that. I was checking out some of your work. You know, you were on Brian Stavely talking about Phaedrus, and yeah, the whole elixir of memory versus the elixir of forgetfulness, and how it relates to technology.
So you would
So
see the written word as technology.
oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Because when I come back, that's what I would like to ask you about, is how you define technology, where you draw a
Oh yeah.
line. Like a bird using sticks to put together a nest is technology, basically. So
Yeah, I got these ones here. You know, I gave in the first show, you know, these 3 definitions here, you know,
external to ourselves, infaming of goals, complexification of means. Interesting.
yeah.
Brain processes external. So yeah, so you would agree that a bird using sticks to make a nest is technology, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
But you wouldn't advocate for the birds to not do that. If they
No,
started
no.
creating AI and fucking things up and destroying, polluting the water and all that, you'd probably contest it. But that's where it becomes, where do we draw the line with the technology for humans? Because us building a cabin in the woods, drawing a well, that's technology. So should we not be doing that? Should we be doing a little bit after that or right at that? Like, that's when it gets nitty gritty as far as where to draw the line.
Yeah, I think nature is technology. You know, it's got to be, you know, as we say, that technology is a second order nature, right? So, you know, you could use whatever type of distinction you want. You know, the common distinction that was used in metaphysics is natura naturata and natura naturans, right? You know,
Yep.
where, like, you know, there's 2 classes of nature, and it depends on, you know, what nature is doing, essentially, right? As
But-
it's yeah.
So it matters what the technology is doing as far as the utility of it. Like what is, so does it more so matter what philosophy is informing the person making the technology, or is it the technology itself that where the line has to be drawn?
I think it has to be drawn on the level of the technology itself, right? So, I mean, you know, like I guess as technology is, I think that use and instrumentality is a good place to limit, you know, because I think a guitar or a pen or or you know, a bow and arrow or something like that. These are tools that can be used or wielded by a single person, and they move at the speed and pace of a single human being. You know, so
The pen can bring down a nation, though.
yeah, pen can, but in terms of, you know, it's not large scale print, you know, where it could just be pumped out, you know, and then by volume and like by like noise permeate, you know, where you know, a pen can write at the pace that a person can write at, you know, and then they can communicate that way, you know.
Gutenberg versus a quill pen.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. I think large scale automation or large scale systems like that, like where you need like parts from all over the world just to produce a single item. I think that's
Yeah.
already looking at way too oppressive, of a system that's just dealing with, you know, trade and communication and, resources and all of that type of stuff, that you'd have to manage so many things, right? And that for an average individual makes life relatively impossible to live without relying on large scale systems. So I think that is just unethical for people to be born into a system where they actually have no choice in how to preserve their own human dignity, right? Other than to partake in a highly questionable enterprise, where essentially, they have to pretend to be morally neutral, such as
Yeah.
within the scientific worldview, they pretend to total moral neutrality, right?
I'd actually agree with that delineation as far as self-reliance, because, for example, 100 years ago in America, you had like 98% of households were growing their own food and garden and canning, and whatever was in season, you'd can up and then use in the winter and all that stuff. But you get to the point, it's almost like what you're talking about, power, because once you get people reliant on your system, they have the power over you. They can say, we'll take your well, we'll take your water, we'll take your food. So it's almost like a tied into power, it sounds like, as far as the delineation between good and bad technology. Basically, if you can be self-reliant and not give your power away, to in a sense, I would agree with that, though, because I think that it's a travesty what's happening now, where people can exert their power through natural resources. It's a really difficult thing to grapple with and draw the lines with. And
Yeah, and I've been talking about how ideologically speaking, this is happening through the introduction of different themes. So I believe that it happened first through separation from nature, right? So you have this idea in philosophy, right? Especially in Plato, of the transcendental realm. And of course, reason gets placed in the transcendental realm, right?
Yep.
And it becomes a mediator between man and God, right? And then God himself gets placed in the transcendental realm. This is what I call the theos step. And you have the idea with Aristotle of the compartmentalization of knowledge, right, into different subjects. So there you have this idea of the rule of experts. Now, I think that idea cannot be, or that move cannot be understated, because before that, they contemplated that knowledge and beauty and truth and goodness and all these things were actually just one thing, right? So whenever they studied um, um, a metaphysical goal or idea, they would also study its ethical implications. They would also, the sage and the philosopher would be like one thing. You know what I mean, right? So they had these great sages, and they would actually come up with arches, or like ruling principles for how the universe behaved. Whereas their jobs and their tasks became extremely limited, and this happens through the rule of experts. So separation from nature, the separation from the intellect from nature, then that creates nature as a secondary category. You have the compartmentalization of knowledge into different subjects. Then you have the introduction of the myth of progress, which is this idea that nature is evolving, right? So I have this kind of idea that you know that I've been presenting, and I want to know what you think of this. You know, is this whole idea that, you know, as I've been describing, essentially, you know, to quote Rousseau, that, you know, man took God out of man took God out of nature, placed him in the temple, confined God to the temple. Then he took God out of the temple and put himself in the temple, you know, and made himself into the God, you know. So man became his own God, and this is this idea of science, you know, and that's why I say that now, because science got rid of the transcendental realm, it needs to be supplied with a new mythos. So there has to be a mythos of mechanos. I mean, that's what I've been saying. You know, they got to come up with a mythos of the machine, and this is basically because, you know, I've said, I guess mythos is sort of atemporal, right? And so are all these. You know how the progress-oriented mindset sees these as hierarchical stages of development: mythos, then logos, then theos. You know, the Middle Ages, then finally mechanos. You know, the mechanistic worldview. You know that these are all, you know, but really they're just layers, right?
Yep.
That exist on top of each other, and they're filters that we see the world through. You know.
Yeah, because the way I see it on an individualistic level, making technology, you're creating conveniences. But when you're talking about science, as you were saying, that's taking it way beyond convenience. That's becoming God. That's competing with God. Saying, I can create this. I can create an apple. I can create a tree. And I think all the way down the line, like however many hours into that conversation, I think our disagreement would be that I don't think that they'll actually be able to replicate true AI in that sense. I don't think the machines will truly get to the level that God created humans. Like the human machine is just incredible, and I don't think that they'll ever match that. I think they aspire to do that, and I may be wrong. Maybe because have you ever seen Newsbenders, that show on BBC? It was like a 30-minute movie, like a made-for-TV movie called The Newsbenders, and they recruit that guy and all that stuff, and they say, "Hey, we got tabs on you with this computer and all this stuff." And at the end, he figures out, he's like, "Well, who's telling you what to do?" And he's basically like, the computer. Like at the end, you find out that it's the computer has now taken over and is making the decisions. I'm not totally sold on that as far as because of it being input, output. Maybe there'll be so much input that it can then overtake us in that sense. But I'm not convinced that they can really replace us in that way, or that the machine. I think the machine will take over in the sense that, like right now, they have Google and all this data. They can, like, for example, with that whole thing that happened with the so-called virus and all that stuff, I feel like it was a frog in cold water being turned up. I feel like they were using AI and the data from Google to know how much to turn the heat up so that people wouldn't rebel too much. So I think that they would get addicted to using the technology. I'm just not convinced that the technology itself will be ruling us, which might be just semantical at that point. But, so do you see it as AI itself is going to take us over, or that man is going to become consumed by the computers and therefore be ruled by it?
I think to wait for consciousness to emerge from the machine is totally spurious. You know, I think we're faced with a self-evolving system that is plainly intelligent, you know, and it threatens to control humanity as we speak, you know, and this is just through the use of present day technology, right? So I think man is already being engineered to fit the needs of the machine. I don't think there's any elite ruling power and control of the system at this point. I think they're just barely holding on to the reins and seeing this thing go, you know, and I think they themselves are allowing a certain bit of chaos to lead the reins, you know, in the way of technological innovation. That means that they themselves almost admit that they don't know where, you know, large scale technological innovation is headed, and they can't control the speed and pace of it. You know, even if
So
they
are they
try.
trusting it? Are they trusting the technology? You're saying? Are they getting?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think Alul is right that the system at this point, you know, once it's highly developed and refined, you know, it exhibits a sort of monism, a technological monism.
Mm.
You know, that seems to be about the interconnectedness. You know, and once it forms monocultures, and that sort of you know, which it already has, right? There's a world system of international trade, right? And there's a network set up that, you know, so the technological system is global at the moment, right? So you know, and as such, it, you know, totally controls the fate and destiny of nation states, you know, as a whole, you know. So the whole factor is that, you know, the people who, you know, and I'm talking about, to put it very frankly, you know, the people who control the planes and the wires, okay, because this is the economic power, right? Okay, okay, right, okay. To make it very, you know, we call it economic power, but it's planes and wires, right? That these people control.
Yeah,
Right?
energy is more important because
Yeah.
even if they have the power to print the money, where do you get the electricity and the power to print the damn money?
The activities of the humans.
Yep.
You know, it's like Bentham said, you know, the entertainment of the humans is being used to charge the panopticon, right? You know, yeah, you know, it's sad to say that our attention is the energy for this thing, right? And you know, I mean, if you use something for free, you are the product, you know. So essentially, we're consumers, you know, and producers, you know, of our own, you know, form of enslavement, right? And we can talk about it all we want, but as long as the objective force of power in the world is the means of technology, right? Then we're allowing ourselves to be ruled. You know, so so I mean, what say people about that? You know, I think that there's barely any channels or any sources that I'm aware of, you know, that actually don't take the problem of technology for granted. You know, they like
Yeah, that's
look
the
at
human
technology.
condition. Yeah.
You know, they look at technology in a critical way, right? And you know, I think, you know, people like Dr. Skirbina are ultimately right that and it goes back to, you know, the Lul line that conformity in our age is nothing more or less than conformity to the technological system. You know, and you really, you know, define people by, you know, their support. And that's why we were looking at science, you know, and really people need to ask the question, is knowledge dangerous? You know, knowledge could be good or bad. You know, knowledge isn't a, you know, it doesn't have unlimited value. Right? I don't think so.
Yeah. And that would be
You
the
know, I think,
classic, like Plato, Republic type of
oh yeah,
stuff as far as questioning who should have knowledge and who should not have knowledge. And but if you're, because someone like me, just based on probably just not even thinking about it that much, considers there's certain people with their own group mentality, with their own goals and aspirations, and they're utilizing the technology for their own aspirations. But it sounds like you're saying that technology is becoming such a beast that, and they're putting so much, for lack of a better word, faith or trust in it, that it could turn on them and then be leading them by the nose. So if that's the case, wouldn't there be some inevitable clash between the quote unquote ruling elites, or whatever you want to call them, and the technology itself, where there starts to be a separation of, hey, this is too far outside of what our goals are? Wouldn't there be some sort of inevitable clash? And what would that look like if there was some sort of clash between the people running the machines and the machines themselves? And what could the machines do if there was a true clash like that?
Well, I think the social order, to a certain extent, it exists above the individual order. So in a sense, to me, it would make sense that a state or a social organization does not behave like the sum of its parts. I mean,
Yeah.
and that it exhibits a totally new sort of order in terms of decision making. And if you look at large scale trends within these societies, they really can't be predicted over time. You're looking at an order of complexity of hundreds of decisions being made, right? So in a sense, I think that just if you look at human society, and if you look at democratic society, well, I think that there is a lot of ideas there that seem to really limit human beings. And I think that autocratic state is a precursor to the technocratic state, in the form that it forms a machine that speaks for man, a process that they could rely on instead of creating small groups that are basically then responsible for their own decisions. So it's not local groups, but it allows, and this was the idea at the time, that this autocratic government could allow for a large territory to govern, right? So they wanted to increase the size of the state, right? And these political and social techniques were their way to do that, right? And if you look at Hobbes' view and Locke's view of natural rights and how they totally got this concept from these ideas where they had to reduce the mind to a blank slate.
So you're saying that it's creating its own social contract, basically, the technology.
Oh yeah.
And that it's creating its own also kind of Overton window, to where even if the people leading the technology wanted to, they can't drag it out of that social contract, that kind of consolidated social contract. That's interesting, because once you start getting it going, there is limitations to what you would be able to do. As far as, you wouldn't be able to do a hard left or a hard right. There would be subtle changes you would be able to make to the machine, especially if the machine is using something like the public.
Yeah, and that really goes back to one of my original points, is that skill works on a human-based level, right? Technique does not work on the level of human skill, because technique does not require learning. I mean, right? The best type of technique does not require a skillful learner, right?
I see what
like
you're
I
saying.
said, yeah, like technique is a how-to manual.
Yeah,
right.
like when I ran a culinary kitchen or a catering kitchen, after trial and error, I developed the perfect way to skin a potato and cut it. And so when we brought in trainees, it's like, this is the technique that works. like this is what's going to get us the most bang for the buck. We're going to get the most done in a certain amount of time. So you're saying the machine would be developing the technique.
Yeah, definitely. That machine is an embodiment of technique, right? Um, you know, and I think that in a certain way that, you know, and that's why I say I bring up the example of writing, right? And the way that Plato uses it, right? He's comparing it to the living truth, right? Which is which exists in an active subject. I mean, right? And this is why I was relying on Kierkegaard's definition of truth earlier, right? Which he said it's an objective uncertainty, you know, held with the passion of infinity within a subject, right? You know, so this idea about, you know, whereas he says, you know, just as love is a dialectical suspension between a public and a private situation, right? So is truth in dialectical suspension, you know, between the objective between the objective uncertainty and the inwardness of the subject that receives it. You know what I mean, right? So he talks about how participation is necessary for truth, right? And it is necessary for knowledge, right? Knowledge, you know, there's no difference between the knowing, the knower, and the knowledge, right? You know, and so is activity, right? And activity, right? You know, a person who is performing an activity, right, they become synonymous with the act, right?
Yeah.
So you know, but in terms of skill, right, one can improve one's skill. One cannot improve one's technique. The better one's technique is, the less it has improvability, right? And a technique exists separate from the knower of things, right? Skills can be developed, right? A machine cannot increase in learning, or at least right now it can't, right? It has to be fed information and then it could process it, right?
Yeah.
And of course, it could gain new information based on the information that you feed it, right? It could look at things in a new way that you wouldn't originally be able to look at it, right? But it doesn't have the ability to make mistakes, right, per se, right? You know,
because it can process more of the possibilities faster, potentially, because
yeah, it's almost processing
random.
possibilities,
It's just,
right?
it can go through all those potential scenarios and think of it from different angles.
Yeah, you know, it's almost processing pure possibilities. It will even hallucinate scenarios based on information, you know, so it's thinking only in terms of imagination. You know what I mean? And it's performing you know, thoughts as if they were techniques, right? But of course, thoughts are not based on techniques. They're based on knowledge, right? So, you know, there's a fundamental separation in how a machine thinks and how a human thinks, right? But machines still communicate, right? Obviously, language and communication are not the same thing, right? Right. Communication is just when information is sent between one you know, point A to point B.
Yep.
Right. That's called communication.
I receive what your intent was.
Yeah. Yeah. And obviously two machines can communicate with each other.
Yep.
It's no problem. Right. They just don't have language. They can't interpret meaning. Right. But
They're not
you know, that's a whole nother. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting to think about. I haven't done a lot of thinking as far as the meta, as far as the end point of the technology.
Yeah, I mean, think about it this way. You know, technique is itself the thing that combines the immaterial world of thoughts with the material processes, right?
Yep.
So the creative act is the material and the immaterial melding, so this is, so we don't need an example of it in the metaphysical. We could just look at the process of creativity and see this coming to be, right?
Yep.
This emergence from not being to being, right?
Yeah.
So we have a ready-made example within the creative process. We don't need to invent but postulate some metaphysical entities or realms in order to make that happen. So so I think that people need to look at this idea quite firmly, and then it leads one to all of these questions. Like, for example, right, these 4 ideas, right? God, right? Nature, man, and technology. Right now, I think all 4 of these ideas properly function on the level of the architectonic, right?
Yep.
And that I mean on the level of man crafting symbols. So at the fundamental basis in which we craft symbols, okay, to manage our perceptions of the world, right? We think of these 4 ideas. Now, if you look at world systems, right, there's interesting combinations of these ideas, right? In which either man is God, nature is God, technology is man, nature is technology, God is technology. Right? You could have many different combinations of these 4 concepts, right, and come up with different views. Right now, I think that nature is God-made technology, right, and the technology that we make is man-made nature, right? So so we're reordering, right? There's nothing new under the sun. We're in framing, as Heidegger puts it, right? And and that's what technique is, right? Is encoding knowledge, right? And yeah, I mean,
does that conflict in a way with Platonism? Because in Platonism, for example, there's like the forms. You have like the form of a chair. The chair is always the famous point of the conversation. So wouldn't that be God creating the form of the chair? So how would that be man making nature if God created that form of the chair? Wouldn't that be a conflict with Platonism as far as?
Oh yeah, I think Plato is false.
Yep.
I don't believe in the transcendental realm. I don't believe the soul is separate from the body. I think Plato made up the soul, right?
Yep.
So there's lots of concepts in Plato that I find problematic. I don't think that nature. I personally don't think that intelligence is removed from nature, right? I think nature is an intelligent system, right? And I think that God influences nature directly, not through mediators, right? So in terms of that, I guess my sort of Muslim side is showing too much, and right, in that we reject transcendentals, right? Not a lot of Islamic systems would say that nature is intelligent, but I think a successful argument can be made, that God imbues nature with intelligence because it's one of his primary things that he creates, and all of his primary forms of creation are living things, right? I don't think that God creates through dead matter, right? I think everything that God creates is an intelligent living system, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's a hallmark of the creator is life and intelligence within those systems that he creates, right?
So is it like in Islam, is it like an architect almost that's taking existing living matter, or is it not so much that as a because I know that's kind of deistic Freemasonic as far as a grand architect, but just the concept, like in the Bible where it says the Spirit hovered over the waters and then it created the earth. Some people claim that that means that there was already water there, there was already elements there when God created. Islam, in Islam, is it like an architect that's using existing material to create, or what do they call it, ex nihilo or whatever, out of nothing?
Yeah. It's going to be ex nihilo. I think God created nothing. You know, I don't think there was anything in existence before God. You know, I think nothing in time were God's first creations, right? And then we go from there to the, you know, so I think those are basically a priori, you know, part of the framework of existence, and everything else basically follows. You know, so I don't think that God is actually separate from time or nothing as far as we can understand it, as far as we can comprehend God in its totality, right? I think it would be indistinguishable from those two concepts if you really, really dig hard into it, you know. And I'm talking about nothing with a capital N, you know, and also time with a capital T, you know. I wouldn't go so far as to say nature with a capital N, you know. I think that's a spurious category that was created by Plato, you know, nature with a capital N. But yeah, I definitely, man, these are the fascinating type of conversations that I love to have. But the problem is that at 11:55 they will cut off my stream.
Oh yeah,
and we'll no longer be able to have the stream anymore.
I gotta cut out anyway. But yeah,
I apologize. Yeah, I apologize to you, because this is a fascinating conversation, and I'd love to have you on again. And definitely some of my older stuff, I'll send it to you, you know, on the Discord there, and we'll figure out some more ways we can correspond on these subjects.
Okay, cool.
Especially the book that I wrote. You know, definitely part 3 there.
I want to check that out.
Yeah, I got a PDF for you, so I'll send that to you sometime today, and you could take a look at it at your own leisure and tell me what you think. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's been a pleasure, Mr. Anderson, and I'm sorry I was having a little bit of tech difficulties when you and Neural were there earlier, but yeah, thank you so much. Blessings. Yeah.
Well, you have a good rest of your day, man.
Yeah, blessings. Thanks so much. Yeah, for sure. Peace. Yeah.
Peace.
Yeah, there goes a homie, Mr. Anderson. You know what I mean? And I gotta really cut out here. You know what I mean? We've been out here for 11 hours, and at the 55-minute mark, they're actually gonna cut the video off. So thank you for joining us here at The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. The first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to see those forces that impinge upon your freedom, to realize how we've been programmed, and to get beyond the programming, right? So thank you guys for joining us. Blessings, my friends. Please. Thank you.
One time I was chilling with these Rastas in Belize, South America, and these cats had run out of rolling papers, so son just pulled out his Bible and started reading the first chapter of Genesis, right? The first page of the Bible, front and back. And we was all just quiet, listening, you know. When he was done, he ripped the page straight out the Bible and rolled the fattest spliff I ever saw. Straight up. Straight up. But that's when it struck me, you know, in the beginning was the word, you know what I'm saying? And God said, let there be. And then there was, you know what I'm saying? Said it. And that's the power of creation. That's the power of him seeing. We call things into existence.
Oh, yo, what's up? Yo, this is my man Wood, who I was telling you about. Yo, this is Oracle Divine. Yeah, Wood. Wood is the name who just played the role of Jimi Hendrix in the Jimi Hendrix flips. Straight up. Acting, another form of self-mastery, like I just said.
Yeah, it's like, it's cool, you know, when you're creating and stuff like that. The way I was looking at it as an artist, it's like you're like a little god in a way, because you're creating, you know what I'm saying? So if you create, you're doing what God did. You just create all of something. Whether it's something in the studio, or even if it's an assignment that you have
Yo, I got a daughter and son. That's like a Bible and gun. Peacock and ready, aim as steady as a ray of the sun. My ammunition, intuition fully clips in my lung. So you can never guess what planet I'm from. My MC name is my birth name. My first name, alias is all of us. All of us, the full of us will surely come when we deny it. Loudest nigga gets quiet. His inner peace is a riot. Sell your soul if you wanna, but that don't mean I'ma buy it. See, I've been conscious of your not to stay in pensive and quiet. And I ain't gonna lie, be too hard to deny it. I ain't from your block, I never had to deal with your shit. Never had a Glock, never kept a rear with no bid. And when I saw a nigga like you, son, I practically hid. Cause you did what you did, and I wasn't the kid. Don't give a fuck now, I'll be the first one to play. I hate the eye of the needle, set the record straight. And I retire late, retaliate. And I be fishing on that same star